then when they're entering the site, PGL gets a little bit wobbly. Sure, he's blind on that kill, but it feels like he should have been good for a third, or Snow to grab one. That B defense, they were able to go essentially 2 for 2. The rotation point far away, only the MP9's in hand, and that one was snatched away. So Mouse, they still won. Money's still there for Pain. This one's not a bonus anymore.
I am the best
for the fight.
Quick fight this time in the sandbags. Overcommitted his Snow. Zersh will bring him down with ease. Big Uzera alone and with a lot of responsibility. Do Mouse try and punish this? Sure. Do they have the audacity to commit? Little to no, do they know that heavy lean towards the A side of the map for Pain.
At the moment, Pain might just have to gamble one of these sites, and definitely so now. Big Uzera gone, Exertion, fantastic work from him. Bomb to be picked up. And the B finish most likely at this point, so it's going to be just about a minute worth of feeling out before we see too much more action.
I mean, they're not to know.
Morning, Marcus. You're waiting for the Astralis disaster show later?
Both of those kills came relatively quickly within the round, so no spam through, no flashes, nothing. You're now expecting the save, and you still have that safety net of Jimmy set up, so if you do want to try and hunt, take away these rifles.
You always talked about me.
The bomb gets punched.
Everyone knows that.
Thrust onto the clock. You definitely can. You can send a body or two after this.
Yeah.
But this looking like
you're always delusional anyway.
And he played this 7 times with Davideus, only won it twice. The most recent match was a win, but
I'm dressed for
having a good imagination.
Dressed for Astralis funeral. Oh no. Oh no, it's happening. It's happening.
Looks like everyone's going to get to hold on to their goodies. 3 players.
Yeah, Marcus, let Dan be Dan. He said he hasn't slept and drunk anyway.
To a point where there will be drops available, at least to the rifle variety. And the crowd
saw your message, Dan. I'll
second round for Mouse, tying things
catch you up in the week that's coming a little bit, okay?
Could drop Famises, but you'd be lighter on you two. Could just take the save across the board, get a rifle round into the next, and allow these 3 rifles to play. A tactical timeout taken.
Going to be interesting to see who in these playoffs.
Oh, we got a case opening.
Oh,
we might come back. It'll probably be too late by then, but we'll see.
This is a golden opportunity.
We're not getting the chance to see someone getting a goal.
Again.
Gold. And maybe they can like pre-record right now.
Start. Bronn will potentially combine with a nade and Molotov towards that sandbag position, trapping anyone that was feeling the brunt of that HE damage.
They have so much banana controls so early.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Suspiciously quiet. 2 saved rifles on this site. 1 to be boosted up. No, not anymore. They're actually completely...
Oh.
Not ideal. Big Uzera, the bait. Goes down to Zersh, another opening from him.
Fail a boost, dice for the
Early
smoke
doors.
Or walk first the smoke.
If you do a full execute, it's hard to see this one going wrong.
I don't really see a world. Then QZ and Cowards both being here is something. Okay. He controls the spray and removes Brollan. Keeps us level. Nade hurts.
There he's sending Davideus and Snow to the side.
But this crossfire and the unknown entity of NQZ.
Yeah, but it's so far away.
This Mouse still committing in, not overly cautious. 45 seconds, spins, pokes it, removes NQZ, and as easy as that, they wipe the site clean.
On Davideus, you better back off.
They fixed his nickname, by the way. It was David last time.
Jimmy on the minimap, you see that dot?
Yeah, just sitting second.
He's just like, yo, Apps is still clear.
No one's pushed, guys. I'm having a good time over here. He's just hanging around with his Galil.
Yeah, it's nice over
just
here.
Like hitting the B side.
Trying to stay locked in case anybody does peek onto his screen. But a nice handful of rounds now for Mouse.
But a park player sees XM so good, but no one sees the player in pro games as an anchor or a banana player.
To get worrying there for a moment. He is being hunted, pushed through city spawn, in library position now, given up.
I mean, shotgun is shotgun, right? You have to be close range, etc. like that, and most of the pro teams take it quite
It's going to be a buy regardless.
easy.
We'll see if some MP9s come
Quite
out
slow.
into the force this banana control.
Echoing, double. So it's more like that, and you want to be more mobile with having M4s and ops, etc. like that.
Would you characterize them as brawly?
Good morning, Carl.
I think they're a team who likes to take a couple of risks, especially with
I'm always cheering for Nico. So I'm excited to see that one. Problem they're playing is Eternal Fire. Voxic is also a good friend of mine. So
more of a patient game.
Yeah.
I didn't realize actually the Voxic Nico for you.
Okay,
your two little brothers.
Banana once more. Will Pain try and fight for this? Every time we've seen Mouse get to this half wall, it's either
I should probably dress up though. I saw someone in Twitch had a reminder of dressing up for Astralis game.
Throws out a deeper smoke.
Maybe I can just put on the horse mask instead.
They're under so much pressure. 15 seconds.
Because you're not gonna miss anything important.
Look, you're already going to all your util. You didn't force them back. You didn't do any util damage.
I mean, they also what was it? How many rounds did they get yesterday? 5, 4 in total in 2 months.
And then your A defenders, they want to rotate because they're hearing the
it was
pressure.
really
You have to
bad.
do something about this, Pain, because you can't just sit on your haunches in the sights.
They are cycling through their utils so fast.
Yeah, they need to fix this out.
This just tells you how much pressure they feel.
10 gifted if Roland gets an ace, not Antico.
Yeah. Well, there's certainly pressure.
Well, it's not a high chance on that ULM. So I would say you should either way accept
more smokes available for Mouse, so we've got
eco ace, to be honest. Because you know it's LAN and everyone they're a little bit shaky. Always a little bit shaky. I will take it. We'll take it.
We'll take this time, Pain. How do they handle this? Flash, Cowes has vision. Tucked into the side, concedes long responsibility now of the pit player. NQZ on Mini. Up and over on the barrel. Torji removes Davideus. QZ back turn, desertion just puts him down and just too comfortable.
That is not a good hold from Pain.
Piece by piece.
Really bad hold.
The jobs are good.
Yeah, just that pitter patter, right? They're not coming at you as just a big surge. They're taking their time. They're managing the clock and 4 on the trot. So Exertion and Torji playing well is something to be extremely scared of. And Spinks in the clutch. That feels like a recipe for success. Jimmy and Brolin haven't really been called upon just yet. That's all right, we can tell you what. Oh, we're back. Don't worry, guys. Snow, the last man standing. And he gets a nice little double up. So Snow adding to his frag tally. That's all right.
He wants that AK so bad, it might cost him his life. Torji takes him away. Solid haul from Mouse. Their T side is looking very scary from the Pain POV.
And the problem is, as just mentioned, going into that last round, they had to choose weapons or firepower, right? So,
well, the good thing is just in the early mornings anyway, right? So we don't have to worry much about the small hiccups there and there later on.
So it's going to allow them to be a little bit more aggressive on the map. And they will take a tactical timeout to bring Coach Ricks into the conversation.
Well, I'd like to bring
it's tactical. Where's the case open? Go, go, go.
Banana this early and this convincingly and
the golden opportunity to do
perhaps
it.
a product of the absent util that you've already had.
Yes.
But there has to be a solution. We can't see that happen again, this pitter-patter finish of, oh, we got Banana, we've got all of our nades.
The problem is the T's are going to be able to take it just because of the util advantage on a time delay anyway. So the question is, do you want to go all in and try and win or lose the round in the opening stages? You could set this man up in the middle of your screen right here next round with the AWP, and you could look for picks elsewhere. You could try and unravel the default in second mid, or at least get information based off of where Jimmy and Spinks are. You just need to block B early. You could have 2 extra players come over, donate utility, so you could do standard opening Banana utility, then do a second wave of it. So there's plenty of options. It really just depends on what Mouse throw your way. And they know
I'm still surprised that people are forgetting about how Katowice was delayed though.
Either they're going to be heavier or lighter based off of what response
freaking every game was like tick, 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 tick.
And then we're already 2 rounds away from Pain.
Very torn.
4-2-2 scoreline looks to
would
be
happen before after
a
the
couple of issues to worry about if you're Mouse in this one. We can see some light upgrades, some 5.7s, MP9, Deagle in the mix. This is where an individual for Pain will need to happen if they want to convert. Or if Mouse take too long as far as the time's concerned.
I went to get a napkin and I saw how nice it is.
They walk in contact, this boost is going to get unraveled very quickly.
It's really sunny and
you can almost see a double
so much
spray
snow
on the horizon. Of course, the 5.7 at that range, very potent. It's about that pre-aim, really, and how they swing. Wide from Brolan, comfortably dispatched. In fact, is actually mid-air as NQZ on the
Come to do like the IRL watch parties.
This is going to get sketchy now.
Especially
go
if Jimmy
for a walk
falls down, Cow is activated. Is sketchy, Chad. It's absolutely far from comfortable here for Mouse. Sneaking across, understandably cautious of players that could be on the site. Spinks is holding for that play around the smoke, but he can't control it. It's Big Uzera's P250. And now just what's he supposed to do? He's got 20 seconds. He's got a very expensive weapon in his hands that very likely is going to be ripped away. Door is locked. This frag is everything. Cowes to contain the escape of Torji. Oh, and there it goes.
One player for that.
All the rounds for Pain to convert. It's P250s and a 5.7.
That's a confidence builder.
Tactical, right?
It's going to add a lot in this context, right? Because it's not a full rifle round. You're getting it done. It was those risks, pushing through smokes, and the initial kill coming their way. No trade potential whatsoever. Here it is again. Starts dropping, gets the frag. Cowers activates in. Boiler catches Jimmy. And then Big Uzera with the wrist through the smoke. Some great shooting on the P250. So it's extra cash to work with. Should buy them a residual gun round paint. Get a chance to tie things up right now. So what was the banana approach? They're starting 3B.
Early smoke deep banana. And look
Extinguish
at them go, they're
Some
fighting!
resolution.
Flashes are in the air. Half-full smoke just spammed all of his bullets. Snow needs to stay back. Doesn't dare reload in the open 5-2. He has to leave.
They're still not firing back, Banana though. He's quite interesting.
He's very stubborn about this.
No, they're sure.
He is stubborn about this. Breaking the smoke, exposed with the combination of the flash, and down they go.
And they know it's
Banana defense.
It feels like they're not really
Well, that's
committing
based
like
off the
they should be
conversation they
doing
had in
there.
that tactical timeout before, and we were saying that they need to fight for some of this control.
Same.
See how premeditated it was with the car
Maybe
extinguished.
Sarge should talk to his brother about the things that happens when he kicked
Mal's after a bit of a
IDL.
fumble. Straight back into the winning ways.
I know it may be simple.
Fun enough, I did meet Sergey when I was in Finland last year for
perfect unison. It's
Elisa event.
It's sexy Counter-Strike.
Haven't seen him in years. It was so random to see him.
Knew that push was coming through.
He
Obviously,
was doing pretty good actually when I talked to him.
helping telegraph that conversation.
Nice little surprise.
We'll be able to get a drop across to Snow. Big
Is
Uzera
it
can by
included
himself, and they can
anchor?
try again.
No, usually it's the coach and the IGL that
Good
get
job, they earned themselves an extra buy.
Also,
Yeah, I think the
usually the
initial
first
exchange
ones.
utility was good, but just how stubborn they stayed. So if they'd been donated a bit more, right? You do
That's
that
actually
same
like what we
opening, you extinguish their
saw
smoke,
Fnatic
you
do.
put a little pressure on with utility, land a
Keep
couple of
the
grenades,
Krita and the
stall it out,
body.
so you're buying yourself 15 to 20 seconds, then you throw in like a second stage
Okay, JT into C.
banana retake, so a deep smoke,
Right.
molly half
I have
wall,
a,
maybe
I
another
have a
molly
soft
logs.
spot for
Does mean
TC.
your A defenders will be lighter on
Because
utility.
Oh, those headphones are
it
tight.
might
You got
sound
the,
really bad,
Brolin
but
glass
I
strap.
enjoyed doing exit interviews with him.
A real opportunity for Brolin to kind of
Because I
build
get
his
to do
confidence into
often
leadership, a
exit
T-side hall that
interviews
they'll be proud of.
with CC, with
Yeah, I
the
think
coach
one of the keys with a map like
complexity.
Inferno for the T-side is it can be so
But
systematic,
he actually gives
especially
good
with how
exit
you use
interviews,
the
and
utility and banana. There's still risk
he's smiling. He's
versus
like, well, you
reward with
know,
some of the
Good
players.
exit
But just these
interviews. I don't know if that's a
configurations of
good
double
brag or
mollies
not.
or HE combos.
But
Well, this is a difference.
it's like at
QC
least
bringing
Is it just
this
because they're
young
used to
XP.
losing or what?
See that there, because they've been taking
They
banana
would
so
often lose, yes,
confidently,
but
you
at
got the
least-
deep nades, so you get a bit of
he
chip
was,
damage
you know,
in,
he's
but
like,
hasn't slowed him
yeah,
down.
you know, sometimes we lose, and
This
it
could
doesn't
be
feel
the
like I'm
difference maker.
standing there
How
and
much are they
torturing the
accounting for this?
person,
Retake util, and they have the half-wall response. That's nice.
which is
Really
nice.
quick thinking here from Brolin
Nice to not
Insertion.
like stand there and force someone to talk.
But NQZ's patience could very well be rewarded. Scoped up on the line. An anti-flash setup, but note that they're just cutting noise. They're expecting a CT reaction hit.
It's actually going to flash for Bron to take a pick. It's a HE instead, doesn't land.
Fail the nade, oh no.
And patience rewarded. All of that for that.
If they hit the first nade, he would have died, but he stayed because
Well,
he
they're
missed
moving
the
on A right
nade.
now. Spinks and Jimmy both out of boiler, trying to apply a bit of pressure. But that's to force a rotation.
Yo, by the way,
Has done so.
Brolin is
Exertion
not
maintains
that
top banana
close to
control,
an ace,
rotation
by the
back
way.
over 45
Think
seconds.
about
Utility for the
redoing that
execute.
deal.
Smokes are plenty.
This is far from comfortable for the B defense now. The CT smoke just gets thrown
Hey,
out.
but you never know though. You never know.
Doing a couple of those.
Yeah, not ideal for the incendiary. A little too shallow. Spam is going to be his best bet. Timing everything. Good damage onto Jimmy, but it's Snow that's got to find something with the flash. NQZ arrives in time, or at least his flashbang does. 20
put it
seconds.
slow
They
if
get
it
this
picks
frag.
the
He's not
right
giving
one.
it to them. Big Uzera spams Torji, but there's Spinks.
Oh!
there's Spinks again.
Okay.
On the B-bomb site, Jimmy, 12 seconds made, but Spinks can't be stopped. Another triple kill. The round can still be theirs, though. Despite Spinks' best efforts, he's faked it. There's no chance, no time. Saving the
All
Orba's
right.
best
I mean, they
bet
got the
and
round,
pain,
but still.
regardless of Spinks.
Nice.
Will convert.
All right,
Nice
nice
try
run,
by
Very competitive
Spinks,
stuff.
though.
Really positive sign in a round like that for Pain. Even though they lose a lot of bodies and they're scampering over, getting peeled apart by Spinks. Still liked how they pieced that one together. Flash from NQZ came in clutch.
Can't help but feel there was a time as well. Just by the time that they got into those sites and those frags did come through, you didn't have time for Jimmy and Spinks to piece something together together.
Thing is, if Jimmy was able to get the bomb down a little bit quicker, I don't think he's expecting Spinks to get 3 kills in that quick succession.
Yeah, fair. And the battle rages on for banana control.
Giving it over this time, so knowing they're likely starting 3B, now they're going to be poppy towards A.
Good angle for NQZ. He had a sound cue. A misstep and a good frag. Spinks down. NQZ in the right place in back-to-back rounds. Snow maintains Arch. Oh. Jimmy, he still finds NQZ, but an immediate knee-jerk trade out of Davideus. Noted on site. An important fight, and Kawes gives it up. Could be awkward now. A 2v4 goes 2v2. Zershan strikes twice. And Snow thrice from Zershan.
Little patches of multi-kills, but Big User is still in the play.
Can he cook anything here? That trajectory implies he's not being held, and he does try and poke it, and poke and sneak, and Torch, he's not looking, he knows where they both are, spotted the barrel on sight. Now they know he's in trouble, and it's Miles' round. Zershan, quad kill in it, 11 total, just walks into the A site. Oh man, I can't help but point fingers at Kawes there. The desk were worried about his performance on this big stage. It was an important engagement. You had a
promise it's some wishful thinking true.
It looks good. It started very, very well. Kawes over towards Moto, and yeah, Davideus as well. So they're offering up 1v1s, no trade.
Damn, he really played everything correctly there.
He can't let Big
that was really, really nice.
Defends his honor, gets the 6th. The Qers
had to answer
50%
one
of the
of
rounds in the
my
first
management people. That's why I was a little bit off.
This form, they are a team to be feared.
Yeah, and Torji
taking care of the video on Sunday
so these three. Half full smoke lands.
That's guaranteed. Damn, Big Uzera and Snow, their ears are ringing after that one.
Well, they've been able to slow down this banana onslaught, at least for now. Jimmy and Spinks have made noise in Ash, so they were noted, and now definitely so.
My man. Missa H though.
It's the type of round, if you're Mouse, you want to feel it out.
Well, especially if you can work out that NQZ is equipped with that AW.
Mirage nuke next.
Tight line held by Zershan, and he does hit the headshot through the wall. Big Uzera stabilizes for pain.
That might force them into A.
It certainly could. NQZ's in the right place once more. He's been having a great tournament.
He's on his own, completely on his own.
He needs this, and he needs to get away. 33 points of health. He's going to go down, or does he stand his ground? Pieces out, supported by the util.
Action again.
It's a lot of work for NQZ to do here in the pre-games. Beautiful from
Brolan. Okay, four more Brolan.
Really down to this defense on the site.
Oh no,
in there is Davideus.
Oh no, Brolan. Oh.
It's Davideus with 2.
Okay.
Ties it up. Important frags from
I think if they were a little bit faster, that could actually be a round win.
As far as rifle rounds are concerned for Pain, it hasn't really been a means of
it took a little bit too much long time, Brolan and Yimpa. Problem is, it seems like everyone in Mouse is using him more like a hard bait.
They've broken the money of Mouse late, so they couldn't even tie things up going into the
they're not really pushing it. It's not pushing it, feels like.
You can see how late they are at a spawn. Mouse just working out what utility they need or what they can get. AK2 Galil's Tech 9, Mac 10, and yeah, the util is the biggest problem for this moment.
I mean, I know that Brolan for sure is a guy that loves to take aggressive angles, aggressive peaks. He likes to be
They're gonna go through the smoke on the
in the enemy face and so on. So it's not a bad thing, but more like
you just heard that
the guy is a first-time IGL now as well, on a tier 1 level.
Behind the flames, it's actually going to be
hey, but look, if he dies early, he can then focus on IGLing.
It's a dangerous game.
Some IGLs are not really like that. They want to give the space to their players when they're dead, you know.
Spam from Big Uzera.
Oh!
It's a smoke connection from Torji. Big Uzera gone. Jimmy catches one on the aggressive. It was Davideus activating in abs.
It's 2 on B.
Yeah, but Snow's so low, plays close. Trying to catch a smoke walk, it won't.
So that's why you cannot die that round. Yeah, he was like picking up his IGL stint there, you know.
There's a timer
so
on
that's
this.
why you can die
starts to fade. He needs to
pop up HV3. How you doing, buddy?
It's gonna have to be
Happy Friday.
Big contributions. He has a flash to try and alley-oop again. Smoke some flashes for the execute. Here's the go.
The smokes land, pressure applied. Jimmy walks out of A, saying it's a bit quiet here, but
they're committing. No
should
time.
confirm this, and into B they go. What can you do? Snow, clean conversion of the first, needs a multi here. He is on his own, and he still stands his ground for another. Finally brought down. 10 seconds left. If they could stop the plant, and Kawes, yeah, he's hoping on a prayer. He could have disrupted that plant, doesn't take the risk.
This is low.
Play for the retake. NQZ cheats over from CT. Is he considering this position? It's going to have to be pure reactions or a diligent clear. And it's the opposite. Oh, not ready for the forward position.
Smoked off.
Hang on. Kowes, does he have the audacity to just stick it?
What?
In front of him. Ninja on the stage.
Okay.
Runs on in.
All right. We got a power
in the right direction.
power link
A bunch of cheeky rounds you've lost and tilting rounds for Mouse, right? You could have absolutely owned them in this half. You lose like a couple of P250 kills from the likes of Big Uzera. There's some 5-7 frags in another round.
I mean, it's usually not a high chance it's gonna defuse in a 1v2 like that. So
down the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So you lost to 5-7s, you lost to the P250.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a tilting way to end the half. You know that it could have been much stronger. We've tied things up 6-6. Payne got the pistol with the conversion. Then the rifles came out. They got the bookend rounds. But if we take a look down the stretch, they managed 4 out of the final 6. So they are building a bit of confidence. And the type of rounds that they're winning as well, sure, you're not going back and going, oh, this is the most comprehensive Counter-Strike we've ever seen. But it doesn't matter how you get there. Not in this environment. You just need to get there. Flash did come in clutch. Snow managed to double up, so he did very well on that low HP, sustaining the damage early.
And that's the smoke grenade thrown. Just a little bit of
on timing though, like if he had literally like a half a second, he could have potentially insta-killed him when he defused him, but still.
1v1, 2 Cows in the
6-6.
Has the audacity to hold a 5-second defuse.
I still feel like Mouse is playing a little bit better though than Payne.
Utility for the T side.
The Payne should be happy of getting 6, to be honest.
It's a hefty investment.
Okay.
I noticed one thing ever since Brolans became the IDL Mouse is that he loves to do this 4 like stacking more on pistols.
Right now has a smoke and flash to drop, looking for info on the jiggle, and gets exactly that. 4 players studying towards A in the staunch position from Mouse, so they are forward in boiler and mid.
Like he's not the part of the stack.
I know there's no real pressure on that side of the
I think it could be other plays sometimes as well, but like he likes to do a little bit more riskier stacks. Oh, this actually could work.
They have to go through.
Yeah, but with that flash cocked as well, if they do go through, Molly lands, forces away Nubox, removes it as an option. They have boost for vision. Another Molotov lands. They break and go. Still feels threatening. So many bodies here from Mouse. Spam it away. Just a frenzy of USPs. Sending them back to spawn, split the pistol down.
Nah, it's just more. Nah. It's just like there's no commitment. There's no like going through before or like thinking about the timing, because like they have used double smokes, waited for too long for the CT ones, breaks.
This just feels so desperate, doesn't it?
Roland smoke, but he throw like a bad flash that still blinds people. And like there are already so many people there, like. Because they already taken so much information on A, have an idea that no one is in there. So they're taking a gamble.
Also based off the information they had in second mid and mid.
Right.
Just like shut them down.
So there's more than enough signs that it was going to be the B finish.
Oh, that looks like it could have been juicy. Just bounced it towards the other side.
Speedo, how you doing, buddy?
He's looking for the
Happy Friday, happy Friday.
As opposed to the crab walk halls. But all 5 going to waterfall out. Jimmy's going to get to farm this one.
Are they all Jimmy's? Does he just walk away with all 5? He's already wasted 5 of his bullets. In fact, just the 1 so far for Jimmy. Gonna get overwhelmed. Just 2. Amadeus will be happy to
will get up down 4. What is he? With 6 frags.
About to come out.
Last 2 rounds.
I was back in the lead,
pistol, right?
Difference. 8 to 6.
Was it true? Okay, they're gonna try to legal that.
So if Mouse want to leverage their individuals and go all in for the banana control, half-4 smoke being lined up, and with the way that Payne is starting, looks like they will give over the banana control early. It's going to be more focused towards getting this boiler and holes control.
Damn, Zershun, look at him go. He wants to be the canary in the coal mine. He will be reporting if Banana is lost or under scrutiny whatsoever. So that's a valuable asset to the Mouse team.
Brolin can re-smoke deep as well. That's just landing now.
Control maintained for another 20. Snow.
I mean, it's really good for Mouse when Brolan's teammates are all firing at the same time. All pretty equal on kill-wise, 10 to 12.
Pokes, and that was what he was
except him with 3, but.
Very
Did
well
he jump
done.
into the box there? That's how he died?
The rotation made
Ooh,
around the
that
doorstep of Spinks as well.
could have been much better.
Now that the banana utility has subsided, Big Zero can call his players into late control. Spinks flushed out as well. You want to do that so they can't keep any of this mid position. Bomb to be picked up, and look at the radar. Nobody's home. Nobody's home whatsoever. Mouse, by losing that opening kill, are forced into a gamble. By the time they go back, feel safe enough to get the mid control. It's too late. The round's over.
What's impressive to me is you didn't fall into that trap of thinking, well, they have deep banana, that they're just going to remain static there.
That's the conversation we have an awful lot, right? In the sense, if you can't get banana control early, you need to get either boiler and halls, which will help facilitate the brackets control.
It's going to be a long day.
And then you can go back to banana late.
It's
just the ping pong. You want to keep the CTs guessing, keep them moving, denying information on one side. You can't not have brackets.
It's not. Oh yeah, that's true.
And
We
not
need to
have
fix
banana.
that.
Right? You need to have one of the two on the CT side
I did
to have
fix
some
it
form of information.
before I went off, but apparently didn't do it.
So the smarter option from Mouse. But we know with Inferno, we go through these motions, we go through the paces, and then when it gets down to the final few rounds, they have to go for the retakes, get into overtime, and well, all bets are off. We had that extremely exciting game between, I think it was Wildcard and Mongols throughout the group stage of PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. And Senzu's back in fine form. Can't wait to see him taking to the server up after this one against Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, we've got one hell of a Friday, haven't we?
It's a long day.
It's going to be a lot
Plenty
of
of damn Counter-Strike.
My goodness, 4 best of 3s coming to you and your screen throughout the day of play. That's why we're up so early. Payne and Mouse still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for a day of play. A semi-final being vied for. Starting with 3B for the CTs. Early smoke's been thrown out from both sides of the server.
Giving it to him again.
Same fight, same approach. Does he dare risk it with an M4? Yes, he does. Exertion is very stubborn for this banana control, but it's vulnerable to a break. Goes both ways. Davideus down.
I was not expecting him to be that close.
Hand of Cowers and Snow to start looking towards A. Previously, Snow very aggressive hauls.
Gets away with everything today.
P. Cowers, beautiful for the first.
Yeah, trade necessary from Jimmy. Oops. Throws out and drops out.
Yeah, that
Torsias an op that
a
round?
bit of pressure. We can see that's not the case.
Or did he still have M4?
3v4 situation. Payne are looking, well, thought they were looking to group up. Just going to donate that utility, so Biggie Zero will try and be the facilitator in this situation.
Is he returning solo to try and take
Could just be a mono smoke and a flash for Pit.
Yeah,
Could be something as simple as that.
I was thinking since he died so fast.
He's playing for info, so as long as he can keep him blind, you know, force him back, as he has walked away.
I guess he caught something on the jiggle.
Still walking into a stack site, and look at Brolin on the map. Look at number 6, just starting to maneuver backwards. Biggie Zero may have done enough to sell something there.
Might get a move on 35 seconds.
Okay. Jimmy and the Spinks with a lot of work to be done. 30 seconds. Payne, will they be able to overcome a 3 versus 4 situation? A big round, good flash, but Jimmy stubborn. That's the crossfire working perfectly. Any chance they may have had now just falls and disintegrates before their very eyes. Big Uzera.
It's kind of interesting they have worse FPS though. There.
Solid hold from Jimmy and Spinks.
You see that just slightly ahead of the flash.
Just
Jimmy has vision.
I mean, in community service depends on what you mean. If it's like a still a competitive community game,
out of the
or if it's like a.
But if the player's in bike, right, what you're kind of hoping to do in that situation is if they see the flash coming, a little bit more telegraphed if you're playing for the bike position, that they would duck away and then you take the space, so when they come back out, you're already established.
Well, I think they need to potentially remove that from the back.
You catch it again from Jimmy's perspective in the highlight package. Here it is.
We turn on like the audience.
It's only just, right? We're talking a split second.
From time to time, and that's like when it goes.
And the dream for Spinks is that he's
but that's what I was thinking. If they maybe need to fix it or maybe remove it.
9-7.
That do like the audience.
There's a change up, isn't it? And already Jim is the one to change up. He just goes fighting mid. Cowes cut down. Rough game for him so far.
And that's why I was wondering as well. Where it's like,
looks like the retake util's on its way. Team Molly will outlast it, so you can't really make a play off of this.
Aren't you supposed to use
on that? Look at him, cheeky.
Yeah, the CT Molly not landing either.
I don't use them. That's right. Oh wait, this could backfire.
Zershun wants blood. He swings in dry, still nails the headshot.
Oh, actually, it worked out fine. Okay.
Second is Brolan. On to David Deus. NQZ will retrieve the bomb, and there's a lot of time left in this round. However, incredibly separate. Snow
shame for Brolan and his Mouse team.
Decision to have to make. 2,400 is the loss bonus going into the next.
That's the only one I know specifically from here.
So do you want to hold on to the AK so you keep something threatening, or do you want to try and
get
this round
a
to go?
So.
You know, if you group up, you can likely give yourself a 2v2 exchange on either side.
I don't know Brolan a little bit, so...
And Brolan in decision.
Perfect embodiment of
better
the numbers game.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, Spinks gets a freebie there. No trade potential. Snow, what have you got, mate? 30 seconds, clean headshot. Anticipates for the transfer. Rotation's on its way. He knows time-sensitive mission ahead of him. Smokes CT.
I think Brolan
to
has
isolate this duel, but Brolan, no slouch with the M4. Snow. Fake. Worried about new bombs.
Oh, okay.
Good second frag.
They still have a nade. They can open the smoke if that's
Punches
needed.
in the code. Jimmy and Torji up against Snow.
Nice.
Break. Again, these breaks are getting better and better. The power of a well-placed HE.
Good attempt from Snow. 1v4 situation, gets 2 kills, gets the bomb down. So with that loss bonus, gives his team a whole lot more to work with. Can invest a little bit more to be threatening in this one if they don't shove all in.
Yeah, he's not looking like he's consumed by the stage and the pressures it comes with it.
A good little environment to do so as well. First game on a Friday.
10-7.
You walk out, you're taking on Mouse. You've had a pretty good run.
If it reminds me of mine,
they were taking down some big names.
We'll say Rob's remember
if they
more
wanted to bring out
than
an AK
Spinks.
on one of these pain players.
Spinks, I just don't understand.
QZ, they're in that ballpark. Davideus, Biggie, Zero, Cowers could also invest in something worthwhile, but they're going to play it down the middle. Loss bonus has been accrued to a point where they can fall by into the next, but still stay threatening in this one.
So confused. Is it a debate of staying up or not? I mean...
What are they going to try and facilitate?
It's
Where
beautiful
are they going to go
CS. Can always stay up.
But if they want to watch all of the best of threes, it's basically watching from the whole night. Wait,
it's hard to go all in on banana when you don't have the mollies and nades to soften up the aggression for the CTs. But also,
I mean, that is the map who's smaller though.
Nobody's in second mid. Spinks is fortunate. It's not going to change the time. This is going to be Poppy, it looks like, with the type of util they're lining up.
Shows presence there.
They're going to try and push on this.
Indeed, yeah, that's a CT smoke thrown from T-Stairs. Zershun will block. Look at that, he's read it perfectly. If you push through, you are going to be burning. Singed by Zershun's incendiary and other bullets. A hail of them onto 2. Big Uzera Davide has cut down NQZ with that hero rifle already. Hamstrung in his chances. The spam even puts Snow low.
He may as well stay and take some jewels. Like, what other options do you have? So smoke fade, hope it doesn't get replenished, try and take the fight. Oh, and another one will land.
It's just deep enough as well that the bomb is on the other side of it.
Hey, composure.
Yeah, that's rough. Hidden behind the cone.
I sound like my mom.
Fucking we fall.
Bit of a non-starter.
Yeah, you can see the idea, but not getting caught off guard by that mouse whatsoever. Good response from Exertion, having a good map. 15 kills for him, 13 for Jimmy, 11 for Torji, 14 for Spinks. Brolan just calling the shots.
Oh. Yeah, and hitting some as well through the smoke. AK is recovered by Cowers. I don't fancy his chances of getting out of this one.
Needs to go down, needs this loss bonus.
And he's gone. 11 for Mouse.
That was a really, really good hole.
Map pick. Pundits framing Inferno as a bit of a punish, and it's certainly looking that way.
Yeah, with Mirage up next, so another comfortable map for Mouse. That's why the prediction of the 2-0 was in play. Wow.
Looking fly, my guy.
Still quite a lot of people for being this early, though.
Comes the pain by what feels like it is going to be their last real chance to extend play.
Oh, look at this. This is such a cheeky CT aggress to be thrown into the mix when you're so close to closing. Spinks set up for success in middle. Davideus boosted up on log side. He is trying to get a little bit of a cheeky one here. Held. Good awareness from Cowers. No conditioning with that smoke. First time you've thrown it, Cowers understandably on high alert. An advantage for Pain in a must-win round.
Oh, 4
Important
a.m.
gamble to tell you for Mouse. They want to take this territory back. They will claw forward with the AWP.
Starting 4 best of 3s at 4 a.m.
Wow, that's just too easy, isn't it? Amadeus forced anti-flash, Torgy in combination. It's, oh no! Pain Gaming, you got the pick! But it's already fallen through your fingers.
Yeah, fight came to them, no opportunity to reroute off the info. Snow's taking a lot of
Snow
space, means the
space
picked up
on
by
the
NQZ.
A.
Yeah, Snow's going to be saying, I've got a lot of room here.
He might have a kill depending on how far Torgy pushes the issue.
So
Jimmy will have communicated that this is a possibility.
But
there's also a part of this of, you know, how much do you truly believe?
Like, Snow's communicating a lot. He knows that there was a flash there, which maybe gives him the info as to where Jimmy was.
Well, you're going to be telling NQZ to come through apps because that's how you were able to get the space. But then how do you get out past this AWP?
Okay, well out. Maybe he can get the kill if he peeks now.
Fight, or would Torgy just kill NQC before he gets a chance?
Photo smoke lands.
And then Snow activates. This 2v4 starts to take shape. A second smoke thrown out as well. They're being so cautious, using every resource, and time is one of them.
Nice.
15 seconds left. Starts to plant the bomb. Brolin wants to disrupt, and Xerxion's with him on that side. So much pressure applied from every front. NQZ, it's not a long face He's first, the one that has to play next. Snow must live, bides time, slips grave. Time slipping away. Smoke will fade. Headshot hit. Look at
okay.
Snow. Once more. A stunning sequence. An active lurk. A triple kill. And Pain Gaming's must win.
Damn. Okay.
It's a combination of really good from Snow and
should enjoy that one. That's a class moment there from Snow. Really well handled.
Because he came over, he was like shifting slowly,
communicates the play.
He gets in this.
Lets NQZ know how this one has to finish. He essentially has to do it all. NQZ is just a bomb delivery package. Hey, bring that one across. I'll plant it. I'll take it.
That was a nice round. Lovely round.
Fired up.
That's got to be a great feeling for Snow.
White planted there.
They were on the ropes there.
He was afraid. He was afraid someone's gonna be behind short because he doesn't know where the A player is. Because they know that Torcy was on B and he killed one on B. So when he kills him, he knows he's the backup player. So he doesn't know where Yimpat is still. It's gonna be too aggressive. He dies entry now.
Really ready for an angle like this? Crouches into the AWP. Both of them.
No, that round gave too much confidence.
From high highs to low lows, 3v5 number disadvantage.
There's a thin line between confidence and maybe cockiness.
Actually cost them here if they go for this.
I mean, Xerxion might be in a primo position to punish.
No, this isn't the pre-aim.
He seems to have a great idea. What is this?
Oh,
Xerxion's a demon for 18 frags.
Around like that, around like this.
Biguzera waltzes past the corpse of Snow.
classic.
Torgy, classic. Stay active. They know they just have to find Biguzera. They're on an intel mission, searching, and Torgy holding his shot from the AWP, or at least just into the legs. Biguzera given a chance to stretch his 1 versus 5 with no bomb.
He's so boxed in.
No
and he has
teammates.
to be aware of it.
What's a man supposed to do?
The door's closed, 30 seconds. Fight will come his way eventually. Hoping there's more overstepping of the mark from Mouse. And that'll be that. Jimmy secures 12. Mouse looking good to pick up map number 1, their map choice. And when you look at the type of rounds that they've lost, it definitely hasn't come too much in the rifle department. A lot of these lighter buys or saved guns, crazy clutch moments.
Their money. Yeah.
Spinks managed to get a big one of his own in the first half. That's going to be the third of 3 tactical timeouts now taken by Pain. You've got them, you may as well use them.
Yeah, sure, you got timeouts.
Brolin forgot his morning coffee.
Well, look, there's going to be enough money for Biguzera and Snow.
I do think that Brolin had a different pair of glasses last game he played, though.
Cows is probably going to have to be a Tech 9. And NQZ
what happened, George?
operating with the Mac 10. So definitely not stacked to the teeth.
I do feel like the Pain feels more comfortable in Mirage than Inferno, though. Even though Mouse is really good on Mirage as well, but it's one of those maps. It feels like they always love to play Pain.
Now 5-4, 3-2 and 1.
If we go to the Decide,
Looking like
it
this
could
should
be
be
potentially interesting.
Mirage up next. Nuke is the third and Decider if we need it. But a good start and a solid start from likes of
Yeah,
Exertion.
I think it was like red, orange, yellow colorish, I think, last time. I don't know exactly what color it was, but it was not the ones he had now. Maybe I'm wrong, though, but I think it was this
gathering
one.
stats for his glasses. Like he has like better calls, I don't know, better stats in his glasses.
I mean, if it was Maui Snake Chat, they would probably start, you know, cooking already. Because I saw that he said something about Cadian's MP9s, and apparently he's the stats-wise the worst player in the Tier 1 CS with MP9. Okay. Lifeline.
Likely just to see the save from Mouse. They just need one more round. There's no point going for this and giving away everything.
Okay, Chris. We're not starting the day with an OT, right?
Keep it sensible. No need for any
Why did you
heroics
jinx
just
it?
yet.
Why did you jinx it?
Brute force to break in.
Right?
One flash, 3 people.
You just want to have shorter days.
Sometimes it's just about the spacing, and even with Torji hitting
Yeah,
another
Katie,
shot,
yeah.
they still were able to take that room.
Four best of
Prepared for the fights, it all collapses.
But as for a part-time streamer, it wouldn't be an issue for you, no?
Rounds or a couple of rounds to like lower buys, and they haven't gotten frustrated just yet. So I don't think that's going to start accumulating here. They know that they just need the one more.
Much love, buddy. Welcome in.
Extra valuable asset in the AK-47s for that CT side.
Well, I did some editing and stuff.
And everybody's had their moments, right? Exertion's been good on the openings. It's been good overall. Had some good multi-kills. Sinks with the clutch. For Jimmy, also being able to find that impact. And Torji felt like his was coming a little bit earlier, but now that the AWP's out on the CT side, this is where an AWP can tend to do some of their better work on Inferno. Jimmy's a fan favorite, apparently.
Yeah. A lot of love for Jimmy Salo.
Well, the drops work out. Famous for Brolin. Plenty of utility fuse kits in play. Now, Payne have already put Mouse in a position of breaking and couldn't do it. This is round 2. Let's try again.
Yeah, glass can actually make a huge difference, speaking from personal experience. True.
Deeper smoke.
Yeah, but look at the call from Mouse. Starting 4 players over towards A, and they're just leaving this cache of utility available for Exertion to block Banana.
Okay, so he has to puff up his chest and act bigger than
I mean,
he
that's
is.
a big pile,
look
but
at the call from Payne.
One man.
Well, seems like a perfect call in hindsight. Yeah,
they are going.
Screw you, we're coming. Oh, Exertion's in so much trouble. Burning down to 70 and empty-handed. Is that how you get your 10?
Another lifeline.
That's going to have to be Mouse saving. They can't risk giving away all these guns because of the last bonus situation. So
does the Galil guy upgrade now? Get a free gun.
Add that up, right? That's 12.
Ooh, if they random what seat, did they get free nades? Free utility?
Oops.
Even though they need every round anyway, but still.
That feels real good. And I know that it's late in the piece, but to be able to make a call like that,
Ooh,
your back's against the wall, you've had some heroic moments to get you to this point, but now if you're in game leader...
What do you talk about, Mante? Like,
really
like headphones for like gaming or socializing, traveling,
Biggie Zero knows what ripping these rifles away could mean.
Ah, they missed the nades.
A little bit of a time
God
left.
damn it.
The setup is just solid. You're
I mean, if they...
When it comes to wireless headsets,
Nade could be
do you
good, especially in
prioritize
combination with a
sound
couple of bullets
isolation or
onto
not?
Jimmy.
That will be like one of the questions also.
Oh, no. No, that's the AWP. That's the AWP.
He's the only man to bring something through. A single
live gaming ones
is all Mouse bring into round 23.
That's a massive hunt. Now it's going to have to be this eco.
Oh, Yaxi. Oh, yeah. The Romanian streamer, former pro.
All the Counter-Strike action to the Romanians.
Shout out to Yaxi.
Yeah, but this is massive. This hunt is huge.
Now we just need a fuck blonde sign,
then
everything is done.
This legs to
that will be
bit of a discussion about
overtime
like a
now,
bingo card, right?
Oh gosh, yeah, no, not against just this. It's only Spinks, a Kevlar vest and an M4 and a single flash. On newly crowned IGL.
I think mine is pretty light, and I'm not sponsored by SteelSeries or anything.
True.
But I haven't used too many. I did use a pipe breaks one before, wireless. But it all depends on how bulky you want to have them.
I mean, Mouse have lost some silly ones for Payne.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the pros nowadays to having new models like this.
And a boost isn't a
and
bad
also you need
idea.
the microphone.
I don't think you'll see anything over the top of that, are you?
No, very diligent.
because I know a headset that has good quality and has good sound resolution. But
obviously not just yet. He's still peppering away. Rotation on the way. Top banana presence being shown.
Or at least according to Chris, it does not have a good microphone.
Not just hanging around, but he has this flash. Yeah. I feel it's the key piece of utility.
It is a joke, and oh wait, that's down 4 though. Take the risk, David. Take the risk, walk in.
Space on B. Bomb can come back over.
There's no way Roland can really disrupt this. He's only got the USP and the flash.
He needs to stay alive because they can still give this one a go based off of the nature of the round. So once the bomb comes in, start planning. Roland can flash of some variety.
Wait, I have no. Oh yeah, they have a smoke. Oh.
Bomb across.
The fuck flom thing is it's just a joke.
Conversation has been had and an attempt will be made.
It's nothing serious at all.
Jimmy maneuvering forward with that recovered AK from Snow's corpse and all vision on the fade. Spinks caught out, plucked from the pack by the NQZ Orb. Those are the Brolin flashes. Good dodging, missed shot, but no problem. It's just Jimmy and Torji, and their weapons taken away from them piece by piece. It's big
oh, there you go. We're going potentially the distance. Okay.
Last round of regulation. Pain Gaming are still in it.
What started the fuck flom thing though? I don't actually have the answer.
Maybe holding on to those 2 rifles that you just had from that round could have.
Even though I feel like I should know to some degree, but I don't.
Tactical timeout being called on the CT side. This is the first that Cyclone has actually initiated.
That's how, really well.
I don't want to say easy it's felt, but he hasn't felt under pressure.
Cowes has been underperformer, right? That's what the people said. He's the worst performer in the tournament so far. Ah, come on. Ah, you gotta hurry. You gotta hurry.
He's gonna get every single one for a week. It's fine.
Well, 10 seconds. About to get the final round of regulation underway. Only 1 defuse kit. Keep your eyes on that.
Brolin has been the investor who's gone for
the famish yet again. Do we see Mouse go back to their old tricks? They've been giving over the banana control a little bit more in these last few. We might see them go all in.
So, is it a 13-11 or is it an OT?
Well, not when they fuck. Oh.
Double nade.
Second wave.
Destroyed.
Oh, if he actually used it nade, he would have got double entry.
Even Davideus could go down with a stiff breeze.
Snow's still alive. He's made a big play so far. Let's see if he can do it with the crew, and they're rerouting very quickly.
Okay, it's not a bad call, not a bad time. You can see Spinks is running as fast as he can, knife out.
Look at Searcher. He's walking through. No, wait, what? He's not walking yet? Oh, now they look behind. Oh, he had a timing.
Realizes that this could be a bit smoke and mirrors. A smoke in the air from Big
the round is sadly kind of over.
Zertian stays active in pursuit of information. And he is going to get more than information.
And those low HPs will be easy to get with an M4.
Oh, random.
Timing on that is perfect.
He could easily probably like get 2, 3 more.
So ready, locked in to
the round is over. 13-11.
He's played that to perfection. And look at NQZ and Big Uzera. We talked about the nade damage. Now it's only those 2.
The classic triple boost, but the new one.
A very rough go.
For chat, they don't know. You dodge and then you go back and forth. You still stand on the boost, and you have a smoke underneath. I don't think he has it though this time, but they don't expect a molly, which Torsi gets a kill for free now.
This could be the end for Big Uzera. Torsi throws
there it
it
is.
out, bounces it off his face, does not connect, but Zertian does.
There it is.
Map.
All right.
They need to go on in this quarterfinal, one map away from the semi-final of PGL Cluj-Napoca.
She said she loves you, but she can't love
Chris,
me.
I'm gonna make myself more tea and I'm gonna stretch because I'm close to finishing. In one map. In one map, I'm almost done with my tea. And it's a big one.
Okay. Take it easy, yeah. For the plan.
What's going on?
I mean, it was. I did say it though, however. It felt like Mouse were the better team overall, though. Even though if it says 13-11. Snow has to do a heroic run there. No. Couple of few things there. I want to see FaZe in the grand final. I do expect, or I did predict before. I haven't said it to vocal, but I said it to Hector. I predicted Falcons go into semis at least. But they're playing against Eternal Fire though. So it's gonna be a rough one for either of the teams who goes out there, right? Yeah, I played in this major. Like this is one when I do an interview on the stage when I'm basically saying yes only to every question. I do expect FaZe, or I want to see a FaZe in the final.
Davideus flicks into 3. Pain came through, pushing hard and achieved a huge goal for the whole team.
They're gonna go for mid holds. They're gonna try to get their kill towards mid, but Matt just dies.
Now he just needs to leave.
They come running at him and they get it.
After 6 long years, Big Yzera finally makes it to an elite playoff event in front of a crowd.
Falcons FaZe will play in the semis if both of them win.
Has never experienced. And now with Davideus, they finally break the curse.
Davideus is setting up utility right now.
Eco's gonna see the trajectory. Always walk past. No! Davideus gets the gun.
Is that a view model? Must be a view model, right?
Smiles across the board, so close all the time, and finally they push this the distance.
And I have it twice through so far.
Yes, welcome back. The first map is in the books, and we were nearly served up something very special indeed here between Mouse and Pain. We're going to break it down now on the desk. I really thought we were going to see overtime. I'm not going to lie. The crowd were into it as well. Great to see. What did you make of that one?
Never a shadow of a doubt. I knew Mouse was going to close it out.
Looks pretty great for me.
An attempt by Pain. I think we saw some huge individual plays coming out from some of the young guns on the
here
lineup.
I'm blocking
but man,
the light.
I have to say, Mouse came in. We had a couple of questions for Jacob. We were like, is this map pick for Mouse? Is it going to be, you know, working against them, especially starting on the T side? But they had a playbook ready to go, and it looked phenomenal, at least in the beginning.
Yeah, I think the T side was pretty good for Mouse. Again, I feel like that was the story for the
But,
entire game. That they were the better team. They had a good understanding of what they wanted to do, but they kept
Wasn't D2 playing an uphill battle in that whole semi-final games against MBS?
Pain getting back into the
I think
game.
they were they played in semis, right? And then now we was playing in grand final.
Incredible close game. That could have gone
because I know that we lost against Navi in quarters, and then I don't remember the play. I don't remember more after that in that tournament. I didn't even watch the grand final.
The better team, they just lost focus a couple of times in the game at crucial moments that allowed for Pain to come back into it.
And well, also great individual moments from Pain. Really, there were a couple of
also
moments
they
we'll talk about later that kind of made this closer than it could have been. Mouse were in cruise control, but the worrying thing I would say, Blair, is that obviously this new IGL and losing focus. This is not the first time it's happened
and
at this tournament.
Absolutely, and the problem for me is when you're going to be having this against a team like Pain, where you potentially go up against, let's say, your nemesis that is FaZe or a Mongols or even Eternal Fire, even Falcons for that matter, you're going to get punished even more. In this scenario, they're able to steal the win 13-11 right there, but to easily have flipped to the other side, right? So that's worrying for me, but I do want to say that the prep work they put on the T side, it looked phenomenal. Also helped out by the fact that Exertion, he came to kick ass.
Might be relatively cold.
Sure. I mean, having a great tournament just low-key, he's been one of the players that have really stepped
no,
it
not
up.
so bad. It's
Great
only
news for Mouse is if you've certainly talking about Torji being a Lanimal, turns upon the stage, you've got Spinks, we know he does it on the stage.
Win, I want to see EF win, they're doing so good classic
to it, then there really are no excuses for Mouse anymore in
terms
of
pretty nice to see EF win actually as well.
Yes, you won your map pick. Yes, that pick was a gamble.
But I do want
but it just kind of wasn't as
Nico to the well, not specifically Falcons.
Sort of the notion.
But I want Nico to succeed.
They don't really care, right? They won the map, but I think you're right in saying that it should have been more comfortable. comfortable.
Welcome back,
Especially
welcome back.
when you have your most influential player on the server playing as well as Exertion did. People have to understand that when you're the entry fragger, when you are an aggressive rifler, one of the reasons why he's been taunted to be this guy that doesn't always show up on the big stage is that he's also playing arguably the hardest role in Counter-Strike.
Sure.
To be as aggressive as he is and find consistent impact is nearly impossible unless you're named Dunk or Nico or whatever. He did it in this game. 110 ADR had an awful lot of impact, especially towards Banana. You know, he won that duel. We saw that in the very last round as well. So when he's playing that well, I would agree with you, Richard. Mouse should have won this game in a much cleaner fashion, but at the end of the day, especially when you
I
get
think
into
it's a little bit sad when
winners will win
Frozen
and they can
joined
move on.
FaZe
absolutely. And I think
when
the
they
Exertion,
never really
I
won
wouldn't say
anything
it's
with
necessarily
him
been
so
answered, but I
far.
was looking
They won
forward
like one
to seeing the
tournament, right?
Exertion we saw in the group stage,
Came
right?
second
On
quite a
T-side,
lot, I remember.
He's going for like 40% of T-side attempts on for this Mouse team, which is ridiculous.
Also,
These
I
are, like,
remember
hard-esque
the major
numbers, except it's
Shanghai.
actually finding more impact, right? And the fact that it's able to translate it on towards an arena game. Yes, there's a caveat. Pain is an easier opponent, so to speak, but if he's able to build on this and build into it, heading into potentially semi-finals, that's a great sign for Mouse making a deep run.
And listen, what I will say is, I actually don't think Pain are a million miles away from Mouse. The problem,
I mean, Copenhagen, they just disappear completely on the ground, final map, right? Against Navi.
A couple of like maps that are, it's just below the standard, you know, 3 kills in the first half, 3 kills in the second half. It's
I don't know
not
if
all
there's
about
a
kills, but then you look at the ADR,
I know there's
you're not doing the damage. You think about the utility damage as well.
ships on.
These stats are all
Wait,
low.
what?
You are actually having a zero
here's a
impact
trophy.
game, and you can't do it at this level.
It does
The
look a
problem is
bit
he's
like a
consistently
League of
not getting
Legends
it done. You know,
trophy.
I agree with you. It's never nice to
To me,
single
at least, like, it
someone out,
feels
and
like
you can
the
say he even had
design.
It
impact in the first
semi
half with
looks
the
like the
diffusion, only
one
one
that
or two
Valve
clutch, you
gives
name
the
it.
major winners, or like the major
I will argue
trophies.
that it's been an
in quarters
ongoing
semester
trend for
to the
a
new
long time. So I
updated
think
one.
it's fair enough that when we get into the playoff, when we
But
get
yeah,
into
I
a
agree
scenario
to
now
some
where,
degree what you're
you know,
saying with that.
You're in a quarterfinal. You're supposed
Too
to
much
really
anime
fight as hard as you
screaming on
can
it.
to win it, and everything and everyone is looking at you. Then we gotta point it out that it's been a consistent trend.
Just
for him
because
showing
you're
up when he's
obsessed
needed to
with
be. So I agree with you. The
their,
firepower all around
series.
with Mouse is so much stronger than Pain Gaming, and one of the reasons is Chaos. And you know, at times, Snow not showing up. He obviously had a great game here, but Chaos not to show up. That's been an issue for Pain now for almost a
been
couple
doing it
weeks.
for the last 20 minutes.
That's the key.
I mean, he
Really?
had some,
Oh my God, look at us.
game-defining rounds over here. And this
Did
is a kid
our
where he's had a bit of a
IQ
rough group stage, but I've seen
I
enough
know,
from him
level of
in the past few
analysis just
months
went
since
up
he's joined his
by
Pain team that I can believe in
a
him
good chunk.
being the future for this team.
Professor
But
Hippo,
Callus,
that's
man,
me,
like,
Alex.
I don't remember anything from the
So she's a teacher?
apart from the diffuse he pulled off, a little fortunate, but apart from that, at the end of the day, you need to
No.
deal a little bit of damage. You pointed it out as well,
And
Rachel. Like,
I'm a
35 ADR
scientist.
across in a
Are you a
13-11 map.
student?
Fingers have to be pointed, and as Pim said,
okay.
when you've been doing it consistently like this throughout the entire tournament, I feel some questions need to be asked.
Well, we can take a closer look at some of the key rounds that went across the game. So just talk me through what you've got for me here, guys.
Yeah, I think we're starting with round 3, which is going to showcase Mouse getting off to
I
the
think
good
in
start. We spoke about it
at
on the
least in
T-side.
this
They lose the
match
pistol,
path,
they
I
lose
would
the
say
conversion,
Mouse.
But the very first buy round, they have a good idea of what they want to do, even after losing the opening
And we
kill,
will
they
see
brute
if
forced their way into the
Astral is
bomb
going to
site,
be a
thanks to
disaster
Sphinx.
show next
Now,
game,
Sphinx, we
or
haven't
if
spoken
they're actually
much
going to
about
put
him.
up
In
a
this
big
specific
fight
game,
against the
he started
Mongols.
off very, very well. Big part of the reason why Mouse
Valid
came into
point,
it. He's winning a
Chris,
1v2 clutch, and he's basically making sure that Mouse is getting off to the good side and the good start that we were speaking about. Sphinx have an awful lot of impact in the first 6 to 7 rounds.
Absolutely, and the thing with Mouse, we're doing complete cruise control, and we're just conditioning Pain with his early B hits, right? Such fast banana control, and Pain really didn't have an answer. And this is where I want to give a little bit of praise to Broland. The moment he realizes, and we're going to see this round coming up right now, later in that first half, we're going to see them go for a 3-man stack towards B, because Pain are like, we can't keep losing banana control like this. And what do Mouse do? We're going to see right now in the screens. They're going to go for a fast A hit. Despite
first
that,
it's
Pain
gonna be
are
Bucharest,
actually
and then
able
it's gonna be
to
Aston,
take
right?
down a couple of players from the side of Mouse, but then the man
The one is in
now, the
April.
man of the match, that is Exertion,
yeah,
going to pop off here. This is lovely from Mouse. A
Bucharest
minute
is
30
in
on the
April,
clock. They
correct?
hit this A bomb site. They lose players. Pain do a pretty good job, and then Exertion happens. Single-handedly, he gets a 3-kill here. Great maneuvering, great read of the situation, knows how to isolate the duels, and in the end, he just gets a 4K and finishes it off. That's what I love from this Mouse team. They had a great plan. it fell apart, and then Exertion just becomes a hero, and we see this time and time again from this Mouse team.
And that's what distincts, you know, good teams from
Bucharest
less good teams in a way. Even though you're making the wrong call, even though you're getting caught off guard, even though you're getting into a scenario where it's a 2v4, when you have a guy like Exertion who can then pull something like this off, you can always fight your way back into the rounds.
There were heroics from Pain at certain moments. We've got another round to kind of highlight it. It was looking a bit scary getting towards the end, kind of on the back nine, so to speak.
And I think this particular round
really
highlights the small
often
little
do
gaps that Mouse are making. What they do here is you go for a very heavy
usually it's like
lean towards
really
speed,
often it is the IGL and a really strong rifler.
for Snow to sneak on in here,
but
what I love from Snow is, man,
in
considering
some
how young he is,
teams,
Pimp,
there
just the
are
maturity
it's
in
a
the
bit
game
different. For
to
example,
navigate a situation and
Electronic
win
does the
what should have been an
rotations. He doesn't
unwinnable 2
play the
versus 4.
T-side.
Yeah, it was
In,
very well
VP.
done by Snow. He's playing the smokes to perfection. He's playing his position to perfection, and you could even see in the player cam as well that throughout all this, he was communicating to his teammate what he was doing, what he wanted the teammate to do, and then he gets the job done almost by himself. He's the one getting all 4 kills, and that was the moment in the game where you thought to yourself, okay, Mouse, you could have won 13-7. The narrative would have been, Mouse, you're way, way better. Pain were never in the game, but he kind of kept them alive and pushed them all the way into using all 24 rounds to get it done.
And that's the thing with the CD sides, right? There are these periods when you try to go for control towards one part of the map. There will be holes in a defense, but you need to factor that in, saying that that's a dark area. At least when I used to play, we used to call it a dark. That's in dark. We don't know what's happening over there. Don't make any assumptions. And I feel like Mouse made a small bit of an assumption right there that no one's on that A bomb side.
It is a bit also different
around
if you have
and could have easily been overtime, right? So these small little mistakes, Rich, that's where you get punished when you go up against a top 5 team.
We can spend some time taking a look ahead to the next map. Pim, I'll start with you. One that you thought they might have picked, and that's going to be Mirage. Why did you think they might have picked it?
Because I think Pain Gaming so far has looked good on Mirage, but I think Mouse have shown weakness on the map of Mirage as well. We all remember the FaZe game, the Falcons game as well, but in particular in that FaZe game, it felt like Mouse could get nothing done on the T side. Now you look at how they approached it on the CT side as well. Exertion playing in Connector, he is the point of conversation. He is hyper aggressive, and you're going to see Exertion take fights in middle 24/7, and he's going to be faced by Devadeus, who has been the best player and the best performer together with NQC for Pain throughout this entire tournament. So that duel in itself is going to be super, super interesting. Now, one of the weak points on the Mouse side has been Brolan on the A-bomb side. He hasn't been able to step up as much as he has recently, and I think it plays into part that he's probably a bit more focused on the in-game leading stuff. So individually speaking, Brolan could be targeted, he could be singled out, and that's where we need to see Chaos have impact.
And the thing going the way of Mouse is they're going to be starting a CT side. And I'll tell you this CT side on this map is phenomenal. It's very solid. You go back to the game they had against VP right there, where they were able to kind of exercise their demons of the losses they had against FaZe. And the CT side, what I like a lot from them is how Brolan does work in that mix. When you have Exertion and Spinks and Brolan just duking out at mid, it's really hard to really crack that mid control. But one thing which was abused, as you pointed out, Pim, was A bomb side. So you need to have a few layerings and a few fakes coming out from the side of Pain. Force him to take those mid fights, maybe go for some fast A hits after that. That could be the answer.
The T side as well, that's where the weakness was shown against FaZe Clan. That's where they couldn't get anything done whatsoever. Brolan was trying, Spinks were trying, especially this whole mid-control portion of the map. It just didn't work out. One thing I've seen from Pain Gaming in this particular tournament is that if they don't have any information on what's going on, let's say that Mouse are playing far back in the beginning of the rounds, Big Zero have no issue whatsoever pushing up middle, taking the fight, and or find the information. So you're going to see a slow-paced T-side potentially come in from Mouse, and then you're going to see the instant reaction from Pain Gaming as well, trying to get information and figure out whether it's going to be an A hit or B hit. Now, if Mouse can punish that aggression from Big Zero coming in, the playing field is going to be so much easier for them. If they can't, it's going to look like against FaZe, where they could get nothing done whatsoever.
And that's the thing, that the guy who was a problem for Mouse when they played against FaZe was Elish, right? Playing a connector position, the CD side caller as well. And now you have Big Zero, who, by the way, despite that game being a loss, he was the highest rated player for the side of Pain. He's like, all right, I'm going to get this one done. So if he's able to frag out the way he did on Inferno, and if he's able to watch whatever Elish was dealing to the side of Mouse, I can definitely see a world where the T side could crumble a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what you're really looking for here from Pain is someone is going to have to put in that carry performance right now. I've watched enough Mouse to know they are very comfortable on this map.
I think a lot of
listen, it can't all be him all the time, I've got to say. I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on him. One of these, as you like to use the phrase, the
I
supporting
wonder how
cast,
much of it is
you've got to come to these tournaments ready, right?
And
yeah,
not
for sure.
just
And for me, Cowards,
the
man, I know it
natural
sounds like a broken
changes,
record,
because
but at this point,
throughout
with the tournament life on the
CS:GO,
line right now, everyone needs
even
to
though
kind of
obviously it was going through some
All right,
changes on
then
some
it
different
is
maps,
time
maybe
for
a
the
bit of
action. We're going to
mechanics and
see
stuff
who
like
are the
that.
mouses and who
But
are
it was
the men.
a natural,
It is Machine and Sponge.
I don't know, like a natural thing.
Let's find out. I wonder if this needs 3.
for
I really do. I wonder
older
if we
players
even
that
get a
could
chance to see the
fade
third
away
and
and for the
deciding
new ones
map
to come back. So
Mirage.
like, I wonder
Live
how
from
much is it
Cluj-Napoca,
specifically
Romania.
CS2 in this case.
Positive sign. Payne could have drawn that to overtime very well. So
Are you back, Chris?
Wait, I've been here the
this
whole
is their
time.
turf. Mirage.
Oh, it's just me yapping, I see.
They execute with Big Zero up through Con as the late piece.
Davideus taking first friction now. Jorgares is in dark and Torgy. Okay. Comfortable, composed clicks. It's fallen by the wayside for Payne. Big Uzera kicks up a bit of a fuss. Okay, Big Uzera goes huge with 3. Cowes needs to live. He just needs to be alive, and he's not going to be for much longer.
Wait. Oh, no.
Turned around too early.
Despite Torgy's best efforts, it's Big Uzera who does one better. Hang
Ball
on,
for
his
low,
brother.
though.
1 versus 2.
So,
A bullet.
so low.
Enough to remove either of them. And they cut noise. Last seen jungle, last seen ramp. Bomb picked up. Cowers is on the run. On the move.
Big Zero's got the rotation. This is perfect. They'll be able to get the bomb down.
There's no way
Uzera with an
get
ace,
past Big
potentially?
Uzera, right? He's held.
Yeah, was that what he meant? Big Zero ace,
Position
right?
alone is perfect, but Brolin will
Brolin,
have to
right?
take this fight. Has the health advantage, so Big Uzera
Oh! Okay.
leading from the front of the
Wow,
pack.
was-
Torgy hits 2. He
You can
hits
see like
all
how Snow
5.
is sitting
An
and
ace to
hyping
kick
up.
things
Oh,
off.
so
That's good
cute.
with a smile on
So
the faces. Huge work for
Yeah,
Big
I thought that was
Uzera.
a stop from us there.
You'll see this again, like after these shots hit, and I think there's a third in the feed as well. Yeah, Xerxon onto NQZ, and then
2v5.
Big Uzera. 2 versus 5. This one,
Third
instant to
kill.
the head, converts on the body, and then he calls a lovely little retreat out of Cowes. And I love that he takes this fight. He stays
an
active.
ace
If he's
from the
clear, if
captain.
Brolin's the one bringing the fight to him, he's a dead man.
Force bite, mid-control taken for the CTs, but that's the wrong decision for now.
Classic
Rotate
MP9
back in as
push.
the A execute about to land.
Just Torgy here with an MP9 tucked behind default. Could be susceptible to a Molotov, but they are just going to run through, surging. Nice fight from Torgy. Needs to go down.
Oh, wait, what?
Alive, and it looking good
Huh?
for Roland. Keeps it disrupted hard on the USP. He has support from Xerxon, though, in a 2v2. This is not something you can let slip. Cowes dunks on
Don't know
Brolan.
about searching it. Oh, no, they spotted
The
him.
AK-47, and he knows where Xerxon is. They cannot let this one go. They cannot afford to concede. You want
Oh,
the
now he
pistol
knows.
from your leader, and now Cowes is the only one that can save your second round.
Oh.
Just enough from Cowes to keep Payne with that 2-0.
Being
And to
Payne.
confirm all of that
Okay,
hard work in the
okay,
pistol.
okay.
That was a brawl when you could see immediately there as it came down to the 1v2 situation. We've got a Stralis fan in the house. Maybe the only one. But as it came down to that brawl, they're looking towards Connector because that's where Xerxon plays, right? So they're so worried about that, he's able to... Oh, hold up a second. Never mind, we ain't done. The fight's going to keep on coming, Mouse. And now it came
Okay,
down to
they're
just one player
fine.
surviving. They got lots of money because of the kills of the MP9s. So 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and a scout to work with.
And then they're making no secret that there's a buy. Silenced bullets fired out early. Block smoke thrown out by Jimmy.
Going to be lots of pressure on Jimmy. The question is, do Payne decide to go before it fades? Or do they feel that they can wait this out?
Only problem is, like,
He has
if
to, doesn't he?
they win this
Sphinx isn't
one,
playing with him.
Payne, they can
Backing off,
continue,
rescinding
like, grinding more and
control of
more
the
free rounds,
apartments.
basically.
Down through underpass. So
Yeah.
Big User are changing the round based off of what they've been met with.
And they don't
It's
have much
probably just going to be an
utility.
execute into what they thought
on
was
the
going to be a
side.
respectful eco. Is the disrespect to the back-to-back force buys.
Ooh, okay. NQZ going to be lining up a bit of fakery. You can see the A smokes thrown out from B side.
He's missed a couple.
Don't think that was the target.
No, he missed one on the pistol and he's missed one there that could be key.
Big Uzera, this is an important fight.
Session ready.
Session just pulls his just pulls his crosshair away.
Changed the fucking
Timing favors
angle.
Big Uzera, and now a lurk smoke and a push through. Torgy, the only man to respond. Brolin on window side.
Oh,
on the
wait.
side.
Oh, yeah, the
QC
smoke
did take
just
down
faded
Brolin, so
away.
now
Going
Torgy's scout
A.
not really going to be a voice in this one.
Might even just be a save by the looks of things.
Yeah, you want to save this M4 at the bare minimum on Spinks. Didn't get a chance to utilize it. And does this put Mouse in a hole?
Not really, because the loss bonus is building.
And the save.
And it would have been a save anyway. So it's more about, do they lose everything right now? And do they decide to drop M4s into the next? Because it's going to be 2,900 loss bonus. So that's a moment of time where I think Cyclone might want to take the timeout to confer.
But as you said, that's if they save. Spinks has lost his M4. Can be retrieved. Torji, grab hold of that one. Is there more to be said about this? There's still a bit of time.
He has no armor.
Do you really want to keep forcing the issue? You will be taking a 3-0 lead.
I think he's feeling confident after that pistol round, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
8-1 already, and we're just 3 rounds deep. So now that might shift the conversation, because if 3 of them stayed alive,
damn, okay.
we could have had likely 4 M4s. Now it might just be 2 M4s with some upgraded SMGs, or take the save and get the full buy into the next. It just means you're going to establish your gun rounds a little bit later.
I'm thinking about Torsi's economy here.
Investment starting to take shape. It does look like they're going to go for the full gun rounds into the next.
What is his economy? Like he's not getting an opening anytime soon.
So frustrations from the pistol round, like
I mean,
we should have converted that. There's no way that Biggie Zero should have been acing us in that situation. Then how close the force buy came into the next.
I mean, he still can, but
likely informing the decisions to go for back-to-back force buys.
Just the utilities, etc. like that. So
still a tough round to get past if you're Pain.
As he's walking into the crosshairs of Torji's forward position.
Torji will have to move. He can't stay here forever. As soon as the connector smoke fades, he has to move. It's happened now. So his responsibilities have changed. Mid-control utility now lobbed out from Pain. Connector is there. Davideus confirms it alongside a Big Uzera.
Oh, and that's a miss from Torji's scout, forcing them back.
Wrong name, Spinks.
Excuse me, Spinks is the one with the scout on the short side.
There we go.
That's the other side of this, and he's gotten Davideus down. Cowes can't find the response. Yeah, that was a golden opportunity. Squandered.
Just get spammed.
Yeah, it could very well.
Gone far.
Look at his HP. Oh, how's that? Combination of shrapnel and bullets. Good one back. 5-7 was perfectly suited to the task. NQZ, another. Double kill, now down to the USB.
Oh, gosh.
5-7 problem. Oh, they need this. They need this now, and it's Snow that bails them out. But hold on,
go for low.
Jimmy is in a position
is
to
this a Yummy clutch?
Can he pick up something on the way?
Just a 5-7 and a scout to his
I couldn't
name.
find it. He's taking it all.
Ensuring the round, pivoting all the way around. Snow, oh, did he get spotted? Did the tip of the head show? Jimmy's not acting as he did, but maybe his teammates relaying information. Time sensitive, no kit, perhaps he doesn't even go for it. The AK is such a delectable treat for the next.
Damage is okay. Right? If you can take them down with the bomb here, just delay this. Sure, holding on to the AK is nice. You can get another kill or two, make sure they have to rebuy. It's on the exit now. Looks like Jimmy's just going to walk away with the AK-47. Can't get a kill to get himself on the board. But there it is. Pain have looked sloppier in moments, especially NQZ. He looks like he's suffering a little bit from the nerves so far. But Big Uzera isn't. Snow as well. Also
I thought Brawler would actually challenge the guy in Sandwich if he had an idea if he was good.
Gun round, and that's the first time you can say that for Mouse.
But no, he just like, I want to stay. I want to do my thing.
Yeah, so Torji was always
want to relax a little bit, etc.
Chilenzo.
This double from Snow, essentially securing it. Spinks looking desperate, coming through that smoke, trying to find the trade. But here we
now
go.
it's okay. It's now a proper full.
I should have peeked there. You should have peeked.
First real golden opportunity now for Mouse. Everything you need, every bell and whistle. NQZ's tasked with trying to maintain that mid-connector fight. Blocked now. Cowes was flirting with some aggression with Snow as his partner. It implies they're going to do something as a unit.
I'm curious if they were just waiting to see what type of pressure they felt in middle. But this does feel like it has a split potential. Someone will have to head back after they go into this mid-control to get the bomb. Because they're lining up the molly to flush out the vent room, try and push someone into the line of sight there of Davideus. The combo there with the HE.
Ooh, very nice.
So just going through their paces. This is a good default to get the space. But as mentioned, someone will have to go back a ramp. Looks like Snow's being tasked with that for now. That's something they will have to be worried about. Have the T's pushed up? Have the CTs pushed up? Have they taken that space?
Is someone doing an oxygen peak on the guy in Savage now?
Told you, this is a powerful
Snow
position.
or Cowards?
He's in trouble if they do execute A, but right now, looking at the radar,
They're calling for
it appear to
B.
be the case. So a longer rotation point to help out the likes of Jimmy and Spinks, who also have a passive setup on the B side. So the conversation for Mouse has been, let's not fight mid. We're not trying to disrupt the default. We are playing for the late round. We're playing for the sites. So once they execute in, you have to go 1 for 1 at a bare
Spinks and
minimum.
Jimmy to defend the side. That's where the AK is.
Delayed by a couple of seconds from that incendiary. You can see they're in the darkness here, but Spinks the unknown entity. Jimmy, he is going to engage, controls the spray, just the one. Still looking good for Mouse, especially with Spinks in a
Oh no!
position. Oh,
Spinks!
No!
Spinks!
Save. I said you got it 1 for 1.
Yep.
Couldn't do that. Torji gets 1 for 3 on the
Back
catwalk
away.
position.
Back away. Gotta save it.
Oh,
That was
Gonna be a multi-kill from one of the
way
two
too
individuals,
early,
so you have to
P.
make sure you're trading there. And
Way
Spinks
too
flushes
early.
lines. That looks ugly. 5-0 for Pain.
Should have
Yeah,
taken a
that's gonna be one
gamble
those
of
rounds
just
where Spinks
killing the
would
bomb
attribute it.
planter
He'll
when
say,
he's
I know I needed one there, minimum.
I think because it was on a little bit of a time delay, he's thinking, well, will they come in and clear me now? Because no one's running just to start planting.
So Jimmy
So
right
he's
now
trying to be
has
ahead of the
4K.
play. Catches 2 players
They
in
get to
transition,
save
gets
the
caught off.
up. They
Can't
get
hit the
to save
shot. Now Brolin and Torji having a save.
There's
but
a high chance they
the
buy.
biggest positive for Mouse right now
But I
is the
think
lost bonus
there's
maxed out
first and
3,400
foremost a
into the next.
timeout.
Drops are available.
Talking
Jimmy
about
will be
the
able to buy it,
issues.
thanks to that saved AK-47. But this is a great start.
Because
for Pain.
Torsi doesn't need a lot of
5
utility.
consecutive rounds. Their map choice
And
T
Brolan
side,
still
running away with
has...
things.
He can get
It all
something from
started with
Torsi
a
if
big
needed.
2v5
What up, Berg?
ace.
Please a nice op knife combo. That's all you need in life. Really?
You want to show everyone the Romanian you've learned?
Yeah, I've been working on it.
You've got 1 word.
I only have 1 word, but I think I'm getting better. Mulțumesc. That's pretty good.
That's all we
It's not
got.
bad.
Hey, you get a round of applause for that. They were happy with that.
I said thank you.
You might have to learn a few more words.
Yeah, I should. I should. Or you can say merci.
Yeah, that works
They
too,
like
apparently.
merci.
We might need a translator.
Maybe these are some suggestions I should learn.
Okay, just start saying them. Who knows what we're saying to the stream and everybody at
I
home.
think I'll just repeat what they say.
That would actually... Wait, what?
That was a nice one.
That was a
Romanian
nice one.
and
That was
French
really
are
good.
Repeat that
from
one.
the same
Alright, here we
family.
go.
Just like some
Maz,
words
you
are
need a
the
round
same.
and you need it now.
A little fanta.
Oh,
Oh,
well, how's
okay.
that for a start?
What's he
Start the
even saying?
need.
I don't know.
Was there a gap on the smoke plume?
Well,
or-
did take a tactical.
I think his vision just turned red for a second.
Well, we're going to have to check that one out again, aren't we? Exertion up mid, looking for a fight. Gap in the
Yeah.
smoke is what Jay's highlighting.
And this is Big Uzera, just as he swaps to his nades. Great timing on their
I
aggression.
think so.
Everyone profits. Spinks, doubles up. They know where you are. Snow is a dead man walking and walking.
Alright,
to his
alright. A
demise.
flawless
It's clean.
round win as well.
It's swift. It's
Really
Miles
good for
on
economy.
round 6.
That's different from the last full gun round attempt, right, where they were more
We're a little
passive
bit
and
lucky there
doesn't
to get the
actually
free
plan to
kill
play
for the
with how they
smoke,
started this
but-
map. They were very aggressive, especially on the fourth
Should
try
take
rounds.
it. Take it. Take it.
Back into that aggression, and they will profit immediately. One more of those, they can break the finances of Pain and start bringing this back into contention.
Yeah, I don't think they can count on a Torji opener like that, though. Just a smoke spam, perfect opening. Oh, look at the call out of the gates. This reads differently immediately.
By the way, nobody cares about
Deep
event stickers, but
incendiary.
I've lighted
Brolin
15
blocks
Cluj-Napoca
Palace.
event sticker.
They're
Let's stick
focusing
on
for middle
a
again, so they're trying to punish
Ooh.
this Pain.
Roland, oh, he's done very well there. Removes Snow from the pack and confirms an early commitment.
Still in a
Great to
retake
push
setup.
through. Davideus wise to the trick. Second HE from him. They're fighting for CT control, but Davideus has lost an awful lot of health. Peeking the AWP could be a death sentence. Kawes, an important kill. Can't convert. Zertian double. And it's up to one man. One man
Balls are planted.
who's already aced in this
Nah.
map alone. Jimmy just creeps
Alright,
in.
alright. Very, very
Signs of
important to get that
disrespecting confidence there as
entry
well.
like Roland
Tunnelling
in.
through that connector smoke. They didn't want
So
to
that's
get
really, really
bottlenecked.
good.
So all they
Had to make the
needed
play was
was
exertion
a
coming through. They decided they were going to fight, and now they have broken the bank. So likely just to see a partial investment from Pain. There's some D.
And also a flawless
Too crazy.
gun run.
I should be able to turn this into a 2-round game. And you see just how conservative it is. Just $1,400 worth of investment between NQZ and Kawes. The two of them essentially being
Survive, he
given
has
a license to
10k after
search.
this run. Oh, he felt like he wanted to go through
Tough
there.
to see how this one goes wrong.
Unlucky.
Hurry up and wait. Cowes going to try and hold out. See if that Deagle can connect after the smokes do fade.
Yeah, the utility subsiding now.
Oh,
good catch. Double nade.
It hurt.
Torji does remove one of the Deegs.
Blended top mid with the run boost.
And then QZ is going to swing off of this Destruct.
Well, they tried.
Bam bada bam 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 da 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 da. Bam bada dun 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 da 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 da.
AWP come out into the next. It is just
007.
And then they lost out with the mid control.
He probably has an assist, but still.
So we'll have to see what Big Zero has been cooking up.
5-0 to 5-3. Guns back out.
Should add that as a soundboard.
The fact that you already have 5 is pretty good. The biggest issue you're worried about is losing momentum and allowing Mouse to start establishing a lot. So if these rounds can still be close, you can bring it down to 1v1s, 1v2s, keep the pressure on.
Yeah, but EOS was playing pretty decent on Inferno as well, right?
Ooh, okay, Zershin. He's going to need some support. Eventually. Oh, wow, he's heard Davideus already crossing very well.
Ooh.
So aware is Big Uzera. Brolan backing himself. The nade could be good. Cowes, could he catch again? Miss Molly.
Team Molly.
Still prevails. And another from Big Uzera all the way from downtown. Catches Brolan.
How did this actually work so far?
Spinks making this.
Oh, okay.
Into a 2v2. How's that? Takes down Snow, a crazy smoke spam. Torji though. Oh, the flash. The flash has actually saved his life. He breaks the fight. Big Uzera
with 3 kills
punishes Torji. Triple kill from Big Uzera. He's not giving up this quarterfinal. He's not bowing out of this one.
Spinks needs a kit, has a smoke.
And that smoke on the bomb will get him nervous, and there's a kit right beside it.
Does he know there's a kit there though?
Takes the drop off, hoping to force Big Uzera into a flustered fight, but he's not giving away any more sound cues. They seem confident that this is their round, and they're right to think so. Spinks no longer playing for it as a 6th. Never mind 5 being good. How's 6?
Okay.
I'm curious if Davide is running up cap, because what Exertion was trying to do by looking straight up or straight down, trying to make his body seem smaller than it is, so that if a player was fast,
that's a very fast
well, I think it's also the
reaction from NQC to also throw that flash.
The way that the model stands.
I see.
So I wonder if in that situation,
I was just thinking since
saw the barrel sticking up because Big Uzera was just looking straight at him when he peeked into that fight.
I did wonder about that.
CS2 is a little bit different than
it was such good awareness from Big Uzera. Maybe it was calmed. Now Zershin tries his hand of aggression. There's
so
the
172 could be like pretty decent anyway.
Is there a way that Pain can claw their way back into a round where this mid-take is so successful? Anti-flash staring at the floor is Brolan. If they dare try and disrespect the smoke.
What he actually is doing is not anti-flash.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Grouping up, juggling YouTube.
I mean, it could be, depending, but back at 1.6 you can look through the smoke easily if you turn down your view.
Or in dark. Brolan is in a strong
but
position.
But then the smokes in 1.6 was horrible, so...
And they were not perfect even in CSGO.
Yeah,
CSGO,
incredible.
I don't think he really did that in CSGO,
I don't know if they're going to throw it. It's
the Monacy,
a bit of a luxury, really. You'd be focusing more for bench and sight.
Yeah.
Oxygen peak. Got wrecked anyway, and Brolan.
Synchronicity between the two of them. Zershin and Brolan both engaged simultaneously. Another quick one. Torji, if he keeps providing openers, Mouse are going to keep closing these rounds.
Davide is having a real tough time. He's currently 0-9, which seems wild to say considering they're in the lead 6-4 at the moment.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic of Davideus. Haven't seen an underperformance like that until this stage.
And that's because he's one of these players who's taking an awful lot of space. So need him to be activated for the CT side. But with the 6 rounds they have right now, you can completely forget about the fact he doesn't have any kills. It's not really pertinent to the matter.
Oh, that run boost is actually ahead of the util, so there was a little opportunity to potentially have removed Jimmy with that dig, but opportunity squandered.
The Bulgarians got big sound.
The 5th round imminent for the Mao's defense. Maybe this is Davideus' first kill, guys. Maybe. Little something just to get the juices flowing into map 2. could deagle headshot and all that would make you feel a whole lot more confident.
Oh, jingle
Flash does
level.
connect, and
Oh,
so does
there it
the
is.
bullet. Sorry, I got
There it
excited
is.
for him. That's David. That's Davideus on the board, folks.
Oh, he's focusing so hard to shoot that
Miles will
bullet.
make it 6-5.
Oh,
Just
okay.
happy for
So
him. Okay?
either
for
it's
him.
going to
Happy
be
for him.
Very happy for him.
7-5 or 6-6.
If you get the second one,
Yeah, okay.
then you know.
Captain Obvious has arrived.
It's always
Whoa,
good. Sometimes
whoa.
your first is extra special.
We're doing
Here
a
it
quick
is.
map here, okay?
You won't forget that one anytime soon.
Absolutely not.
This is a
Final round, first half,
full
map
buy
2.
against a full buy at least.
We could tie things up 6-6 on Inferno as well. And we had split pistols over there. Let's see if it can happen again. But first, we got to put the cap on this one. This time, no CT mid-aggression out the gates.
They cannot shoot.
Which is all starting towards A, telling they are expecting
It's
more of a
Aika,
surge on
right?
that side of the map.
Look at him go.
Snow through the smoke,
Oh, takes a
support.
lot of
All
space,
5
though.
essentially bearing down on middle.
The mid belongs to them.
Vision obscured for Torji's all. Zertion, wow, Big Uzera's looking great. Such good awareness. That's multiple times he's had Zershin's number. Torji the one to stamp his ticket.
Well, aware, Brolan, aware.
He's on a mission.
Yeah, and look, with the
Third
bomb
map is
filtering
nuke,
back, Brolan might even catch a really good time.
right
Make
side.
sure Cowers has the rotation.
Oh, important for Spinks to not die.
Oh.
And he will not. In combination with Jimmy, they're making light work of this one. Just the last two standing. It's Davideus up.
Davideus with 3 kills now?
Finds his double kill.
Surely Brolan has this.
Oh, even the incendiary makes things awkward. No, it doesn't. Smoke to play around as well. Can Davideus do anything? That smoke will obfuscate from Brolan's flank.
He was
Will
at
he be
1
able
kill
to
before
find
this
him?
round.
Upon the fade, time ticking. Davideus moving. Oh,
Clean.
He ain't scared. He ain't playing shy.
Just whips out the 5-7, starts making noise, clears close, bang, dead. So
Yada.
Torji, good action from him throughout. But salvaging the half.
Yada.
Miles managed to win 6 out of the last
But
7
now we'll
rounds
see
of
how
play. It
much
was the
they're gonna be
5-round
attacking.
streak for Payne to start things off. Remember, it was a Big Uzera ace to get them going. Some really good moments from the in-game leader, 13 and 8 overall for the half, topping the server at the moment. But we did split pistols on Inferno. We'll have to see if the same comes to fruition right now.
Because Big Uzera is playing con, right?
T sides,
So
well, and CT
that's
side,
what
just
we can,
Miles in
like,
general
look
have
at
been under
if he's
the
gonna
microscope,
be
right? Seeing them
contesting mid.
on debut at this event with Spinks in the roster. There's all the
How
question marks
successful
about
he's gonna
Shui
be
no
at
longer
that.
being the in-game leader, Brolan taking that over. You look at the head-to-head history, well, every time that these two teams have played, Miles have won, but Shui's been the leader. So you were going to question, well, is that going to be the difference maker? So far, so good for Brolan's campaign.
Yeah, and as far as teams they've taken down on
Good
their
for
path, it's been
Payne that
good
Big
names.
Uzera is playing well,
names,
but
right?
the rest of the
Already.
guys needs to
I
start
think like, if
stepping
you're
up.
looking at the Miles run, right, Big and 3D Max, Big should be a certainty. 3D Max is one that you could say, hey, that's going to give you a harder time.
Yeah.
Lose to FaZe, lose to Falcons. The Falcons one, you're going into that matchup probably at a 50-50 at the time. Win over VP, it was a 3-map affair. You blew them out, get the 3rd map, and that is Mirage. I actually think Payne
leading
have
by example,
had a very good run too. Taking down Astralis, they beat Falcons, they lost to Mongols, but they beat VP. So, considering the field, not too shabby. No Julies on this CT side. Got a kit and a nade for Cowers. HE for Big Uzera, smoke and a flash in the hands of Snow. So the nades are ready for a B pop. They're already out mid quite fast, very fast.
I mean, presumably that's just posturing.
Well, yeah, it's going to be an A split.
Okay. Flashes in, wrapping in NQZ and the Snow with a lot of work to do. Oh, hard to track, and Jimmy, he does prevail. NQZ down, playing retake, but Spinks brings the fight. Flying Glock onto Snow. Oh, important back. Big Uzera, HE could do some good damage on the planter, and Jimmy actually gets off of the plant. Thinks twice about it.
They have to just cancel now.
Yeah, the smoke will fade. And Cowers coming in from Con. There's the support. Oh, he needs to hit that head. Covered as the bomb gets planted. Torji trifling with 2. Davideus does finish off Jimmy. Light on ammo. Same could be said for Torji. Tucked and being cleared here on Tetris. He's only got 5 HP.
5
Jack.
HP.
It will all come down to Brolan. And Cowers even has a kid. That sounds
Problem is,
terrifying.
is the
Holding
kid
a
is in
10-second
con, though.
defuse, and if they could just hold him, keep him
Yeah,
pinned, he will not
because
be able to
there is
isolate this.
diffusing
Julie
without a
has to
kid.
swing into them,
There you go.
and it's a pain.
Alright.
For example, had a kid, but it's because of
There was only 2 CTs
Have
to
guys
receive them as they
defend me.
pincered and flooded
really?
into the A site. And yet still, Pain come out on top.
Yeah, denying or cancelling the plant the first time behind the smoke because the HE comes in. I think just worried about getting spammed. But if just punched it in right there, they would have been able to have some stronger post-plant positions.
This shot was great.
Unfortunate for NQZ, Jimmy's decided to go down the ladder. That one from Davideus was a must hit. And then Cowers making sure that Brolin can't get his eyes on the diffuser. But the bomb did go down and they did get some kills, so Mouse can force. Same as the first half.
Yeah, well, they have the same result. 5-0 start in that first half. Can Pain continue to build a strong defense this time? Oh, certainly can with shots like that. Sarah not playing scared, needs help. Pressure from lots of multiple fronts. Davideus down, M4 retrievable. 3 versus 3. Free smoke on the window. Coward's position noted a burst. He's seeing ghosts. Snow departing his bomb site. Red carpet rolled out for Torji with the bomb on his back.
Just 180 degrees worth of angles they have to worry about at A. That's the problem.
Ooh, CT smoke might delay them further.
Pain try and play their hand. Now they silently creep in. When does Snow activate?
Still so much time. Actually, he's actually seen that smoke as a bit of an invitation. He walks up close to it. It's NQZ.
Fading now.
Likely to be that next test. You can see that 180 degrees you talk about. Xerxes does try and isolate and successful. Cautious of ramp. Jimmy on the stairs can provide the covering fire. Torji to punch in the code. Now they know. Snow spotted. Cowes coming in as well from jungle side. Biding his time. The smoke and kit on Cowes is keeping me interested, but not the range for that. Not the range. Okay, maybe it is.
Okay.
Torji's low. Just
Okay.
9. Oh,
No, they're not.
Oh, Torji stunning.
Bam.
No,
Okay.
Into a corner, low HP, 1v2,
Okay.
to secure it.
That's where the Hungarian does his best work when the pressure's on. He's been stepping up massively. He's 6-0 in the opening kill department, but add that clutch to the tally.
Huge.
And that's a statement round, tying us back up 7-7, but it's also going to break the CTs going forward. They will have to force by back in of their own, and it feels miserable. You worked hard for that pistol round, and then you go and drop the ball with that one.
Anything to be said about the force? Let's find out. Oh, they're targeting that.
They did win rounds like this on Inferno, remember?
Yeah, but it's just a scout, really. And the
30.
MP9 here's of Cowes. What can you do to support Big Uzera? They hear that. Okay,
There you go.
Cowes. Okay, delivers in combination with Big
Damn.
Uzera.
Oh.
It's all collapse for Miles. Torji left alone.
Biggest Seer with double scout kills
How
though?
did that just go so
I was
south so
responding to a
fast?
message on the
You can
phone
see that
because
from
I was
Cowes'
like, they don't
perspective.
have
Looks
a
like
good
his view
vibe.
model
Like,
had it covered the
you know,
first
this is the
place,
round I
scaling
can
out.
afford
So by
to
the
do
time
that.
he even
I
addresses
lift my
that,
eyes and I
Mal's
see
not worried about that position
4
anymore.
members of Mal's
So then
dead.
the comms are going to be chaos because he gets that kill, he
Ah,
activates. Painter rotating in,
It's like an accidental trigger discipline.
and it's all just worked out for them. So what felt bad is now feeling really good, and Torji had to clutch out the last one.
Well, that's someone's new desktop wallpaper.
Sorry.
How's that even
I
happening?
don't know.
What's going on
I've
there?
never seen that before in my life.
This is why J-Raz is the best observer.
Well.
Yeah, I think for Torji, it is just about holding on to this.
that the
It's
person
gonna be about
observing?
scooping up as much as you can.
I just
This,
can't get over Big
I
Uzera. You know,
think
we talk
it's,
about fragging
Shiv
in-game
and,
leaders, and sometimes
Shiv
I
and
forget.
J-Raz.
Sometimes
So
I
Shiv
forget.
does like the
Yeah,
buttons?
but this is he's one of the best fragging in-game
And
leaders in the
J-Raz
world, I
does
reckon.
the
Yeah.
flying
Gonna
around.
be like
At least
a-
I think so.
Conversation at least.
Oh,
Can we
100%.
actually-
He's always in the good position, so you
Maybe I
have to
mentioned
be.
in the beginning.
But he loves making a play, always very confident in himself. He's had huge impact in this game. An ace on the pistol. We had some other impactful rifle rounds. Right now, as well, in the right place to help out that of Cowes.
Yeah.
There you go, Alex.
I'm glad we got our best investigators on the case. But yeah, I mean, talking fragging in-game leaders, I think our next game features another man in that
Exactly.
conversation. We got any Mongols fans in the building? No? Okay, just worth
No,
checking.
we've seen one at least.
Oh, we have seen one.
We have seen one.
We have seen one.
We've already got proof.
It's definitely a Pain fan. Look at that. Beautiful art. So what does this mean for the grand scheme?
Forced by wars continue. So
Okay.
save DK means that Torji's got the biggest gun. Still on the server right now. Everybody else limping in. Spinks into a Galil. Pistols for the rest. Util's going to be the problem. Torji get them another opener. Been successful every time he's gone looking. 6-0, yet to concede one. Exertion, on the other hand, 0-5.
Oof.
Flash is just a scare tactic. Nobody coming through the underpass. It'll slow the scaling of the default spread.
Springs left as well.
Window smoke in the air, lands to perfection.
I don't know which team I was watching, but they did a double boost in window to kill a guy in underground. It was pretty nice.
Mirage.
Like a counter to it. And they killed through the smoke as well, which was even more
Good
nice.
timing on the incendiary. Actually separates Brollan from Spinks. Torji making no secret of his occupation now of ladder. Biguzera blocks on cock, tries to provide some support over the top. Still good territory maintained by Biguzera, constantly keeping tabs on that potential window boost. Ladder room occupied. A CT smoke I see bouncing off.
Yeah, that should be for Palace, so Jimmy will be blocked.
Okay.
Like a focus fire connector.
And Snow still maintains ramp as well.
30 seconds, they're on the way.
They're in trouble. Maus gonna need someone to be the hero here. That AK has yet to draw blood. Torji equipped with it, and piece by piece, they're falling apart, shredded so far. There's Torji up on the stairs. Snow finds Jimmy on Palace from behind. Cowers will...
There you go.
It was like, Cowers will, and then like a little question mark, will,
from Payne, very
and then
well
exclamation
handled.
mark, will.
Lots of pressure on Davideus and Biguzera with the mid control, so just keeping the information, making sure you're talking about the gaps. Hopefully Exertion's talking about the next round and not the one that just was.
Yeah, the view model is not that 10 out of 10 if you ask me.
Getting enough of the loss bonus to buy into the following. But really well done, right? So you saw that
really
round off, NQZ just blocking Palace. It means that Snow, sure, he has to be worried about the leak that he catches there, but less of a risk. Torji looking to search. So to come out late, top middle, everybody else the pack roll of the Glocks through the underpass.
They want them to peek on again. Oh, okay, they left some of them. They still have a better view on the sides, basically. To not blocking it off, because sometimes it happens because a lot of pros still use 4-3 resolution, so... Oh, only 2.
2 and all the info. Bomb will be found. Jimmy will be on the way in. Davideus just needs to hold them at the door. He has support from NQZ. And the line drawn in the sand. Davideus, one and done. Jimmy will get the bomb down now. This is looking like a good eco for Maus.
That's a lot of...
Business handled.
A lot of money for you. Jimmy there, though. Can go Fanal potentially.
A silver lining.
Depends on how much loss bonus they get.
You can see a little bit of belief on the face of Payne.
I wonder if we see Cyclone take a
that's the only reason.
This would be a good opportunity. Knowing going into the guns next, it's only 3 rounds required for Payne to get across the line.
We call it Quake view model.
Talking 2,900 into the next, so a bomb plant feels like a minimum at the moment for Maus into this next round before things get too late. But it does feel like the opportunity and the best moment to be taking this. Obviously, under the microscope again is the T-signs from Brollan being the in-game leader. So if you can get the coach to come in and confer, everybody can get on the same page for this call.
Probably more accurate, though. Because Doom is older than Quake.
Don't see much talking going on at the moment, so... Looks like we're going to be going into a technical while we sort out the issue, get Cyclone on the mic to be able to confirm. Slowly filling up.
Once they decide to
Why wasn't everybody not at work?
That's really convenient because then you can use that side
on enjoying their Friday.
Yeah,
like 24/7.
Do they have to do
There's always a city side.
Yeah, everyone.
It doesn't
just
matter
got a
what
weird
series.
bout of.
It's still winter.
Yeah, a little bit of flu season. Do they really just love Jimmy here?
It's a good name to say.
It is a good name to say.
See, no one's worrying with his actual name. Everyone just calls him Jimmy.
I feel like you might have played a part in that.
You've just got to call him Jimmy. It's a
Yeah.
great name.
Isn't that his actual name?
Fair enough, yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're yelling Jimmy because they like Jimmy, or is it because of South Park?
I feel like they got the issues sorted.
Jimmy.
Let's see if Maus can as well. Important round.
Oh no, it was Timmy. Close enough.
If they want to finish this
Close
into
enough.
a clean conversion into the semi-finals.
Well, they're not brawling for middle. Window smoke, cat smoke. Late connector smoke in the air.
Good Molotov.
Now they're going to take control.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, Brolin progressing.
It's a B split.
Asking questions of the B defender, Cowes, and then QC removes Brolin. An opening kill for the Orpa as they're trying to push forward. They're trying to punish him. They spot a whisper of Cowes. Can he get away with one? He needs help. Davideus just about arrives on time. Cowes empty-handed. Just the one from Davideus they're in. Mouse have the sight.
Zertion is just,
Looks like Zertion's got the door locked.
Because Sierra maybe
Ballsy position from
clear.
Zertion as the
Have
bomb
to
goes
clear
down.
before NQZ can move.
Move out.
Because
it
coming to
does,
help,
right?
you'll find him.
And then the retakes conversation is on.
There it is.
Back of their head. Big Uzera puts Zertion dead.
Oh, Snow, you're not allowed to die here, though.
None other than crowd favorite Jimmy. Takes down Snow.
Jimmy!
Flash for the short progression as well. Do you continue to fight for
as
this?
well.
NQZ and Big Uzera, they're thinking about it. Big Uzera clears out close, but time is
saving.
against them. And Mao, successful into the B site, will make it a
So
10
Timmy
to 8
yelled
scoreline.
Jimmy too when he addressed his brother.
A little bit better there. Cowes needed one to make that possible. Big Zero looking to punish on the way out. Going to stay cheeky with it. Just misses the timing.
I had no idea
The
he had the
position of
brother.
the orb, this is something that's tougher to account for Mouse. NQZ
Ah,
is
yeah,
in the right
siblings.
place. He completely stops that short
Yeah, I
crawl.
had no idea.
It's the trade work.
And
from
follow
Mouse.
the
The
siblings.
side was the difference maker there. It's making it
don't
look
worry,
simple.
Yeah, you're right. It's a different round if Davideus arrives and Cowes and him both.
But
find a
Spinks to get this one. And then there was the trade.
Yeah.
If Cowes gets the first, then he goes down, then Davideus gets a kill. Maintain that number advantage, or at least extend it. Still enough money for the buy. This time quicker tempo on middle.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Head to head. The flash is perfect. Snow sets up Big
Let's still
Uzera
win
for
that duel
another
though. I thought he
opening.
was gonna
Anos
die
cleared
there.
out exertion. There was no follow through, no extra spam, no extra utility.
Oh, no timing here
He's ready
though.
to help out A.
Yeah, and they are committing. This is fast from Mouse. Jimmy already in the side.
Wait,
down.
he
Snow
wins
doing
then?
everything he can. And up and over, down to Spinks. There's another one.
Oh,
a flurry
no.
of frags.
Oh,
Cowes has
wait.
naded Davideus.
Wait.
Nade. Don't think it should hold them
Davideus
though.
just died to an
Big
8.
Uzera very low, a wall bang towards that box.
They
Could
still
put
have
him
an
down.
advantage.
Bomb on the side. Brolin.
Brolan.
2 of the
Okay,
3.
they had an
NQZ
advantage.
has to drop.
Aww.
He has to play scared.
For a moment, it
He
got
doesn't
scary.
shy away from
Brolan,
the engagement.
brother,
Takes the fight to Brolan, drops off the
Brolan.
box and saves them.
Imagine if that nade did cost them
One
after
play.
all.
God. If I'm
Against
Cowes, I'm
Ping,
biting through my
you should
fingernails
expect
watching that one go
some
down into a
shenanigans from Big
1v1.
Uzera. Like
But
from
11,
him
2
being
away from
aggressive
taking
on
us to
mid,
a
lying
third
for
map
corner
in
and stuff.
Nuke.
Yeah, wild from NQZ as well,
Yeah,
right?
no,
He
okay.
opts for aggression in that scenario. He doesn't back down. He goes, I know where he is, I'm going to take this fight. That could go wrong in so many different ways, but didn't want to allow Brolin to play out the round. And
That's a
12
nice
looking
try though.
Very likely for Pain. Just the partial for Mouse, straight into an A execute.
Nines.
Important incendiary to isolate the attackers. They may push through this. In fact, Jimmy has. Jimmy is in the sights.
Oh no.
No,
Oh no! Ding! Ding!
99
Ding!
damage.
Wait, he kills him anyway?
Back foot,
He does, he
retreating
does.
And gets away.
He's still alive.
Still, now bombs
Still
down.
alive,
This is
baby.
not a comfortable retake if you lose Cowes.
Oh, they have a smoke.
You need the healthy rifles to do damage here, and a
Opening
break of
the
the
smoke.
smoke is important. Spinks will finish off the AWP.
No!
Oh, no! Mouse stealing away around with just Tech 9s flooding into the A site. Davideus and Big Uzera gotta get out of there. Massive round for Mouse. The
still had the
conversation
Tech 9.
reopened.
Attacks. Mark.
With 2-0.
Okay.
And they're now back in a very
Tech
strong
9 is
position.
not a
Big Xerxes
broken
can take
weapon.
away another one of these
No,
rifles.
No, Roberts.
We're
No.
talking 1,400 lost minutes into the neck. So Davideus down. Now it's just Big
Did they hunt
Uzera.
him?
Bomb goes off. 7 seconds on the clock. Are they even going to give this one a look?
Job done.
Yeah,
Round 1.
Looks like you'll get to hold on to it.
Pain is pretty decent
Probably
on
see
the
the
new.
force by now anyway, which could be a glass cannon
Not
AWP
bad, but
for the
pretty
likes of
decent,
NQZ,
pretty
which
decent.
he invested into immediately. You have one saved M4, everybody else can get into some 5.7s and head armor, or if you want to go for Kevlar with a little bit of util to work with that, options on the table too.
Yeah, Jimmy got
But
right
Jimmy was
here.
the difference maker
Gets
this
the
time
first
round.
kill.
The first was great. The dink was good. Wow. Okay, Spinks. And then on the clear is able to course correct into the double.
Yeah, it looks effortless.
Well, Payne won the second round of the map with less. Sorry, second round of the half.
We do cheer for Mouse, or I do at least, but
Trying to maintain info is big.
Would be fun to go to Nuke. It's my favorite map, so
he'll try and maintain as long as he can. Throws out a smoke deep towards the connector side. Oh, it's deeper than he may have liked.
Mouse win this, they can tie things up 11-11 before Pain can get guns out again.
Yeah, a golden opportunity thanks to Jimmy, and then it's Fast Tech 9 in the previous.
Mouse have struggled against rounds like these.
Yeah, certainly have already conceded one in the first map of play. NQZ does have a glass cannon AWP, and they're not expecting that. Oh, important from Jimmy. The trade.
He's dead in shadow now, though.
Now a Molotov to
Bye-bye.
He's going to wish he could extinguish. It just goes down to Spinks leaping out from the balcony. Big Uzera, next victim. That nade looks good.
Bye-bye. Oh,
just
survived.
a tiny bit too short.
If he took the gamble and went up there, he would actually kill Brolan for free. Oh yeah, they wants to get the op.
Oh, orb retrieved. Getting away with the orb would be a very valuable asset to next round.
But look at Exertion's position already. Has just made sound, which may have been picked up by the market players, but he's in a very strong position to at least corral them.
Oof. Yeah,
The team is picking the double lurk now.
away, isn't he?
I think they do it to some degree, right?
Oh, maybe not anymore. They're on high alert. An AWP and M4, valuable assets, now one away. Cowards trying to hold on to the AWP. Zertian down.
Biggest Zero died.
Bloodlusting to remove the AWP, but regardless, an AWP saved.
Okay, well that's all it's going to be. It's just going to be this AWP.
Save, but still, Biggest Zero died as well. Not
still
good
has
there.
A residual pistol. Yes, he does have a 5.7. So all in all, there's not really a lot to boast going into the next round, but still something. So it won't be as easy as Mouse were hoping for. But do they just go into a full execute? We've seen them try that before. Probably the safest, right? Okay, we know we're up agast the AWP. There's only so many picks available. Let's not give him one of those for free. Make sure we use our utility, smokes, flashes. And also, wait for it to plume before you start running out in the open there. But Exertion just at the right time. And hoovers up an awful lot of space very, very quickly.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
It's a
She's like,
costly mistake.
The hit going in this direction, Alex.
Oh, a chance. Squandered.
Wait,
Second one on the repeat.
That's ugly.
Oh, that is ugly.
And Brawler check this, yeah.
Like Cinderella stepsister ugly.
Part of that is being in the right place, and he was. And then you've got to hit the shots. They could have just completely gone to the other side. You could have been well out of position. So Mouse gave you an opportunity there, NQZ.
The boys. The boys.
To take those.
The boys.
It's gonna be 11-11.
40 seconds on the clock, and just Cowards having a look for something.
This map is slipping away
Mouse
from
have
them.
tied things up 11-11.
Mouse is turning it around.
Okay, if he could somehow get his hands on that AWP, yeah, I don't think that's happening. Neither do Insertion. Ensuring that AWP is maintained.
Oh, it worked out. Look at that juggling.
Yo, the Mouse Circus is in town.
Brolin through the
Only problem is like they don't have really good economy though for paying.
Just want to draw everyone's attention to Big Uzera
That's
leading
some
in
utilities
and
to know
opening
everybody.
jewels for Pain. He's doing
Mouse
everything
can
within his
just,
power to secure a third map for his boys in this quarterfinal stage. However, Mouse now forging quite a convincing path into finishing this here. Head-to-head of the AWPers as well on screen. NQZ, it's not like he hasn't been present and correct. He's been delivering in the opening department. But regardless, that round there did slip by
In his good days.
to a couple of AWP shots missed. 3,900 left for him. I think he's got that gift waiting for him. An M4 and a smoke to defend his honor in round 23.
This feels tough. They don't have everything they need for the defense. They're missing mollies. It means it's going to be harder for them to block right now. If Mouse play out this round at a standard default, they should have all the utility advantage. So they're feigning the same mid presence.
And Brolin on that warpath goes looking. Oh, he's committed to that spray. Does a great deal of damage. Snow lucky to get away. Brolin, high alert!
Brolin though.
Big Uzera down, now awkward.
100 HP still. And Sergio can just walk up Colin here for free.
First to fall. NQZ towards the connector, trying to maintain that space. There's a lot of pressure coming Snow's way. And the boost up over does relieve a lot of pressure.
Okay. And Snow gets one. The low player.
A lovely flurry of frags across the map with Jimmy now out sandwiched. Trade not available. Snow so low thanks to Brolin.
There it is.
Will spread.
2v2.
Awkward, very uncomfortable.
Now.
Clawing their way back in. It's Davideus and Cowed. Smoke to guys the plant. Spammable. Very spammable. Does he jump up? Yes, he could. No, he doesn't. Okay, Cowed.
Wait, how did he misunderstand?
Retake on. Don't see the kit. 10-second defuse is brutal. In a 2 versus 2.
They should know he's there.
It's planted well for. Actually, it's planted behind default.
Ah, he's gonna jump up.
If they can kill him. If they
What?
can kill him.
You have a nade.
Jimmy once again will strike. And Torji missed shot on his orb this time, and Jimmy in the 1v1. Can he do it, Coward?
Oh, no bullet!
No bullets, you can see him.
Finish in regulation after all.
Damn, I thought Payne actually would take the one.
It's 4 in a row.
But they recover it.
One round. Not understanding how many bullets he had left. Swings back out with the M4. Can't hit the shot. Goes to the pistol. Absolutely no chance in hell.
It's cool to see T-side impact from Jimmy. Not saying it's infrequent, but very impressive.
I don't remember if Payne have any.
It's nice to see closing out rounds, opening them up with the Tech 9 as well.
Well, cobbling this one together. Mouse are the ones actually taking the tactical time out to have the conversation to getting this done. They don't want to allow this one to go into overtime. They do not want to give a chance for Payne.
I think it's good enough as it is.
Come out onto this
economy,
stage.
man.
Big Uzera, a franchise player, has been in that Payne jersey for 6 years. For these young upstarts in a position to push themselves deep, but they can take it to OT on their map choice. And the belief has to be there that they can win a round like this. They already have.
I don't know why he didn't use this HE there, though.
We're talking 2 Famouses, 3 MP9s, the utils there. There's no defuse kit. To hope for a chaotic finish. Big Uzera staying brave. Taking the duel out range, exchange of smokes. Exertion, taking the control towards middle quite quickly.
The amount of pressure on this round for Payne cannot be understated. Oh, it's all riding on this. A very risky maneuver. Exertion quicker on the trigger.
Let's get away with it, though.
There
you go. Decent trade, but still. Problem, MP9.
Exertion with his spam on the MP9. A quick reposition. They left gaps. They gambled, and they're arriving just in time.
Well, they can't cross the side if Toji stays posted.
He's drawn this line in the sand. Does Cowards overlook this possibility? It's not the weapon for the job.
Run over. So hard to retake B. He's holding cat here as well.
They have some utility.
Catches a leg shot onto the cross of NQZ.
Nah. There it is. GG. Mouse scores to semis. Okay.
13-11, 13-11.
Alright. Securing the
Mouse winner.
Team to do so. They will see Saturday.
Nice gritty win there for Mouse. Important stuff in the early stages of this new roster.
You're like, oh, you know,
with Brolin at the helm.
No problems.
Spinks
but
addition.
It went to like
the contributions
really
for
close.
all of them were felt today. Payne pushed them on 2
no
rounds
nuke, though.
back to back. But Payne's run will end here. In the Swiss stage, able to take down the likes of Australia.
And it's so annoying for both, I guess, for Payne that they're feeling like they had a chance, you know, especially on Mirage, though. But they won the most important rounds.
That was a nice highlight from Big Uzera.
Being able to contribute early, this will build confidence. Still early on within the season. This is
I think he would have traded to get at least the map win. So
yeah, good signs of life for Payne. You can see frustrations definitely visible, knowing they could have perhaps forced nuke if it wasn't for some shortcomings. Snow, I have to say, one of my biggest takeaways was that he didn't seem flustered by the stage environment. That Inferno, that 2v4, inspiring.
Yeah, has been up and down for them throughout the season so far, but we've got Exertion on the stage with Banks for the winner interview.
Mal's come through with a 2-0 to start off their playoff run. But it certainly wasn't easy. You were tested in that one quite a lot. How did it feel getting under this stage again? And obviously with Brolin leading you through this all.
It felt good. It felt really nice to have Lotan with us. I think he has a lot of experience. Yeah, overall I'm happy we won, but I think that we could have played a bit better in some situations, of course.
you were certainly pressured on Mirage as well. What was the turning point for you on that? Because it looked like they kind of had your number.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we threw the pistol. We had like 5v3, and Big Ozera did an incredible round from Con. He killed 5, so yeah, I think a combination of us maybe whiffing a bit, not playing the situation the best, and also them doing a good job, of course. So yeah, I mean, for me, there was not really a turning point. We just started to play good CS, basically.
And in terms of playing good CS, you are looking like you're kind of rejuvenated at the moment in this, with some better positions for you, some better way to play. How is it feeling for you right now in this version of MOUZ?
Well, it's definitely early on to say that maybe I'm rejuvenated or I'm playing really well or something, because I think it's only the beginning. But overall, I'm really happy to have more roles that acquire more responsibility. I think that I'm pretty good at communicating. So basically, we decided that they will use my strength with that. So yeah, I'm just happy that I have the trust, and I just have to keep improving on my roles every day.
And I'm for sure know that you're going to be able to do that. You already mentioned about Spinks bringing that experience for you guys. How much is that helping? What is he adding to the game plan when it comes to this?
I think he's just a really fun guy, and he's super smart. He gives us a lot of knowledge, maybe a bit of communication that we lacked. So yeah, I'm just super grateful to have him by my side. He's definitely a superstar in all the ways. So yeah, I'm just happy, and hopefully I can help him reach his peak, maybe.
But I know a lot of people look for Astralis downfall. So
the trophy's there behind us. It's semi-finals for you guys coming into tomorrow as well. Is this a MOUZ that should be aiming at that trophy already, despite the new changes?
Well, before the tournament, we definitely discussed that we shouldn't keep our expectations too high. We are a new roster, we have a new leader, even though I think Lud has been doing a good job. But overall, we are testing the water, but every game it feels more and more confident. I think that we are learning a lot. And even today, despite I think we threw a lot of rounds, we still won 2-0, so it was a good result. But yeah, I mean, obviously we want the trophy, but yeah, let's just see what happens.
Let's see what happens across the rest of this. Anything you want to say to all the fans out here in the arena that come out nice and early to see your game?
Guys, I was not really sure what to expect, but I think that you guys did a really good job, so thank you.
That's a good.
That being said, MOUZ are our first team through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
No, Tolika Marcus has already bought the newest jersey of Astralis, is sitting there at work, ready and pumped to see the game, and then start crying.
Situations by not playing optimal Counter-Strike. So, what's your grading, Jacob?
I can imagine like his
I think MOUZ
did a good
job,
and I
think they'll get a B+ in my book. You know, I think it's decent. It's a good win. Obviously, winning 2-0 in a quarterfinal, first time Brolan is in-game leading. That's not bad, but as he said as well, there were certain moments, certain rounds they could have done better. And as you said in the segment prior coming into this, one thing is making those mistakes against a team like Pain. That will be punished occasionally. You do that against Mongols, you do that against FaZe, you do that against EF, you will be absolutely destroyed. So I think it's one of those feelings where MOUZ, they're happy to get the win, they're happy to get the 2-0, but they're well aware that they need to step it up a notch if they want to book a spot in the final.
Especially the fact that I think Exertion pointed out himself, you know, like losing that pistol round was obviously going to be a problematic for them. And then the T side, we have to talk about round number 3, right? They lose the first pistol, they win the fourth spy, and then it was a 1v1, and you just go for an assumption that it's going to be a full save. You just go for the B hit early on, and that's what allowed Pain to, you know, almost get to 12 rounds right there. So bit of teething issues, I feel like, for Brolan, but obviously to get the job done. What is impressive for me are the individuals again. Like Jimmy had massive moments coming out from Exertion, again continuing to deliver, and Torji as well, the Lanimal, just able to kind of deliver it. And again, I'll say this: if the individuals from MOUZ didn't really just lock into the rounds,
this one also getting away with that one.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I've got to give full credit to Pain here. I think, you know, we were a little bit a bit of trepidation about them choosing Mirage and going into MOUZ when we know how good they can be. They absolutely started strong, and we're really talking about just 1 or 2 moments. There was a couple of insane clutches like this from Jimmy on your screen right now, where he was able to reposition, pick 2 kills. This one really should have been Pain, but that's why Jimmy was one of the most highly sought players in the roster mania. That's kind of thing he could do, but yeah, I thought Pain were really close to
Scatter.
all the way.
And we have to give the flowers to Big Ozera, right? Like, you know, calling honestly a very, very good game here on Mirage, and individually as well. He top fragged in the server, highest ADR as well, highest rated player in what was eventually losing effort, but he was going in, man.
Gotta ask the player, right?
Like 9 or 6 opening deals, and numbers speaks for himself. And that was a captain's performance coming out from him, and unfortunately, it's a matter of inches, Richard. And unfortunately, MOUZ.
I'm told that quite a lot, actually.
Well, there we go.
Well, so am I. I think it's fair to say that. I think it's fair to say that the better team lost, you know, in the sense sense that Pain have the better team play, they have the better synergy. Obviously, they've been together for quite some time. Got a lot of experience happening in Copenhagen, Katowice as well, where Mouse have the better players, Mouse have the higher potential. So in terms of the notion of Counter-Strike, yes, the better players won today. The better.
Chat, guess what game Adam Freiberg is playing right now?
Having a great game, with Exertion having a great game.
Waiting to the next game.
2 clutch with the Tech 9, but in terms of who had the better team play, who had the better understanding of how you enable each other and lift each other up, Pain were the better team. You know, they just don't have the individuals right now to cope with a team like Mouse, and Mouse will only get better. So I think the result in itself is fair, but I want to give credit to Pain for actually being the better looking team, so to speak.
I mean, as a prelude to this game, Pim pointed out one
Chris, do you want to give any kind of comments on the heck with the streamer?
Part-time.
Something that Big Azera was able to exploit. Obviously, we can take a look at the highlights from Jimmy.
I used to stream a lot.
On the B bomb side, but heading over to the A bomb side, you can see how Mouse is so focused towards fighting mid, which is what Pain was going for.
From
but Pain had the answer so many times. That
from 2015 until 2022, I streamed on a weekly basis.
So some
on a
great
daily
holes
basis,
being found by
at
Pain
least
on the
5
A bomb
times
side.
a
But
week.
yeah, you know, but some of these last few rounds, if they're able to close it out,
now,
it could have been theirs. But Jimmy, man,
the last
when
3 years,
everything's down, when things not working out, you can always rely on Mr. Jimmy, who
but
seems to be also, by the way, a
parties.
crowd favorite.
So
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves him. I think one
And,
of the
about
reasons
the
why
good
the
job
crowd
in
like him so much is, you know, he turned down the big money move, right?
Did you do the
How
stretch?
often do you see that in Counter-Strike, or indeed across
I don't
all
know
of
if
each
you knew
sport
Shuey
these
was
days?
was going to be leaving the team when
Hey,
he
listen,
resigned.
we don't need to pick into that on playoff day. But I'll say I think obviously fans have a lot of love for him because he stayed with the project through which he came through. You know, back in the academy days and
3
everything.
years apart,
and he is a bona fide world star now, and he's doing it on a team that, you know, he's got a lot of opportunity to kind of grow old with, which is a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. He gets to kind of set the tone within Mouse, and as you said, you know, he decided to stick. He could have gone to Vitality, he could have gone to G2, could have gone to FaZe. There was a lot of rumors circulating around Jimmy.
Falcons as well.
Falcons as well, for that matter, as well, if he wanted the big move in that regard, or the big cash. But at the end of the day, he decided to stay, and I think he is building a bit of a legacy within Mouse now as well, and obviously getting into a semi-final is a big step in the right direction, but it's also one of those players that I want to see him take more responsibility. He is playing the anchor roles, he is playing some of the less sexy roles almost in Counter-Strike, but he does it to a high level, and I think Jimmy has more in store for us. I think he could transition into becoming a player that, I wouldn't say revolutionized the way you play anchor roles, but he's already doing it a little bit, and with time and with the talent he has, why not do it a bit more?
And also, we've got to give Flowers Exertion, right? He's someone where we've been critical of him, kind of disappearing when it comes to the stage games and whatnot, but this group stage, he's been just phenomenal. Just as an entry, again, a hard role to play, finding crazy impact. We saw it on Inferno as well, and sure, there is a caveat. It's against Pain playing the first arena game, but still you can't take it away that he has been finding impact on every single map.
We just need to ride Freiberg and you have to see the
name. I
name.
didn't learn anything about Exertion today, because what he's done today is something he's done before against this caliber of team. What he hasn't done is doing it against the best teams consistently on a stage, and he gets that chance in a semi-final. So while I agree with you, we gotta give him credit when he's playing well, and he is a player that can really thrive against teams like Pain and then the second-tier opposition, so to speak. But I want to learn something new about Exertion.
Well, I think we did actually. I think we did. Reading between the lines, he said, I have more communication within the team now. This is like very Vogue. This is Vogue thing that's going where IGLs are giving like...
Yeah, but you can only... I've changed his nickname to Moat.
in a mid-round or whatever, but actually, hey, call a CT side.
Don't you have 7 TV installed?
He was alluding to that he's got more input into the team.
Oh, no, I was
I've had
talking
the
about because
opportunity
I opened
a couple
his
of times to
streamer
stand
on the
next to
phone.
Mouse or stand behind them when they're playing.
Be careful doing that these days.
Gotta be careful, you know, we learn
Since
our
he was
lessons.
streaming
But that being
the
said,
first
he's always
game
been a
of
big voice for the Mouse, even
but
when
now I
Shuhei was in there.
jumped
He's
to a
obviously the entry
different
fragger,
game.
he's the one dictating the pace often
didn't change
on the
that
T
he's
side. He
not
can even out of spawn
doing
call that I want to go for this
Counter-Strike,
peak, I
so
want to go for
it's
this
a
play,
bit
etc., etc. So
It's
he's
just
dictating the pace
doing
already,
a
and I
new
think,
one.
as you said, with
So
Broden
people
coming in
know
as
that
a
they
leader,
will still
he
watch
needs
the
a
games.
right-hand
So it
man,
makes
and that
sense.
right-hand man is Exertion. So more responsibility on him, but again, as I said, I want to see it against the best teams and not necessarily against tier 2 opposition.
And also what's so impressive for Exertion is how, you know, being an entry, he actually doesn't ask too many resources of himself, right? He's not a very one-dimensional sort of guy. You can see him single-handedly by himself, just making the opposition believe that 2 or 3 players waiting outside the bomb site. He's just so good at the, you know,
Right, we
delivering
don't yet have that
information and
technology.
whatnot. But one thing I want to touch upon what Exertion said, you know, Lotan talking about Spinks right there coming in. For Broland being such a young IGL trying to figure out how this thing works, having someone of that experience, someone who's won some massive events out there coming in and just chipping in a little bit here and there, I'm sure is definitely, I think it's one of those intangibles intangibles that Spinks is bringing to the team, which is crazy because he has a lot of tangible influence as well in the server.
Well, so look, we've got just a little bit left before we go to break, so we'll be fluent in Japanese. Have you seen enough of Mouse to think they
Chris,
can win this tournament? Because
fluent
Jacob, you did say if you felt they played an Eternal Fire or someone or a Phase,
I can add
they would
another
probably
language
get
that I'm
battered. Do
fluent
you
in.
still stand by that after that match?
Yeah, I didn't learn anything new from Mouse. I think the level we saw here today was arguably the level we saw in the group stage as well. I think they had the toughest route getting into the playoff as well. Some of the teams
Chris,
that
is
were
it time for you
facing
to also do some
faced
stretches?
Falcons VP as well in that decider game was, you know, teams that could have been here as well. I didn't see a much better playing Mouse. So yeah, they would have to step it up a notch, but I also think they can. You know, I think we haven't seen the best of Mouse yet, but essentially with the level we saw today, I don't think they'll win the tournament.
But I'm already doing
They
that,
just
so
have
don't
the
worry.
caliber of players where
but
they can make
change it.
any game really competitive. Is it going to be FaZe or Mongols Eternal
Why?
Fire? I think Mouse are definitely going to give a very good fight, but I agree with you. The same criticisms we had in some of the losses we saw in the group stage, we got to see that here today as well on that map number 2 in particular.
Why not
even in Inferno, actually, a couple of rounds here and there, which they will be punished against a better team. So I still see them potentially making it deep run, could even make it to the finals, depending on the form of the team they face off in the semis. But winning it, I just feel like they lack that right now.
Well, also, just last point, the map veto question as well. I don't really know what their map pool is or what their strongest
I think they're figuring it out. I think they're figuring it out as they go. We're seeing it evolve, right? I thought they'd actually go for maybe Dust 2 being picked up to like, no, we're going to try Inferno. I think a couple of question marks on the nuke as well. So it's kind of the scenarios, Rich, where they're just trying to figure it out as it goes, and I can't really blame them for it.
The thing is, if you want to theorycraft that, it is likely they'll face the Mongols, in a potential semi-final, and I think they share the same map pool. The Mongols have been very willing to play Inferno. They've been very willing to play some of the same maps as
Mirage
Mouse.
is probably the best map as well.
Well, there we go. So I think Mouse are going to get into a bit of an issue in that regard. So I think you're right in saying that there's no potential punish pick for Mouse. There's no way they can divert to and go into maybe their own second or third best map in order to make sure their opponents are playing on something uncomfortable. And that's always going to be a growing pain when you have a new in-game leader and a new player being slotted in.
All right, guys, great talking. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have Mongols versus Astralis. This one is going to be explosive. We'll see you soon.
I mean, the Mongol stage grand final
she can't love me.
But I love you.
Grand final. I'm looking forward. Chris only stretches his hand when he's reaching for items. Ah,
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x back.
Going online. These sweatpants are
Bum bum ba bum bum. Because feeling good is a good thing? Wait, really?
Yeah.
I thought you were supposed to be feeling pain.
I mean, if you're into it. Chris? Is this where I find out that you're actually a masochist? It all makes sense now! Okay. Isn't yoga basically stretching? Literally, yeah. Stretching and relaxing your muscles. Hey, did you get the one that remix reference in that ad? Someone told me that it's based on some kind of series, but I don't know the series.
This is scary. Body here. It's a triple setup for Enix at body. Might have been good for the first one, but electronic. Oh my god!
We're forced in pain. And you know what happens when you get forced in pain? You get eliminated by a mouse.
Three from the Desert Eagle.
Never mind the one
So
ring.
is pain the way?
League, but nothing has come so far for the Falcons.
Pain.
Throw that up there, grab this. Now get ready to swing mid. They are right next to each other. Oh my god! No. Tess says they line up.
Senzu's trapped. And he still gets one. Stuff swings in. Nice block smoke from
Wait,
his
what was
teammates
that
to
song?
survive.
Okay, for a moment I was like, there's something big I want to see. Am I getting the part-time? Am I getting part-time streamer?
Yeah, under his crosshair,
no.
peeking in. Senzu.
That's an ace with the orb. Senzu. Good find, good pick. Goes for a second dive. Double trouble.
Now they just gotta go.
Perez, he's got the coverage. He's gonna hear the stampede coming down from camera.
Mondays
Nice
are the best.
headshot on a leash, looking a little sharper than he did on Dust 2. Double kill in sight is the exact
In the meantime, I'm like,
recipe
oh my
for
god,
success,
Friday
said Perez.
evenings are the best.
That's just because you're waiting for Saturday.
1v3.
Friday evening is the best because you feel like you earned yourself now the upcoming few days.
Suave in the clutch. It's a 1v1 now for Vexite on the tech.
You know that there's no responsibility tomorrow, like on a Saturday, and then like also on a Sunday. You can sleep in, you can relax.
Yet again, oh, never mind.
In the world.
Dirty snap up from NQZ. Bombs
You're sure about that?
Another.
You think Pain is your ally? You merely adopted Pain. I was born in the mobile. I didn't see happening something that was already a man. By then it was nothing but blinding.
They haven't maintained shot
True.
control. Oh, hyped.
Where is that quote
Shot
from?
coming there.
I think
Hit
it's
the
Dark
shot.
Knight.
Woxic just hits it more precisely and
I think it's Dark Knight, right?
The Batman Dark Knight? Very in pain.
Good nades exchanged in a banana, but there's one straight back from the captain. Stanislaw hangs around to fight for this.
That's for a bot's life.
Dancing around that pillar.
Pending the discussion.
Yeah, which they're going to talk about. They'll make the decision for
Where's
us.
Marcus?
Oh, he's going to unload. He's the man.
You need to hear the pain.
Around. Tesses 4 kills, wins the round.
I popped his head at the bomb.
Run boost.
Gets him up. Nico being set up for glory.
Wait, 14 minutes? It's a rolling schedule, actually.
M4A4, it's Nico.
Ah, it is. 11:50 starts. Okay.
Gonna ace out. He could. It could.
Starts 10 minutes before them.
Nico
Okay.
has to secure playoffs in the
Huh.
Falcons jersey.
Interesting.
But timer, I guess, is until the death.
Right behind them here.
14 minutes, I think, and then the game starts at 11:50, so 10 minutes before it was supposed to. Okay.
Kazi on for the ace. He gets it. All 5.
It's nice.
Yeah, we'll probably get a lot of flame for that, but, because there's some people are, you know, not watching all the games.
For him, that's
Almost the double. The nade.
So it makes sense in that way.
Oh, Boozy, that's sensational.
But it's a fake. It's a fake save.
They're not buying it. They're not buying it at all. Very late going for this one. Here they come. Crossfire there. Good headshot hit. Stan's going to be cleared. Oh, it could be awkward. Techno, no time. It's all Boozy for the clutch, and he's done it just by existing. Mongols, a cheeky attempt and a knife kill.
Fame, known to be jungle, back exposed to a slow retake. Flick comes in, instant headshots, and it spinks down beneath him. Not working with a lot of time. Flint, it is fantastic.
Wow.
It's not the result that Pain would have wanted for their first playoff game, but they certainly put up one big fight up against Mouse. And I just want to start with this. How was the feeling on stage for you guys as a team? I know you individually seem to be loving it, but could you notice any difference in the team, like the way things were communicated, the way things went in the rounds compared to normal?
No, actually, I think, yeah, I think everyone was calm. Sometimes got nervous sometimes, but I think it's normal, this kind of atmosphere, you know? And so, but I feel everyone was very, very calm.
In terms of that, though, you were so close on both maps. What do you think it came down to, why you weren't able to take a map or take it over the line here? Because you were certainly putting a lot of pressure onto Mouse.
Yeah, I think on Mirage...
You heard again?
Close rounds, 2v1. The guy was, I think, low HP on the balcony. This kind of situation that we cannot make this kind of mistakes. So we cannot lose this kind of rounds because it's not about
it's not
the
us,
round,
Rick. We also get spooked by it.
you know, it's
so good.
the mental thing that comes together and this kind of thing. So we cannot lose. So I think it was this kind of little
We
mistakes.
cannot
No, you end here
lose.
making to the playoffs for your
It was
first
13-11
time.
both
What
maps.
do you feel now you've done it? How much do you want more of this to come for Payne throughout the rest of the year?
I think the pressure right now gonna be less. So I think we have a good squad.
Yeah,
and,
it's in the official broadcast.
Everyone trusts on me, and I trust
Must be, at
everyone
least.
as well. So I think if we keep
Hey, how
this
big
kind
are
of
the organizations
mentality,
behind such
we
events?
keep grinding,
a
playing
lot.
more and more.
It's a
and
lot of
not
people.
thinking that we are in the good place. We are not yet there. We want to go forward, and we really want more, you know? So I think just keep doing what we are doing.
I like that a lot. Anything you want to say to all the Portuguese fans out there?
Of course. Can I say Portuguese? Yeah. Brasil, muito obrigado por todo o apoio, muitas mensagens de carinho. Sei que dessa vez a gente não conseguiu passar, mas podem ter certeza que, cara, eu vou tentar de tudo até eu parar de jogar, eu vou conseguir trazer um título que seja relevante de verdade.
I wrote the wrong team, W.
Tamo junto.
Obrigado.
Portuguese fans
Obrigado.
out there. I definitely think this is the best Brazilian team we have right now. So let's hope we see them a future.
Obrigada, meu amigo. It's a Portuguese stream now. Oh no, we're not allowed to have a Portuguese stream. We're back to the English stream. Ai, só te pego. Só te pego.
Far as he can go. Ooh. That off though. Because we are also bringing things up today.
Say hi.
Now they're diving into our
I can kind of read, but can't really understand. Oh, okay. You're gonna get paparazzi. Oh yeah, true. I need to be careful. Usually it's like Chris that gets us into trouble for karaoke.
I'm never getting into the issue.
Never?
No.
Ever, ever, ever?
I'm too smart.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Are you still wearing the glasses? Of course. Stickers just on the whole.
The stickers is about the big and big stickers just on the whole skin up.
Classic.
Big dick.
Classic.
Made them. Interesting.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? To see new teams and CS from new parts of the world.
It starts at 50, so we started soon.
Oh,
can start now, but 30 minutes if you want.
Because right now we have a lot of international teams. We used to have only national teams. Then started having international, and now most of the top teams are international. Most.
There you go.
Not all of them, but most.
Is it flying pretty good then? Eyeballers! Eyeballers! Let's go!
Yeah. So.
Call me sus?
Oh, it's always called sus.
No, the Chinese thing.
Oh. Okay, so we're not gonna have
Carson.
Pain, and we're not gonna have an Ubis.
That is something more.
So those two maps are not gonna happen. Oh, Astralis is definitely gonna go for Inferno.
What happened with that Carson guy? Like, he got cancelled, right?
Don't think that. Maybe he will. Actually. And yeah, because like right now I'm looking at the maps that we might see from the Mongols and Australis. There's no way the Mongols are not going very much because they have 67% in 9 maps, and Australis have 27 in the map. So I'm pretty sure we are getting it wrong from the Mongols. Now Australis, I want to say nuke. The Mongols don't play much of Dust 2, but the Mongols have 25 in 4 maps nukes. Australis seem to like it with 13 maps. So there are new. That would be the spider. Maybe they both don't mind it. Echo, I mean new parts of the world, but I mean different parts. They existed before I was here. I mean, they have been. I mean, the Mongols actually had a team a long, long time ago that had like pretty good runs when they had like a machine gun. And then got picked up by Splice and played in the Nate. I heard like such funny stories about him playing in the Nate.
Great Lango. Right, Lango.
I would say this music reminds me of the time when Skrillex was super big. 2013? I was like 13, I think. Yeah, like that was big.
Bangarang. Bangarang.
Good.
Uh-huh.
Are you gonna be cheering for the Mongols, or are you gonna be rooting against Astralis?
What? Is it a both?
Why not both?
I mean, I want the Stars to do well, so I don't know.
Okay. So you are not in the group of people who are on the Astralis, in the Astralis hate clan? There are a few people. There are a few people there. In some it's not like me trying to insult you or anything, right? But in some kind of way, just remind me of my grandma. Who was like, "What is this music? You call this music?" Like, back in the days. Back in the days. I don't know what the real music is anymore.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. We're about to get into the
How
second
bad is your phone
quarterfinal
addiction?
of the day
Are your hands
between
glued to the
Mongols and
phone? Be
Astralis.
honest.
And you know what time that
I
means
say
on the desk.
Too much.
Time
In
to
general,
hate
not
max,
really.
guys. We
Not
get
so
through
bad.
it one
Right
more
Too
now,
day.
I'm
much.
just looking at
She
the
watches
phone.
Brain
Obviously,
Rot all the
Astralis,
time.
the biggest name in
I
Danish
watch
Counter-Strike.
Brain
One
Rot
of
all
the
the
biggest names in
time?
world
Yes.
Counter-Strike. But not all
Bro,
Danes
I
love them,
watch
do
She's
they?
so
literally
many
that person
edgy
when you
Asians.
know that's like when she's not doing anything and she's so bored, she brings up TikTok. When she gets tired of TikTok, she goes to YouTube Shorts. When she gets tired of YouTube Shorts, she goes to Instagram.
Sad about that whole state, to be completely honest. It's
And
not
then she goes a loop around again, you know.
I think we're close to it. Which,
And they're like, hey
tells
Chris,
quite
I
the story
found
as
this
well.
good
First one is obviously them being in the quarterfinal
educational
is a
video
step in the
here.
right
And I'm
direction,
like,
some may
what is
argue,
it about? And then
not
it's about
necessarily
like
the best way of getting
how
it.
the societies get affected by brain rot.
PG
You're
rating.
like,
But that's
isn't that what you're doing
That's
already?
the worst part about like
No.
it's a top 10 team, top 13, top 17, top 18. It's a team that has
Yeah.
qualified
No,
for a
Chris.
major 4 times in a row, and they work with one
One
of the
more
biggest
scope
players
I
rather
this
do.
than
game has to offer. Now,
I'm
I
thinking
don't wanna
about
hate on
gifting
Astralis. I would
her,
love
you know,
to
the
see them
automatic
succeed. Fact of the
finger
matter is
that
right now,
does,
they're
you
making
know,
it
to
very
watch the
tough to make a
videos.
case to love them.
So she doesn't have to
Yeah,
move
I
her
mean,
finger.
I can add to
There's
that,
a
right?
thing
It just
like
been
that.
struggle city
You
for
Yes.
them.
know
And
how
you look at the pieces
can,
they have. You
you
look at the
kinda
elements
got
they have going
caught
for them. You have the
online.
heroic core, which had an incredible
mean?
run initially.
I never
Caden
opened
coming in
TikTok.
as rifle. You have Device, who is still in imperious form,
Sure.
by the way. He's still playing
never
phenomenal. You have
opened
Stair, one of the better finds recently for the Danish Counter-Strike. But sometimes, Rich, you might have the right ingredients.
You know what they say
I
about
don't think I'm the
liars?
right person
They
for it.
get
Well, here's
stitches.
You need Gordon Ramsay.
It does feel like they're
It's
cursed in a
already
sense,
open
right? You look at the
24/7.
lineup right now, and it's not a bad lineup. As you said, the player material is
It
is
makes
all right.
sense. Yeah.
Screen
It
time
kind of makes
pass
sense,
would
but
help
then
me
again,
get it
you're
off my
Astralis and you think to
more.
yourself,
Wait, is that a
whoever's
thing?
making those decisions,
I don't
Shoes is
have a
playing
problem with
NIP,
my
and Shoes is
phone.
arguably
But
one of the
there's
best
also
in the
a
world.
second
His
thing,
role
chat.
has been for
She
quite
also
some
has
time.
2
Why
phones,
has
by
he
the way.
ever been in
I do
Astralis?
have
He even
two
said
phones.
no to them at one point, right?
Yeah,
You look
And
at
one
Tassi,
is an
arguably,
Android.
you know, one of the best Danish players as of right now.
That's
Why
a
is he
good
the one
phone.
left out? Why is he not?
Yeah, I agree. It's very sus that she has 2. I'm just saying.
And they're trying to bring in the best talent them, I guess, to offer. Stown, Yabi, Cadian for that matter as well. Obviously,
But your
Device is
phone
an
is
own
the phone
quantity.
with
But
you.
whenever they come into Astralis, they just don't perform. So I don't know what it is, but it's struggle city, as Burr said.
So you can say it's a weight of expectations as well, but the expectations are so low at this moment, I can't even use it as an excuse.
No,
right?
it isn't. There is no excuse.
Yeah.
It's an interesting
Hey, girl, I feel
contrast.
bad
We
for
have a
asking
bit of a
about phone
David and
vision, please
Goliath
ban
kind
me.
of
I'm
situation
terrible.
going
No,
on.
no.
Astralis with all
You're-
of that budget,
you're
all of that
not the
experience,
problem.
all of that
Ban?
history,
Okay,
all
okay,
of
we can have a
all
vote
those
here.
majors.
There's
And
nothing
they're
wrong
going up
about
against Mongols who
asking
they've
a
got none of that.
question.
and yet they've built
there
a
is a
better,
problem
stronger
in
team
someone
and are indeed
lying
favourites for this
with an
matchup.
The rise
answer
of the
to that
Mongols, for
question,
me,
Chris.
it reminds me of the rise of Brazilian Counter-Strike in CSGO.
Yeah,
right? It is so
similarities.
reminiscent of that. They had nothing to work with. It's all about belief,
Nay.
just putting in the work, and boy, have they put in the work. This is a team where we were talking about, oh, there might be an upset team. They're a team who could probably beat a couple of, some tier 1 teams here and there. Top 20 in the beginning of 2023. Look at them now, 2 years later, a top 10 team. Absolutely,
And
just
that's
knocking.
Pimp's EKG rating.
Okay.
When it's cycling.
Hacker's trying her thing
The
again.
Mongols are right now, they are absolutely
What
knocking,
is
not on
democracy?
being a tier 1 team, they're absolutely 100% a tier 1 team right now, but knocking on the doors of being an elite team, ones which is occupied by some of the rare, the best of the best. I'm talking about the Vitalities, I'm talking about the Navis, I'm talking about the FaZe.
Oh, wait,
and Mongols
I'm in
are
trouble
right there
now?
In the
Yes.
meantime, on the other side, you have Astralis who's just struggling to
Yes, it's
crack the top
leading.
10.
I mean, the only thing that worries me in terms of the Mongols, you saw the healthy growth, you saw them establishing themselves compared to Brazilian Counter-Strike as well. The depth of the talent pool within Mongolian Counter-Strike, sorry, I'm not sure how deep it is. I'm not sure if one of the players were to have a bad form, one of the players were to, let's say, break his hand and not be able to play,
from the
then
chat
who do you
for
bring
3
in?
minutes.
And is that player that you bring in good enough to continue this trend of the
man.
Mongols trending upwards? That's my only
07.
concern for this lineup. That's my only concern for this whole project.
Yes,
What you see on your screen
but
right here are 5 players
for
who's done a tremendous job,
125K
who's done a
points,
really, really good thing for
you
the
can
region
time
as
me
well,
out
for
for
Asian
24
Counter-Strike,
hours.
but is the longevity of this project, is there any talent being inspired now coming up that can potentially
Do you really
replace
want to
these guys in the
suffer again
future?
for 24
That would be my
hours?
only worry.
And for me, I can answer the question for you.
Hey.
It is down to Mara,
It's
the
fine.
coach, right? Did we know anything about someone called
Super slept on, by the way. Every
Absolutely.
time I see these coach awards, he's never named.
150.
Every time,
Wait, Chris, did you
every time there
increase the
is a
price?
new player being picked up by this Mongols, and when 19 came in, I'm like, who the hell is this kid? When Mazino came
The
in, who the hell is this
inflation
kid?
is
When
hitting
Sensu came in, who
hard,
the hell is this
bro.
kid, right? But every time he seems to have the Midas touch. He finds the goal amongst whoever there is in Mongolia. And trust me when I tell you, there is a lot of young talent in the
Trust
country.
me.
And Mara just seems
I
to
know.
exactly who to find.
Trust me, bro.
There's also a bit of additional
inflation?
spice to this game.
No, he said,
Because
trust
people
me.
might
He
not
said,
remember
Blair, and I was
that.
like,
what
trust
was
me,
one of
bro.
the stupidest controversies in Counter-Strike history, by the way. You know what you did, Reddit, right? Cadian shouted the word noob, which we all know. I know.
Oh, no.
Oh, be still, my beating heart. Said noob to the Mongols players during a tournament game where they were wearing noise-cancelling headphones and probably couldn't hear it anyway. Reddit didn't like that very much. They tried to get Cadian disqualified from the tournament for breaking behavioral rules.
Wait,
And
what?
then anyway, obviously, we now know that he has gone from calling Mongols the noob to being the noob.
Oh, wow.
And he's
Oh, yeah.
having a pretty tough
True.
time with himself and Astralis. And this prompted this tweet from 910.
I love
said,
it.
Cadian, take the AWP, I'm coming. And by the way, right now, as a head-to-head matchup goes, it's not even close. 910 will eat him up.
It's hilarious, it's a fun story, and how the tides are changing. Obviously, a year and a half ago, Cadian in Heroic, one of the best teams in the world, yelling and screaming towards Messinho, who at the time was 16, 17 years of age.
He bullied him, Jake.
He bullied him.
He was
and you know what? He
crying.
should have been disqualified for the tournament. How dare he? But as you said, Richard, it's completely the other way around now. Cadian is the one struggling within Astralis. The Mongols are the one on the rise, and I for once hope that Messinho at some point will stand up.
Darth Mike got gifted a game yesterday by Bonaman.
I feel
Flom
like
Mirror.
it is shaping up to be that
Your
way, right?
friend
I wanna
Bonaman too
recontextualize-
has gifted you
recontextualize what happened in that
Hentai
game.
Girls and Mommy
Elimination game
Milkers
to
on
make it-
Steam.
to go deep in Cologne, right? And that was the Mongols who didn't have
Darth
a sense
Mike.
that Azteca playing over
Gonna
there.
be
They weren't
playing
in the form we
Hentai
see them
Girls.
right now, and that was a bit of a choke from Mongols. They
Wait
they
a
lost from then on, but
How
ever
much
since
is
then they've just been on the rise.
Let's
They're
look at
getting
his
better and
latest
better.
tweet.
And this is the first time in a year and a
Darth
half
Mike.
that Cadian's going to be going up against them. You can't script this, Richard. And this kid, he wasn't there last time they played against Cadian, and he has been phenomenal. And we need to talk about this. Call him the Winter Soldier, because he broke his hand and he comes back
I
stronger.
mean, it's a minute or two ago I see Bonamat being gifted to the porn stars and porn actresses and
Understandable, you have a
all of
broken
the things
wrist.
in my channel.
And even with a Castellon, he's still healing. He
Gonna
was just
message him and
fragging
see if he's
out in the
okay.
server.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so instrumental to what Mongols are doing because, look, in CS2, firepower really does matter. And, you know,
How
this
many
kid's
gifted
really
to stop
got talent.
co-stream and
He's-
play the Mommy
doing it
Milker
with
game?
an injury. You know, we've only seen one
How
thing
many,
like
Chris?
that kind of really in CS history, where it was Guardian changing his mouse sensitivity out in Columbus. to
I don't know. Do I get a
play
ban to play that on Twitch though?
It's actual heroics from what
I don't know if
Senzu
it's
has done.
on
Remember,
the list
the
of
narrative
the
around
no-no
Mongols
games.
where they were these timid and inexperienced young team, and all the pressure was getting to them. And
Can you
I said now I think they're characterized by their tenacity. They haven't looked amazing.
One gifting, Chris
at
within
PGL
one gifting it.
Cluj-Napoca, but I think what they have done is they're never out of a game. They win unwinnable rounds, and when you can do that regularly, you're gonna go far.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're very right. And I think, you know, the VS
Astralis
you're looking at
jumps
right now
4
is also
spots if they win this
essential
game.
to understand how important this game is for Astralis. You potentially secure yourself 72
What a time to be
points,
alive
right? Astralis right
when
now is 14th in the
if
VS ranking.
Astralis
With a
lose
win
to the
here, they move
Mongols,
up into
they barely
10th.
lose
And right
anything.
now, Astralis is on the cusp of
What a time to
potentially
be alive.
not making the major again for the 5th time. So if Astralis were to beat the Mongols, who currently is
Astralis
number 3 in
being
the
the
VS ranking,
underdog.
that would be a massive win, a massive result. Not only as a statement to the new team and maybe trending upwards, but also in terms of getting to that major that has been escaping them for 4 times in a row.
I was going to say, I think there's a little bit more at stake on an individual basis for some of the Astralis guys. I think, obviously, we've already talked about Device and his legacy. I do want to bring up
Pretty sure
Kagan.
Mark is gonna rise up from the ashes very, very soon.
Low coming out of Team Liquid. The move to Astralis was in and of itself a shocker. He's had a shocker.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna support his countrymen, right?
Unfortunately, now a lot of people are saying he needs to be replaced with either a snappy, even a Hooksy, and and Astralis have to go in a new direction. People aren't sold with the Canadian project. What have you guys made of it? I think he's playing for his life here.
I think when it comes to just sheer calling overall, I think he's been doing a pretty decent job so far, right? Some of the wins they've had, the
Wasn't Marcus here earlier? I think he went in to say hi.
There's some great calling coming out from Katie, and I can't fault him for that. But you can clearly see in the server, man, the pressure is getting to him. The pressure to perform is getting to him. And he's making these mistakes, which, as you very eloquently put it, making a lot of noobish mistakes, which I don't expect from someone like Katie. And you have to ask the question, why is he making these mistakes? It's very simple. Pressure. The pressure is mounting game after game. And I feel like even someone with so much experience that he has, he is starting to crack right now, at least from an individual standpoint.
There's 2 nuances you need to understand in terms of Kaden coming into Astralis. The first and foremost is that Astralis spent an awful lot of money signing Stown and Yabi getting into that lineup. They didn't work out to begin with. They didn't perform at all. You think to yourself, you then sign Kaden back into it, and you know Kaden was always getting the best out of those 2. So you're kind of protecting your investment in that regard. And I think that was one of the main reasons why they were willing to pick up Kaden. Instead of Hooksy, considering that you had Device already on the ops, so now Kaden has to move into a rifle role, which is also why I think he's getting a bit of a leeway.
The red one, the last one?
They are aware they're forcing him into a role
where
he's at his strongest.
Now they are all
the calling aspect on the server,
They're
not
literally
necessarily
all
bad, not
the
necessarily good,
same
but
now.
Kaden is a project guy. If you
Navi
don't
has
believe in
one
the
like
project
this.
that he's running within Astralis, if
Vitality
you don't
has
believe
one
in his
like
vision,
this.
it's either
They're
him
all
or
the
you're out of the
same.
lineup. Simple as it is. Right now, I think Astralis have faith that Kaden will do something good with this project, but the second they lose that faith, he will be gone. So I agree with you. He's playing for his life here. Getting into this playoff is a step in the right direction, but if they can continue to do that and trend upwards, Kaden at some point will be replaced
That's
with
because
someone
you
that
want
makes more
pink.
sense as a rifle.
And not to keep forcing the point, obviously last night they played in a qualifier for another tournament.
You and
against heroic rivals,
Did they
you and
arguably no, and it was horrible. They got 5 rounds in 2 maps. They were blown out straight away.
Wait,
I
what
know
did
they're
it call
probably
again?
concentrating more on this. And
The
maybe
streamers with their weird
qualifying came at
anime
a bad
pictures.
time. By the way, that's going to happen a lot with the VRS. But yeah, it just seems that like they're in a very bad place.
Look, you can always
VTuber? You and the VTubers?
VTuber and whatnot, and yes, they have been playing non-stop, but it was just unforgivable.
When you said
Some of
like
the
with
scorelines were
the anime
unforgivable.
pictures, I felt like of the
2v4
players
situations
because
being lost multiple times
you
across
have
2
like
maps.
the dead inside kids with
11
anime.
one-halves going to
I mean,
figure
that's
out
this-
By the
that's
way,
the
Heroic
same
got- I
profile
gotta give them
picture,
credit
though.
where it's due, but also such a young team with such less experience, so it's obviously going to be something which
hey,
100% would have affected their morale. But
CS
one thing we know about Astralis, they have a pretty big, backup team support staff behind them. So I hope they've done their work, because if we see anything close to what we saw
won
yesterday
against Spain.
online in the qualifier,
13
they're
and
going to
13
get
line.
walled alive by Mongols.
2-0.
Yeah, 5 rounds over the course of 2 maps. It was
It's kind of embarrassing, honestly.
I mean, obviously, there's an option, maybe they're saving some strats, or they just didn't have time. It's never great when you're playing from a hotel, obviously, and using a practice room.
Sure.
It's not the same environment, but it does have to be said.
You have
I think
knowledge about
Astralis,
the
they need
CSC.
to
When
look
will
at what they
Simple
can
be
do in the
back
VRS. They need to
permanently,
look
and
at
will it
that prize
be
money. They need every win really helps get them
You were
back
asking
to where
if
they
I'm
want
on
to be, which is back to
Oracle,
that major.
because I'm not.
It doesn't even
I'm
matter
not.
how far they go at the major. They just need to get back to one,
Oracle.
show they can do it.
Oracle.
100% agree, and that's why this this game is so important for Astralis. You can argue it's important for Mongols as well, because they have a chance of winning the trophy. I think they're one of the front runners coming into a potential grand final should they get there. But for Astralis, it wouldn't guarantee them the major. You know, again, the VIS is constantly moving up and down. It's very hard to predict where teams are going to end up. But getting at the very least 75 points secured, is it $86,000 as well in the bank as well? It's just going to help Astralis
so he's like really expensive. I think what's going to happen
a month away now,
is it until
a month away. So
the end of 2025?
Cadian is playing for his life. Astralis is playing for their existence, I guess, in terms of the budget they're working with as well. How long can you keep justifying have some of the biggest budgets within Counter-Strike when you get absolutely nothing out of it? So there's a lot of stake for Astralis.
And it's got to be said, same for Mongols as well. Obviously making that historic top 8 in Shanghai. It's got to be a foundation. You've got to build on it. You've got to go forward. And this is a winnable tournament for them.
Absolutely. And that's the thing with the Mongols. Every single time they find a new ceiling and they smash through them, right? We saw it making the playoffs in Shanghai. Great run to make it there, lost to Mouse. Katowice, first arena win over Eternal Fire, who were the ones who were more experienced, who actually choked, and then they eventually fell to Vitality like everyone else did as well. And now for Mongols, now they're coming to the next step. Can we make it to the finals? Can we get a win? And this is the best chance in ever to get a win in Tier 1 event, and that's going to solidify them to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike right now.
All right, guys, we're ready to introduce the team, so we go over to James Banks on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. Cluj, how are we feeling?
Very good sharing.
Well, you are sounding damn good, and I'm so ready for this one. We're moving in to our second quarterfinal game. And our first team, they have shown that they can be a consistent team making it to the playoffs. They've shown that they can grow and develop at the big events. And I know for sure they're going to want to stick it to Cadian and Astralis. It's the Mongols!
Does people nowadays start to like hate cheering for Astralis or no? Hello?
Yes. I was just because I got asked like who is the all-time best player from Kazakhstan? And exactly. So basically, my explanation was like, okay, so we need to look at someone who has titles, and the PGL Krakow was won by Gambit, and they had players from Kazakhstan there, so Adren got also the MVP. So I would go for Adren.
And facing them is a familiar opponent. Certainly Astralis are still trying to find their form, and it's not been the easiest of times for this team. But their skill ceiling can be so high. It's about using that experience on the stage to find it at the right time and deliver today. It's Astralis!
Astralis is getting booed?
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, it's a lot of, it's like a hate-love relationship with us right now, nowadays, basically.
Yeah.
Well, our teams have taken to the stage.
That was,
you are certainly going one way with this. Cadian, come join me at the front. Mazzino, you come as well.
Look at him. Look at him.
That's more like it. That's a bit nicer. Now, you guys are having some more experience on the stage. Are you starting to feel more comfortable?
Yeah, we're getting comfortable, and we're getting experienced by tournament. Yeah, getting experienced. That's good.
Good.
It's definitely good, and you guys are looking good while doing it. Yeah, come on, guys.
Alright, no, I never understood that either.
Cadian here. Is it going to be you shouting noobs at him this time?
No.
Oh. You going to be nice?
Yeah, I'm not that type of person. I'm just chill guy.
Chill guy. Yeah, you're certainly a chill guy. That I can agree with. Now, Cadian, yesterday's game, although it was online, obviously was not a positive one for you guys. How does that affect
Why
the
did
team
mention
coming into
that? That
this
has
game
nothing to
on
do
the
with the
stage
story.
here at Cluj-Napoca?
Yeah, I think, of course, maybe mentally yesterday we weren't juggling kind of expectations the right way of kind of being in 2 tournaments at one. But I think there's no denying that today's game is way more important than yesterday. So yeah, we took the things we could learn from it, which was not a lot, but more maybe about the mental approach. And then yeah, today we are hopefully showing up in a better shape.
Now looking to show up in a better shape. I'm not sure if you saw it. 910 tweeted you, but you didn't reply. He told you to pick up the AWP. Anything you want to reply now?
He tweeted me?
Yeah.
I only see notifications from people who's verified, so don't know.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
This crowd's not loving you though, man. You're used to this, right?
I mean, I see there's a lot of Mongolian fans. I don't understand this entire thing. An entire country being mad that I called someone noobs in a video game. To be honest, I even said it in the post-game interview afterwards, that the Mongols are playing insanely well. They have been doing for a long time. They are a big pride to the country. I understand the support, but I don't understand the hatred the other way. That's all I have to say.
Well, it should be all about love. So you guys show some love to each other right now, because it'll be war when we get inside the server.
I don't know. I feel like that could backfire even if he was saying to some degree actually good words to some degree. But I don't know.
Game by game.
He started off sounding very butthurt, so I don't know. I don't know.
What do you think Hobbit would need to do to pass Adren?
What about Astralis?
Well, Adren also had like a...
Okay, I think I know which way you're
really
going.
long
Richard, over to you.
They make my job so easy. What a great crowd, guys. You named you absolutely. You read the assignment on this one.
Obviously, you have like way more experience when it comes to the scene and stuff like that. There's like no doubt.
A visceral response to an Astralis lineup like that. I mean it. If you think about it, they were one of the most popular teams, you know, because with
Hobbit was
success
relatively like a new face
popularity.
to the scene,
Now you're in a place where you're coming into games like this. You're under pressure. You're having a tough time. You can't even get any love from the crowd. It's a crazy turnaround.
No, but I'll tell you this. That may be the truth for Astralis. There was definitely
I mean, he still has chance, so it's
and I
fine.
would even argue that this lineup is more heroic than it is Astralis by the DNA of it.
Adren also managed to show himself not only in his local scene.
Well, and if there's one thing I know, it is the man on the screen right here,
got to show
He thrives
himself a
better when
bit
everyone is
on the
against him.
international
He
scene
feeds
when
off
he got
that
to play
energy.
with
That's
Tate.
exactly what he's saying
So
right
he
now
has
in this
also
huddle,
that,
you know.
you know.
Feed her that energy. Everyone is against us, right? There's this whole notion about the calling noob thing, etc., etc., etc. If anything I know, it is Cadian is thriving better in an environment where everyone is against him. So that should help them out a little bit.
And that's something you can't deny as well. No matter what the trials and tribulations they're having right now, this is a team, by the way, who have managed to take down some big ones against a crowd, a whole world against them. So you can never take
because
it away.
people have lost a sense of humor.
I think this one's going to be pretty straight cut, Richard. I think it's going to be Mirage getting called here.
But
by
it
the
sounded
Mongols.
quite
I think it's going to be Inferno. That's the map that Astralis is making the whole map. It's a map also, by the way, that Mongols have no problem playing, mind you. And I do believe
so it's good that he said something, but it sounded
it's one of the most predictable videos we have over here, and I think we're 100% in for a bang.
He did cover it up pretty well.
Removing Ancient, I think you're spot on when you're saying Mirage coming in, Inferno coming in, no doubt about it. Nuke being the third deciding map.
Okay.
That's interesting. It's a map that Astralis can play at a decent level. Haven't really had too much success at it. They tried a couple of times in Katowice. Got dunked on by Team Spirit a couple of times as well. But for 910 and the boys in the Mongols camp, it's also a map they like to play. So I think should we need it, it's a good common ground.
I kind of felt it was going to be Ancient because it's a map that Astralis have looked pretty good on it so far, but you can't discount the fact, and that is respect being given by Astralis to Mongols, that it is their best map. It is Mongols' best map right now. I'd rate it even above Mirage if you ask me. And Nuke is a map where I personally have had problems watching Mongols play. And I feel like the Astralis, in a small way, if it does go to map number 3, they might have potentially won the veto at the very least.
Here's the problem with the veto for Astralis. Mirage is a punish pick. Mirage is a map that have been very, very tough for Astralis so far. We saw it in Katowice, we've seen it at this tournament, especially their CT side for some reason is just not working out. And that's exactly where they're starting in this game as well. I think one of the players that has been stepping up massively in this tournament has been Stown. The first 2 games, his rating
only problem is just that Mongols doesn't really change too much on Mirage.
A lot of scrutiny. The past 3 games he's played so
I
far,
feel like
1.19 rating, so he's stepped
potentially Astralis is more
playing that connector role,
versatile in that they can change a lot of things.
Astralis time and time again. I don't know what it is, but him and Yabi are not working as well together towards middle as they used to.
And that's a big problem, because that position where Stan likes to play, that is where a star player is supposed to play, and he is supposed to be the star player. And if you're gonna not wake up on the right side of the bed here today, Rich, if you're looking at everyone on the Mongol side, that T side is lethal. They're going to bombard you. They're just going to own you. And at times, there's not even something too complicated, not too convoluted. Just going to be running up. Senzu's going to be running up towards mid and duking it out. And I have to say, if you force me, put a gun to my head and ask me to bet on who's going to come out on top, 9 out of 10 times, it is going to be Senzu in that deal.
That's what they call it. Well, I can say 9-10 as well. But look, the problem, I think, is the style that Mongols play, that run at you, that relentless aggression on T side. It's a confidence sapper. Like when you can't get a kill on CT, you're just being swung. It's CS2. It's a nightmare to even try and hold an angle right now anyway. I really think this Mirage certainly could get out of hand quite quickly.
I agree with you, especially considering the layout of the map. You know, we know Mirage to be a map that allows for individual plays pretty much all over the map as well. I think 80% of the task for Astralis on Mirage is just matching the firepower, doing their absolute best to see if they can match the firepower in terms of tacticals, in terms of 3v3 scenarios, playing out clutches. I think Astralis is on par with the Mongols, maybe even have a better understanding of that, but I think in terms of raw firepower and in terms of how aggressive they can approach the map, the Mongols are miles ahead of Astralis.
I'm gonna stop blazing Mongol for a second here, and I will say one thing though, they have been a bit lackadaisical in some of the games we've seen so far, at least in the group stage. Maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves.
But here he actually delivered it really seriously.
They probably might have the most firepower in this tournament, apart from maybe Telfar in phase, perhaps, right? And I feel they're overly reliant on that a little bit too much, and they get away with it too many times, and that is potentially something that Astralis can punish.
Sure, but as I said, they win those unwinnable
usually
rounds.
He has
One thing to watch out for are the number of forces or 2v4s. I just feel out of the 2 teams, it's actually Mongols that do that, despite having lesser experience.
I would 100% agree with that, and that is going to be a bit of an issue for Astralis as well. There's this whole pistol round conversation as well in MR12, where they're obviously very important. Both of the lineups so far have won an equal amount of pistol rounds. The problem is Astralis are very good at breaking in the second round, you know, so they are in a scenario where if they lose the pistol, they have a couple of good force buys coming into it, where the Mongols have struggled converting in the second time as well. So that could be a way of evening
like you're saying, but
one thing I always like to look at when I go into a game like this, especially in a playoff, is ask myself the question, who does it mean more to? Which team is it more important to win for right now? And I make the case that's Astralis. With the VRS situation, with the points at hand, with the fact that the Mongols are number 3 in that ranking, you steal an awful lot of points if you're Astralis and almost guarantee yourself to be in the mix for the major. Whereas if you're the Mongols, yes, it's a big game.
I think everyone understands or should understand Cadian, but it's like how we presented and acted.
All right, guys, we got to go into the action, and this one is brought to you by Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Cluj. How about we get this second quarterfinal underway? We've got Mongols and Astralis, and I do indeed like what Pimp just had to say right before we go live, where the Astralis camp are gunning for this. It's an incredibly valuable head that sits in front of them with the Mongols, but just because you want it doesn't mean you can take it.
Yeah, we see what's on the line. Maybe 5 VRS positions moved up for Astralis. If they can win,
4-man stack though.
Conversation for the Mongols is there.
Trying to play it patient. Jabby looking to aim first. There's a lot of boots on the ground. We've got 4 players already in the site.
Wait, they got it.
Mongols for the time being.
They checked Staben.
Stairs trying to help out. And it looks like Mongols got first blood till Jabby brings this back. Now he's had a shooting gallery in front of him. Only picked up 1 kill in the mix.
Okay.
Clutchable one if he clears Van, but he won't. It's a Mongols T-side pistol.
Backfire. I don't know.
Picks up the first round. If Astralis win this game, it makes up for yesterday and more. That was like massive headlines, not because they didn't qualify for Dallas, but because they got absolutely smashed. And if you watched some of the clips from those rounds, you would see that it was a calling problem more than anything else. And that's really disappointing to see because, as Pimp mentioned, this is the lifeblood of Heroic on the Astralis lineup. But with that core, you know, comes a certain level of expectation, and there comes Stown, who's also brought up as having a huge uptick recently.
Yeah, we'll see if his impact can continue to be felt throughout middle.
As highlighted, that connector roll with Javi over towards Catwalk, a very critical pinch dynamic for Astralis' CT side needed at the beginning of the series. Stown on the smoke, going for a second. And of course, this is supported by that peek out from the windowsill.
Okay.
Second kill now off of a Desert Eagle. There's the response back. Not only the one kill that happens in the front of ramp, but now actually alleviating the mid pressure.
That was great timing from Stown, and also what a massive find here from Senzu. He was about 10 milliseconds from getting out of dodge. But now with the flank coming around, we've got a situation where Device knows that something's gonna walk his way.
Takes a wider angle and
nice
exposes
tag
himself.
though.
That's gonna drop him down to a corner.
Canon, nice.
Gets in with a Desert Eagle. Our desk just highlights that it's more
Oh, they actually called correctly. No one on A. Yavi's pretty fast though.
Here we are, Astralis' first chance given over to them. AK in hand now, supporting the catwalk play. And Senzu's gonna go deep, trying to clear out alternate positions. He's also the bomb, has to double back.
I think he's aware. They're planning for CT, which actually makes perfect sense.
Oh, that's Yavis.
Techno, low HP on missiles.
It's a fast plant, and it's one that then gets the AK back in hand.
They know it must have been someone who pushed A, but will they catch this?
Yavi has a golden opportunity there. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Astralis rebound in the Mongols' house with a forced by round 2 win.
They could not find that third guy. They made a really good decision by changing it up to go to the A site, but all credit goes to Stown this round. First, showing off the mechanics with his Deagle kill inside the window, and then sneaking out a connector for the second kill, but with the support of somebody shooting above him in connector. That allowed him to really just like relax and focus his aim, and he still had the fresh smoke to get away. If we don't see team play moments like this for Astralis, they will lose.
It's 3 clean Desert Eagle frags and an MP9 mowdown. And to be a fly on the wall in that huddle after that interview where, Cadian's protecting himself.
Yeah.
I've seen Cadian really take up the role
we've seen him get booed louder than this.
Sure, 100%. Yeah. And when those boos happen, I've never seen him kind of walk it back like that. Added pressure. Doesn't seem to stop them early.
You can't have too much love, but you can't have too much hate.
Yeah. Yeah, it
really
starts to stack up. And in a high-pressure moment where Astralis obviously looking for success early in 2025.
And you put on the Astralis jersey, and it's a chance with a new lineup and joining players like Device to sort of change your image. But then you also have to perform, and there are high expectations for these players.
Yeah, Device doesn't know what it's like to get booed. We're talking about Device.
Yeah, and he was unfortunately one of the worst performers when it came to that Dallas match yesterday.
Would be a nice early moment of glory.
I did say it before though, the Mongols' Mirage is good. The problem with their Mirage is that they don't really change too much.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't feel like they're mobile enough to do a lot of changes like Astralis can do. Because look where Kaden is. Kaden was already pushing the ups alone on B. Not even afraid of getting punished by them.
And it looks like Mongols have been turned away. In fact, flanked already. So
Kaden
Blitz thinks he's going to get away with this gun. He's not supposed to. Cadian will drop the ball and almost allows for the exit. Still majority alive as the conversion comes out to the CT favor.
Yeah, it's a great start here for Astralis. I mean, winning the second round just keeps the spirits alive.
I can mute myself.
And there's pressure on the Mongols. Mongols might be thinking, this is a great chance to win a tournament. Like, there's a chance you play Eternal Fire phase in the finals, or you play Mao's next if you can get through this match. But to be honest, on their ladder of expectations, they'll be more scared to play Mao's than they would be to play Astralis here. They just think that this should be a gimme, as their Shanghai rematch awaits them tomorrow if they make it. But there is always room for that to go wrong as well.
That frag grenade looks primed to be chucked down into the apartments, but Cadian actually takes to the helm, gun in hand, and instantly popped. Desert Eagles go both ways. Javi, though, it's great positioning, just delayed enough that maybe they think there's someone in sight, but not necessarily somebody so up front on the apartments. AK-47 grabbed by 910. And now he's killed out by Stair. So yet again, a moment where Mongols maybe look to break out, but majority alive in 2 consecutive rounds. And Astralis starting to piece together a defense.
What we don't want to see from Astralis, there was a round yesterday
I
where
love to watch
they
them
were playing
lose,
on
and I
Nuke,
like
they
Cadian. Wait,
got into like a 4v2 situation, and
don't you want him to
former
succeed
Heroic or
though?
even older iterations of Astralis always knew what to do
Yeah.
with space and
Feels
time.
like you
They
should
didn't
be
see
cheering
anybody,
for
but
them to
what
be
happened yesterday
successful.
was it seemed like absolutely no communication. 4v2 drop because they searched the map way too much. Like they looked like like they completely weren't talking to each other.
Maybe they're
They
saying
obviously
that
played that match
despite
for
them
year,
liking
you know, so
Karim, they
it
still
was an
want to
in-person
Frostos,
environment,
maybe?
even though they were playing an online match.
Oh,
Damn, Techno, nice shot onto the top
stand
stairs.
though.
Stair under pressure, traded out again. This is man advantage for Mongols.
They're not ready for this.
No, it's the positioning that works wonderfully, at least for an additional kill.
Ah,
But
a
it's
little
going
bit
to
too
put
early.
Cadian into a clutch
Cadian
early
up.
days.
Oh no,
Round 5.
they killed 9-10 now. Like I said.
Easy pick up.
Oh, what a
And
shot.
snap to go with it.
Oh my God!
Okay.
It's the 1v2 out of Cadian.
Okay,
Not
okay.
watching CT as you pointed out, and
I'm
an
competing,
amazing
yeah.
flick to end
I
that
do.
round.
Cadian on the oh.
I mean, that's about as good as flicks get.
We don't
Second
get to
kill
see it from
stand.
his POV, but that opening kill from Techno had to be instantaneous on the
Yeah.
stair peak. Jabby, much like last round when he caught them off guard playing up on the porch of balcony, does it again. Just this additional piece, slightly delayed, catching Mongols on their entries unprepared.
Cadian's somebody who, at the end of CSGO, he was, you know, just outside of top 20, if not right inside top 20. I had him right inside. But in CS2, that's down on Liquid. His opping fell totally off. Like, just it had no place, and most oppers couldn't figure it out. Only the truly elite players really stayed at the top.
CS2 offers.
Honestly, even Zygo
Quite
stopped
hard.
opping as much. But to get moments like that out of Cadian are going to be key. You
Still
have
has the
Device on this
timing
team,
here,
but that
Device.
is your hybrid.
Yeah, because like the best player in the world is not even an opera now.
But the second best is.
No resistance to the mid walk up. Does Jabby want to
Oh,
engage?
that
Not left
flash
behind.
though.
And
No,
Stav's gonna help out with the smoke spam. Device coming back into the bomb site in anticipation. Another Desert Eagle kill. We're getting glimpses of what I think could be a factor of this matchup as long as it goes on. There is always going to be potential in the lesser weapons when you've got Mongols and apparently Astralis in the server today. So no round should go down easy. But Astralis flexing the weapons advantage. Cadian taking a sniff back at middle, gets the contact he was looking for. That's the bomb dropped at his feet, and Blitz is going to be found out as well. Nice and easy. This is
It wouldn't be
majority
dead if he had a
every
Deegan.
single time, barring the
Because he hit
Cadian
one bullet
1v2.
there.
And that is a good look for the new look,
Stun was
Astralis.
low, so.
And we don't get to see Mongols on stages all the time. When
the
we did
Mongols
see
took a
them
time
play
off.
at Shanghai, they went up against Maus and Senzu choked, to be frank. They had 6-0 starts on both maps and got 2-0'd in the end, even though they played close games. Senzu had one of his worst performances. Senzu's the newest player to the team. This team's overall extremely young. They're obviously going to get a lot better and need stage experience to get there, but they're not beyond feeling nerves. That's absolutely a fact. I think you look to people like Blitz to make sure that if he's going to make executive choices as to keep this team sort of as a rotating door of extremely talented young players coming into the roster, that he's also got to be responsible for making sure they're prepared to deliver in front of big crowds. It's brutal because not only are there
Marcus
limited
putting on
games
his
in playoffs throughout the year,
Denmark
but you've
jersey
got to
right now.
qualify to each
That's
and
a
every
true
one of
day.
them for your 1 or 2 matches to have a chance to prove yourself and to get that so valuable experience. So, you know, there has to be a lot of preparation done to make sure your head's in the right spot.
You heard it in the pregame too. Mzinho, definitely highlighting the comfort that's coming through with what is now becoming a regular playoffs attendance. A team that has definitely secured #1 place in Asia, and it's not even a question. They could afford a loss like this and still be secured, like Jacob highlighted with the VRS situation. But at the end of the day, it's a trophy that Mongols are hunting for, and this one in Cluj, well, it looks prime for their taking. Not right now. Jabby off to a phenomenal start. 10 kills to his name.
Oh, no.
Device falls off the apartments play. This is a lot of flashes coming out, but Jabby's still good. Able to hold on to this test. Gets his one, puts Device into a better spot. He'll take Mzinho down at the knees. His Molotov queuing up that easy leg shot. And then there's a sudden pause here for the Mongols, waiting for all pieces to get into position. That third piece, unbeknownst to Astralis, to come in from a different direction. But you've given Device more time to solidify these angles, to slot into comfort. And as he takes that glimpse down towards Cat, he's dead. Device
Nice, though.
in his pocket to the
Device.
4K on-site
Okay,
And how could
okay.
you expect him to be pushing default pillar, going that wide on Cat? They caught him off guard so many times, and even though
Intended
Gabby
usually
dies
is very,
without
very
his
precise
kill,
with his
it's his
offense.
molly to
Been
slow
missing
down
quite a
the
lot.
attack. One player jumps out of the window with no one to swing into the window to trade him, and this alone makes it easy for Device to really shine.
So far, it doesn't seem like Astralis is making mistakes.
Mongols are getting decimated. They've got no smokes on this round.
Top middle dead already. Second challenge right there with him. So they're just going to try to pop out ramp instead. Device, yet again, collecting kills as he can. 2 versus 5 queued up. And Mzinho's already contributed alongside Techno. They know where the retake's already coming at from.
Oh my god, crossing right though is huge. Oh, bomb goes
Double
down.
nade, good utility
They don't know
usage.
Techno crossed back.
And so he'll catch them off guard with the peek, but it's a good response because Jabby's rifling is looking incredibly crisp today.
Yeah. And we saw some great shots from him throughout this event.
A couple of princess
Getting better
Wobble
has been the
There
story.
you go, but when I picked it, it's like when I fire,
throwing their
their boss.
initial utility out to mid to make a fast connector split happen, having no smokes left over, meaning they need to frag to both get that
sometimes,
bomb
you know.
plant and win the round. And they're lucky to even get that plant off.
And sometimes very bad.
There's a little bit of electricity being offered up by Mongols right now. I think the tempo of that instant ramp attempt once you've started to lose your mid play.
I like the call. Instead of showing that you're losing confidence, you just sort of fake it till you make it, if you will. But again, then we look at the buy going in forward. They're looking for this first round to get them back on their feet. You know, just one hit.
Problem being,
they just need a fix right now. That's what they're looking for.
Every time they try to take a move.
But yeah, they're doing it with low utility, coming in disadvantaged, trying to use aggression as an extra resource.
Ooh, clean one from Techno, but tagged by the op.
It sounds easy, but just don't make a mistake. This op now has some pressure put on it.
910's gonna find a kill. Blitz will do the same.
Device
Techno
got his.
did end up dying inside this B site, so they're able to find him at the very least.
Both on B, though.
The Mongols had to go back to grab bomb, but they've still found entries. They've found control to come with that. There's a question mark on this half of the map for Device and Stown to try and piece together a man disadvantage. They don't know how deep these T's could have gotten, so cautious on the approaches. Device.
It's another highlight here. 2 kills already. Stown watching the cross, crushed by 910.
His headshots have been clean.
This is a very slow rotation. Device.
Look at the gap, though. Look at the gap between these T's. We've got Blitz now getting closer to the site, but was gone for a moment. Device opted not to make his move within that timing. Not that he would know it. And now contemplating the save, because at one point there were players just flooding out through middle, so no surprise to see Device kind of cautious on this one. There's so little information in this retake that the Mongols have indeed broken through. It is a second round on the T side, but one that started with a pistol takes them 7 rounds to recover.
Right now it kind of looks like as if Astralis
forcing down their
did
economy
like homework,
each and every one of these situations,
like
and it finally works.
And
Again,
like,
Mongols are
it's
looking
a combination of them knowing what needs to be done.
I think they just felt
and
like that round is coming.
Being capable of doing
that's a hard
that.
call to make if you're Blitz, to be honest. But
I mean, they're very adaptable to every situation. Astralis' players has always been like that, especially when Kadia was calling
1 or 2
heroics.
kills in each and every one of these rounds. So it's not as if even
They're
though
also a team
Astralis
that,
are in control,
likes
they
to
are
stack or gamble
rich. They are
stacks
definitely a
or
little bit low
push
on
together
economy at the moment.
And
they'll be able to get this.
I said it and I
one
say it
force
once
off.
again, Mongols are good on Mirage.
Mongols come in
Problem
with full
with
utility.
their Mirage, it's
And now I think they have
kind
a
of the
little bit more
same all
structure.
the time.
Well,
So I think it could
different.
backfire a little bit, yeah. Predictable, but I also
Stown
feel
in a
like it could
pesky
be
position
backfired
here.
a little bit more.
It's going to be set up by a flash, and we can see the presence down there as well from the other team.
Oh man, this is a crazy spot.
Here it is.
Oh, that's early. He doesn't see anything.
Oh, now he's just out and exposed.
Yeah.
He's waiting for another.
Can't like this play because how do they get him out too?
And Cadian didn't even have a second flashbang. So Stown very much fed to the Wolves there, at least some damage in return. But it is a forfeiture of mid.
They had eyes from the window from Cadian, but two players are already cross top boxes. Astralis did not have full mid control.
Position by Stern,
and
though.
Mongol's approach was just safe enough.
Stair, despite the man disadvantage, is able to take this forward position.
I think they're going to come in carefully. They still have time, but
he'll have Shadow though, so that puts him on high alert. And the third player's
so
the lowest. So good on Mzinho to at least get a trade, but that's the move that evens this out. A 4 versus 5 queued up for the Danes. As the bomb tries to get out, it's a late Palace peek. That second Palace player very much catching Device over scoped. Cadian loses his head. And then we get the dink back from the guy in jungle.
Senzu's done too much already. Going around a ramp, dodging this piece of utility.
Mzinho takes the peek. Love that.
You serious?
He's so
okay.
at the moment.
Oh my gosh.
14 kills
I really thought that
it was just a
Cadian was shooting at another one.
Every peak. Cadian could have taken out one more player on his off if he just clicked. On the ramp, you almost had the 3K spray down from Stair. If he had held it just for any extra damage, he would have got that kill. Ooh. It had to be this. It had to be this clean.
Clean is what they do.
That's the leverage right here. Look at the
second timer for Astralis.
It's a force down to try to get back into this. They understand the opportunity that they just missed.
And the one that has now found itself in the palm of the hands of the Mongols. Can't take it away from them. Great streak of CT rounds. I mean, considering that for the majority of that 7, we don't even get bomb plants out of the Mongols. And just a lights out play from Jabby tethering off middle and honestly repositioning to both bomb sites as a dedicated anchor as well. They've been putting Jabby where he needs to be to thrive. He's got Stair and Device propping him up. But now in the waning moments of this first half, Mongols have a chance to bring this score into a very respectable state before they switch over.
They've finally got center ring control here. The Mongols, I think they have Astralis playing from the outside. It should be pretty easy to see that this is either a full anti-eco or anti-force buy. The one thing they have to be worried about is that op.
Cadian's got a good angle for this.
The B-site defense has been pretty synergistic between Cat and the site with the utility. It's never been a situation where at least one person doesn't multi.
But they decrease so that the map's go.
Yeah, that's the full anti-eco default, and it's the CTs who will eventually get insecure and start looking for information. The question is, will they catch their timings? And then Mzinho makes some noise.
Yeah, that would have been heard. So now you know these guys are on vigilant alert. Gets the trade. Desert Eagle gets away from Jabby.
Yeah, no disengage. It's time for Device.
Dude, the headshots that have been coming out versus Oppers in these last 2 rounds now, magnificent.
Yeah, and CS still changed that microphone.
Blitz. Prime examples of it. Cadian's angle will catch you off guard. He's been sat there this entire time. But of course, there's that slice up from the catwalk that happens simultaneously. Techno able to get off of that site, but expose himself for a moment and takes a tidbit of damage.
Sensei should take that
trying to reposition. You know Techno's down here somewhere.
That's a Galil.
But where exactly?
But
that smoke makes his reposition a bit ambiguous. And CT is
still
working
low.
half health on both of them. Have a slight
not sure if I like his
Full
position.
vision this whole time.
Just got a trade, and you can see he's got no idea from where they come, but he predicts the first peak to perfection.
Okay.
Techno off the van
Love that.
keeps this Mongols recovery surging.
I love the way he plays that.
He
He
gets the
so
off still.
underrated in clutch situations, man. Techno.
Sweet as a lie.
This
We
is
had
a
one more
force-up
electricity
round,
degrees.
another
Which
opening
one?
for Astralis. They could have actually made up for the last round and more with that and crushed inside this half, if not for that 1v2. But top of the barrels, Techno knows, well, makes the read that they're going to take their time, and they don't know where he got off to. That is a rare.
I didn't like the angle. I was actually hoping that he would go up on van and then peek inside the window, you know?
Fast flash to the underpass. Jabby is he's on a mission. And it's not one that works out his favor. There is that challenge out through apartments.
Sorry,
at the same time.
You just speed up to A now.
Yeah, not as simple to just hit. Mzinho about to have his hands full, but really, it's just the pistol. So Device gets swept away with ease.
Right now the rotations come back. They see the smoke inside of Palace, and the Mongols know they can kind of play with Astralis at this moment, trying to draw some timeout.
Trying to find him, buddy.
It's at this point of the round where there's no bad decision to make, but the low HP will sacrifice a player, and that's the direction the bomb was moving as well.
Still ample time to redirect, and it looks like that's what's coming. Obviously, Astralis also thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is nice from Astralis. You gotta make a bet in this mid-round. Stairs looking for the peak, but he runs.
That would have helped. A kill towards the connector would have certainly served up a great distraction. Now it falls on Acadian to try to go clutch. Not gonna happen. We had a streak of 7 rounds from Astralis, but give them enough time and they will break through. The Mongols step it up for the 4 last rounds of the half.
Dude, that took everything, right? They had to get the clutch in. They had to win with a round after they kept forcing up. They came in with like 1 smoke, a flash, a Molotov, and had to frag their way out of that round. They did
what up,
that.
Daniel?
Basically a perfect comeback.
Well,
in
the
some
Astralis
sense. Astralis put themselves in a great position to easily get 8
also
and maybe get 9
so.
and potentially even get 10 with the way they started this game out. But yeah, Mongols, I think the best part about this half for them is they showed that they weren't scared to continuously bet on their ability to be aggressive and win rounds on low utility. And that's where they get to show their range as a roster, because not only do they have a strong system that can contend with some of the best teams right now, but they're willing to really get scrappy versus anybody.
I think highlighted perfectly by the 1 round where they lose 2 players middle and it's just instant out A, right? Challenges that come at you fast causes Astralis to react, and I will give them props there even as they start to lose those rounds. You know, we see that rotation from Cadian off of the kill over towards the B site, trying to get the stack in the right spot at the right time and remaining fluid and trying to play catch up to a fast-moving Mongols is what we got in that first 12 rounds of play. So, fun first half, but the Mongols 5, trailing by 2 as they take to this defense.
We have Cadian up on 2 duels, but I don't even remember 9-10 opping really in that first half. So I think they'll have a chance to respond here.
Yeah, fair point.
On CT side.
Only problem with the... What the hell, man?
Blitz takes one from pretty far away here. Stair will shy him back.
Those are 2 different things.
And I think cleanest op shots for the record, those
who knows
1v2 from tickets at Acadian.
Because you do like
your spotting, but actually didn't have any utility to burn, which is interesting because now he goes back to just watching it.
But I said
Falcons doesn't do much except alert the Mongols that there's no one here. I think this means, especially with the run-up, that the CTs are going to get suspicious of A more than anything else.
But it would be cool to see if FaceBand can, you know, do it.
Now, even though 910's not opping, this is actually key for him as an opper. Historically,
Romania speak English,
opper is always great on pistols, and he's in a spot.
No, they speak pretty good English.
Just one long-range shot he's got to hit.
Mzinho to keep his head
the
down.
casters are casting in the arena.
Ready to let those Berettas
and I guess
rip.
Romania does not have strict laws.
Here's it all coming. Clean first one, and then right back into the corner. He hangs on deep.
Oh,
he's got
3 that's clean. He's going for it.
It's a stoppage offered by the 17-year-old Mongol. And Stown wants to get him out from that corner, but he's got no reason to give Stown what he wants.
How many bullets left, though?
This out, down to 15 seconds. 3 kills
there you go.
down beneath the ice. And a few extra shots to the corpse for the
Nah,
load.
sweet, it's
Like
soda.
one alone, there was a
Soda,
really
soda,
solid flash
soda.
on the timing that Astralis came up for the A exec, and a lot of this round is also won by the fact that Techno made sure to maintain information over on B. This is a moment where if Techno is spotting the entire time, it doesn't see anybody try to run up and bait his utility, then he doesn't know if they're going to do a late B pop. But because he goes back and takes the risk of spotting again and sees nobody, that only creates confidence in Mongols, even though it's Astralis who push him back first.
Due to the law, not
Maybe
just
because
people, otherwise people don't understand it.
Oh! Flash from Cadian. It's exactly what Jabby was looking for. This could be back-to-back round 2 wins.
910's got support
Need
out
to be
from
afraid
jungle.
of the guy now.
Obviously, no Jabby's Mac
Bomb
10
is on
still
B.
is
full.
delivering the
Look at your
bomb.
radars, folks. That bomb's
Techno
going
is
to
gonna
be.
players don't show themselves.
there,
This is
Wookie
Techno
B.
who's going to move the
Wait.
bomb. I mean, he's
Oh,
going
let
to
them plant,
instantly be able to
Yeah.
stop his plan.
Aww.
And because he got a sandwich,
I was
he's
thinking,
not
let
actually
them
moving
plant
the
and
device.
defuse.
He's only become alert.
Cadian thinking that they had fooled them, but in reality, Techno's still close enough.
I do want to extend the olive branch here to Astralis, though, because it's such a fast rotation back for the Mongols. They were suspicious, but off of a read. They really didn't have the information to make that move. It could have been the bomb just waiting inside a palace or something else.
Jump the gun on that one.
But it does make them look silly, that's for sure. And you know what? They've still got a couple of outs this round. I mean, Device doesn't have armor, but oh, I was going to say, he was coming in.
Ah, look,
Metal Gear
he's so
Solid
smart. He
style,
just
but then
pushes
gets
instead.
And he's going to
Get a free kill instead.
So there goes the hope.
It's down in short.
Realistically, there was a P250 kill in the mix at one point for Stown early.
And they pick
But
up
it's a great
them
recovery
4 though.
from Mongols, and I think a testament to what I
It's
tried to
really,
highlight as we come
really
into the second
good
half,
recovery
right? There's just
for
fast
Mongols.
movements happening. Mongols reading this one before it's kind
Graham,
of the time you'd expect others to.
He did add
Game's
it.
tied, man. It's been a long time since the Astralis have won a round. 6 in a row for the
Maybe
Mongols.
it's not working because we have the shared chat.
Ooh,
I
but a force
did
out of
add it.
Astralis. Well, limitation in Tech 9 and Galil.
Yeah, but they do spend all their money.
Right, that bomb plant would have been real nice. Would have made the difference.
True.
I do think that eyeballers
in that bomb plant.
are leading over a PC game.
Nice kill. That
Oh,
makes up for
okay.
it a little.
Okay, you take those. And I guess the
You don't
limitation
have
of the
that.
Tech
It
9
shows
can
me
just
that I
take
have
its sweet
one
time up in
emote
Palace.
added out of one.
Some moving
1,000.
pieces
That's
here
the
for
one that I
Astralis
have.
already. Mzinho going to be down.
Have you only
beneath
one in your
Palace.
7 TV? Huh. Part-timer.
That's where he starts.
Part-timer.
But it is a
People add
reposition
their one.
offered over with a lack of pressure
Well,
on him.
according to
He'll
Ram,
take
I
up
have
sandwich
none.
instead.
Or just give access to Ram and he can do whatever he wants.
Oh no.
It's numbers out from Palace, and if they jump out into that bomb site, suddenly
They're
they've
not
got the
even-
cover of
Fucking
default.
huh?
And who do we have? Well,
Oh,
9-10 over
shit.
towards Ticket, but
They're
not
just
with an
gonna-
op in hand. So the
Ram
fact he's got
timed
that
up for 30
he
minutes.
tries to
Okay.
slide out. Now he's sitting triple. 9-10 goes down. Mzinho's got to pick up more than that, but it's just enough damage for Blitz to come out.
Should get to see
And it's
that
a
link,
near
so I can
trade
open it.
train jump up. He's going to challenge. Oh,
nice
Cadian
shot, nice
takes
shot.
it over top to open the door for the sandwich bomb carrier to cross. And damn it, those limitations don't hold them back.
That's having
Well, you have
speedo.
9-10 coming in with a smoke. This is actually
Have a good one, Ram.
At least I clicked to add it.
Techno's got a back turn to him first. Oh, he just missed the timing. Device is able to peel away. Your other two players are obviously deeper over towards Khan and Jungle. And so Techno, soon enough, is going to be split by all three. But it's all about the contact. And he sees the burst, but back offered to Device. Astralis breakthrough early.
Yes, they do. Right back into the game. That's a really nice shot and round from Cadian with his kill over top of triple. That's the one that makes the difference. He knows that was a scary approach from him because he's got low HP, but he can hear a Blitz using all of his ammo, trying to spam on the cross. And the opening refrag on a Mzinho. That's a key find. Had to be a headshot.
All the economy on the line now for the Mongols. And they're going to
Ram, I
make
gave
a
it
move.
permission.
Cadian better be ready.
Of the
Flash
same thing
their
I
feet.
gave it
They
permission.
turn, but the 5-7 rips the head off.
Wow.
And utility indicates, of course, that there's another player there.
So here,
Molotovs both sides. They've got them stuck.
You got to watch for Senzu because
they
he's
give
the
it to
only
a
one
random
who can
Ram
really
LB.
help out unless they're going to
My
go
permission.
via underpass. But it looks like they're literally just going to sit here and burn time off the clock. Senzu's just walking off of Cat now. This is an interesting way to support, actually, instead of pushing upper.
Doing a good job with the frag grenades to keep them softened up. Senzu, long-range 5-7 duel, not ideal. And they have earned this approach. You're going to catch players along this underpass wall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Unfortunately for the Mongols, it's an opening man advantage, but it's a great recovery from the Danes out through middle.
Yes.
And with that, 4 versus 2.
And they do find B. That's Senzu's cat push. I don't think it'll influence this. Mzinho looks to meet them there. Of course, with this itty-bitty gun. Bomb is walking back, however. Full connector control and vision on mid for the Mongols. Okay, now it'll turn back. But there is timings. Gotta be careful here. This is a 2v3 situation.
Oh, his head's down. Pops up perfectly.
Oh,
it's evened out at 25 seconds. Jabby's next. And that MP9 does more damage. He's already here. 9-10 with vision onto the site. We've got a critical clutch between him and Device. 15.
He's got to milk
Where's
this.
the peak? From backdoor, he comes at him, and he's got him locked. But who's locked in with who? It's a clutch from a man who's got a wealth of experience.
Whoa, it looked like aim was going to fail him in that spot. Device shooting into the wall as he was peeking back. 9-10 staying open the entire time instead of swinging afterwards. There was always the option to allow that bomb to go down in the final seconds and then put a ton of pressure on that way. But that's just not how the Mongols like to fight now, is it?
Oh,
it's a marginally scary moment here for Astralis, but surviving is the only thing that matters to them because Mongols have no money left. They can recoup their economy on this one. It's full A stack to meet the full A hit.
Zinho chilling in the flames.
Oh, he got by.
Yeah, it's some trickery for sure, but vanilla pistol easily dealt with. Blitz finds one more than he should. What they don't know about is that compromise that Cadian already has behind them. And again, such little weaponry here to work with. You know, Blitz will send a small shiver down their spine, but it all gets swept away. And it's Astralis with a 10-7 lead.
Off the back of a clutch into a money-making round. 3 rounds straight now for Astralis to end the 6th streak.
I think he was feeling at 9-10, so he felt like he will potentially win that duel.
Now this one shapes up to potentially go the distance with the amount of money that they've got left over. They can make this a real comeback.
Heard some damage or something.
But at least the Astralis are showing teeth on both sides of the map.
So many Mongols fans, so nice.
Do you guys miss Emma? Me too, man. Me too.
Another Romanian is Regali with FlyQuest. They're not here.
Underpass has seen a lot of action so far throughout this second half, and for the time being, it's just Device scoped up with nobody to come at him.
No commitments at all.
Nope.
Underpass with the op, it's just the opening pick play. They won't get the aggressive mid control that they were expecting from the Mongols, which is actually kind of interesting. But if we look at the utility, they weren't in a place to do so. Their biggest resource is these smokes. The longer the round goes on, the more Astralis will be favored as long as they stay 5v5.
As they try to counter with the...
Now, if they... The timing can be created inside of connector if window isn't smoked. That's what they have to be careful about. And Zinho searching carefully.
Oh,
not careful enough.
Nice shot, Yabby.
Nice to see it as well. Incredibly fast start to the game has kind of cooled off, but he's right back at it. In a critical juncture in this gun round, we get a double kill out of Jabby, total mid control, and it's a flood up from Astralis to come with it. So much pressure on 9-10 that you cannot be affording to miss a shot like that right now.
That's a save.
That was an opportunity.
Deep push.
Or?
They're on the chase.
No, that's turning
They're
around.
pushing an op who fell back in CT. Why would you give
Get
him a
almost
chance?
have an
Down
op
to 14
there.
health.
Oh, the name.
9-10 stepping through the
9-10.
fire.
Wait, what? What?
He burned and Molly.
You have 100 HP?
Techno gets a trade back onto jungle.
Maybe he was scoped and he
didn't
was
look like
didn't notice
A-Site was
that he was
gone.
getting
Now we've
damage
got
or
the
something.
Mongols on the retake.
And Techno's moving forward.
Device again into the corner, trying to draw him in
But
with
they're
that time. And time is going to decide this one, though. They've got to still
This
run.
whole round.
Rack up the cost. And they make Astralis look slightly foolish for that confident deep ticket peak.
This whole
4
round.
players taken, and then the bomb takes the 5th.
Well,
yeah, he had a lot of HP. That was the thing.
The op and CT. Once he falls back, that's already your victory. You've taken CT control. It's harder for him to reapproach you if you're holding up by missiles than it is the opposite in trying to go into him. That might be something you try on the pistol round, but they had enough control here to win this round and keep many players alive. This is a round where it's still good for Astralis to win, but it being costly in this situation with those mistakes makes you wonder what they've opened themselves up to now. Like, look at the round here for Mongols. They've got an MP9. Don't let them win here.
Easier said than done.
Wow, Stound with that commitment up the ramp. There was nothing behind it, actually.
Looks like they could catch Blitz off. Oh, Hamzinho offering up the info of his position. But it's all about waiting, and that waiting could pay off. Device.
Oh, he hit that! He's got a teammate to step forward in the meantime. Looked like Stare took a shot back in return to keep the op up. But they don't know about his bullets. And the op goes both ways. Mongols thrust Device to the clutch.
He's still here.
He goes into the ramp play with the AK.
Shot missed.
Are we getting timed out because of Hex's chat, or do we normally get timed out in your chat?
Mongols tether
I think it increases chat if you post a link without permission.
I don't know who was supposed to win that round, but after Stound swung up the A ramp and died, that was a much harder situation for
YouTube and clips are allowed, and the Imgur is allowed in my channel.
They got 2 kills in response, but you saw that the Mongols were well prepared for the A site no matter what. Blitz on
but you can always ask for permission, though.
And a little
Brian is here.
Shining through for 9-10, especially on the opportunities.
Brian will request assistance.
He's usually on the toilet, so you never know where he's at.
And because of that last round, the enormous fumble
this time it's not me.
in a post-plant situation that was pretty much already won from Astralis, they lose 5 players. And now they're in a precarious spot.
Chat, she needs to create an emote set. But
after the tap, they actually are going to invest.
Wait, Ram, do you?
Yeah, they're putting it
but Ram,
all
you're
in
not
this
timed
round.
out in my chat, right?
I think it's time in both. I think you get affected by both.
That's the play.
Wow, buying down to 0. I really don't like this considering the loss bonus for Astralis. Like, even if you full invest, you want to keep a few extra dollars when it becomes your time to buy again. And we'll see, because they actually give themselves a chance to win this round. But if it doesn't go well...
Ram,
there's been a lot of space offered over lately through middle for the Mongols, but the fact that they've already collected that bit of info...
There were 2
emotes
there.
This is a moment where I think forcing down entirely can be a mistake.
Oh, that fire went out.
And the nade does nothing. Senzu's going to fall back, and now you wonder if the op liability inside the B site.
Next nade goes down. We've got a sea of flashbangs being chucked over top. Tough one for Senzu, and he's lost his support. And now already, we find him in the site. Jabby's got another. The Tech-9s. They're able to take him down. 9-10 back in the market.
Damn, Jabby.
You've given over a bigger gun, and Jabby shines.
Wow, okay, it's the B play.
You got a 30 minutes timeout,
We don't even see that situation
Someone
play
requested
out.
it.
The full
was sweet as a
investment
light.
works towards the B site.
And
2
Ram has
ideas from
19
the
more
Mongols.
minutes, or 20.
One to try to blow open their own smoke, one to molly behind it. They get no information off it. They burn resources. Senzu falls back with the op. He eats one of the late flashes.
No, 30 minutes should be. Wait, what? Is that Cell? I don't remember.
And so they can make mistakes too.
I wonder what it comes down to. The util, does that give the confidence over to
You
Astralis
sure
when the fire burns out?
It's definitely very awkward. It's not as if he would have seen anything if they blew the smoke open. Missing that incendiary, who knows if they tag somebody. It's just the fact that things didn't go well in that spot on the B site. Exactly when Astralis wanted to attack.
time me out yourself for 30 minutes. Oh shit.
Wow, Jabby can't see.
Bye-bye, sweetness and light.
I mean, did he have 1 frame of vision? Is that how he even got that shot off, or did he just start shooting?
Wait, give me a second, Ram.
That's
like,
a whole lot of left
finish this round,
and
and
it's
then
been
I'm
a
gonna have
great
a
map on
bunch of
injuries
time.
from Jabby.
4 rounds to try to push OT. 4 moments for Astralis to rob away their opponent's pick. Senzu caught out top mid-blind.
And keeps
the
going.
shot from Device finds the window player. 22 kills to Jabby's name, now offering assistance through the util.
Good, Charlie. How you doing, buddy?
Cadians waited a long time to try to get that revenge back on the Mongols. And to kick off a series when the Mongols are better than ever. The map.
Well, I did say bad bombs.
That is what we're on the brink of, but Astralis will not rush their position, their advantage. So it seems 9-10 on ramp, given a chance at a second kill.
Ooh.
Nice pre-fire clear here from Jabby, just locks him in.
He's feeling it.
On the brink of 25 kills, just outside of the top 10 highest rated players here in Cluj, at one point top 5 in the group play. Jabby taps into that potential to send a message to the Mongols at the start of this series. For Techno, well, now he swaps over. It's a better tool for the job, but with 4 players ahead of him, he cuts down the first one on ramp.
Yeah, that might have been the most important one. I don't know if there's a way he wins this, but
he'll try. And as he will, he'll take the top ticket. There's confirmation on another player, but a dink that keeps him up. 25 frags looks great.
Hi.
And Astralis will not bend a knee
Map
early
2 is what is the map 2 again?
Inferno?
She said she
and
loves
then,
you, but she can't love me.
I think Astralis
I
picked
love
Inferno.
you.
747 true.
I won't play window anymore.
I will be something.
Play your role. 1xbet.
The Mongols have solidified themselves as a consistent playoff team.
Players come out from ramp. He's going to dive into the fire, put the smoke on top. We've got the challenge down the ladder. Blitz is in the heat. Senzu slides.
That's actually a really nice highlight by Senzu.
Senzu showed us that the Mongolian strength can't ever be stopped, even with a damaged wrist.
You can have one play out of this racing. Who is it? What do you mean, in this game?
What patch is this? How did he just do that? He stopped the entire... I don't even know, bro.
And Blitz was certainly leading by example.
Your team?
Down beneath the window, easy clean.
Senzu's
the sensation.
Yeah, I don't play anymore.
Rolled up the pack and smoked it. That's right. And Zeno Company have secured playoffs at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
Welcome back. That is one way to silence a crowd. Astralis drawing first blood in this quarterfinal here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. I'm going to start with you, Jacob. You said it best before we went into the game. You said if there's an environment that Cadian
Marcus, they won
Mirage,
actually the map pick of the Mongols,
it's the adversity,
where Astralis does not have a high win rate.
This is Cadian. We all remember that group
Just
that he
ignore
wasn't
me,
allowed into, right?
Okay,
He's been
I
one
have
of these
to go.
historic...
Now Marcus woke up. Marcus won up. Did you actually watch the game, Marcus, or no? Because if you didn't watch the game, you are not allowed to watch anymore if you wanted to win.
What a performance from Astralis as a whole. I think you're
maybe that's why they got
saying that
crushed
it's something
yesterday,
he's
Marcus.
used to. It's been like that throughout his entire career. I remember myself playing with him at times as well, where we kicked him and we never really treat him with the respect that he probably deserved back then as well. And Cadian overall had a good game in terms of the calling, in terms of setting up the team. And I noticed one thing when Astralis won the map, when the game was over, if you look towards towards his body language, no excitement, no enjoyment, no celebration, pure focus, right? He's mad right now. He's in the zone. He want to make sure that he wins this game 2-0. He want to make sure that he makes a statement on the server and not necessarily outside of the server. So I think the pre-game interview that we saw...
I had lunch meat. See, you're not allowed to watch the next map then, Marcus, if you wanted to win.
He does kind of remind me of the Hulk, you know, he powers up the more angry he gets, and that's great. Listen, if that's what it takes, so be it. But one thing I do want to highlight here for the side of Astralis was the prep work and the switch up on the CD side. This CD side was dynamic. This CD side where the individuals having the agency and actually hitting their shots. I'm looking at Stair. I'm looking at, we'll get to Yabi by the way. I'm looking at Stair. I'm looking at Device. Rock solid foundation. Cadian as well. He was everywhere taking fights at mid, going early towards B depending on the spawn. And of course, a little bit quiet for Stan. He's been struggling quite a bit.
one-on-one from
Yabi, he just came alive. He's been phenomenal thus far in the group stage.
Turn around the game completely.
Astralis, the reason they're here in the BT arena, and also the reason they won map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, you have to talk about Mongols. We expected better. They got off to such a rough start, started cold, and again, is it just a little bit of complacency? You know, it's a very different speed when you go from being the perennial underdogs to being one of the tournament favorites. It's a mindset shift.
And this is the one thing which we did allude to in the pre-show, right? We were talking about this is the first time.
I don't care, you know, the 30 we lost yesterday. Wait, really? You don't want Astralis to win today?
Yeah, that is a switch up in the mentality. And now, especially considering how pretty one-sided, in all honesty, this game was, questions have to be raised about where they are, at least in this matchup.
I mean, they did come off to a very cold start, couldn't really get much done, and it's just one map, you know, but I agree with you, it's a different mentality, a different mindset you come into it, and then we got to give credit to Astralis for playing arguably the best Counter-Strike Astralis have played.
Well, I'm going to point this out as well. Production weren't even sure they had a graphic for Yabi. He's been that anonymous since he's kind of got there. Turns out they do have one, but this might be the best I've seen him play in like a long time.
This is without doubt the best tournament Yabi have had in the Astralis shirt, and even the new one obviously being premiered today. It's good to see him play well. It's good to see him come in and have an impact on the server. People kind of forget how good he is and how good he were back in the heroic days. He's a difference maker. He's very good at taking opening duels, etc., etc. I also do want to contextualize the fact that it is Astralis winning the map pick of the Mongols. On Mirage coming into this game, they've been struggling massively on this map. The past 9 times they've played it, they only won 2 of those games, and that was against MIVI in a triple overtime.
First game was 2 13-11 scorelines though, but 2-0.
Astralis should be playing in any sort of imagination. Apart from that, they've lost it 7 times to teams that I hardly even know. Let's say Zero Tenacity, a team starting with B and C and something else. So it's been a massive struggle for them to get anything done on Mirage. Fast forward into this quarterfinal, and all of a sudden they take down the Mongols, which has been their perma-pick, which has been their home ground for such a long time. This is a massive upset coming in for Astralis, and that could very well shake the Mongols even more.
Yeah, and speaking of being shaken, right, the Mongols, and we do have a couple of rounds to highlight what went wrong, but it does feel like there are times, firstly, every time I see Senzu pick up the secondary AWP and a CD side of Mirage, a puppy gets kicked somewhere out there, Richard. He should stop doing that. Every time he picks it up, I've never seen it work in his favor. He's the best rifler on his team. Stick with the rifle. We've seen a couple of rounds where, having a double up, sure, you might win one round, but you have a round where you can show how it completely
I respect that, though.
Banana.
Yeah, there we go. And also you got to say, right, when it comes to calling it, I do feel Cadian was at least a couple of steps ahead of Blitz right there. Blitz did have his moments as an IGL, turning a couple of rounds around individually, but it did feel like Mongols were playing catch-up when it comes to just the tactics in this particular map.
Yeah, we do have the first round we kind of want to highlight right here. It's round 16. It's Astralis again, a round they should be winning. They're up in a 4v3, the force spy coming in. Somehow, some way, they lead Device into a 1v2 in just a couple of moments. Messino doing a good job with the MP9 right here, getting a double kill as well. And then obviously Device have to get it done by himself, which he then would. Yeah, I know the time is what it is, but it's also Device keeping his cool, you know. At the time with the bomb, 14 seconds left, he's going for the duel. He doesn't have armor, he doesn't have a big kit right there, 9-10, so he does feel like he has to force the issue a little bit.
And
you have the experience. If you're Device and if you're Astralis, there's no player you'd rather want in a 1v2 scenario at that moment.
And that's the thing with the Mongols, and this is the a bit of a symptom I've seen so far.
Pretty good, Marcus.
By the way, a lot of the wins they had in the group stage against weaker
Friday,
opposition were very close games, were overtime games where they were kind of throwing away the lead they had. And And it comes down to sometimes, I've noticed this from the likes of a Senzu, even 9-10. Funnily enough, not from a Xenu. He's actually the safest pair of hands, where they kind of force duels, didn't really have to. You can play the clock, you can play the bomb, you can play the situation you have. But because of the fact that they get away with all these brazen duels so many times, they go for it, and then you go up against someone like Device, pure class, pure consistency, who's been in clutches like this hundreds of times in an arena scenario as well. So I feel like they were punished a little bit here and there. And one more point Pimp raised earlier on is the fact that Mongols great in winning pistols. They won both the pistols, mind you, in what was a lopsided defeat. And yet when it comes to those force buys, those half buys, they do struggle. And they lost 2 important pivotal rounds to Astralis' half buys, and that's what cost them the map here in the end.
You want to see one of those rounds?
Absolutely.
Round training. I think we should bring it up right here. I think that's where the game completely was denied from the hands of the Mongols. Again, 8-11. You force Astralis into a force buy. You can make a comeback right here. It's not over. Again, well executed from Astralis. They apply pressure. They get out here. Yabi perhaps getting a little bit lucky getting the kill by running out being blind. Senzu alone all by himself with the double up setup. You didn't like it, and at this point, it's game over. Astralis winning here, making it 12-8. Winning the force buy, you lost belief in the Mongols coming back.
And also looking at Senzu's positioning right there, right? Like, sure, you lose your first player, towards Van. Great pathing by Astralis to just avoid where the op's going to be playing towards Pillar by Yabi. But at that point, you need to make a decision. You can just jump back into window, try to play for the retake. Instead, it's like, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to have a highlight moment, I'm going to combat op. But when you're alone right there, even if you get a single kill, you're getting traded almost instantly, right? That thought didn't enter his head. In his head, he's like, I'm going to get a 4K with the up close and personal, and Astralis just shut him down. So mistakes were made individually, and also I feel like for the Mongols, and I've said this earlier as well, Rich, I feel the map pool is a bit predictable. Every single time you know what they're going to pick, and when you go up against some top-tier opposition, they're going to come in prepared. Astralis came in prepared.
That being said, Mirage, they should have won 9 out of 10 times. Astralis have been struggling, as I said, massively on Mirage. There was no way they could ever have gone anywhere else. And for Astralis to make that result and make that performance, that's another huge step in the right direction, there, Said.
Well, speaking about predictable maps, hello Inferno, my old friend. Welcome back.
It's a home map for Astralis, and there is, and you're wading through the muck and the grime of what's happening to the Astralis team. But if there is one diamond in all of that, it is this map. They have looked fantastic, phenomenal. Their best map by far, I think a far second would be Ancient, if you ask me. I think they're pretty solid there as well. But one thing I like from Astralis here,
sure, I have a great game with Nana yesterday, also, Nico. I got a picture of him having
exactly how to manipulate the rotations.
I'm saying a little bit of a struggle.
Deny information, get the brackets controlled, get that
Marcus coaching paid off. He wrote me and sent me a picture of him having 6-3-16
a bit for the Mongols, Rich, because the wins they've had on this map, yes, it was against Wildcard, yes, it was against, I believe it was Pain, were overtime games, where just heroic Senzu with no scope through the smokes, just crazy individual plays. It was crazy, but the thing is, so many individual plays which allowed them to close out a particular map, and now you're going up against a team who are actually, in my books, one of the best teams on this particular map right now.
I mean, the Mongols good on Inferno, very good on Inferno. I think the change of pace on the T side is something Cadian does well. As you said, unpredictable in a sense that they can play fast, but they can also drag out the tempo completely and just go for map control. One thing I don't like about the Inferno in particular is the CT side. It's still the old DNA of Heroic where they gamble stack an awful lot, so they play 4-1s or 3-2, so to speak, where you have 4 players on towards the bigger A bomb side and only 1 B defender, could be the Vice with the AWP, and then vice versa some rounds as well. So it is a bit streaky and a little bit gambling in that sense, but that's what makes it so uncomfortable for the Mongols right here. Because if Cadian is reading the game correctly, and if he's in that zone that we've seen so far on Mirage, then these gamble stacks can prove to be very vital for Astralis.
And also the fact for the Mongols, their T-side on Inferno, it's very simple. It's very fast initially, and it's just grouping up. It's just grouping up, working as a pack mentality. It's nothing too convoluted, and like you said, sometimes when the gamble does pay out, they're going to be walking straight into a full stack, and they did actually in this game as well, right? Just walking to a full stack from Astralis, for example.
Marcus,
so,
haven't you coached Nana?
Mongols, every time
he sent me a print screen from yesterday's games that he had 6-3-18 or what it was. Instead,
1 point something about 9-10. He is right now on the CT side, like the 3rd highest rated opener amongst everyone.
Hey, Tolika, Marcus needs to get some time off. A lot of things goes wrongly right now. Astralis not performing to level he wants. He's not getting back his level 10.
Low-key, it's funny to say,
you want to focus on, real life.
It's an interesting point as well, because when you
Doing
think
his
Inferno,
thing.
it's not necessarily an
New
AWP
job.
map. You're going to see Device play an awful lot with the rifle. I don't think Device is going to force the AWP in his own hands. If it makes sense
I had
in
to
terms of how
wash
Astralis
his
want to
spoon
approach the
because I'm out
game,
of clean
then maybe. But
spoons.
overall, Inferno is one of those maps where you can easily
I
get
think
by
if someone
with
had a
fire rifles
dishwasher.
on the T side as well. So 9-10, someone
only
from
I
the
had a
Mongols had to go
dishwasher.
out there and try to dictate the game, install a bit of fear in Astralis. But as we said, if
One
there's one
day.
thing Astralis is good at,
One
it's the
day.
utility usage. It's not giving up these first picks. It's making the
One
game
day
slow
the
enough for
dishwasher
9-10 to
shall be
spread.
I'll tell you another thing that
I'm
Astralis
not
are good
getting
at: losing series. Like, they
No,
do
one
that
day-
often. I
They
mean,
just won the map, Rich. It's not
Give them
about
some. No, listen,
buying
this
one,
is
it's
important
about
because
having
if I'm Mongols, what I'm
days
thinking
forward.
about now is, okay, we've done the very Mongols thing of losing a map we should have won. It happens, you know, historically with that inexperienced team, youthful exuberance. It happens. But I'd be looking at the record of Astralis and thinking, it doesn't matter that it's their map pick. Like, we're 100% still able to beat this Astralis team. And all of that emotion, all of that adrenaline that they've been using to get the Mirage win, that now dissipates when you have a break.
I agree, and I think it's a fair point, because if you were to ask me heading into the game and you were to isolate every single map, the Mongols heavy favorites to win Mirage. Even though Astralis have picked Inferno, the Mongols were still favorites to win Inferno. And if you were to go into Nuke, the Mongols would still be favorites to win on Nuke. So in theory, had it been an uncontroversial series, it could have been a 3-0 for the Mongols. So yes, I agree with you, Richard. It helps Astralis, obviously. It builds a bit of confidence, but the Mongols are still the favorites heading into Inferno, I would argue. And if we should go into Nuke, they're very much still the favorites to win the series.
I think that the fact of the Mongols, the one thing that switched up over the past 1 year is their
Ram,
balls,
don't trust
right? They
Hicker
don't
to
really
be
lose the first map. I've seen
fast
them
learner,
completely
though.
capitulate the moment they lose a map pick in the past. Right now, they play with cojones. I feel like they've grown not just as a team when it comes to the tenacity, the mental fortitude, which was lacking once upon a time.
What confused
So I agree
me,
with Pimp. I
how
don't think they're quite out
through
yet.
the website do you
No,
actually
so we're
get
about to
to
get
this
into the
point?
action then. I think this one's going the distance. I can't believe Astralis are coming in
Click
at 2-0 with this,
around,
guys.
click
It would be a massive
around.
surprise. However, with the way they're playing on Mirage, who knows?
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Astralis are wearing black, but it might be Mongol's funeral. Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
Ooh, maybe, just maybe. But I think you guys raise a lot of points. It's still an uphill battle, but it's one that goes down on Inferno. And this is where Mongols made a name for themselves. So our desk before the first map even started highlighted the threat that the Mongols bring on Inferno. Now their life in this tournament on the line. They have to kick it up, and they've got to find a way, honestly, to mute Jabby. 25 kills deep back on Mirage set a tone for this series.
That was a stellar performance from him, no question about that. You saw 2 triple kills in the last 2 rounds to close that map out, and I think it was only headshots, man. Senzu's gonna have to be that guy for the Mongols.
Hopefully now you see it.
Blitz will find the first blood over towards brackets. Counterpart leader down first. All about the bait and switch, but the Berettas get a single kill.
Here comes Jabby again. Flash allows Senzu to disengage, but he stays here to fight.
Yeah, sticks around for a bit because Blitz goes charging down middle. CT pistol round win for the Mongols.
They kind of do have to play mad. We saw them even when they were down 1-7 on that first map.
I don't
that
know,
they
Ram.
kept forcing, rushing, and
2
pushing
Latvians is better
everything.
than 0
I think
Latvians,
that
right?
style it's going to probably pay off in the end here for the Mongols.
I hope. I don't know.
It's a stage game. There's more to it than just who's the better team, right? It's who's the better team when the pressure's on. We are no longer in groups, folks.
Back-to-back middle pressure. It's layered as well. 2 sets of eyes from brackets to support Blitz. Oh, he turns. Oh. And it is a fast Tech 9 kill from Jab. Where have we seen that before?
They're getting caught off by this every single time. And it was the utility that paired with that peak to allow Astralis to do this.
Over.
Has to be said, you know, they signed up for that. Sending a player down middle. Jabby also gets 3 players preoccupied on the opposite side of the map of Senzu.
They did see him run. Molly missed.
Oh no!
The Molly.
Uh-oh.
Where have we seen this before?
My goodness, they are shooting hot.
This is Mongols with all 3 pistol round wins so far in the series. They straight up lost to the Force at the start of Mirage. Remember, they nearly lost to the Force buy in the 2nd pistol of Mirage, and they will indeed lose to the 3rd pistol Force.
And it looks like a double-layered lurk here from Jabby. He's come back. And he'll also get another kill. At least for them, there was one MP9 to upgrade, but down to 2 players, this is a massively successful forced up for Astralis.
But he wants them to lose, so I don't know.
They want the Astralis to lose?
Yeah, he said it after yesterday's situation. So I don't know why she's cheering.
It's under pressure though. MP9 for device could come at it.
I'm very confused right now, Marcus.
It's worth it for him to try.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was reverse psychology.
Good to go.
Maybe.
Double rifles moved into the next one, but that is Astralis.
30 long years I've waited.
One gun down there, and then I
Don't
think
worry
Javi got
about
his
it.
CT spawn, so exiting through Banana didn't net them the extra gun upgrades for Astralis, but still winning with the plant. And more than that, off the back of good tactics and great aim. But because they didn't save all of those guns, just that one M4 picked up for device, still has a chance here for the Mongols.
Sweetness like, are you timing out yourself for 30 minutes again?
It's pretty good use of the MP9.
Again? Sweetness?
I'll show you in a moment, Ram.
He didn't learn, did he? Apparently not. Ryan, do the honor.
Senzu's got that other smoke grenade now chucked down in front of the pack towards Banana, and he'll walk away.
Yeah, but if he plays retake in this spot, we'll see he's got an extra smoke to pick up first. If this ends up B, it's just going to be another save for the Mongols. Bomb still undecided past a minute. We've seen moments of hesitation from Astralis.
Support positioned in time.
And I like how they're weaponizing Yabi here. We saw him in the lurk last round. This time he's still making presence on A, not catching any pushes right now, but still always a threat to peek.
Gonna crack open this. No, not even. They're just gonna damage the cross, and that's a well-positioned frag grenade. Jabby moving back from brackets.
This is awkward now for Astralis, actually.
It's confirming delayed on the rotate, so it just boils down to who's in this bomb site at 15 seconds. 5-7 gets a kill and the distraction.
Oh, okay.
Senzu puts up 2. Yabi coming
They
in
went
late.
back the round?
Win this round.
Using the smallest amount of cover with the
5
fountain
seconds
pillar.
now.
It is clean shooting out of the M4, and what could have
Yabi,
ended up being.
do not die after time.
You better run.
I'm surprised he even
They're
actually.
gonna let him go. Mac 10 can be saved for the next one.
How scary.
That was a crazy attempt
took
to
up an
go for a kill
MP9.
in that spot. Confused as to who was scared of who. But yeah, Mongols win that right back, and it's at the moment that Yabi shows presence on the lurk.
Thing it shows me.
But it's because Mongols are actually playing an aggressive A site as
It
well
shows that I
as
haven't
having
enabled
2
in
on
this
B
part.
that allows them to make sure that this lurk does nothing to their setup. If they don't maintain info on brackets, it's a whole different round right there. And that activity is what's going to get them out of situations where one Tech 9 kill ruins the round. We got hair slicked back Mzinho.
Powering up.
SSJ Mzinho.
Curious to keep an eye on this Mongols camp to see if a map 1 loss would kind of have them a bit more timid as the series went on. Doesn't look like we're going to get that.
I mean, the new CS2
He
Inferno
used to keep a close eye on the Mongols
is
when they would
more
just kind of bang
CSGO Inferno.
after an early break like this. A map 1 that could cost them a series, no longer a feature. We get a resilient Mongols nowadays.
Molly comes out first, which means Techno still has his smoke in hand. And he's going to stay active on the spot.
Senzu leans ahead of this one.
Yeah, doesn't want to leave.
He's going to have his hands full, that's for damn sure. The numbers to the Astralis push about to come in through their favor. It's a good first kill on Cadian. Beautiful lineup here for 910. Commits to the spray through and eats it back the other direction. But it's a switch for Blitz.
Oh, I mean, it's 2 players coming in through CT spawn. Blitz is right there behind the smoke, and now Stown is just alone. And actually a spot where if he can't get a gun, man, he's going to be saving nothing here. This is just as bad as dying after time if he doesn't find a way to get an upgrade.
2 rounds in a row that
find one. 5 seconds, can't even
Yabi
make it
and
over the
Stam
arch.
have
So an
saved.
armored Desert Eagle.
Yeah, why not just be running at them, man? I guess. Okay.
Think you need to leave?
$50 armor, Desert Eagle.
Why, Marcus? Why?
Could be worse, I suppose. But there is no money for him. No money to drop him either. So Mongols so far so good. You lose the second round, it's whatever. They still pick up the next ones. 9-10 picks up the op. It's really about how can Astralis respond, and there won't be an investment here. This one's all about Stown.
An op that can afford to float through brackets at the moment.
Hey, Wolfie. Hi. How you doing?
Mongols really pestering Astralis down middle so far in the opening 5 rounds of this game.
Long are the days where Mongols' only good map was Inferno. And
More
that was the
pain.
one map that you just did not want to play them on.
Think about it when you eat 30
Yes, they
plus
did.
Marcus.
And then we learned the
pain
hard
every
way
day.
that, the Mongols are stepping up in 2024 and have carried that through to new heights.
Yeah, the fact that they're a clear favorite on paper in this matchup speaks to their progress. KDN dies. And they've got a good defense versus a Hall's pop. Bomb will walk away from this.
Yeah,
another round where they have to die.
9-10 out here. Tiptoes a little closer to the corner, but now that's going to queue up the mid-peak in a second. And that mid-peak finds him exposed.
They can pick up an op.
They'll
Maybe
try
not.
to get their hands on it, and Stown offers another.
Whoa.
Now that's bomb and op scooped up. You've still got your pit player in position, ready to hold back. It is indeed Mzinho. And as he leans along the wall, he hears the approach from Moto. This is all that Astralis have left. Fire at his feet. Senzu's come out to help. He finds a little bit of sanctuary, but the op will still strike him down. And imagine a world where that D gets a shot off. Fast frags from Senzu post-Mongols 4th round.
That was actually a scary moment.
I mean, he only died because he got tagged there, but he was way too aggressive in mid there, though. I
Even those
don't
kills
know.
are
I
nice.
don't know.
Astralis going to take a breath here on this tack pause because they're coming in with the full strength buy. I think the worst of Astralis for me sometimes is some of the set plays, but to be honest, they're operating at such a high level right now. If you can count on Jabby and Stown's entries, then I think some of these set plays will actually just look super strong. I don't think this is a half where Device is going to have to rely on his op to be able to win it here for Astralis, but because of how punishing rotations are on CT side, the commitments you have to make moving from site to site, the opening kills like we saw on that pistoling round, that could be everything. You can instantly cause 3-player saves with a 1-bullet headshot. That's what they're looking for. That's the golden ticket for Astralis.
Okay.
Because as a team, they're not going to outclass the Mongols setups.
Back in charge.
Yeesh, burning.
Oh, we're having this.
One tick away from death.
Is he gonna die again like in Mirage there?
But they'll send some damage back the other direction.
Like a library?
Calculated.
Calculated and yet still sketchy. But it's a pretty significant reposition for the op this round. Never even took a shot for the record.
They do want to move into this. Yeah, and 9-10, he's weak, but he's on A.
Looking to bolster that arch play. Definitely opens a door where Blitz can go and rotate if needed, if they feel like he's needed on
I feel like
B.
they've been pretty active.
Well, let's see if they go A. They have 2 smokes. Sometimes all you need is Moto and Arch. We'll see which variation that they attempt here.
Blitz still sitting over at that B site temporarily.
Yeah, the Mongols actually lacking a little bit of information. They clear out a key spot and start to make the move over.
He can play in front of these smokes though.
This was so the
9-10
jerseys.
can still play on this corner. Low health or not. He's at the very least peeled one player off the approach, and Blitz is going to keep them on high alert. They're now stuck up along the arch wall. They've gone ahead and taken down the pit player. That's a big opening for Jabby. Pressure on the op now. He'll be found out. Device just squeaks up into the bomb site. At the very least, the Mongols have put themselves in an even 3v3.
Didn't even look like
You've
a
got
tag.
Device on site looking to hold back the library play. Nobody's holding for this. It's going to be Stair versus Techno in a second.
Stair needs to get this one.
Stair, he's now got that glimpse of an elbow just jiggling on this fight. Great dink. Still no play out from the pit. Fire at the feet of the upper. He's going to swing out. Little pit player. Head tucked. Jabby just draws them in. And Astralis lock in a post plant under pressure.
Wow, man, that arch split actually works out really well. You see they lose two pieces as they go for it, but they keep scaling the entire way.
Yeah, I'm very surprised this
That was a very
survived.
nice attempt at the retake out of Techno. That's a spot where he knows he both has to bide his time, but also make something happen and gets a lot of damage off on Stair. And Device for that matter. But because he doesn't kill either of them, there's actually no way for his teammates to get out of library onto the site.
Who was in the mini pit? Who was the captain being a menace?
And this is one that starts 3v5.
Ah, Yabi. He was living for a really long time, which
This is
Device.
a great round for Astralis to win, I think, for their confidence on this map. Very often we could see them well prepped for their, picking the veto and then still fail on 2 following maps, but
I want to say bonus points for Jabby in that situation. How elusive was that?
yeah, man, he's made some moves.
Having a fantastic series. Or fantastisk, as the Danes say.
Yeah, he was the Copenhagen Flames player who joined up with Cadian originally.
The
for their, I think it was a Copenhagen Flamme back in 22, I think, right, for Cologne. Started off really slow on that roster and then reached his Copenhagen Flames level on Heroic. And for a while, was their best player.
He is the highest rated member of Astralis coming into this quarterfinal. And he is the highest rated player after map 1 of this quarterfinal. So a bit of consistency from Jabby as of late. And it comes at a very important moment for the Astralis squad, fighting for success. Techno, able to fight back from behind sandbags.
That's bomb,
That's impressive right there. Bomb stage back, man. They need to go grab this. They really are pressing their faces up against the glass right now, looking to exec, but
looks like Jabby's going to be allocated to the bomb as they just really want this site, and so be it. But Jabby didn't grab the bomb.
He didn't grab the bomb. Oh my God, if they start pushing down mid, this gets really hairy, but honestly, it looks like it doesn't matter.
Oh, they're getting away with one. In a tighter round, a mistake like that makes you look foolish. In this instance,
Either way, it would be funny. They got all the kills, came to the side.
Jabby's got it, just runs right by.
And there are some of these rough moments for Astralis where, again, this one doesn't get punished, but like, they push
not funny, it will be tragic. That would be the correct.
Senzu definitely saw that, right? Maybe not.
We always have the advantage of the X-ray, but I swear he saw it.
Yeah, I think so. Well, no one calmed it for him either, so who knows?
It's down with some camouflage, finds him out. It's a round with a slight
Cadian with 07, by the way.
them, and so 2 consecutive round wins on this T side and fighting for the tie early days. 4-3, the Mongols lead. Finn. It's not every day you catch blitz like that off guard with a forward position. That's a celebration from Cadian because I think he can sense blood in the water in this first half. It is USPs for the Mongols. And what do you do with USPs? You stack. Jabby over towards the apartments. Careful now, Astralis.
Get on the right side.
They're bringing that bomb in. USP's off the flashbang. 1 frag, all they're gonna get. It was always gonna be a tall order. And in this one, they come up short. Sure enough,
Sounds like Astralis have full room of fans.
And again, this reopens the conversation about the VRS points. The fact that Astralis could move up 5 positions, that Mongols stand to lose something like 70 points.
4-4 though. Pretty rough right now.
It's an opportunity that gives them a huge win that on paper will be remembered for Astralis. To take a playoffs game here versus the Mongols, but also to turn that one win into something that can massively affect their odds of making the major as the season rolls on. That just adds to the pressure, but also to the prize.
We add to that a chance tomorrow, if they win this series, to play versus a Maus who we know has been powering up as this event goes on, but still a fresh roster. One that has shown weakness at times. And one that is right within that pool of other important teams to take points away from. Could end up being a double whammy for the Danes in Cluj.
62% on 16 maps is actually
let's
more
fixate here at what's on hand. 4-4. Mongols lead gone. Blitz, can you scoop up a gun? No, sir.
Just too far away. I mean, if the Mongols lose this game, this is a failure. You know, this is a massive failure, especially considering the ramp that they've had, and the one sort of spot where it was like, okay, they need a bit more time was Shanghai, but even since then, looking at like Cadian's heroic, they never reached the peaks of, you know, consistently winning every event. They got that chip here and there, but they always had a very important stat of being able to beat every team that was lower ranked than them consistently.
I mean, I would
better than any other roster.
I'd go further. It wouldn't just be a failure, it would be a step backwards, because they took one step forward in their playoff after Shanghai.
Again, those playoff chances are rare and seldom, and so you can't even trust yourself now. You've got to grind a whole tournament back just to get to a playoff spot, just to have one chance to prove yourself again. That only makes you more nervous.
Ooh, there's a chance. 9-10 walks into this scope. Oh, missed shot from Device. That could have been an early death for the defense.
Yeah, at least 9-10 took the fast step, but there was still a chance for the flick.
He doesn't have an op of his own to try to take that challenge. Now we're going to get this boat rocked back towards B. Techno dropping smoke ahead of the arrival.
This is quite a boring looking map here for the Mongols in terms of their positions. They are going to feign this B control, but if Ice walks right through the smoke, Gabby's putting pressure on mid, but they don't have the mid setup this time to get that information. He's going to be a thorn in their side.
There's a whole pack of players ready to pounce on this hit.
The CTs can in good conscience rotate. They have to, well, at least there's the smoke.
35 seconds as that one pops.
But look at the amount of space and control that Jabby has created.
And a kill here would make it go down smooth. A reaction up to the balcony confirms
but now
the second player.
Go.
You know they're going to hit this. You know it's going to be the all-in B. What can Techno do to offer stoppage? Player already crossed down beneath. Stairs gone. Boom.
Damn.
Ton of damage done, but not nearly enough to stop it.
That is way too much control that they gave Yabby in this.
That's the banana player though.
Blitz finds one. It's going to be another fast flank. Blitz has done a good job of challenging out from mid. Boost backside is a miss. Device with a single bullet left in this magazine.
Now they know they're both here.
Astralis may have gotten into the site, but they are hanging on to little angles. And now that 2-kill come right back. 9-10. He's got to push this into him with pistol in hand. It's a bunch of damage. He needs the headshot or a couple more. By God, the Mongols retake comes.
Does he have enough time
shot
though?
Gets missed from Device there on quad. After he gets spotted on the boost, they have to play actively. There's always a chance to get naded and mollied.
I was looking at the timer the whole time, so I was like not sure about it.
Duel on the pistols.
Blitz flank again.
Yeah, that's true. That was actually a very low odds retake. It was one where I think Mongols, if they delayed even 5 more seconds, would have thought about just saving their guns for the next round, and instead they take the lead by again.
The first one missed, but the second one felt like it was supposed to land.
And I also think that Mongols' problem started well before this. I can see, based on this game, expecting Astralis to win some of these rounds because they're shooting better than the Mongols. But in terms of the staging of these positions, Mongols normally do deep smokes on mid and peek down into alt with either Blitz or 9-10. They double nade the stairs. They put way more pressure on both B and mid. And on this round, they let Yabby smoke off arch, lurk around through the porch, get up and fight their guy in graveyard, not get that kill with the first peek while there's still 4 players on B. That's the least amount of map control that you'll see from Mongols on Inferno, and I don't know why they're playing like that.
Yeah, the situation you just described feels like Jabby has the reins over on A site. He can do what he wants, and if he peeled a player off that site, but Blitz doesn't flank, etc.
This is the
given
smoke.
Okay, the one you're talking about for taking ult.
This is what they use versus everyone else all the time. But
oh no, it's a rush.
Uh-oh. 2 players coming in, but they're in retake position.
I mean, ult mid be damned. They get smoked out. Blitz is going to try to keep the challenge with the nade, but Cadian still survives that.
Oh, and they had their utility sitting in that CT smoke, man.
Off the timeout.
They're going for it.
It's a change up in the tempo. Blitz is able to charge through. Jabby holds the other side. Blitz down to 13, caught out by the
Trying
SMG.
his best to survive.
Position backside, 9-10 takes it.
There's no one emo.
And there's
Bomb's going
nobody
back.
A. Already
Device,
up through Arch goes Device. They have finagled this not once but twice from the B site to the A slice.
Wow.
Device, oh, he's so deep inside this defense that by the time they go back, they've been fooled a second time within 1 round.
They can't shut down these
Now he
rushes.
walks in B, gets him.
They can't. Like, they're getting killed by players pushing through smokes way too
It's not he
consistently.
has super timing
You
to
saw
walk
Stair
up
get the double
banana here.
entry that previous round. That was warranted because they set up the round so that they had to exec B, but they knew it was light on the site. But Stair previously, jumping through the Tech 9 on the second round, that was completely through a smoke. This time,
now he's spoiled. He
through
knows
their
when
utility
it's
once
confident.
again.
They want that op as well. 9-10 gonna fight for it, tooth and nail.
Yeah.
Mac 10's getting closer. Ooh, show us what you got.
Yeah, there it is.
But at least
They got it
push out
eventually,
behind
though.
box and
Damn.
Device sweeps it away.
Yeah, and he's not even looking for it on this round. Doesn't even consider it. You watch back this demo if you're Mongols and you think, well, this is so silly how we're dying.
Let's go around.
In Counter-Strike, you can absolutely run through a smoke, get a kill. She's the bigger fan.
That's a keeper.
We all like our alone time.
That's true.
Your
Forced by
70
out of the
was
Mongols.
just haunted.
2 rounds left in this half.
It was anomaly.
Astralis again trying to fight for this early
I was
banana
like,
control, keeping that pressure
not
on
more
Blitz,
than
but he'll
usual.
step up to the challenge. Content to duke it out through that smoke. But also
did you fix it,
not
Ram?
confident enough to stick around entirely. Goes and grabs a piece of utility from the
You have
actual
to dig,
defender. Look at
Reddit
that backline defense Mongols are offering. Look at the way Senzu and Techno are just tucked in.
Yeah, they're literally just expecting
I mean, it's
their first player to die and then Astralis to commit through the site.
It's great if they do. It's horrendous if this A hit ends up coming out, which at the moment is being pieced together with apartments controlled. You can see there's not a single piece of defense in place to stop it.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't have full guns and utility. This is not actually a full buy here for the Mongols. They'll have some kind of weapon, but they need to take risks.
Oh, okay.
He didn't respect their own molly. You've got to hold that for a second. That was the only play that could have been made. That's a fumble.
Try short.
111.
Frag grenade into the middle of the pack. It is decent damage.
Nade. Only 2 on A though.
Oh!
Oh!
You love that wall bang.
Can
If
they
you're
also
the
get
T
910?
side.
Police is not
Pop
ready
to the
for this.
flank is Blitz. Pretty omnipresent
They're not clearing this.
on the
so
flank of Astralis. They elicit the reaction, dude. Everybody's dying without finding targets.
Nice.
Wall bangs and smoke spams are the way Astralis peel
Astralis
players
just
off this
a
bomb
much
site,
better team
and that
in
is
this
going
game
to
right now.
guarantee them a 6th round on this T side. Comfortable deep corner.
Still tight
bomb plan.
scoreline, but
Senzu can't do a damn thing about it.
Wow. Mongols looking like a bit of a glass cannon right now. The way that they're playing out these rounds, the raw duels that they can't win right now, Astralis have been beating them up. And even though this game is just a 1-round lead for Astralis, the way in which they're winning these rounds and coming back, there's some egg on the face of the Mongols.
Looking to take it all down, but that's a chance for Senzu to leave. I'm going to keep the pressure on him from the other side. Critical gun to be saved is denied. So not just the lead, but a sweep of the cash,
Chris,
and that is
I
going
have
to leave the
7
Mongols limping into this
Ah,
final round of
congratulations.
regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better team is in the lead right now.
Lovely shot.
That's not something I thought I'd say in this game. No, we have some good strategic rounds. I think the meat of this half,
Your
though,
money's
has
my money,
been
my money's my
the
money.
aim
Wait, what?
on the entries.
Usually it's like your hoodie? No, my
And it's not about
hoodie.
sort of
No, it goes
tactical
from your
brilliance,
hoodie
I'd say,
to
so
our
far.
hoodie to my hoodie.
Massive though.
But yeah, the
Your
lack of
sweatpants,
mid-control,
our
it's just not the
sweatpants,
typical
and
Mongols game
eventually
plan on Inferno.
my sweatpants.
The great part about that
You
deep
want me to
smoke is
tell
you
me
don't
what
even
the
have
other
to use
thing
it.
is stolen
They
as
can
well,
use
Lauren?
it to throw
No,
nades, to peek into
'cause
ult,
that
but
was
it
an
just
accident.
draws out so much time re-clearing mid and allows a lot
That
of
was an
utility
accident.
opportunities. But now on this round, I mean, they just got nothing.
That was an accident.
Trying to force this one down.
I ain't believing that.
Nothing to stop them
Yabi
from
got
taking
so
over this
much free
control, and in
space.
fact,
He
we
could
start to see
potentially
the
just walk
defense
out
move
here.
forward slightly, and that
Look at
slight move is gonna
Yabi.
open
He's
the door.
walking out.
Jabby,
This is a nice look,
the
Jabby.
timing is perfection. He walks out, kills the one in the corner, spots a
They had
second,
no one.
and instead he's going to try to swing from lower. Big
Okay,
pick up here
had
from
no one
9-10.
And they
keeping
want
an
to come
eye
back
on
to
it.
off that kill, but they can't now.
Awkward. Looked like he was going to get 2 kills racked up, but there's that simultaneous mid-peak from Stair. And Stair ends up going down empty-handed. 35 seconds to this clock. The Mongols just going to kernel up for the defense, allowing for Astralis to play into it. But they have kerneled up on both sides of this map, so it's a 3 versus 2 for Astralis on the site. It all boils down to the element of surprise and some clean shooting, but Blitz, well, he misses his first chance, takes a frag to the head. He still has 9-10,
Now
but
they
that
know
was a
that
low
he's
HP
the
player
remaining is in the
back
pit.
sight. Blitz now at bat, 3 in
But he
front
doesn't
of it.
care.
Flash off the mark. Bomb is going to be prioritized, and Blitz has locked this in for Pin. Goes for the sweep of all 3, but
Team
Styles
flash.
will find the response. And as he's pinned into the corner, the pistol rush comes through. The Mongols will play passive, but it works.
2 force downs in a row for the Mongols. They at least win 1 here. That's quite fortunate to be able to do
Still
that.
tied,
even though this
but-
game gets tied up at the half, I'd say that's really impressive from Astralis. Again, the fashion in which they won is a mirror image of Mirage. They won off the back
love
of
the hat.
some great kills. They used Yabi really effectively when it came to lurking into middle, taking control of the map, countering the vacuum of space that Mongols left open. They could still take this one over the line, but I wouldn't argue that they're playing like themselves yet.
No denying that they've made the Mongols work for it. And it's a nice scene to see Stown step it up a notch in this second map of the series as Jabby cools off.
What's
And, we never
Stars
said it, but I think it's a
succeed and
good
become
time.
better again?
Cadian, well, he's 1 and
The
12.
Mongols has been on an
Yeah, I wasn't
uprising,
gonna say
so
anything.
they do
But it's
deserve
called the great side.
their
Gotta give him that.
I
You know?
was looking at the
Oh,
6 round
oh,
one, I was
oh,
like,
oh,
okay, we don't have to bring it up.
Oh,
success.
Senzu be shooting bodies. But I think that's okay.
Flirting versus harassment.
Thanks, Adram.
Sounds
Thanks,
like
Ad,
Street
for
Swap
figuring
Mongols
out
to
the
win this
Sign
pistol
TV.
round.
And haunted
Cheer
account.
for them all you want. They've got to step it up.
The haunted
They have won
emote sets.
all of the pistols.
Yeah, true.
Can they go 4
When am I getting
for
paid?
4 on the series?
Oh no, Chris, I think
Anything
I'm
that really
dropping
does
some
paint
frames.
the bleak picture
I
that
think I need
is.
to go.
That's why we do the defense music at hockey
Have a good
games
one,
for the second
part-timer.
rounds.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, how dare no, I can't.
Katie needs the flash.
I know when you're getting
Jabby.
paid, Ram. When you're
Oh.
coming back to
Kill, you say? Well, how much is a pistol frag worth at this point in the match?
More kills already in the whole first half.
Round in a 30 minutes timeout again.
Unbelievable scene.
Okay, on
Mzinho
himself
takes a
now.
bullet to the head, and this defense gets 3 frags despite allowing Bomb to go down. A 2v5 post plant demanded of the Mongols. So many bodies coming at it from CT spawn. Poor 910, brother. You know your time is limited. And he's gonna try to fight tooth and nail. Needs the fresh mag. Swings for the fences. Toppled. Astralis take their first pistol.
Oh man, and what a critical juncture for 7 rounds. They get the defuse off the 2 smoke shots out of Cadian. Seem to be aware that they could be trying to push through it.
There's like some nice places.
Timing is everything, but crosshair placement is right.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sure thing, buddy. So nothing, but he got 2 kills. The eyes.
It's that 2x zoom. That's why Yakinder just gets closer.
Oh, that was also Cadian's 2 more kills. He had 112.
Yeah. He tripled his kill feed. In 1 round. Ciao, Colin.
Trying to see through full flashes has got to be the most irrational thing that we do as humans.
Vamos ver Mongols para Astralis.
They just really want to fight.
Saying hello and explaining what we're watching.
Chabi's gonna have one soon enough.
And doing the flash move.
Problem is,
okay, Mongol.
How the hell do you get out of here? You got a whole pack of players on the other side of this.
No one got tagged by that molly.
Piece of wood. All he needs, a little vision, but you're not going to escape.
2 on
That's
B,
the
though.
thing.
Yeah.
Fast response from Techno to clear out the rest of Banana, and now 2 keep the pressure up on site. Mean little flash from Stown,
So they keep
but he
on
only gets
exchanging.
1 with it. MP9's being
Still
offered
2.
up. Cadian's been struggling, has to do better now on this hold. His rotator in isn't able to do enough
Fast
damage, and he
Banana, though.
falters. He has allowed this bomb to go down with a smoke onto the cross. Device takes his chance at challenging, and it is going to be Stare who actually gets any sort of vision. It's a man disadvantage retake for Astralis.
They've got pool cleared. They can join up inside a CT if they want to. No one playing con.
Oh.
Everyone's got a plan until they get
Okay.
hit. Stare.
The Mongols strike
Nerds,
back.
Run away. Mongols just burst through with Tech 9s. And if Cadian gets something of a hold on that bomb site, then maybe Stare can
Social
join
media
up from CT
platform
Cross and his
together
spam
with
connects. But the defense
matchmaking,
isn't enough,
ladders,
and so
etc.
momentum from Pistol
You can do
fizzles.
games, you can play
Yada, yada,
CSGO on
yada,
it.
till the 1D.
1.62
That's all that matters. So,
CSGO right now,
okay,
they have
well,
ladders as well to
so
make money.
this means that no
you
one's
can do your own
converted after a
tournaments,
pistol
you can have your own
in this
community.
series.
Also true.
Not a single team.
Yeah.
We don't have to mention that it was Mongols 3 times.
You can say that.
A big list of things.
There's always a new first casting Counter-Strike matches.
We just heard what
Mzinho.
one Astralis fan.
Mzinho and Cadian.
Astralis.
Probably the 2 funniest players to have a tight scoreline in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But 910 said he was bringing the op this game. He's up 4-1 in duels versus Cadian, but it hasn't really been the op duels. Looks like winning a pistol is a curse, but that does mean that Astralis have their chance to go for an eco. Bomb relatively undecided. Full banana control, however, is a little too tempting. Mzinho just in a lurk position. Cadian readying flashes. And Device with the best gun of the round.
Also, this triple positioning, so...
Wait, do they have a smoke?
They have a smoke, yeah, but...
Yeah, they do.
Oh, they do.
They put it down perfectly. Devices maintaining this angle.
I wonder.
I don't
And
think
that's
they
where the
will
fire in front of the tee,
care
so
about
that
it.
gets slowed down slightly.
Stop.
How does
got the
that
first
happen?
Through the smoke.
Down off of Coffins, and for surprises,
Oh, wait.
goes down with no frag. Luckily falls into
See
the hands
ya.
of Javi. He's gonna drop Mzinho from the top of the grill. Down 4 points of health.
Just barely missed this.
And Blitz is going to plant the bomb. They get away with it. Immense amounts of pressure from the B defense, but not enough to stop Plant.
I mean, there's still the B rotations there. 157 shot. There's 910 who's low.
2 players looking at him. Both from inside of the pit.
He's burning their
Wait. The player backside. Now there is pressure on this grill. And so Blitz actually leans out. Stair gets the kill.
Oh, Blitz.
Okay, Blitz.
Mongols with the lead.
Yeah, 3 in the end right there. 4K in total for Blitz, 16 frags
After
after that round.
Oh.
Wow, that's a close call. But it's his move to actually expand to CT, trust his team. There it is.
The national hero.
Ime.
It's a pity that I was not playing this.
He's made you guys proud in the last year. Deserves that. Yeah, Mongols survive a key situation. I mean, the stack was beautiful from Astralis. It was the right play. And they didn't just all sit on the B site somewhere. They all picked good spots. They helped each other. They complemented it. Yeah.
Have the right smoke for the M4.
Yeah.
There's great layers to that one.
That actually became the wrong place to go for the Mongols in the end. So a couple more reads like that, and Astralis, they'll be cooking. Stair. Ooh, what the heck?
How?
What the hell that one?
Excuse you? USP from Pit? Techno about to get swarmed, but it's all good. And they catch that Apartments player, so curveball offered up by the USP of Stair. All they're going to catch here. Mongols taking to the lead comfortably at this point. Cheeky triple from Techno 4K's Mac 10 to make some extra cash.
He's the type of guy
to actually work on his laptop.
He is. Yeah. Full audio.
Show some go cases.
Yeah.
360 hertz. 4 consoles.
Okay, we're leading with a 9-7.
But I like that we've gotten enough out of the moments with lesser guns from Astralis that we get back to this one. Fully equipped, device on the op. There have been moments to believe in Astralis offered in these last couple of rounds, so let's see if they can piece it together and keep this game tight. CT pistol round win for the Danes, 3 straight for the Mongols.
It's immediate risk.
This is the chance.
There's no Molly in front of the smoke. They have full vision. There's no plans to do the CT retake. They just want to honeypot this, invite them in.
Device gonna lock in.
I wonder if Mongols are going to be weary of this.
Weary of this? Weary of
Full
this?
exec
Gosh.
would be the right call, but they might just...
Oh!
Away again. We have seen so many of those. Oppers be damned. Jabby has allowed the climb over orange. That's going to cost the player back sight. Oh, okay.
Still
Stair rotates in. That helps.
Well, there we go. 3v3.
Certainly a possibility. Spam on the bomb plant denied. Stair grabs the op.
I can't believe that. It's almost as if Senzu knew he was just
meant
to take an op out right there. 1 kill wins the round, just like for Astralis in the first half. They're using a smoke just to get out of here.
We have seen Oppers just get deleted by first bullet headshots.
Have done nothing
Back
this
on
game.
Mirage, dude, that ticket
He didn't have much to say that round at all.
Because entry fraggers are hitting
Damn.
shots like that.
I mean, that's form on display.
That is a moment for Senzu to take a bow because it thrusts Mongols to a 3-round lead, double digits secured for a T-side that just tears through the first gun round of Astralis' defense.
Official remap?
Wow.
The crouch peek, 2 coffins, had to be first bullet. Had to. Mess with the Senzu, you get the beans.
Is this a potential remapper?
What an entry. It's majority alive for Astralis. They go into the tac pause. They called that all-in rush off their previous tac pause back in the first half.
Between Mzinho and Katie, this is kind of been a 4v4.
Turns out they're both noobs. 4 straight on this T-half. God, the momentum that could have been with a map in their back pocket. Now it is a fight needed by the defense. Honestly, it's a buy that looks doable. Good on Astralis to have disengaged last round with 3 players alive.
I fear they're...
Oh, that's a lot of damage offered up to an offer. Frag Grenade's gonna find him.
Not just that, but extra damage on Senzu and Techno too.
Javi will take a bottle to the forehead.
He was the one loose piece, aggressive here on CT side. But now this map looks pretty good for Astralis. They're maintaining brackets at the same time. They're looking out for any kind of Hall's lurk. Of course, Mzinho has just been very passive in this spot. They're gonna hear this boost up. Cadian has a chance to cut this down.
Oh God. High smoke. It's gonna force it to disassemble.
They really didn't think anybody was sitting there at the top of Banana.
Cadian remains in that position. He's got Jabby right with him.
This is a great spot for
hard,
Astralis.
The defense starts to pull off.
We're talking about a round where they've still got some utility. Stown has a Molly left in his to his disposal.
Oh no, 3.
And Stare on site has a smoke as well.
Well timed. Device challenged by the utility.
Oh,
just barely.
Oh, should I guess one?
Good engagement from Stare into the pit.
30 seconds.
Mzinho drops in. Surprise, surprise. Player inside of the site hides, head down behind mid-box, and he's going to fall. Mzinho,
so
a second.
Yeah.
You've allowed the player from Balk to get down. You have now scooped that bomb up, and with fire on this bomb site, it is a post-plant. Regardless, this is incredibly low health.
Okay.
For the 2 teams.
It's one of the harder sides to retake. I mean, both are, but like, A, P, 2, 3. Oh no, he needed that kill.
Techno head down, found out, finds one, and can't turn it back.
Okay.
Just can't turn it back in time. It's the numbers to make the difference.
That is an excellent round, though, from Astralis. Even though the bomb gets down in that spot, Mzinho shows up for the A hit. When it has been largely B-side attacks, his kills are going to be important. This is super solid staging. This is a great round out of Yabi, both on the perspective of map control Banana, but getting the HE kill after the spam damage.
I wonder if it's the
and
same.
Then delaying so much time off the clock.
I wonder
They
if the
really
people
pushed
who made this
Mongols
trophy are the
into
same
the
people
wrong
who
site.
made, I think the
great
Kako
shot, off
trophy,
info.
because
Perfect defense here too. It's like it's a miracle really that they got this
prop
ball
makers,
planted.
they're like cosplayers / prop makers.
These are the rounds you want to see
So
from
now I
Astralis in
wonder
the
if
second
it's
half.
the same or not, or someone else.
So Hold made confident by, again, Cadian's early positioning, hanging on to Banana. Fully informed was that defense in high anticipation of the Mongols' commitment.
That's the key.
Website, the Facebook page, if they...
And Mara wants
usually
in.
whenever they make trophies...
Still great money here for the Mongols.
They
It's
made
perfect
the one
timing for
recently
attack
for
pause because it's not like you just
Valorant?
died because someone pushed a smoke. This was actually one of the best strategic rounds out of Astralis. Their setup was the thing that did them wonders, not necessarily their aim.
Okay, they didn't post it. Maybe they didn't post it yet.
Let's see what kind of value Mara can add to round 19.
You steal this trophy in Pelican. Like the totem.
What's the change up? What's the move?
In the Druid Grove.
We've got a potential early boiler fight here between Mzinho and Stare. Just chucks the nade out, looks to leave. Techno taking a good look at Banana. Actually climbs over the molly. This position along the wall could catch the ball.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Jabby swings out. He goes down to Techno. No chance for Cadian to get the trade back.
That's wicked. Techno playing anti.
This double op setup, man. It's a big investment, and it's one that keeps Cadian on his toes. He's looking at another chance on Banana.
I don't know if he gets the shot off. We'll see, but he's also not pushing, not overextending for the moment. Techno's got low health, and he gets it. Wall bang on Techno. That's enough. He's low.
Now Device had a chance, but right now there is a gap in this defense, and the Mongols have found it.
There is no op on Arch, but time is a factor.
Mongols have this wide open, but are not using it just yet. And Astralis, they actually don't plan to move. This might be too passive from them. Split 2-2 to sights. Big gap here. Device is going to get info very late. It's a must-hit shot for him.
They hear the rumblings of the utility on the other side. That's going to turn Device to hold off on the arch wraparound. Stare, what can you do to offer help? He's dropped an incendiary. Device loses his vision. He gets a leg shot. That is all. A leg shot is the only thing that defense puts up.
They created that situation.
That flash was so perfect.
Rotate, which could have also helped with lane.
I wonder if Stan got blind there.
They got punished in the exits as well. This one comes a bit down to the wire. Mongols took a long time to recognize their opportunity, but it is surprising to see Astralis have played the 2-2 to sights in that late round position, not looking for info back. That's what Mongols were expecting. It allowed for one good flash to win the round, and that's all they needed to dismantle Device's spot.
Wow. He's 1 HP.
Cadian making a lot of noise with this gun, but not much else.
1 kill in the first half, 2 kills in the second pistol, and the frag on the wall. Let's go. Fans of Asian Counter-Strike have had to wait a long time.
Yes, we have.
To be able to celebrate a team like this. Soak it up.
Wow, they're buying up to defend against 12 of 4 MP9s. You know, it's Inferno. So if there's one map to do it, it's definitely one of the maps you're most liable to get ecoed, even if you play well, just because of all the close positions. But whoa, big risk for the Mongols. They clear out top banana real fast. Cadian could just peek into this.
Love the timing on this one. Senzu, early challenge, gets the smoke out. That smoke goes down definitely before Astralis wanted to have to use it.
Yeah.
Mongols have won in that regard.
It had to be respected, though. They would have just exec for sure. Stare spotting. He's the big gun of the round.
Yeah, Mzino, in terms of kills, really hasn't been putting up too much, but he's pretty constant inside of the apartments. And just that positioning, that pressure that comes with it.
Man, I swear you can really bounce nades so much farther back now. Body blocking them. Oh, this push.
Cadian's in the smoke, dude. Techno's gonna just get into the corner.
Oh, not
easy
cleared
headshot.
properly.
Cadian kind of flicks at it.
And they just smoke this out, right?
Meanwhile, we do get the device hold at least over towards A, but there's an additional death inside of the B site with 9-10.
Pretty fast banana though.
Will they anticipate Stown having already
Intention maybe as look banana directly if you wanna.
Where he goes through, but there's so many players for the Mongols that they're just gonna keep eyes on it. A little frag grenade for the bomb plant.
Wait, he doesn't die?
Damage in, and then we do the frag from Stare out of spawn, but everything else has gone south. Mongols take 12.
Yes, they do it confidently here on T side. It's been a nice climb for them. They
I think Marcus
really
has been watching the game too much
in the first half, but their aim is getting better. The strategies have been good. I can't remember if they won the round after the
Marcus
pause
was
from
not
Mara,
writing anything
but,
during the first map, and Astralis
they did
won.
not let Astralis build
He was doing a meeting,
Their
so
one good CT round so far.
He came over
And I'm not
on the
talking
map
about the
pick
pistol.
of Astralis, and all of a sudden,
For the record, they did.
seems like they're
It's the
losing.
last round where they wrap into this A site.
Marcus.
Right. Blind device, win the round. Mongols
Marcus
on
has something
12.
to do with this, it
4
feels
map
like.
points. Analyst desk alluded to it. Inferno may be the Mongols' best map, despite them picking Mirage in this series.
Marcus,
We see them power up into this second half of the game. 2 one-off CT round wins. That is all Astralis have to be proud of in terms of their defense. A pistol round win that could have been converted but wasn't.
Marcus, I don't know. You say it's misinformation.
And a one-off in the 18th.
That sounds like fact.
It's the MP9 forced down into another one. They've got at least 2 rifles this round.
They're going to try to fight for banana. Not going to happen. You've got players in front of that smoke. You want to fight, you got one. But the Mongols actually get caught. Stown, clean double kill back. Felt like finding that first one was going to offer banana control over, but it's a clean moment here from Stown.
No, this is wild. Mzino just stays there the entire time, walks through the smoke,
And now,
Wait.
oh my God, I think
he's going through.
That is actually unreal.
Dude, he's going through.
That is unreal, MZinho. 6 kills, but so cerebral. He calls out the entire rotation. This is going to be the quietest bomb plant of the match. They walk right back into the op, and that is a golden move.
He's just able to stay posted now on CT spawn. At 11 HP, MZinho runs a risk. And I said it, hasn't been putting up frags, but he's been everywhere, all over the map, feeding information. Missed chance from 9-10, gunned down by device.
He did drop the volley, though.
Buys him time, doesn't
Yes, it does. MZinho, though, with such little HP, he may have put them into this possibility, but can his teammates make the most of it? Blitz has been playing lights out. MZinho comes back, traded out from the spawn. Blitz over towards the coffin, 2 kills to get. It's close, but it's not enough, not yet. Astralis will find this retake. Cadian's defuse gives Astralis a 9th. 3 map points now left.
His 5th kill and a clutch with that round to make it 9. And he immediately keeps it calm, starts talking about the next round because this game is still live. That was the opportunity for the Mongols. Those were all the MP9s again. The double force down was exactly how Mongols wanted to win it. The push from MZinho should have won that round.
I think it's going to be OT.
9-10 went back to reaggress towards Banana, missed an op shot.
Still like
Saw 2 players, and we don't get the 1v2 once again from Blitz on B.
Mongols have the economy. Have this vibe. Send has 0. Blitz has only 50.
Still a 5 situation for Mongols money-wise, but next round it won't be.
Another Banana clash.
They've been getting a lot of value off of this.
Brought to you by Stown last round. Additional smoke meets 9-10. And good thing Stown was fast about it, but here's a weird one, Mohan. He's locked in this corner with 9 bullets in a magazine, and if he has to reload...
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, it all comes unraveled, so he leaves.
They also naded right in front of him, I think, to try to trick the Mongols that they wouldn't have tried to push, but I think this is actually decent for the Mongols because they don't use any HP finally to start the round.
Really?
Okay.
That flash doesn't find 9-10, so Jabby dies. Plucked off the play. Down from the corner comes Cadian. He's picking it up. When push comes to shove, finding better moments. MZinho will take a chance at A. He does not have the bomb, so he's going to need the frags. But by clearing out this A site, he can go ahead and try this.
He read that peak, man. That's 9 kills now for MZinho. Was struggling all the way up until this round.
Just like Cadian, who also finds a multi-frag in the 22nd
at 30
to play.
seconds, what's happening here, MZinho? He's not even going to try to go for it? No. Whoa, he's actually saving. Oh, because there's the op on the floor. Ooh.
Well.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, it was unlikely.
You won the
100%. Sure. I think there was actually, you know, some chance there, depending on where the CTs were set up. But
check the util too. It's still smoked, and then another smoke and another Molotov. Not that he knows it, but really impossible.
Well, his 2 kills here, Cadian. We gave him time to warm up.
A little charm.
Everybody chipping in now.
Fighting for overtime.
A very nice hold on the rifle from Cadian.
It's not a bad position to be. I would say it's a lot of good work going down on Banana now. Now that we've actually seen more gun rounds from the CT side.
Oh, they saved the op and force behind it.
Really? Surely you start to anticipate some more of these Banana fights, but with the force, you're going to have less nades.
No, this is crazy because your op is just like, you know, it can be frivolous on the T side. It netted them the 9-10 kill last round, but it can totally, you know, have null impact. It's not going to be able to take over every single time. This could be an amazing call from the Mongols or a total disaster. They've got Tech 9s to support the op. Astralis probably, you know, might have the suspicion after attack pause that there's going to be an investment, but if they have any idea about the money, they know the only real threat is that op in play. Odds are stacked against the Mongols to win this round. If they really come up with something here, that'll be wildly impressive. The hard part about this is tricking the other team into believing that you're going to make it a longer round, getting them to use a lot of their early utility. Then you have to also beat them out in post-plant situations if you get that bomb down when they have lots of utility coming in from the other side. There are so many advantages for Astralis to be able to close this out.
And they know if they win this round and they see the players dying with armor, with their investments, that the next round is basically free.
It was one of the points that the analysts really hammered home, dude. It's all about the winning rounds with less when it comes to the Mongols. Experts gave them the edge. Highlighted they've got this in their toolbox. Time to prove it. Stare rapidly gets into the corner at the bottom of Banana. Jabby, while blind, finds Senzu.
That's a quick one down.
4 versus 5, you know, in a round where you're already working with such limitations, now you've got to deal with man disadvantage.
They've been so great on that timing, and now Stare's in a position to think, well, they're weak now. They're going to have to group up pretty soon. They can't just lurk everywhere.
Little flash for Device, gets him back for a second. No immediate follow-through from the Mongols. Frag Grenade does some chip damage.
Again, this is about 9-10. Can he find an op shot on T side? That's why they bought.
Oh, clean one. As Mzinho just gives it a quick look. He's now the second casualty of the round. Everything on the line. Down. Finds 2 players unprepared for the peak. There's the trade. We go round 24.
They money fuck themselves, Mongols. Oh no.
So much yield out of their banana plays. Their spams down have been perfectly timed, perfectly placed, and perfectly supported with the pushes.
That money.
Final timeout from Mara. Now you've got to come up with a game plan with way less.
Yeah.
Not even a single player on $3,000.
You could have one person drop an AK to somebody and have nothing if you want to, but instead,
it's all armor, all nades, all upgraded pistols.
Wow.
Interesting.
And what's the early round play? We've seen almost nothing at all halls here for the Mongols, nothing early A. But if you leave some of these strategies till too late in the game, then they also become obvious. If you're Astralis, what do you have to do? You know, copy and paste your game plan. You have an even easier round than the last. Like, are the Mongols really going to run through all that banana pressure one more time? They've been dying decidedly with that, but it's the full aggression up through alt. Fanning out into mid. Looks like continuation nades as they link this with an arch smoke.
It's fast. First one's easy. Challenge out from Jabby. You want to fight, you've got it. Device low health. It's going to have to come up from short side. Great distraction. Great run back. This tack 9 tap from 9-10. Who are you going to call to save you? Nobody else. Flustered. They falter. Thrust to overtime. Once this
now Astralis have a chance of closing this with 2.
Comes up Astralis.
They got through it, man. Astralis.
I'm more
still
surprised that actually didn't equal that round.
It looked impossible. 12-8, and we didn't see a single good moment from Astralis besides one rifle round and a pistol where they got equal right after.
Yeah.
And I guess they didn't want to go like a hero.
But so be it. It was already a 1v5. Every piece of the puzzle there for the Danes ready to respond. Fast reactions. Look at Jabby just gunning down through that T-ramp smoke. Cutting off any possibility of fallbacks. We go back into early banana contention.
The utility is fantastic here for Astralis once again. Lots of damage. They're safe on the control. Looks like they want to swing this, but Nate to Hobbit's beautiful. That's almost 100 damage on the nose.
That's a softened B site. But it's also an instant move. That excuse me, no, Cadian instead goes sprinting over in anticipation of an A commitment. Ooh, more utility damage. Jabby actually gets chipped down by a quarter health as well. And this read is on the money. They have stacked the appropriate site. You've got layered defense.
You got to watch for the mollies here.
Down, counter flash, great distraction from the players up close. Double from the rooftop, balcony falters. Good thing Cadian's here to offer helping hands. The health bars of Astralis may be low, but the hope's high, and the lead now theirs. 13-12 to the Danes.
They're in the lead here on Inferno in overtime with one of the best rounds so far. There was a great piece of utility in the beginning. They finally, Mongols survived taking banana without losing a player.
We need to check.
But that's about as far as they could push. When they came back to mid, it's Cadian who made the
executive
decision
now
to go back to A to support this play, and they had full brackets
Blaze
control.
like,
It's exactly where Mongols wanted to go. Astralis are in their heads.
I mean, on one side you have Astralis and Pimp, this sound effect
It's
from
not
Denmark.
burning. Oh.
Hembla representing the Asian CS scene.
Back to brackets they'll go, which means back into the scope of device. Missed shot, not ideal. Runs back, takes a bit of damage. Techno trying to dive through that util. And this is a fast crank from the Mongols, trying to play with tempo. Device is about to get swarmed. Stair trying to offer up some damage, does so. And then he gets a chance to hold back Bao. Stair from inside pit, the best piece of this defense. Senzu doesn't
I'm still
know.
alive. Oh!
It's flawless so far. Overtime's Astralis.
I mean, the rounds are literally getting better and better from Astralis. Even the angle of Device's made is so perfect, specifically for the run-through. Could have gone for something deeper. Had a feeling that they were going to try to rush him down. They could not scale to use this molly to its maximum effect, and instead, Stair had the perfect situation to set up a second peak. The fact that Device lives this long shows you how healthy this A defense was.
The fact Device was on the fallback from the moment Brackets gets challenged, drops that nade, queues up some early damage, lets Stair's spray do that much more. A clean sweep of a CT side on the table for Astralis. And this is an Astralis as an organization who has not won a match in playoffs since IEM Cologne 2023.
No.
Nearly 2 years of making it to playoffs, but not being able to put forward a win on the stage. And to do it in a moment where they will just skyrocket through the European rankings.
And this is no easy draw for them. This is a team that some people have as a tournament favorite.
That Mongol's head has value. And a 2-0 over top of them would send a message to the rest of this bracket.
They wash away the bitterness from yesterday with this match win if they can pull it off.
Because the beauty of Cluj is there's a lot of hungry dogs looking for a trophy, looking for a springboard of success. And to think Astralis over Mongols was one that could be had. This one catches the world of Counter-Strike off guard. But it's not done yet. It's limited, of course. Pistol in hand for 9-10. And a boost disassembled inside of the apartments. Opening frag also belongs to Mongols. Tried to highlight that Mzinho hasn't really had a ton of impact, even though he's had a lot of control. And now that he's found a kill with Apps in his back pocket, we see that boat rock back slightly. Bomb still floating. Options open at 30 seconds.
He's been very careful about his moments in taking these Halls fights. Sometimes not having any for the entire rounds. Oh, another opener though from Device as they just test B and find the op.
Look at Stair, man. Look at Stair.
But
He's thinking about it.
They can't actually walk this whole rotation
That bomb's
around.
running up.
Yeah, they
on
have
the
to.
pistol.
Yeah, they have 15 seconds. They gotta go.
That bomb's not gonna get picked back up. I'm sorry, you're not gonna scoop that back up. You've got Cadian dealing with the one player who could have grabbed it. Now the Mongols look shaken.
No time.
Now the Mongols have faltered because of time. The clock dictates a CT sweep.
They have officially fallen apart.
Cracking under pressure.
You don't get many opportunities to play playoffs in a year.
I want to see my nuke.
4 or 5 chances, if you're even a great team.
I mean, fucking owned twice by Pain and
next time you enter a match
fucking Mongols now.
grinding through a trust
2 times.
bracket. And for the Mongols, Astralis were maybe the last thing on their minds. They had a revenge match versus Mao's at Shanghai, where they last time that they would have had to go up against. Potentially a FaZe or Eternal Fire in the finals, or whoever makes it there on the other side of the bracket. That's where they were thinking. Maybe too far ahead.
For Astralis' sake, they gained a lot of points on winning this map.
And now have 3 chances to close this out 2-0.
They do get a lot of points, since they are the underdog.
And the fact they leave this half on a round they lose to time will only imbue Astralis with the confidence that they need to come at this one hard.
They
You were on the phone. See, Marcus, you were gone and you come back in Astralis. That's what they were up to while you were gone.
Senzu double CT off out of the gate in overtime.
Let's see how focused Mongols are.
It's a couple cannons to stop it, but look at Device, dude. The pace on this. Oh, missed chance at what could have been a costly early death. With an entire pack of Astralis players ready to flood. Device will be given a second chance to strike.
It was like, if I'm not getting an entry there, I'm getting an entry here.
Astralis are not rushing a golden opportunity.
Well, no doubt one.
Mongols are watching this one slip by.
Where are they gonna go?
Senzu hit down
Senzu's
low.
alone.
Maybe they take the gamble.
Double up adjustment.
Now the
Looks
smokes
like
are coming,
noticed
so
here for Astralis.
They're gonna blanket this A site with smoke grenades, including one that cuts off the Moto player from the pit player. Blitz, he's been playing well, but this time it's down with nothing. Astralis, a chance in overtime. One, all they need on this T-half. Techno, desperate. And the Mongols down to just 2 as the onslaught of Astralis
there it is. Astralis versus Mouse Sports tomorrow. There we go.
See, Marcus, even with you being here, they still managed to do it.
Finally, an uptick in performance and a playoff match win not seen since August of 2023.
And as many mistakes as Mongols made there, you have to give Astralis so much credit.
GG back to work.
There were so many good moves from them.
Congratulations
to in a
to
flawless
Marcus.
overtime. And
Yesterday,
all the
Astralis lost to Heroic.
Astralis winning this match alone, secure some prize pool, secure a massive amount of VRS points, and take down a rival all in the same breath.
In the Dallas pool.
Queue up a Mao's semifinal on top of that one. This team has an experienced leader. And on the other side of it, a plucky-looking Mao's that'll look to hope.
We are, however, getting mixed Eternal Fire versus Falcon.
Counter-Strike is a game of high and lows, and oh, what 12 hours can do in difference. Stepping forth when it matters, critical win for the Danes. James, it's all yours.
Astralis get a solid win over the Mongols, and a big
now
playoff match finally secured where you get the win. It's been a while. How did that feel?
Yeah, it's been a while. It feels good. A nice arena. People here are really nice to us, so yeah, it feels good.
People here are really nice to us. You missed the booze at the beginning?
I can't hear that.
In terms of that, right, you didn't hear it. You stuck it to them in the first map. Did you guys come in extra fired up with like a point to prove when it came to Mirage? And how was your prep going into that match? Because you must have expected it from it. It certainly was, and it looked very impressive the way you did it. Here on this Inferno, it got a bit shaky though. There was a lot needed, especially to push you into overtime. Why was it quickly falling apart when you got into the second half?
I mean, we were 4-1 down in the beginning. I think we clawed back on the T side, winning the CT pistol, and then losing the second round is like, I think the same thing happened on Mirage, where it wasn't like an easy game at all. They kept pushing us, and we kept having to find solutions, and I think that everyone provided everything they could, and that's why we won today.
Now, you did win here today, but we're going to talk a little bit about how you reset to come into this, because you mentioned already what happened on your online game. You guys have a lot of experience, but was it particularly hard to reset in that way from going online, now playing on LAN, and just having that in the back of your mind?
For me, it's been a while since having like played this many games in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I think it's been a long stint for us, but yesterday was just not acceptable. We didn't perform at all, and yeah, as you said, we needed to have a serious talk with each other and like our expectations. I think that after a few hours we reset, but like yeah,
we get catering at the event.
Destroyed yesterday as well. Sometimes you just
pretty bad than usual.
Definitely were better yesterday.
But now looking at how
be stepping up to the
on
plate
this stage and what it looked like against
the
Mongols,
better and better.
For you guys, getting the points here,
it really
winning
depends
some
on the
more
country,
matches is so important.
on the venue.
That trophy is obviously in your sights as well. Do you feel like this Astralis has improved enough and has a chance of doing that? Are you capable of doing that?
Catering.
Yeah, I think so. I also think that
at some tournaments they
we have 2 games left, no matter what, which is huge for us. We need more games on the stage. We need to play here is good for us because we have a lot of experience, and just really happy right now. Don't want to think too much about tomorrow yet. Just celebrate a little bit with the boys, and then yeah, look at Maus, and we'll see what happens.
but you have a smile on your face, and it's very good to see that. Anything you want to say to the fans out here?
I mean, thank you guys. Thank you for the support.
Guys, Device and Astralis through to the semi-finals.
He goes to the little
Device's skin that easily. He's been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. And look, I'll say this, given the energy that was in the room with this crowd and the booing at the start of the game and then the nice little turnaround at the end and Device saying he didn't hear it, I'm kind of glad Astralis are going through to tomorrow when we're going to have even more people here. The energy is going to be palpable in that semi-final. But just to set it up for the talking points, Jacob, I'll start with you. You said there was 2 teams on that stage and one had a lot more imperative to win. It was Astralis, and it just seemed to energize them and drive them forward in this series.
They definitely played with a purpose of showing everyone inside this building, showing everyone outside of this building as well, you know, that we're wrong in assessing Astralis as a team that is a bit of an ongoing joke almost, you know, and I think it's very hard to quantify where they're at right now, because I do think there's been certain signs of improvement. There have been certain signs of a team that definitely can play Counter-Strike at a high level. We just haven't seen it transpire over the entirety of 2 maps in a row. As you said,
Stan
they have
was
a tough time winning their series,
playing
but they
really
can
well
remain
overall.
competitive in them. This is by far the best
Yabi
iteration
also
or the best
exploded
looking
on
Astralis we're
Mirage
seeing ever since they
specifically.
came into 2025. It's a massive result,
Stan
and as you
was
said, for the
overall,
VIS
like,
standings
really
as well.
solid.
The fact that Device just alerted to it right here as well. They get to play 2 more games. If they were to win against Mouse tomorrow, it's a grand final. Even if they lose, they place the third place decider, which is also a big game in terms of the prize money, the VIS. So overall, I cannot underestimate how big of a win this is for Astralis and how big of a confidence booster this is. And I will say the quality of Counter-Strike that we saw today on Inferno, but also on Mirage, that was the best looking Astralis we've seen in 2025.
We've been justifiably critical of Cadian and, you know, what he's bringing to this team, how this team has been so far. But I want to say this right now. This map, the way they won Inferno, Cadian did it, as Frank Sinatra sang a long time ago, his way. He did it his way. There were times here I'm watching them play, I'm like, is this Prime heroic? You've seen a gamble stack, you're seeing play just going for it, not playing scared, playing in your face, dictating the pace of it. And more importantly, when it seemed like map number 3 was on the horizon, the nuke was absolutely going to be played, they win 8 in a row, and they make it look clean, they make it look convincing. There was never a point where it felt like they would be doubting themselves. And that is something that's been completely missing for this particular lineup, for this particular five-man iteration they have here. And 100%, I believe the flowers, even though everyone stepped up for the side of Astralis, I gotta give the flowers to Cadian for this.
And I want to give him credit as well for elevating himself from the fact that he had a stinker of a game, individually speaking. He was 3-18 at a certain point in the game on that CT side. And you think to yourself, a lot of in-game leaders will then call automatically at a way lower level, right? You lose confidence in yourself, you lose confidence in your calls.
He was still picking up the AWP.
He was still picking up the AWP. He was still being aggressive towards Banana. He was still doing all the right things, so to speak, despite not getting much out of it. And then he did step up later stages in the game. He was 3-18 or 3-17, and as you can see on the scoreboard, he did get 10 kills, you know, so he kind of had impact at the later stages of the game.
And someone who's been, I mean, I think everyone's been rightfully critical of Stan, at least in the group stage. He's been struggling quite a bit considering he's supposed to be the star player. You're seeing Yabi step up, you're seeing Stair finding impact, you know, his aggressive entry, you're seeing Device being Device, so to speak, and he was absolutely pivotal. He was you just look at where he's getting all these kills as well, right? All over the map. A couple of huge holes comes from him, especially on the CD side towards Shelter, where he just shut down whatever play Mongols were sending his way. So absolutely deserved MVP as well for Stan.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was, as you said, in the group stage, the first game, he was not playing well. In the second game, he was not playing well. He had a rating of 1. In the past 4 games he's now played, he's the 3rd highest rated player in the entire tournament, if you exclude the two first games. And I know that's not how it works, but Stan has stepped up massively, and ever since they were facing, you know, a rough time where they could potentially exit the tournament, that's when he's been playing his best Counter-Strike. So that's also a massive sign and a massive step up from him, especially heading into the semifinals.
And when you're looking at the old adage of, when the pressure is on, some crumble and some turn to diamonds, and Stan has historically crumbled, especially as Jacob pointed out right here, when it comes to elimination games, when it comes to arena games, Richard. But here he was in great form. Everyone chipped in, and I gotta say, man, watching
Which
Device,
means that if it's gonna
with full confidence,
if it's gonna go the same way,
and
it's
even
gonna
though I
be
feel like, the individuals and Mongols are
at least an 11-hour
He
day.
did teach them a lesson or two here in the server.
We'll just talk a little bit more about Astralis before we focus on Mongols and turn our attention to the future. But I do want to say, sometimes you see with teams,
maybe not for
they
the
hit this kind of
part-timer,
like
but
rock bottom.
it's okay.
It's like it just feels like the world is against you. You can't buy a win.
I cannot wait to put the
Everyone's
numbers
hating
into my
on you.
Excel
Every time
sheet
you check social media, it's just
have
abuse. Basically
the
my
average
life,
to
right?
look good.
So I understand why that would get on top of you, but sometimes when things turn that corner, it feels so impossibly good. It leads to a lot of forward momentum as a team. And I just wonder if the crucible they've been through going into a legit win in a stadium in 2025, I wonder if this could be the start of something. I don't want to get carried away.
No, I think it's a good question, and it's something we have to pay attention to as well. And I think the answer we'll get tomorrow. If they were to lose to Mouse tomorrow and do it in a fashion where they're not competitive, and we're back to the same conversation about them not showing up and them having the issues, then I think one win is not going to be enough for Astralis. But let's say they were to beat Mouse tomorrow and book a spot in the grand final, then I think we can open that conversation and be like, yes, you're right. When you've been in the dust together, when you've been all the way to rock bottom and you find a way out of that together as a unit, it does build something special.
And obviously, Cadian's got to be looking at that one, and given all the criticism he's come under as an individual, both as an IGL and a player, and that's the team that doesn't have the experienced IGL. That's the team you realistically should be able to call a game plan around, and if he's able to do that and get to a final, all of a sudden people might think about Cadian just a little bit differently.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I'll stand by what I said earlier. I don't think Cadian's calling has been bad at all. It just feels like the synergy in some of the individuals was missing, so to speak, right? And now, like with the Inferno, was just one purely and beautiful calls coming from Cadian right there. But what he had this time around were players who weren't feeling the nerves, who were actually delivering in the server and shooting heads. That's all he needed. And I agree with you. Tomorrow, when the game's on for
23 minutes,
you want to prove a point and whatnot. But this is going to be for young Broland, the third real test after what was Falcon's loss and of course the loss they had against FaZe.
And what you see on your screen right now is very important to understand. The whole VRS ranking, we're speaking a lot about it. It's very unquantifiable. It's hard to understand. But fact of the matter is, with this win, Astralis just moved up into 10th position. They guaranteed themselves 72 points. And with the fact that they have the game against Mouse tomorrow, that could be even better. Even if they were to lose, they get a third place decider where you can also win a shit ton of points and a shit ton of money. More prize money, exactly. So this game for Astralis, I cannot underestimate it. You said it yourself, can that be the turning point? Can that be the cornerstone? Maybe it is and maybe it's not, but in terms of getting invitations to more tournaments and getting more chances of proving that, this was a massive win for Astralis. There's no way they can afford, no way they can allow themselves to miss another major, and this win alone could be the difference maker in that. We obviously don't know as we're getting closer to the cutoff point, but moving into 10th, that's a good start.
Meanwhile, the post-mortem on Mongols, Blair, we have to talk about it. People started to believe in them, top 8 at the major. I think that's fine. I think that's more than fine. It's historic. They did very well. People were then looking at them at 2025 to move on. They themselves said they were ready to take that journey, start winning tournaments, getting deep runs regularly. They played essentially in front of a home crowd. This is the most friendly crowd. We actually had an enclave of actual Mongolian fans there for them. Fantastic turnout, and yet ultimately they disappointed. What can we point to?
I think a couple of things we obviously, which are very obvious as to why they failed over here, right? Firstly, I got to say, sometimes I feel like, because they get away with the individual prowess that the players possess, that sometimes they can be a little easy to read. I look at the Inferno game, I look at the way Cadian just abusing the B-bomb side. He seemed to know exactly what the Mongols are going to be playing every single time. We've seen players like Senzu, as talented as he is, holding positions which are untenable, positions where, if you go against any good team,
I mean, that's the pre-show.
You are going to be found out.
I think we can still start 10
and I feel
minutes
like
before
that is
get
something
Crystal with
where
us.
It's not something you can fix immediately.
Maybe in the future, maybe in the future.
Take a little bit of time. Secondly, again, as Device said in the post-game interview, it's something I alluded to earlier as well. Their map pool can be predictable. And when you're going in the higher echelons of Counter-Strike, sure, Astralis are a bit of an underdog. Sure, you might be going up against other teams who might not be the best on Mirage or an Ancient, but they're going to be doing their homework. And that's the thing. When you're at the top, it's always hard to maintain that position because now you're going to be targeted. Every team's going to be approached with the way they approach an absolute S-tier team. And you need to have a big contingencies in place. It was a commendable effort. We saw some great individual plays coming out. Blitz, again, leading from the front, by example, out-fragging everyone else on the side of his team. But I feel like from a, I don't want to sound too reductive, but just from a tactical standpoint, you need to have a deeper playbook. And I feel like games like These is what's kind of, showing that it's a bit shallow. It's a bit shallow at the moment.
I feel like there's two ways of looking at it. You can look at this tournament in isolation, and you can be, yes, it's disappointing they lose to Astralis. Yes, it's disappointing they only go to the quarterfinal when they could realistically lift the trophy or be part of the grand final. But you don't go back 2 weeks earlier, to the year where you have Katowice going into a semi-final. So if you were to ask the Mongols from the beginning of the season, would you be okay with getting into the semi-final at Katowice, getting to the quarterfinal at PGL Cluj-Napoca? I think they would have said yes. I think they would have sold it at that point. So yes, in isolation right now, disappointing they couldn't confirm that. But overall, it's still a team that is in the conversation just behind the likes of Vitality, Spirit, Na'Vi, etc. Personally, I have never bought into the fact that they can win Tier 1 trophies. I don't think they're good enough just yet. I don't think they have the experience just yet. I haven't seen the level of that play just yet. It's not like I've seen them beat, Vitality on a big stage. I've seen them beat Na'Vi on a big stage, in a big game like that. That gives me confidence. But they are still in the conversation to be 6, 7, 8, which is not bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, great talking to you. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have the next quarterfinal, and there's going to be a little bit of deja vu.
So it should
Falcons
not
will be taking on
be
Eternal Fire again. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Should not. But at this point, who knows? Honestly. At this point, who knows? Falcons are gonna be the Eternal Fire.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
I can check for one of the possible
Play your
maps.
role. 1xBet.
Falcons are brand new. So.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm checking what did they like or dislike. So we're not gonna have an Ancient. That's because Return of Fire.
I think that's their Parama, right?
Yeah. And is most likely there's not gonna be Anubis from Falcon, because like Falcons, they played 2 maps of Anubis, but their 2 least played maps are Anubis and Train.
The Mongols were
and Eternal Fire have 91% on Anubis, so you probably really don't want that to go through.
But Techno, we got to look at maybe how it started.
Especially like again, from all of the teams that exist right now, and that get to play in S-tier tournaments. They're the team like that you want to be like, maybe not Anubis.
Why do you think that was?
Firstly, they
were
it was expected for them.
Oh, man.
And secondly, it was just our bad day.
Brian is happier they doing faster.
When you say it's a bad day for you guys, do you notice a difference when you guys are on the stage compared to when you play through the group stages still?
I think there's not really difference, at all.
And coming on to this Inferno, you guys had the game in your hands, right? You were the first to get to 12. It looks like you're going to take Inferno from them. The last few rounds, they leveled up, right? Been able to shut you down. What do you think was the reason you were not able to fight the same way when you got into overtime?
I think we just mentally broke down. I think at the overtime, we can end this game. We could have ended the game at 12:08, Yes, that's the... We lost,
When you say you mentally broke down, is it like frustration or the team not doing the same thing? What happens in these moments for the Mongols?
I think, of course, it was the 1 round to win, become to 4 round to win. It's really became difficult, yes.
Do you have someone you work with to work on that as a team, to improve these kind of problems you have?
I think we can fix it in future, I hope so.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with fixing it going forward. For now, the Mongols' road does end here, but they're still fighting, they're still making consistent playoffs, and that's certainly a positive side for the Mongolian team.
Yeah, I do. I remember my first LAN tournament. It was with my brothers, and I wasn't supposed to go. I was 13, I think. Danish local LAN, bring your own tournament. And one of also my friends today, he got sick, so he couldn't go. And they were like, "Oh, should we bring Stavn or not? Let's bring him, you know, because I was playing a lot and I always wanted to play with him." And we actually managed to win the B tournament, not the one.
Yeah, because there's a main tournament.
And I was destroying that
what was
tournament.
This LAN?
It was called CG LAN.
Okay.
CG LAN. It was back in the day. It's quite popular event in like Danish. So yeah.
Was that like a lot of young Danish players coming through that as well?
I mean, some, but not many. And I still, it's the first trophy I won. I got.
Oh, you actually went on to win the B tournament?
Yeah, we won the B tournament, and I got a nice little trophy. I still have
you
it.
were the
Still have it at home.
who helped win?
Exactly.
Did you perform good there?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, hell yeah. That's really good.
Good memories.
I think we have to go back to 2004 or 5. It's a Danish local LAN, and my parents are driving me to a city called Nakskov, which is like...
I love how you remember the city name. This is
great. Because my father was asking, what are you doing there? And then he drives me to a hall and drops me off, and I have like a sleeping bag and my PC and my monitor.
Classic.
And like, when should I come back? Give me 2 days, 48 hours. Come back and pick me up Sunday evening.
It was World Cyber Games pre-qualifier.
What year was it?
In Denmark. It was in 2003, I think. Yeah. So we tried to go to Seoul in Korea. We won that pre-qualifier, but that was only to get to the main qualifier of Denmark. But unfortunately, we had 2 or 3 really good Danish teams.
A strong team.
Spirit of Amiga was one of them. And then we had another team called Level, and then the Titans. So those 3 teams, you know, I think we finished 4th. But then I kind of got spotted back then, and then I got to experience Seoul later. But my first tournament win, at least, was in 2003. We didn't have that much money back then, so I had to kind of travel myself. So it was more, you know, me grabbing my huge monitor, a huge PC cabinet as well, because that was popular. You know, you wanted to get big as cabinet as possible.
Screens.
So there was not that room for anything else. So when it came to, you know, like an actual sleeping kit or whatever, because back then you had to kind of sleep under your PC.
Sleeping bag time.
Yes, I always slept terrible. I mean, I had maybe sometimes not even a surface to lie under.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was just
straight floor.
Yes.
Oh,
3 or 4 hours of sleep, and then back up to the admin board. Back then you were kind of playing, you know, the entire day.
Yeah.
So from 10 a.m. to
The
maybe
new players
9,
don't know
10
how it
PM.
is.
First
how
LAN
it was
tournament,
by
I
Chris.
think it was with Dark Passage, WSG 2016. Must be. I already checked it.
we had to do some research. Is that a long career?
Yeah. Like I had to do it. I think I played also 1 or 2 more with Dark Passage. I think it was in Bulgaria, one of them.
Yep.
Vitalbet Championship or something, and first one was Wesk.
What was the feeling when you went to that event? You feel like a big deal?
Yeah, because like there were also some bunch of people like I think not in the first event. When you qualified to the main event, that was a regional event. So when we qualified to the main event from that, I think not in 2016, but I think we did in 2017 to the main event. I think the first time when I see the like big boys from that time, like Virtus Pro, we played against Virtus Pro. That was like first experience to play one of the best team in the world that days. So like Bayali, Neo, like Pasha, that roster. I think it was like amazing to start the journey to see these guys and how they are. You are looking even like how they are walking, you know, like how they are talking each other, walking, those kind of.
Seeing the aura.
Yeah, seeing the aura.
I played 2 local LANs, but they were like pretty small. I don't even remember too much from it. I think we finished semi-finals in both. We obviously lost to better players there, obviously Flamesy.
That's not bad though for your first event.
Yeah, I was playing against a lot of like Flamesy nerds, like these type of guys. Also Lotan was in one of them and he won it. So yeah, but the first one I can remember, the bigger one, let's call it, was obviously the WePlay LAN in Kiev. I'm super grateful and since then for this opportunity that we got. I felt like it was super professional and I just really enjoyed that LAN, to be honest.
Not easy to answer because there's been like during those times, 2001, 2002, we've played a lot of Polish LANs.
Okay.
So we were traveling around, you know, different cities in Poland and playing different LANs. Probably one of the first one was the one run by my father in our hometown. We had like biggest Polish teams come there, and I think we won the whole thing.
His dad was organizing a LAN and he won?
Probably 40, 15, something like that. There's been a couple of LANs, like back in the days, you know, my sister was playing as well, so we had like 2-on-2 tournament, me and her going to some local internet cafe, beating all the, you know, all the people over there. So it was pure fun.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Back in the days, we always played on LANs, so we were kind of used. But most of the times we are facing another teams, but it was not a tournament. It was like call it meetings, and it was like one team from other city comes to your city, and you are playing against them. So
that's interesting.
Yeah. So it's
you plan it online, and you say, okay, let's do it on LAN, face each other.
Yeah. So that was very good. But let's say the most important, it was in 2006, I would say, and I faced my brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But what happened is that my brother was out of the game for a year.
Yeah.
And we won. We were like the little kids, and we won 16-14.
Ooh,
I remember because it was 16-14, and we passed the groups.
Yeah.
And we qualified for it was like the grand finals.
Yes.
It was like 32 teams.
That's pretty good. For your first LAN, that's really good.
Yeah. And that was a qualifier, and it was very good because that LAN was in a stadium, a big stadium, so Porto Stadium.
And you were young then as well.
Yeah.
So you're young, playing in a stadium.
My father needed to
sign permission.
Yeah. So
I had the same when I was first playing. My parents had to sign the form. Yes, he can go. It's fine.
Yeah, so that's what happened to us. But yeah, after that it was very quick.
Yeah.
The progress. But it's my first memory.
That's an awesome experience though, to go to your first LAN and then be like in a stadium as well.
Yeah.
That's super cool. Not many players can say that for sure.
Yeah.
My first LAN, I was 11 years old. I lost against a dear friend of mine who works at DreamHack nowadays.
So, I actually got to attend an esports event before going to a LAN. It was like my first ever esports event that I've attended as a viewer. Was 2013 LCS. Back then when like LEC was still LCS. But also in that year I attended my first ever LAN. I've been like to internet cafes as a child. Then I got my own PC, so I was just stuck at home. But I never participated in any kind of way like in local LANs until 2013. In 2013, I came over to take pictures. And my number one memory of that event. So, the internet cafe, it consisted of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It consisted of 5 rooms. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. No, even 6 of 6. So there would be like 6 separate rooms, and one big room from which like you enter each of those like little ones. And there was like a tournament, and in 2013 they were running both 1.6 and CS:GO tournament. There was no Source. Source didn't really exist here, right? So at that moment they were running both of the tournaments, and they also had the stream, right? So they're commentating the games that were happening. So I came over to take pictures. I'm walking around taking pictures and blah. I reached the final room, and in the final room, so the screen, like how it was back in the days of those kind of casts, when it's just like 2 guys sitting at one PC in the middle of an internet cafe and commentating with anything that's happening. So I come over, I'm like taking the picture of this setup. I took the pictures, like standing, like looking at what they're doing. I turn my head, and I see a guy, because like this LAN was not close to if there were like 3 PCs, anyone could use them, right? Like you could still buy the time with the PC. So I turn my head, and I see a guy with his hand in his pants, and I see that he's watching some content for adults. So like on one side you have this guy, and you're like really, like, I don't know, you make 2 steps and there's like a stream and commentating, right? I see that, I was like, huh, and I walk away. That was my first impression.
So he watched porn. Was that what you were trying to say?
Yes.
Okay. See. Okay. Yeah.
He was not just watching porn, he also had his hand in his pants.
Did it move?
I don't, Chris, I'm gonna be honest. It was 2013, so I honestly don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
Ram has a very important. He has a very important question. Can you please answer? What genre was it?
I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
2013. I just remember I was like, I saw it, and I was like, huh. And then I just walked to take pictures like in the other rooms. But it was my, that's my #1 memory from the first ever LAN that I've attended. Game was less interesting, but that's the thing. That person, they were not related to the tournament at all, because that internet cafe was like super big. No, like because that internet cafe was like really big, so there were people who were participating in the tournament, but also there were just random people who came over to either check email, I don't know, play some. Back then, like I was playing like the games like through the browser, you know. Some went to play themselves, you know. It's a free country. Anyone, you're free to do whatever you want.
You sure he was following them? Yes.
That Chris, that dude was not related to the CS tournament at all, or in any way in the CS scene. He was just enjoying his time at the PC.
Mm-hmm.
Was Elik. It was Elik, the one that is that was. It's not anymore. It's above the McDonald's at the Central Station. That's where it is.
Hey, a man gonna do what a man gonna do, no?
Oh yeah, that's the solution phase. Ah, I see. Is that the same way how they play now? But hey, look, it didn't scare me away, right? But that's also because it was not my first time at an internet cafe. Because I recall.
You got more hooked in after you saw it that way.
Exactly. I was like, oh my god, I want to be a part of this culture.
I want to do exactly like that guy.
I met 5 people. I was like, you go, boy, you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I used to go to the internet cafe as a kid. But then in 2005, I got my own PC. That's the back there. Actually, we've got that PC. That's why you're in the sim. That's home. But yeah. Somewhere like since 2001 until 2005, I was going to the internet cafe, and then I got my PC, so I was just playing at home. I got to a PC in 2005, and then I got internet in 2006.
So late.
So late?
Mm-hmm.
I had to convince my mom, you know? I need it for my studies. That's always.
Was that the time when you were exploring your cosplay career?
2006?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was like 14. No.
I don't know.
But I did get it. I got into anime in 2008. I got into anime in 2008, so not so long away. You got into something in 2005?
I had 56K when it came out. And then DSL.
Yeah, my internet was like in 2006. But it was just me and my mom.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca
And my mom was not using the
2025.
internet. Like,
Two
now she
quarterfinals
uses it.
done, 2 more to come.
But back
We're
then,
about to start breaking those down on the desk.
I think
I'm
she
your
started
host, Richard
using the
Lewis. If you
internet
are just
when she
joining
got
us.
her smartphone,
And joining
which
me on the desk, we have, of course, Maui Snake and Dus
Oh,
Murray. So we brought in the North American contingent. Hopefully, you're not going to put any tariffs on the desk.
I thought was going to have a really long day today.
All right, well, I'll take it. 25% less yapping. But no, there is plenty to talk about with this these two teams. We've got, obviously, Eternal Fire Falcons, two teams that have played each other a lot. I already alluded to it being a one-sided series. With that in mind, why don't we talk about the Falcons Super Project and how it's going? Maui, I'll start with you.
I just want to say, Richard, I'm trying to fight the good fight. I'm trying to hate Falcons as much as humanly possible, but they're making it really hard, okay? They're playing better Counter-Strike. This is the best iteration of the Falcons we've seen thus far, and the games that they've been playing, they're competitive, they look like they have better structure, they don't look like headless chickens, they actually do look like they might be soaring, although maybe not at quite cruising altitude.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the expectation from the start was that this team should really kick it into gear immediately. I mean, you took the core of Heroic from last year, who was very successful, that top 4 finish at Rio, the run they had at the Major, beating Na'Vi, the tournament favorites, to knock them out of playoff contention, take the spot themselves, and I thought they looked good against G2 in that quarterfinal, and I felt like, you know, we all kind of discussed, we hope that team stuck it out together.
Yeah, it's like most
but that obviously didn't happen. You know, Falcons saw opportunity knocking, they went ahead and picked up those 3 players, and they've essentially swapped in Nico for Nertz and Matches for Shush, and they had a bit of a slow start this year, if we're perfectly honest, but they've really been picking up steam.
I don't know, she's just talking any weird games here.
Performances in a Falcons jersey at this very tournament. But on your screen there, I want to highlight 2 players. We'll start just by talking about the young upcoming IGL that they have in the form of Kixon. I think we saw, perhaps in the Mouse game, is the best example of it here in Cluj. We actually saw what he can do when he's up against kind of theoretically weaker IGL. Kixon called a fantastic game there, and finally I think he's starting to understand the chess pieces he has on the board and how to use them.
Kixan's mid-rounding has been one of his specialties for some time now, and I have firmly removed him off of my fraud watch. Thankfully, he's not playing anymore. He's
like
sticking to solid game plans overall, and even when the game plans aren't working, it feels like he's ready to adapt. And I will say, these stats may not jump off the board, but one thing I do like about Kixan, he doesn't embarrass himself in the server. He's not jumping in, just bottom fragging every single game. I've seen this guy have great multi-frags from anchor positions when his team is definitely needed to, and he's a guy that you can rely on when he has a rifle in his hand.
Let me throw an extra stat out there that's not on here. He's actually won almost 60% of his opening duels on the T side of this tournament. He's not taking a lot of them, obviously, because you know Nico's the main entry, Texas is kind of the other. But you know, a lot of IGLs will sometimes take that sacrificial first hit role, but he's actually creating openings when he does it in some of these situations. And I tend to agree with you on the calling front. Look, this guy calls a diverse game. You know, he's got great standards and he's got great mid rounds, but he also has great pacing changes he can throw in with heavy utility and really catch teams off guard. I think for the long term for this team, which is about figuring out how to get the pieces to gel together in the mid round. Obviously, Kixon has a great idea about how he wants to do things, but now there's more cooks in the kitchen with Nico and a new coach.
Yeah, well, we can talk about what the game means in a broader context. Obviously, it's a quarterfinal here in Cluj, but with the VRS and how the tour now works, every game really, really matters, particularly when you hit the playoff stage, because of the prize money, because of the points.
I used to watch
see
so
here
much
on the board,
anime.
Falcons. I've said historically throughout this tournament, I think they are a little bit elevated because they're still riding riding the high of having that heroic core.
The teenager
but obviously
who was
you can
playing
see they can
MMORPGs
even
and
climb
watching
up a
anime.
spot and be guaranteed that 8th spot.
Did you watch Yu-Gi-Oh?
And I'm just going to say that this is a pretty scary
That
game
is
for
not the one of
Falcons.
the
You're in a
animes
position where you're 9th
where I
right
watched
now,
it
and
from the
the
beginning
sweet
till the end.
spot for teams out of the European
Yu-Gi-Oh was
region,
one of those
top
that
10.
you-
That's what you're looking for. If you're able to
That
get
would
into the
actually
top
be on
10,
local
it means
TV.
you're immediately birthed into the second stage of the major. If you're out of that top 10, you got to play those online MRQs. So obviously Falcons, this means a lot for them. The more they lose, the closer they get to teams like Astralis that are down there that are really fighting to just stay above water.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that coming into this year, you know, we knew who our big 4 teams were, right? We knew that FaZe was kind of like a gatekeeper of the top 5. We kind of had a lay of the land.
No,
and I
soda.
feel like now we are finally starting to see Falcons pick up where Heroic left off, essentially with that core 3, which is great news. But then Eternal Fire has been kind of the coolest story this year. I mean, honestly, this Joda pickup, I think in most people's eyes wasn't the blockbuster move.
the new
You know, a
stuff
lot of
I
people were
watched,
focusing in other directions with a lot of the other, you know, roster mania shenanigans that we
Demon
had going
Slayer?
on. But this team has
Season 1 and
elevated
2.
themselves to
I don't
such a
think I
high
finished
level, and
season 3.
Joda is a big part of that. And he's just getting started. He has
A lot
been
of
getting
stuff.
better every
From the new
event
stuff,
he has
I barely
played
watched.
with this
barely
unit.
watched.
He seems to just keep growing and growing as a player. He represents an opportunity not to have a supportive element like Calix was in the past, but to have a playmaker on the extremities
It
and
looks
an
like you
anchor who
played
can
Tekken
deliver on a
3 and
consistent
5 a lot.
basis.
Yeah, and
In
it's
what-
crazy, dude. Like, Joda,
in
when
which
he was
Tekken
brought
did they
in, we
add
all
Lily?
knew it was going to be a good roster move. We all knew he was going to be an upgrade for Calix. Even Calix just
In,
had to take his
Tekken.
medicine on that one.
don't
That's just
remember
how that goes.
which of the
But
Tekkens
I
it
didn't
was.
realize that he was actually
I
going to
remember
plug into this
landing
team
a
instantly
PSP
and
from a
carry
friend
maps for them.
and
That is
playing.
crazy to think of for a player that is
That was
either your
old.
3rd or 4th, depending who you talk to.
And that's why this game's so interesting for Jota, because in almost every single category
Tekken 5,
in the
okay.
server, I would say he's an upgrade to Calix.
Yeah,
He's more
that means I
decisive,
got
his
to play some
tracking game
Tekken
is
5.
better. I'd say his mechanics overall are better, and I like
But it
that his
was on PSP,
rotations are
but
always
I
on
learned from
point.
a friend.
However, we're in an arena finally. This is one of the few times where you would
The
maybe
only console
think
that I've
about
ever owned
Jota
was
on this sort of
Sega Mega
stage and
Drive.
say, is this moment going to get to him? Are the lights too bright? Is he going to fall off because he's been so strong online? He's been great in group stage sort of matches, but he hasn't been that good, say, at Katowice, for example, when he had to play on a stage.
I
And
think
right
I still
now,
have
they're just
it.
waiting for him to level up on that regard, because right now, Eternal
With my
Fire,
mouse
they
place,
are
I
the
think it still
favorites, and they
works.
have made a
You can
clear
actually
upgrade here.
And the real
use it.
meat of this matchup, we're kind of playing around with the other elements. It's 2
There's a
generational
Lion King.
riflers going head-to-head, Dust.
Aladdin.
We've got Nico, we've got Xantares, 2 riflers that have a distinct style. You would immediately know it was them playing, even if I took the nameplates off. They are absolutely talismanic and have these
Look at the
incredible
tension on both of them, like
careers,
with their
and we get
eyebrows,
to
they're
see
like,
them go head-to-head.
Yeah, both of them
Both
leading
Nico and
in a lot
Xantares.
of different categories in this tournament. Definitely very different players.
focused.
Nico, to me, represents one of the most versatile riflers
Yeah,
the
but
game has ever seen. He can do entry
they're
work. He
getting
can be an
pictures.
aggressive lurker. He can be a rotator or an anchor on the CT side. Just keep the op away from him. That'd be the only thing I might say. But other than that, he's pretty damn good. Whereas Xantares is that tip of the spear, and he's very good at it. He's one of the few players
Yeah,
in the world
behind
I've
the
ever
scenes,
seen
that's nice.
be able to win over half his opening duels on the T side for over a year now. He's been doing that, and he's
That's a Balkan
almost
thing?
30 years old. Like it's actually absurd how
The-
talented Xantares is.
And just in terms of the head-to-head, at the
Eastern
Blast
European
Bounty,
sadness in the
when
eyes.
Falcons actually picked Eternal Fire, or sorry, vice versa there, Eternal Fire picking Falcons in one of the draft shows, I said, I mean, sure, you got Xantares, but you got Nico to go up against, and that's exactly how Major framed this. He said, I mean, we do have Xantares, and in the head-to-head for the year, over the 4 maps that they played against each other, Xantares has been bodying Nico. 19 kills to 7 deaths.
Okay,
It's just been a
so-
completely one-sided affair, and for a guy that, sure, the stats aren't quite as good against all other opposition, Nico's worst opponent this year has been Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's interesting. We kind of see Nico
Right.
do that to Donk, so to have Xantares do it to Nico.
Are you fully
kinda
opening
start
up
getting into that
to
rock,
the
paper,
idea of
scissors kinda
watching
game
an
you play with
anime?
riflers.
No.
For me, I said I have a strong feeling Eternal Fire win this tournament. I actually think they are deceptively
Please?
good right now. I think Major
Nah.
might not get a lot of flowers as an IGL,
Come
but I think in
on.
the same way,
Nah.
we look at some teams, like we're looking at Mouse and saying, look at all the firepower
It's not
they've
gonna
got.
be
You have to say
Naruto.
the same about Eternal
It's not
Fire,
gonna
and
be
I-
One
I
Piece.
think
It's
they've
not
got
gonna be
even more
Bleach.
firepower.
It's not gonna be
Yeah,
those
I think that's a fair point to make, and
animes
I want to
that
pick up
have-
another name we haven't talked about yet, but that's
I don't know,
Wakadia. You know, I think people
at
forget
least
Wakadia
200
kind of had a
episodes.
similar trajectory to Joda, where he came from the academy system, but
How
he came straight
about-
to the main team,
listen,
whereas
how
Joda
about
instead kind of went and played with
Attack on
Sangal install and kind of gain experience elsewhere on loan. But Wacadia has really picked up his level of play. You know, I think he was kind of the third quote-unquote star of the team last year next to Woxic and Xanteris, but just wasn't consistent. But so far this year, he has been really on point.
I enjoy my life as it is. Okay.
Because Joda has kind of come in to be that extremity player.
I
on some more active positions.
I watch
not forcing Xanteris to just be a hard entry. Sometimes he will be the one to do
a
it.
lot
He's actually
of
been quite successful.
either he's
going to
games.
pick or he's going to let Joda trade behind him. So I've actually been very impressed with Wacadia this year.
So we are smarter, better.
Along with Jota's, I mean, they're very reminiscent of one another because the reason that it felt like Major and Eternal Fire were taking a step up is when they first added Wacadia, and we started taking note of them one Katowice or two Katowices ago, actually back in 2024. It's like, okay, they're starting to hit our radar.
I don't know.
They had
I have went more than that, honey.
Now with Jota,
I was more than those. So like, I watch a new one. No, I watch something new every day. Don't worry.
Exactly like what they're doing. Exactly. It's not just looking at.
At one point, it was following a series of becoming a streamer.
And the system that we want to build.
One time it was doing storage hunting.
Kind of had the better of the team construction.
One time it was
I know who's
cleaning.
had more money to work with. I know who's had more
one time it was to open our own casino.
Really found practically no success,
One
but now
time
they finally
was
bought success. They finally put themselves in a position where it's impossible to ignore the Falcons.
e-commerce
like
simulator as well.
They're already in a position where if the major start tomorrow, they
just
would
bring up a
qualify
name. I
because
probably
of
watched
that.
it already.
And now it's time to
Don't worry.
just show that you can put the pieces together. Show that Zonic, even though he failed with Snappy in the past, failed with some other in-game leaders, now he's going to have to show that this is a roster that makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I think the Falcons are going to be looking at this matchup saying, we got to do better. We got to do better than we have in the past. You can't go down 0-4 in the hole against Eternal Fire and say, we have the better players. I think if you look at these two players, or the two teams, all 10 people on the teams, I don't know how you really look at it and say like Eternal Fire is just better on paper. Like this is a really star-studded heroic lineup.
Well, we are about to introduce those stars. James Banks is on the stage.
I did show Chris.
Thank you very much,
Owl's
Richard,
moving
and
castle.
hello again, BT Arena. How are we doing? I think we're certainly warming up now, and the games
Let's
are
go!
You can see that we're 2 minutes behind.
For this
we can
one,
see
the
time
first team taken to
up
the
there,
stage.
15:44.
Well, they were a team that have finally taken
It's 46
flight.
minutes.
They're
We're
looking
2 minutes
to
behind,
build on
Chris.
that success and continue the run here. But it certainly isn't easy.
Okay.
For a team that has been built to win, they are a long way from doing that. But they have the firepower to do so now, and it's about proving it at this stage. Let's hear it for the Falcons!
Happens sometimes.
Two minutes? You're like 2 years behind. No heck. For how many years I didn't update my info, Carlton? Because I think I've, when it comes to my info, I didn't update for 2 years, and I was 28 for 2 years.
I mean, you are from Latvia, though, so it makes sense.
Oh.
I mean, it's the same with the Finnish people. Everything that comes to Sweden, we are 2 years before them in everything. That's how it is. What? Wait, does that mean 4 years for you guys then?
Whoa. The reason season 1 is really tricky because it has all the fillers.
Nico.
Well, the crowd is certainly enjoying this already, but their opponent is a full Turkish side looking to do more damage than they've done before already to the Falcons and do it on the stage. This team is no longer about just one player. They've shown great CS all year long, but it's about keeping that energy high when it comes to this one. Guys, let me hear it for Eternal Fire!
Eternal Fire! Ho, 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 ho! This is 7 years the biggest Cisco? Fair enough.
Like at the end of season 1. I think that's like when they started appearing, but they didn't properly. Because Suki didn't get properly introduced.
Kixan, Maja, come join me up here. Kixan, for you guys right now, it's been some tough games against these guys, but do you feel like through Cluj, through the wins you've been able to get, you guys have improved enough to be able to change that?
Yeah, I think it's always hard games against them, but now I feel like it's a bit different because we have more experience playing as a team, and it's also a game in the arena, which is our first, so I'm excited for it.
And we're excited to see it go down as well. When it comes to the last couple of series you played against these guys, you've picked into different maps, you've been trying to find your way into this team. What makes them such a difficult team to play against?
Hype training coming.
Well, I think they have a great map pool. That's the first
Where's
thing.
my hype
also
train?
At the start of our team, we needed some time to find ourselves and find which maps fit us better. So now we feel a bit more comfortable than before, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting game.
I'm excited to see it go down. And for you, Maja, you told me at the beginning of this event that obviously you've done back-to-back events, you've gone deep in tournaments, but you started to feel like that energy was lacking. How is that energy today now you're stepping on the stage again?
When we go on the stage, we have full energy. Like it's very good to be here, to play in front of this crowd. Thank you very much, guys.
Now, when you say about playing in front of this crowd, you guys are getting a bit more experience playing in these arenas, but you've also told me in past events that you notice a change when you get on the stage, not the same communication, not the same level. What have you said to the team? What are you trying to do to make sure that doesn't happen here today?
Yeah, I think a lot of talk, to be honest. But like I feel confident right now. We're gonna try to play a good Counter-Strike and show everybody that we have a place here to play here. Yeah.
Well, you've earned your place to play. Let's see how far you can go. Guys, shake hands and take your seats as we get ourselves ready for the game. Cluj, let me hear you. Now, I heard some Nico chants, but are you guys all for the Falcons? Okay, a few boos in there, not too bad. And what about Eternal Fire? I'm not too sure just yet. Falcons!
It feels 50-50 kind of, no?
Eternal Fire!
Because there's
it seems pretty split, Richard.
On both sides.
Listen, I'm loving the energy from the crowd today. They've really got into this idea of having a partisan, home team and away team. It has to be that way if you really want to see how people excel under pressure. And I thought that was a great point by Kixan Maui. He said it is actually our first stadium. I didn't even think about that as a lineup. And obviously, yes, that is going to make a difference. They're probably a little bit relieved that they've actually got a lot of fans.
I think the players should, who's talking, go and standing next to them, and then directly when they're done with both of the teams, they should instantly start talking.
Major run with Apex, Magist,
and then they should fade out the music
all time. And yeah, I think that when it comes to the studios, when it comes to online play, Eternal Fire, they've had their number, but
instead of like they go in front, they stay there, especially guys who are gonna talk to them, and then they cut the music, introduce the next one, and so on. And when it comes to the second one, they should fade it out
getting more polished as time has gone by. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire hit the ground running right away this year, doing so well at the Blast Bounty, coming 5th, 6th at Katowice. Now it's time to cash in for an even deeper run now that you've gotten things even more settled and had even more time to work together. I think this is going to be a really damn good matchup.
Yeah, and you've got the Spray Lord there next to Zonic. It's all happening. I'm making that nickname stick. Right, we're about to get into the veto, guys. Sure. Where's this going to go?
Well, what's not going to Ancient Anubis, we know that. I think what'll be interesting is the picks, because Eternal Fire so far, Maui, have been picking Inferno every single time, and it's worked for them. Meanwhile, Falcons have tried picking Nuke and tried picking Train, and they still haven't really been able to find a win there. I think Dust 2 should be their pick this time, Maui. I don't know what you think.
Agreed. I would imagine that Falcons are going to take their new perma pick against many rosters and try to use that against Eternal Fire.
I mean, Kaden did some trash talking before the game was starting.
If there's any kind of difference.
It is Train, first match, by the way.
Throw a curveball.
Is that Train on the screen? Did I just see Train on the? I mean,
it is Train.
I'm trying to get a spoiler over here. Yeah. That's Train. We're seeing Train on the screen.
Falcons have picked it before. Falcons have picked it.
They got bodied last time they played it.
Just enjoy the huddles, Maui. What's wrong with you?
Oh man,
you hate the sport. Here we go.
Okay, let's see if we're right. I think perma vetoes, like you already highlighted, are going to be coming out as is, and then
Right.
Falcons. I mean, this is the surprise for me. Yeah, they do. They go for Train.
Oh, it's happened.
I'm shocked. I'm personally shocked.
I bet you didn't have any stats prepped for that, guys.
I'm pretty sure it was 13-5 last time they faced off against each other. You can't get past me, Richard. Come on. Like, and then this time around, yeah, okay, actually, what? Wait, Eternal Fire giving them what I thought they were. I thought Falcons were maybe going to pick Dust. Wait, Dust.
Are we sure about this one?
Oh, and then could they be switched around, maybe?
These got to be switched, man.
Yeah.
These got to be switched.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it is switched because Eternal Fire aren't banning Anubis. It is Falcons.
Yeah,
okay, unfortunately it is.
Yeah, that's why. I was like, nothing makes sense because,
Yeah. Okay, so actually it was Madger that picked
Train
this time.
when
And after
the previous series ended, I checked
that they laid down on that Falcons
and we had this cold discussion about like,
they're okay with going back to the well on that one.
Falcons actually has to play both Anubis and Train.
No, it is. No, it's correct. No, it's correct.
Falcons to get better against your Inferno this time around, and yeah, they just go for something that Falcons picked against them.
Yeah. So there is the correction. That does make a lot more sense. I'm glad Falcons did go for the Dust 2 pick. It's been a clear strength of theirs, and that has been the map at times that Eternal Fire has had some struggles with. And I think Nuke's a good handshake here. I think both teams feel pretty good about playing that map. Obviously, Eternal Fire.
They don't do knife run on Nuke.
But I do think that Nico has brought more comfort to Nuke for this Falcons team, just based on how well he plays it individually.
By Nuke again.
Going into the first
for a time today.
I mean, Train. This is just. I am surprised though, Richard. You're right. I was caught off guard by this one because I thought that Eternal Fire were just going to go back to the Inferno well.
Sure.
That's generally just where they've done so much good work on that one. Train overall, I guess last time it was a really pretty tough T side for the Falcons in general. Just couldn't take all the space that they wanted to on these kinds of things. That's where people like Zonic have to come in. That's where people like Magisk have to come in. You know, the wealth of experience on one of the best train teams ever, and just showing everybody else like the way in terms of, because Kickstand, by the way, this guy didn't call Train throughout his come up in the scene. Like, Train was out of the pool completely.
Yeah,
I've been waiting for Nuke for 2 past games now. I want to see it.
A lot of early adopters for Train.
We were
Obviously,
promised
we
the
saw
third
no
map
one's really playing
after
it.
Series 1.
I think the first team that masters it, it's
we were
always
promised
going to be
Nuke
that
as a third map in the second
opponent.
series, and then went
this is an
2-0,
interesting
and now
one because
again.
What makes this map cool for me for the T side of
third
Eternal
map.
Fire is Xantares. Let's highlight him. So Xantares actually, unlike most entry fraggers on this map who are usually going to be playing out team main or something along those lines, he actually likes to double up with Joda in the inner halls and take pop and really entry from that position, which kind of allows Wakadia to be their main guy out of team main. And I think that that's just a different approach. A lot of teams don't really double up or triple up inner halls unless they're looking to take the inner site, but you're going to see a lot of that from Eternal Fire, even on defaults, just really kind of putting an emphasis on pop early to try to deny that from the CTs, Maui.
I'm going to be looking at Dexter, of course. I feel like his rotations, his positioning has been one of the big question marks for Falcons. Sure, his individual fragging abilities, such as his mechanics, are nothing to slouch about, but it's just that sometimes it just feels like he's in a losing position. One where if you miss one shot, it's just there's no fallback plan possible. There's no chance for redemption in that kind of round.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Dexter is that when he actually just goes for the shot, he is crazy successful. He's almost at a 70% success rate in opening duels with the AWP on both sides of the map. Obviously, that's really going to be more on the
Nuke is my favorite map.
The most opening attempts. I think where he gets in trouble is in mid-round situations where he's having to make a tough choice in a critical moment. But if you just place him as a turret on the site in a post plant, or you say, hey, we're sending you out this direction to go get a pick for us on T side, he can do it.
All right, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. So, generational talent on the server.
Oh, we don't need to fix the prediction. That's 10 seconds left.
It's Sponge and Machine.
Oh my God, what an intro! What an intro! I am very excited for this one, chat. Arena Counter-Strike, a fantastic Friday, a crowd who are absolutely killing it.
And we got Train.
And we've got Train. Are you excited for some Train? I certainly am. CT start for Falcons.
They don't have like the same casters for the first series and then the other duo during the second series.
They started on this T half, and it's going to be very difficult to get rounds. The pistol would be a great way to kick things off.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a fight quite early. Okay.
Ooh, he's got a lot to work with here. The setup. It's a trap, potentially to be sprung. Patience, a virtue.
They've actually rotated heavy back, so likely expecting Ivy or late team main now. We can see that's not the case, so Matt just posted up in brown walls as Nico takes.
Wait, has Nico started using that view model now? Oh no.
So Matt just has no support. Because there's some cheeky angle that he's playing over the slow ramp. He'll be overrun. Essentially needs to get a kill, stay alive, and then the rotation he kicks him through connector.
And there's a spot. Xantares spots out Magisk, and he will fall away. Doesn't get the kill he would have liked.
And here's the rotation he kicks, and he can block low ramp.
Does so.
Okay, well, they're really taking their time with this. Now pivoting in towards Pop.
Oh, Nico.
So for Madger, and Nico's
Det går
a
rapport
lot
då!
of space.
Yeah, but...
Oh no!
Look at the radar right now. Look at how many players are out towards the inner side.
Oh, there's wide open opportunities here. Nico gets the info. Rotation through Z. How quickly can they stop and disrupt this cross? They're in the right place for a tap or two, and it's going to be Jota.
1 for 1 though.
Into Kixon. Tessus finds a response. Have the kit playing retake now.
Nico has to go back to teammate. Oh.
Yeah, he just keeps on running and running and running and running.
Couple exchanges
Right,
from Jota.
Walking.
Post plan set up. Dexter kind of trying to forge a path back in towards camera. Jumping up, elevated angle. Woxic puts
so hard to come out from connector there.
And Nico poised.
Okay. Hit on bomb train though. No! Okay, Nico. Kit is there.
Stop him. He's like on ammo. 3 bullets, 2 chances. Pieces out. Nico grabs the kit. He's low on ammo too. They need to get on that defuse now. It's not planted for Jota. Is he really going to dare stick it? Can Jota really come up?
Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. No.
And steals away the pistol despite Nico's best efforts.
Info really costing Falcons there.
Maybe he should have stayed in team in there, to be honest though.
Doing a good job to try and draw that one back into contention, but Eternal Fire will get the pistol
Could have
conversion.
potentially been much better.
Well, we'll find out about the conversion onto the second coming out now. And Nico's surprised, sure. This throws the post plant into a curious scenario. But some great shooting from Jota, staying calm. And important to see him have a good train. We casted one of their train matches in Katowice. Well, we casted this one. And we also against Virtus Pro, and he got exploited towards the inner bomb site. He'll be playing B on the CT side. So if he gets off to a hot start now, that's really positive. Force Pie in for Falcons.
Did they miss their sandwich smoke? Or is Nico just... Yeah, he has vision.
Should probably leave for inside instead, directly.
I just played a block on B.
Tessus is like clearing as well.
Like set up towards an
Look at a radar.
Can always pivot through pop. It's not a full commit. Tessus with main control. There's the defensive smoke dropped, and to rotate over will be Dexter with the scout. Ties like this could be important again. Team main control, sure.
This is a potent angle that Dexter's on.
Depends on how good the execute is.
Oh, and Magiska's just given away.
Blocks the smoke,
opening kill. Swinging through with that MP9. Hard shots to hit with a scout, and he only gets a couple more chances before he gets brought down. Does hit 1 shot. Nico, however, can hit more than 1. Jota converted upon. Nice
Tessus got 1 as well.
Is there really a conversation to be had about this? It looks like Eternal Fire's conversion is imminent. Flank is coming in though. Tessus held, and seems like Woxic's done enough. Eternal Fire, slow, methodical, converted.
Yeah, nice little execute there. Gonna take the scout away.
Oh!
No.
There's an AK as well.
Filthy on the scout. He's even going to grab an AK-47 for his hard work.
Yeah, can wait for the
okay, no, he's
blown his way, so
smart.
He's gonna charge in. Woxic's the one having a
Nico's activated at least. That's good.
A choice. Good amount of damage, sure.
We will for sure get a banger game eventually.
Going forward. Likely to see them take the eco and just use this AK. Oh, where is it?
Oh, I hope it's still there.
Lost and found. Doesn't want to. Oh,
I don't think he found it. Okay, he found it.
It sounded as if
they will be able to upgrade into the AK, but likely just to see the save behind us. He's got Kevlar to work with. Actually, couldn't be more wrong. Magisk has an M4.
Oh, right.
So how much more are they going to buy? Here it is, the end, just scooping, trying to find this AK. And he grabs it. Good job from Nico.
Oh, they're buying.
Go all in, so Falcons really want to fight for the CT control.
Interesting.
Oh, they've already telegraphed the fact they have guns, right? There's a nade, there's a smoke.
Initially, very heavy start towards like the brown halls to open. Haven't seen EF go in Ivy, main.
It's going to condition them to potentially play for information or play 2 towards B. You can see this new angle being adopted from Magisk over towards the high ramp. Very powerful. Again, it's going to come down to this execute. In the previous, you saw them throw out that lurk smoke high ramp so they're able to avoid the sight lines. Here they go again.
I have to change the name of the stream.
Molly and flash and go. Magisk is going to lose vision. Can Dexter deliver with the SMG? He's good for 1s and Talres trades. Held at bay. You can see that rotation now smoked off, and it's good from Magisk. Now his position noted. Is he ready for oil? Not ready for Madja. Nico
here.
Brings down the leader. And man advantage for this retake, but no kit time is of the essence for Falcons. And just over the top, conversion. Nico definitely looking his best.
No. There you go.
Nearly finds all 3. was worried about Tessus coming in from the flank, and so a clutch from Tessus and a Falcons CT round.
Yeah, a bit frustrating for Zentares there. Getting one step ahead of himself, knowing that Tessus is the pop player, expecting the flank to come through.
Name of the stream?
Bomb going down. Should see a force spike out of Eternal Fire.
True force spike.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh no, they're doing it.
Well,
we haven't got time.
We can't see you right now.
You got 10 seconds.
It's not going to be a tactical timeout from Eternal Fire. See this push-up speedway, so trying to open up angles on the side. Interesting that Magis goes overlooked. He is the inside anchor, so Jota getting a bit ahead of himself. And Zentares immediately considers the flank, turns his back, gets removed. Tessus wins the round, but we are going to continue to lock horns with purchases.
Well, we're rewarded by Nico's hard work in that previous with the scout. Of course, Magisk having the cash helps.
Yeah, this could be miserable for Falcons if they lose this one consecutive. Feels like an absolute must.
Oh, he's a geek, isn't he? He's got an hang into main from top red.
And just
that spam does like
I wanted to do this
normal hit damage, so
the fact that Eternal Fire picked this, Falcons picked it in Katowice.
I think
so
it's bugged. At least it was bugged before.
So when you pick it into your opponent, you're allowing them
if
to
you get
start
a kill
on
there
quote-unquote
for
the
the
easier
kill
side.
feed, will it show that it was something or not?
Smoke. That forces a decision out of Zentares, and he opts for the
What do you
passive
mean?
approach.
What?
And then to build on that conversation,
you know,
with
when
Inferno,
you
EF
kill, for
picking
example,
it twice in a
like a
row
wall
in
and
the
stuff?
series against
I don't think it becomes a wall, or it gets wall bang, but it still doesn't protect
Falcons
enough.
getting the reps in of playing against your style, so wanting to throw in a bit of a curveball, I can understand it. But you have to convert upon this, and it is a good start. 2 out the gate. Win this one, it could be worth 2.
Triple inside though, there.
Okay, this is the game plan from the get-go. Madge has been here since the start of the round. It's all hinging off of this main pop pincer. White screen, Tessus waiting for vision. Pressure applied by the incendiary, flushes them into the fight. And he is just back-turned, not prepared for that angle. Wicardia clears him out from Olof. A response from Kicks and an important equalizing frag from the FAMAS. Bomb goes down uncontested. Retake, not comfortable unless Nico can remove Zentares. Oh, instant deletion.
2-2, right?
The hands.
Yeah.
That was Zentares and Magisk. It's really hinging off him. Gets one and down.
Oh.
Zentares again.
Oh, the second one was super low.
Doubles his kill total.
I'm a little bit surprised of was it Tessus fight train? Like how he didn't try to challenge somewhere. He just stood there and died for free there close.
I wonder if they want to take a timeout just to bring Zonic onto the conversation. So they're going to try and manufacture yet another buy. Really good round from Zentares. We get the Zentares Nico head-to-head again. Now we're bringing up the fact that Zentares has him in his pocket. And this time, he does get the clutch. I think if he lost 2 back-to-back, he would start to fall into that tilt. We saw Lethargy.
Oh.
What's going on here?
M4 at range. This is, yeah, we're not taking any ecos, are we?
They really want to keep the pressure on to Eternal Fire, and well, opening kill.
This could potentially be...
risk of conceding, but he actually does one better. Catches Zentares, removes him with Kixon's help. The scout and the SMG now noted and charges away.
Well, man, just taking the space with that.
Oh, Dexter gets it done.
Good round from Dexter.
Yeah, really.
That's the opener and likely the closer. Wicardia and Jota. That's 2 standing, and this is going to be a tough round for them to get back into. Falcons, are you able to keep
bye-bye, Nico.
alive? Well, first test, yes, perfect. Crouching Deagle.
Or not.
Damn, Falcons. They're looking polished.
Here's the danger,
the score
Chris.
reads 3-1, but the fact that they've managed to
the danger.
consistently keep up the financial pressure and convert.
Yeah, they're putting a lot in their individuals, which makes sense.
That's nice, but there's Nico. Falcons 2, Eternal Fire 3.
And Eternal Fire didn't get the plant this time round. They also didn't do as much damage. So likely to see them go for the force buy again, sure, but it is going to be later on. Take 9s, Mac 10s, maybe a couple of Deagles in the mix if they want to search. Depends on what Madja has in store. If we see mainly Tech 9s and Mac 10s, which, yeah, take a look now at the heads-up display, you can see plenty of that coming through. Might be something quicker, more direct. Sandwich smoke in the air. Could just charge on to B.
Yeah, it's going to be a test then for Magisk, but I mean, he's a veteran in this position, and he's not taking a passive approach, or rather an aggressive incendiary at the very least.
Rotation point will be Dexter through Con. Too quiet towards Yard, he's on his way now.
There's the support network as the block smoke is thrown out early. Magisk has got a good idea from his teammates' comms that it's a bit too quiet on the western front.
Yeah, Tessus is also in towards main. This nade could do significant damage.
Bang.
And now Nico's rotated towards B as well, so Falcons understanding the play. Here's another one.
Oh, Maja on your head,
Oh,
mate.
she left.
Have to go.
Here they come. Perfect setup. Falcons can just smash them. Spray, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Ace?
Magis can
No.
and it'll be
Close.
Nico to wrap
This
it up.
was so
Nice
close.
round by
On
Magus.
display, locks it down. Aggressive util.
Where's your left?
That's the info. Has the rotate.
Your
sprays them
left.
down
10 gifted
comfortably.
on
That
Magus
force fell
performer, no?
flat.
Hello?
Okay, now it's going to be the
No.
eco of Eternal Fire, so a chance for Falcons to take the lead. Remember, CT-sided map, Eternal Fire going to be looking for, well, 1 or 2 more extra rounds, and that's going to be great. Falcons get a chance to start establishing some cash and residual buys. Just have to make sure they don't fall to this Wakadia Deagle.
I'm cheering for Nico.
Okay.
Now there goes that Deagle.
This little bro on your corner.
Maja's turn. He's picked it up, but I'm sure that'll be rerouting and having a look elsewhere.
Yeah, this quarterfinal does feature some of Counter-Strike's most premium rifling talent.
Ah, some heavy hitters, that's for sure.
And they will do much better than they did before
Tavares
Milana
versus
either way
Nico
with
once
Nico.
more.
See if we get Woxic activated on the stage as well.
And I
Always
said it
fun to
last time in
watch.
Katowice,
Yeah,
where
well,
it's
Nico and
like
Tessus for Falcons.
the heroic
Two highest rated plays.
lineup. They did start firing off towards
this
later
roster.
stage of the
Both on the
year,
rifle.
so
Tessus is
I'm not
spray
expecting like a
Yeah,
lot
we'll
of
get
things
some
in the
confident
beginning.
builders for Dexter as well. So one of his better series to lock them in for this portion of the tournament. So it is going to be instrumental for him to be finding impact.
Surely that sound of the AWP is going to cancel the plans of Woxic and Maja here.
Well,
or-
it's just an eco, so it
Yeah,
doesn't
okay.
really matter, does it?
You just want to try and hit a heady?
Yeah, see if he can get anything done.
Nice
Farms
keep
some
that
of the
wrong
util,
killer.
and there you have it. Kicks in with a double. Now it's Tessus' turn.
Oops. Slips off of the E-box. No
There it is.
problem.
Okay, Rifles to come back out.
The
There's
best
no
Danish
Woxic
players
AWP
here.
available on the T side just yet. Wakadia could drop
Oh yeah,
out if he
Tessus,
had
yeah.
armor, so that's not going to be
And
happening.
I also always liked Shush
How on top of the
and
cash
Tessus in
situation are
heroic.
the Falcons?
So they have a little bit,
We'll have the sniper rifle advantage.
how do you call it, like
So within the early stages, just recounting what Eternal Fire have brought to the
closer
server.
to my
Heavy through
CS
white and brown horse
feelings.
to take control of either the Pump Dog or the B Executes. So they want to go to something that's going to allow the Zentaris to take head-to-heads against Nico and Tessus in team main. See how much they're backing the individuals for that in a bit of a default spread. Timeout from Eternal Fire getting favor on the mic. Zonic gets to chip in on the other side.
confident that Falcons will be better than G Nico in terms of results. Ooh,
Eternal Fire
that's
picking
hard.
train.
That's hard to say.
Yeah, look, we've
Played
discussed
that
it
for
a
much
little bit.
longer
I
as
think,
well, I
you know,
remember.
going for a curveball, trying to catch Falcons off guard. I'm sure Falcons would have thought 100% they're going to pick Inferno.
Right.
Well, sticking to what's worked. Back over heavy.
Look at him go. Nico making a very aggressive yet silent presence here on Pop. Magisk and him establishing a very potent crossfire. Zentaris, no! The Zentaris peak. Nico feels his wrath. Traded by Magisk. Tessus onto Jota levels us out.
You see that smoke there? Tessus just redeploying it. That one's thrown from Connector. So Eternal Fire had a good idea that this aggression was coming. They've given one back, but it's a 3v3. Haven't established any space on the map to start to settle into the mid-round.
Right,
minute 10
really?
left on the clock. Cardia, Woxic, and Maja, three of which have residual utility to work
don't
with.
go
Tessus has full
sticker.
control of the
Ooh.
Brown Walls for now. Dexter with the deep line, and that means that Kixon, he just needs to worry about
I would
main.
start by bragging to
Woxic's
all
just
my
thrown out a
friends.
smoke towards Pop Dog.
Outside of that, I would not have anything else.
Maja, oh, can't get past Kixon. There's the Dexter AWP. This AWP advantage being felt. Powerful weapon. Some of these long angles of train.
I would not rush putting it on the gun.
Spots out
Definitely.
Wakadia, bomb on his back, and he's not shying away from a repeak as Dexter. With 30 seconds, what can Wakadia really get done? His best bet, trying to isolate a duel, hoping Kixon perhaps overextends on this lock of the door. Tessus confirms his positioning. Kixon has walked on up close, and with his back turned, Kixon converts.
Really good understanding of the situation there. All right, the fact that they do get the Brown Walls control, it means that nobody can come through Pop. They push through. There's no
Yeah,
way
train
in. They're
was
not going
picked
B, they're not
by
going Pop Dog. You can just focus
Eternal
fire towards
Fire.
Ivy and team main, and they handle that perfectly.
Because
Allow the AWP to take the
Falcons,
main
they
duel, knowing they'll be
banned,
walking in late.
Anubis
Kixon deals with
for
Ivy. That's
understandable
essentially the
reasons.
round-winning kill against
Against Eternal
Maja.
Fire and the train
Lost
was,
starting to build now.
Falcons, I think, played
can
only
get some extra investments, but it won't be the full buy, and you really want to bring the AWP out into Wox's hands going into the next, try and level that field, set him up, allow for some head-to-heads.
Didn't work out for them last time they tried this.
This is just about Falcons building back into the game. They're going to be looking for 8 or 9 rounds on the CT side, that's for sure. Has support immediately. Dexter's AWP is already here.
Nice restraint on his util as well. Oh, they're going to be ahead of this. Magisk will have to reiterate just the imminent threat, and Zantares is a big threat. That Galil, if it breaks down...
Oh, he missed that.
Right here, and now he's got the 2. Nico finally puts him down. He has the power level necessary to bring down Zantares, make this round a
It's not burning that.
comfortable retake.
Still
He
got
finds
cleared.
Woxic hanging around the oil. Next one as well is Nico's. And Majo with 1 kill to his name. 3 more demanded of him up against the rifles. Nico pulls away. Tessas covers. It's a 6 for Falcons.
See, they didn't have the weapons for the job. Were unable to get entrenched within the site. They're stuck in those more
They
passive angles.
potentially helped Zantares there.
Owning them right now, 14 and 4.
Could maybe get a pretty decent trades in lower there.
Seems to be a bit of a fan favorite here in Cluj.
No surprises. This was a nice try.
Yeah, look, and the thing is, if there was more pistols pushing up with him, maybe they could have traded or taken more space, but you can see the angles that these MAC-10s and Tech-9s are in. They're unable to play off of each other. They get peeled apart one at a time. Then it's desperate for Maja. Looks like another inner push coming from the Falcons.
Yeah, Dexter's actually going to be there to lend a hand, just to facilitate some aggressive...
Oh,
hang on, no, Nico will look to try and catch a timing. With Woxic picking it off, kicks an Ivy, though. Does that change things?
Can't for now. They have to stay committed to this. They can't really rotate away. They need to win a fight.
Yeah, but look at this. This could fade. Dexter holding the cross as well. They'll have to be very careful on their approach. This is a forward setup from Falcons to disrupt Jota and Zantares' progression.
Smoke fading.
Nico going to activate at the same time. Now he swings. Orb doesn't connect. Nico falls away. Nade could find Zantares, but backs away for safety.
They should accelerate on Yard. They know that at least 2 more players were towards B. It's just Tessas they have to deal with.
Yeah, and he's going to be playing a very passive position. Almost playing retake A. He's worried about that orb pick on Ivy's side. Now, shows rather empty hand. Tessas goes down to Arcadia, comfortable on his exit. He does have the bomb, and I think he just realized that.
This round should be Eternal Fires now. 5v2, no dramas. And it's good that we're getting Zantares and Nico both online for some of these exchanges.
You highlighted that you're expecting, you know, what is par for the course for CT side? I mean, we haven't seen enough, have we?
We're still, I think, like 8-4-9-3.
Okay. Did that change with the T-spawn being pulled back?
Well, the T-spawn, you were able to get out main almost uncontested. Right. The CTs would be able to throw util, but the first couple of spawns would be ahead of it. Nico gives away that AK. And now it seems more like the old train in terms of the timing for the T. So you're not seeing them just try and brute force out mid. And actually, from Eternal Fire, it's been a lot of play in through brown walls.
It has. Does he hold on to this? Jota is going to ask questions of the save. Does well to remove Jota's head.
He's only got 1 bullet left, but he should be all good for this. Residual cash, so no dramas in the buy department. 12k for the likes of Tessas. 8.4 for Dexter, and he stays alive with the AWP.
Boxer's not even trying to spam that.
Now you'd love to get these final 2 going into the halftime break.
I mean, it depends on what they're building with honestly, right?
Playing aggressive.
It's gonna be.
Well, Magisk has actually done a decent job of dealing them
star
when
in
they've been coming
G2, then
towards
I
B.
can
So I
see
don't know
how
if we'll
big
see
thing
that
that is
again.
Some love for the local.
He's sitting on his own. Hello.
Hello. So yeah, Sonic takes time out, reminds his boys 8-4 is ideal. Imagine if that was all coaching was.
Yeah, that's all he had to say.
Guys, just get 8.
If we could just get 8 rounds, please. All right, well, I don't think we'll see them go aggressive in that same fashion again. Doesn't feel necessary. I understand that EF are playing a lot through that position, but you can take main control, take away a different piece from them. Kixon's going to throw out an aggressive mid-smoke.
Oops.
See that one land, bounding in and confirming that control early. Means that Nico...
missed the timing though. Failed the name.
They didn't land either, did it?
I like the ideas though. They've clearly been workshopping.
Just applying a little bit of pressure towards Ivy. That's at least to keep the Falcons curious. This is not a free part of the map as now smoke exchange is landing. Low round blocked, pop blocked. They're going to rifle through these quite quickly.
Yeah, there's still an abundance of time for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, that's one of the key points right now. It's just Molotovs if you're Falcons to block with. And this will be called out. The different sentries across the map communicating to their in-game leader, Madja. Smokes are being used.
1 minute. Just
set up
nades are
for
from game from one way another. That's it.
Jota and
Looking for
Zentara's
each
in
other.
through pop. Lucario and Woxic in through main. Madja to set them up.
Yeah, Tessus is going to be once again tested. It's up against Zentaras. That's a good timing on his Incendiary. Actually forces Zentaras, isolates the duel, but you still have to hit the headshot. Something Zentaras is all too good at. Dexter, a first miss. Nice catch onto Zentaras. And Dexter racks up the double.
Dexter.
More required. Madja, he's all alone now. Ricardi doesn't get a chance.
Nico Magnus. Good.
CT's locking it in. Dexter despite
Missing a little bit obvious one, sadly, Dexter, so far, but he still gets the kills, though, so it's good, you know, but like...
Fortunate to get that first. Kixon had that round
He's so known for always doubling after he gets a kill.
Falcons. Here it is, so just ahead of the timing that they were hoping for. Some good shooting. And there's that Kixon flank taking Woxic for free.
Flanked, okay.
All right, final round, first half. Map choice of EF.
Yeah, quiet for the T side with Woxic.
I think 4 rounds are fine on train.
This round is one of them, and
Oh,
wiggling.
yeah, gets the kill.
And no trade. Okay, Nico,
No,
you've seen
Nico.
enough now.
No, you don't. No, you've done too much, Nico.
At least that's what that smoke implies.
Still staying quite combative. So hanging around to do some more damage, expecting it to be the big finish.
That nade, though.
48 damage on Vicaria
To
alone.
EF, it probably feels like you're going to have to reconfigure this round.
51 in
to go
total.
Back, you don't have control of anything, and there's long rotation
Hit
points on train.
Mayor for free.
Got a little bit.
Jota is flirting with that smoke fade.
A little bit. You know, a tiny bit.
Magic throws out the nade. Is he expecting Nico to have stuck around here? Throws out a little lurk smoke towards top.
He might play ahead of this knowing Nico. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
So keeping information in the balance for Falcons with the man advantage. Late piece of Madja to activate Ivy will be an in-game leader duel. Tessa's back a bomb with the AK.
He will be distracted now. Spotted at the back of the bomb. He's just deadly. And there's Madja.
Huge kill.
Yeah, Kixon's gone.
Man advantage.
CT's in trouble. Madja pushes through. And Dexter's ready. A quick scope. Nice find. Madja's double.
Nice. Okay.
Jota and Zentara shut down. It's only Wakadia.
Got time to work with.
And time continues to tick, and he is getting cheeky with it. Risky move. Very risky. However, they're not tonight.
He can't
anticipating someone so
push
close.
around.
Oh, not ready for that. Nice shot by Dexter.
All right.
Trade.
8-4.
8-4, par for the course. CT side, Falcons will get the double thumbs up.
Yeah, especially losing the pistol. I think EF know
What's happening today is a Danish CS day today.
So they know that anything that Falcons do, they can do as well. Just to remind everybody, Katowice, this map was picked by Falcons. They lost 13-5. These T-side starts, they're brutal. So they changed in recent times. We haven't had it played an awful lot. Only 2 times during Cluj. In terms of top teams, we've only just really cracked it towards the double digits, and it was for a while. Teams who were picking it were consistently losing it. It has changed.
Now, something we did catch was on the CT side for Eternal Fire.
I still have played too little train, so I don't know still. I always felt like he has a higher chance.
And they were isolating him towards B. He
We
just
had
looked
more
out of
rounds
sorts.
than
So
T,
the
but
moment was getting to him. He is still young to this environment. I don't expect it to be the same in this game, especially with more reps. The fact that they picked the map, it's something that they'd be confident behind him, and they should have a better idea of the rotations.
We saw it from like the Falcons POV. Every time Magic needed a hand, we had Dexter slotting in, or we had an AWP rotating through.
He was given a lot of utility to harass as well, wasn't he? Doing a lot of HE damage while they're setting up for B executes. So Falcons not just dumping all of their nades towards team main to worry about those pushes. But here we go, underway. Second half pistol round. Beautiful for Kixon.
Love that there's a P250 in the hands of Nico Kevlar with it.
And it was, more city-sided, like 58%.
Quick about this. Just going to be searching out a pop with a couple of flashbacks. Smoke down as well. Angle to be found. And Zentara is finding headshots.
That smoke, though.
Okay, comfortable. Woxic now makes himself present and correct. 2 versus 4 demanded.
One's behind.
Just Kixon and Nico, and yeah, shots are being hit. A goosh on towards one of the bomb train. Madja, however, a very fast flank, and not so clean. Not as clean as he would have liked.
He needs to run and live.
He had a chance onto Jota, now just Nico. No, Jota sharp with the conversion. Nico down, pistol is...
Could have turned around that round.
He's not going to be happy they didn't get that kill, but the fact he gets away, stays alive.
Did they block the smoke and bomb train, or was that intentional?
So both pistols, no plans. And this is just peppering
okay, I think it is intentional.
And Woxic snappy
it just becomes like a wall you can jump up on.
Once he gets the ore power, he'll be starting Ivy at the start of pretty much every round.
So I opened the last 3 months top 30 filter
40 on train.
with all matches, lands and not
against
lands,
complexity.
and it shows the train is at 52%.
Because they've only played it 3 times.
50%?
Won it twice, lost it once.
52 on the city side.
Enough to fill them with some confidence, though.
For top 30 teams
in a quarterfinal.
I mean, Richard mentioned it on the desk. It's going to be a valuable asset to any team that starts proving that they can play it.
And teams have been quite shy, understandably so.
Unlike
it's risky, right? If there is one move that you're getting fooled by throughout the entirety of a map and you're unable to plug that gap, it can cost you. So here's Jota. Jiggles out. Gets the information.
How many
interesting
maps?
He didn't have any util. Just feels like he can spray him down if they were to rush him.
I think the most important part for me is that he has that armor to go along with his M4. Don't want to risk it against the Glocks, understandably so. Has the support network now of Zentaris.
But the train vertigo change happened
mission
recently.
For Falcons is a bomb plant.
He could waterfall out.
Still feels like Jota's about to get himself a nice couple of freebies, couple of eeks. Just like that. Zentaris gets his own. A pair of them. 4 headshots, and the Deagle is in the mix. Has he got one? I don't think so. I don't think so. Gets a bullet to the face. Avoids the nade. 3 points of health and 5 CTs up against him. Maybe Magic gets one. Yeah. $600. He'll take that. Smile on Nico's face as we get ready for the gun.
No one has just been charged down by the MP9, but having a good game. 17-8 for Nico. So his teammates are going to have to start stepping up and contributing. Any opening kills on the T side is great. Trade's going to be hugely important.
The problem is also like they don't have that much utility.
So bonus round for EF. You wonder how are they going to use these MP9s? Madra and Wakardi could go aggressive pop. You might want to take them for an inside push. As long as you get up close and personal, you level the playing field. They're just going to use it like a standard gun round. Insta sandwich, nades towards middle. A little bit premature on that.
Ooh, and Wakardi actually ate the team flash there. Still gets the space.
Almost read that, huh?
They thrust over towards inside. They have the pop control. Tunnel 5 taken team main for the troubles. Tessus the late activation piece through Ivy. He's thrown out a lurk smoke. Kind of opens up both sides of Ivy. Needs to be considered from backup bomb, and there could be the leak potential all the way around through CT. So that'll be a conversation that EF are having right now as Kixon back towards spawn to throw out some late smokes. Looks like 3 players through Ivy as Madge has called the bluff. He's just dropped a block smoke of his own. We're down to 55 seconds, so Kixon won't be able to throw that for now. The fact that Madge has investigated, decided, hey, likely no one's lurked through this. I don't know if Falcons got what they were looking for.
Ivy didn't feature too much.
And Pop just got blocked, so it's going to be interesting timing on this outside pincer.
Yeah, okay. Smokers in the air from Kixon. Flash from Madja just upon the fade, and he is up close and personal. Doesn't seem to have any info on the walk-up. Tess is very close now. Madja's got the angle. Swinging in. Oh, does very well. Handles business. Madja double. Wasn't ready for a third, but somehow he's still alive and kicking Dexter. A belated trade. Oh, and an important frag back. Kixon gets one. Shut down by Wakardi. It's all good in the Eternal Fire hood, and Madja gets a firm handshake from his teammates for that one.
Yeah,
great job from Madja, the game leader, stepping up with a massive multi-kill.
With the freaking...
Like good for the third, but that's a strong position even in the old train.
Can't hold angles in CS2. Well, look at Madja.
Yeah, he's showing you can get it done with that MP9 pesky weapon. And that was the first rifle round in this second half, so just a one-round game.
And now Voxes has all.
Blue wall starting to be put up by the CT side. Now these are scary. On train against Deegs. All it takes is a couple of one-bangs. Make sure that you're not leering into angles without the utility.
Yeah, there is a Nico effect.
And there he is.
Every team he's on suddenly starts hitting a couple more deeks, inspired by his own prowess.
Woxic's job at the start of these rounds is so boring. He just has to go up and post on Ivy, but then once they establish control, he gets to float more forward, play back of the red train. But just it's like, hey, mate, can you just go watch the place nobody goes?
Last round, there was 3 there, which...
Yeah, and he got a kill in this one.
Yeah.
I have a question.
As far as traffic goes.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
Got a whole lot
in
of friction.
CSGO, before
Yeah, I'm going to look to level things up with this one.
Exchange for Ancient.
Dexter will be getting his AWP out into the next.
It
Lost
was a
bonus is
map
there.
where both of the sides, both CTs and Ts, wanted to have an AWP, and really often the CTs would want to have 2 AWPs if that's possible.
Very ready for that.
And post up a red train. So they're still going through the same playbook that we've seen out of EF in their previous train matches.
Which is kind of like not the most, not the best thing for
what that smoke meant.
Or for like anyone who's having AWP.
Stays in front of him.
And this new train.
Information on Ivy, no longer flying blind.
That's like specifically the map. It's still like kind of like.
Now we did it with an MP9. Now he's only up against unarmored Deeks. Can he hold?
This feels harder for
It does. Why does it?
How do you
A
feel?
Deagle. Oh, peeking in.
Still good for uppers because of.
The fight kicks and does overcome matchup, but it still feels like
Yeah.
there's nothing more to be said about this one.
You've got the
Still wide
best
open,
so 20
so-
seconds you need to die for the lost bonus.
And there's 4 CTs ready for you on the bomb train. Kingston still gets another one. Oh. Okay, Dexter's hit a headshot, picks up an AWP, but with 12 seconds left, he's in 2 mines. And
But is it good enough for you to seriously consider
Good
going
damage.
for a double AWP?
Stops the residual cash from being built up.
Still can be good,
but for
mostly
Matcher and
because of
Woxic,
how
now
open
they're going to
space
be a little
it
bit
is.
lighter on.
But
AWP can be tossed across.
it's always better in
So
general
there's
to have
substantial
rifles on
damage,
this
an
map because
opportunity now for Falcons to try and break
it's still
back
quite
in, but they need to get
fast
something on the board in the
retakes
C half.
everywhere.
See how quick a lead.
The map is a
seems
little bit
very
more
strong, can
cramped
get away
up
from
than
you on a
before.
map like this.
Did you just?
I don't think I've ever seen so many Falcons fans.
I've never seen so many talented artists.
Did wait? Did
I look like paint. He could have just copy and
it's
pasted.
like I saw like Major's weapon?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But I guess like he sold it right away and bought a new one.
Dexter,
Maybe
this is
like-
risky. In the main smoke.
Ooh, does he dare? Woxic did just
He bought
post
an
up as
SMG and I was
well.
like, huh?
We have potentially got an AWP head-to-head here. In the meantime, though, Magis, oh, messy. And Zantares will punish the mess. A double kill from Zantares. Is that already the round
Could have
determined?
been nano trees.
Feels like a long time
Or,
to save, doesn't it? Minute 20
4v4
left on
is
the
the-
clock after those kills. So in fact, they couldn't breach through main. Tessus is going to have to try and make a play. This time there's conviction behind that smoke. Oh, and that was likely heard. That's really unfortunate on the timing. The nade gets thrown as Ricardia sucks up some space on the other side of the map.
Oh, that's a little bit of a punish for his walk.
Yeah, and I think they were playing ahead to deal with the save. So if somebody else oversteps the mark in the next 10 seconds, Falcons is starting to go for this, but maybe, just maybe, it will be holding onto what they have. Are they coming to give this one a look? Well, Nico's not done with this just yet. Tip of the spear. Dexter not far behind. Major rotating over. Tessa's late activation. They're still going to give this one a look.
I mean, if they
Jota and Tessa
can
simultaneously looking for
potentially
answers for their
mid-fight.
teams.
Oh no.
And Jota's calling halls clear. Woxic, great catch. Tessus pokes out main, and now maybe the decision's been made for them. With the amount of time left, and Jota can remove the AWP. Good awareness from Dexter. Not playing for the round, but playing for the save. An important save, an AWP and an AK-47. Nico and Dexter look to bring through.
Yeah, the lost bonus will be there for Tessus, Magis, and Kixon if they want a half buy-in behind this. Oh, okay. Wants to make sure he gets that AK-47, does Mr. Zantares. Now they've taken the lead. Well, coming up next, we've got Dust 2. Bit of a home map for Falcons.
More ops and
So they shouldn't be too down in the dumps if they do drop this one. It's been something that they're picking a lot in recent history. And they have a pretty good damn record on it. So they might be able to draw this one out to go the distance. Tactical timeout called second by Falcons. So Zonic, giving them a moment to take stock, look at the finances, decide how they're going to address the issue. No loss bonus for Dexter and Nico, but they keep their guns. Everybody else can get in with Galil's and utility. And that's if they want to shove.
I don't even see what they write.
Yeah.
Direct Jules won, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite balanced in the head-to-head.
But they seem happy.
Zantares having the clutch earlier on in the piece, right? You need as many T rounds as you can get, and you're not going to get a whole lot. So if you're winning them out in clutch varieties, especially
Passes
the pistol as
05.
well,
Opening
the
duels.
campaign. You see the difference right now from
That's
Falcons.
good.
Yet to post anything. We're talking 5 on the trot right now for EF, showing strength on their CT side.
Nico looks like he was flirting with some aggression, but here comes a potential head-to-head. The flash is good, and the bullet in the head. Zentare's dead. Space taken. Is this where Falcon's first T round is delivered? Off the back of a charge from Nico. Good awareness from Wicardia.
He's so alone. That's the problem.
Space being taken. Look at Kixon. Charges forward. Magisk is holding on the Magipeak. Wicardia down as well.
Okay.
Magisk 2. Jota with a response.
Okay.
The round falls into place. It's Falcon's round unless Woxic can get everything. And he's been robbed right there. Could be good.
But not a kill.
Oh, wow. Dexter just finds cover. Repositions as well.
Yeah.
The setup is potent. Kixon is going to be clearable. Trade available. Dexter has it on lock, so likely just going to try and retain his AWP.
Yeah, and Finance is already looking a little bit wobbly for EF. Not a whole lot of residual for the likes of Madja, Wicardia, and Jota. Zentaro should be able to drop one. Woxic likely the same, so they can still piece this together, sure.
I'm curious, for Zentara's being so close to main and that flash blinding him, do you have to throw a very specific flash for someone so close? Like, is it...
Well, this is the pretty standard one that you see them throwing, right? Because you're clearing the E-box line as well as the Olaf, and it's a catch-all flash for players up close, essentially.
Okay, because it was so well timed, I wasn't certain.
But the key of this is that extinguished smoke that they've been throwing consistently in main, that the Ts have been dropping, that we saw Dexter playing before with the AWP. This is the first time they've actually used it to initiate the fight out middle. So what they're doing is they're negating that aggressive CT and Sentry with the self-extinguish. This time they've played off the top of that tempo. Really important kills from Magisk here. Beautiful work on the Galil.
Oh, that's why you
didn't
get them too.
Yeah, a bit more curve. There's that smoke again. Every time. So it's liberating Nico to go for these fights.
And there's the flashes thrown out by Tessus. Ooh, they are blind for a moment, and he does slip out, but look at the damage already inflicted. Barrel, bait. Walks up for it. Takes down Dexter. Nico swings through. Nice headshot. Tempted by the AWP, given his low HP.
They're so low, though.
However.
Oh!
What? Didn't even pull the trigger. Kicks him faster.
Oh, no, Nico, you're the low one. No!
Good now for EF. Madja claws an important kill out of the round, and Magisk stretching his legs on the other side of the map.
This is so tough. How are you even meant to get into this?
They're already considering it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I suppose the fact that all of the options are currently open that you need to be concerned about for EF, it could be timing in Magic's favor. We can see the bomb down towards E-box. They know exactly that.
Oh.
Madja has the AWP. Doesn't matter.
Knows where the flash came from.
Oh, he baits it. And now Magisk. Oh, down to Madja. He may only have
damn, okay.
high impact in a lot of those.
Damn.
That's
Madja,
close.
Important one to win right there. A knife's edge. Very low on HP, and you can see Falcons turning it into a brawl. They use that smoke again, they get the space, they're able to aim map their way out. EF lost track of all of the territory that the Ts had. Kills just going down everywhere. Yeah, Wicardia with a double.
Someone's the one who had the most HP of the all guys, and he died like that as well.
Yeah, you could feel it. You could see him just almost expecting himself to win a 1v2.
Still able to break EF, and happening this late within the half is huge, and Faber's aware of that. That's why he's taking this timeout. They know that only one player survived. They have that AWP. They're talking about what type of setup they're going to go for the CT side just to make sure that they can hold on to this. I understand, looking at the round timeline on our screens right now, Falcons only one round, but there's no residual money for the likes of EF. So if they lose this, Falcons can break through. You wipe the board. You go up against, well, what is going to be a very tough buy situation. We're talking only 1,400, so it's going to be force. So this one could essentially be worth 3.
Yeah, round 20.
Exactly.
Okay, well, there's the status quo. Made clear. This round determines an awful lot. Dexter, Molotov flash, it all lands at his feet. Wicardia's hearing a lot of steps. Magisk and Kixon making no secret of their occupation of the brown holes, and Wicardia starts to investigate.
Oh, they're not even looking behind themselves.
He's good at these fights. Held by Kixon at range, just now catching a timing. Looks like he's going to edge forward.
Okay.
No, he's gonna go clear now. He's dead.
Kicks in the timing.
Oh, wait.
Does he expect one more?
Brings down Zantara. Sure, the Wicardia trade is dead.
No, two is the number nowadays.
He's got extra smoke on the body of Zantara, so he can drop one out. Jota now searching. This is risky.
Especially with someone already pushed up.
Kind of any support. So needs to drop back and play for his life.
It is kind of standard nowadays to go double pop aggressive.
Woxic might start floating over connector. So we're going to come down
it's
to
the
the
meta
timing,
right
50
now
seconds.
because he gets so much space. And look at the Mayor,
so
by the way.
got that smoke picked up from his teammate, drops another and starts to backpedal as well. It's almost channeling them towards B.
It certainly is, and Woxic is going to have to move.
But once he commits like to going there, he'll take time
gets
for
an
him
immediate
to
trade. He
revive.
needed that. And now the bomb's getting across, a messy spray. Dexter gets away with murder.
Is he
Jota
expecting?
holding onto his side for a moment longer, and Jota in it
Nico
to
knows.
win it.
Wait.
Don't forget what's at stake. If he can just bring down Nico, he can save EF from the 1400 buy.
200, 28 seconds.
Nico.
Nico. Jota goes too aggressive there. If he just took a breather, could have potentially just like in the round for him.
Woxic does well to get one. Wicardia's spray looks sketchy. It took a while for the comms to get through to Jota of where Nico was. Because Nico gets a kill during all of this madness. It's a good trade. It's that one right there from Dexter, which is fantastic. Nico gets this, so they know where he is. But the penny drops a little bit late. Jota plays for the fight, not the bomb. And they're real tough spot.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
spoken about
it's everything they have, buying everything.
And now they're left with
Falcons
no other
have
choice
now
but
like
to
a chess
force.
player. Liquid have a chess player. I saw Aurora.
Not a whole lot you can buy with
Have
the
a
loss
chess
bonus
player.
where it's at. Woxic able to get into a scope rifle, sure,
They've
but the
been like
weaker
a
of the two.
good amount.
Everybody else is going to be operating with
of
just the
announcements.
pistols. That means Util is going to
Oh,
be
is that
nothing.
9-10?
So right now, all the advantages are for Falcons.
What really fills me with confidence is Kixon and Magisk.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, and this is, they're either just going to go super fast, and fortunately for them, there's only one
Now it
helmet
has
in
3
the server
chess
on the other
players?
side. That's on Wicardia. So the fact that they can just shred through his Kevlar opponents is going to be massive.
Oh, he actually pivoted. We'll go for just the one. Mag 10 to forge a path. Sandwich smoke and pressure out main. They know they haven't got the nades to stop them, so Nico will start to investigate.
Oh.
That's a boost. It does connect. A scout.
Double
brings Nico
pushing
down,
pop
and that
as
might
well.
humble him. Let someone else play first. Tessus starts to step up to the plate. Starts
This
to
can
maneuver out.
backfire for Falcons quite hard, actually.
And Woxic, another tag. He's made
Another
it
tag.
a little bit more realistic. Dexter, however, has a better version, and one bullet is all he needs.
Needs to hold.
Oh, Zantara's 5-7 around the smoke. Magisk is housekeeping that.
And you have nothing next round.
Do you
That's what I
save?
said, it's worth 3.
Yeah.
Right? So the 1400, you go into the force. Next round, you have to take the eco. Then you're playing for overtime. So right now, if they can steal away a gun, that'd be huge.
Yeah, looks like that's the play Mag is trying to make. Dexter last seen. Towards main.
Look at Sixon though. He's going behind.
Could get more than that.
I think he dies.
Yeah, Kixon, this is perfect. Mag are alerted to his presence. We'll have to be concerned about a lot of angles here. Oh, Nico and Dexter were available. Can't believe Dexter hits that. Quick scope.
Well, you know where the other two are. Now you just don't need to give anything over. Short 5-7s.
Didn't Nico has an
AK?
AK?
Offer on a map like Train. Where does that
Did he have
work?
a
You
Galil?
get close
No,
part.
he had
Yeah,
an
you can
AK,
push
right?
me or Ivy. Otherwise, they should be able to keep you at arm's length.
Flanking the flank.
Yeah, credit to be given to Woxic's attempts with the scout. Did give them something to work with, but
I like the
handled
boost they did,
graciously by
actually.
Falcons.
That's pretty nice today.
Very tough spot for EF now. Map choice might be working against them.
How crazy. It was looking like such a comfortable CT side, but the finances come and bite them in the backside. An important round win, a 1v1 in the end. Nico has given him a chance for 12 on a silver platter as a product of that clutch.
You can see what I mean by being worth 3.
Yep, oh definitely, Chad. It's manifesting before our very eyes.
It's just such a tough spot getting your finances broke late on the CT
Heptals,
side.
long time no
So if
see,
you are
buddy.
gonna
How you
accrue
doing?
a lot of
Watch
rounds,
out
you
for
need
the
to
setup.
be keeping as many players alive as possible to have these residual buys, and EF have just been unable to do that. Great flash, good space take. You're just denying
Hope you're all fine and well. How's the Valorant run going?
These Falcons are spreading out across the map. Happy to give up that main control. They took brown walls. Tesla's going Ivy solo. So there are some opportunities to get picked apart, but it should be fine. Based off what we can see. This is the only real issue.
Oh.
It's Dexter coming back over towards main on his own with the bomb.
Every time I see you coming in,
He's not finding
always
a
try
lot
to...
until he is. Peppering of the USP, push out, no ramp, so information on at least 2 players. If Dexter gets
Didn't know
remain
he's
on
in
his own, he can lose the
team
bomb.
though.
He's certainly vulnerable. Magisk just gets shot in the side of the head. Is this really happening? Oh, Tessus, you're going to have to do a lot more than that. Nico and Dexter. Okay, great awareness from the AWPer. Shouldn't have to be the AWPer up against these pistols. It's a 2v2, Chad. Dexter has the bomb on his back. Nico reveals his position, throws out the smoke.
Head out, much love for the Fighters this run.
Oh my God, look at Nico's HP. The USP puts him low. Centaurus can't clutch up. Dexter, he is doing everything in his power to save Falcons. It's the AWPer with a triple kill
had
to save them from red faces.
And we'll just bring
That
you
was
back
a
to
good,
good
equal.
They have played
Or like say some of the pistols,
no
but
maps for Falcons.
still scary, still scary.
Cluj, they could be getting there first against EF. And we're going into their map choice, Dust 2, their home turf, their new pick. We haven't seen that between these two teams throughout this year yet. Falcons could be setting themselves up for a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean already. Impressing.
Oh.
That is impressing. Woxic just taps double dink through the smoke to the face of Nico.
Laser beamed him.
That's a fantastic opening.
That's what Nick was trying to get a pick off from.
He's going to ask questions of Wicadia's E-Box hold. Great flash from Tessus. Sets up his pop players, so that's an equalizer.
Well, they need it as well, right? Because they took so many casualties in that last round. Loss bonus is working against them because they've started to win so many. So now for Falcons, their residual cash is what we're talking about. It's what we're looking for.
A lot of pressure onto the young gun's shoulders for this hold on B.
Rotational walks, it can be close by. Here it comes.
Is that a thing? You get so much space from Ivy because no one fucking walks, I guess, or?
He even has an incendiary available. That could prove very useful.
I mean, so far it's not punishing Falcons that much, but potentially will.
Out of the way would be useful though, and there's Tessus, there's Jota! Double spray, Tessus low, he could find a triple.
Ooh.
He's low.
This is
another victim of Jota and his M4 A4. Destructive hold.
If you get Jota.
The anchor delivers, masks the drop. Does Jota prepared for this? It's quick, it's brutal,
major.
it's Dexter. Can he really deliver the 1 versus 2? With such low HP, it's Madja up against him, bomb in an awkward spot to be retrieved. And is he going to go for the round-the-world maneuver? Madja walks on down. Dexter trying to get on out, but if he jumps on up, the timing is crazy! Oh, what? Pivot spots him! Madja's nowhere!
What?
Dexter shut down, another impact
I was just getting
round.
I think someone called that they saw him on his POV and then he like, and they panicked, I think. I don't know, or maybe he was like, I don't know, maybe he panicked on the timers, I don't know.
Class work from Jota anchoring there. He did massive.
Beautiful.
Staying alive, multiple
I say there's
kills,
a whole
the support
discussion
network
about
destroying
it.
eyes. He needs to make good on
gaming
that.
sport and stuff like that.
Oh, you know, I started to believe when I saw him go Z.
Well, it's more of an esports than a sport.
Yeah,
Stage
the
game,
thing is,
if he starts hearing the crowd
will
getting
it
excited
hurt
about the situation,
for
he's
chess
not understanding what that info
be a
means.
part
Okay, hang on,
of
wait, yeah, you're
big
right. I was
tournaments
like, you're not a
where
mind
esports
reader, but you kind of
participate?
just did. Yeah,
Not
that's probably
really.
exactly what happened.
Right?
But right now,
I don't see
as
it as
touched
a
upon,
way
the
how
finance is an issue for
the
Falcons as
addition
we
of
made it
chess
to round
can
number
hurt
24.
esports
This game,
into the tournaments where they overlap.
Passing his test
Or
with flying colours.
they
You're right.
become part of like organizations.
Still tough for the EF
Like,
by
you
with
know,
only
in the
one
case of
player
like
staying
Navi,
alive in
Liquid
this
and stuff like
situation as
that.
well.
I don't really see a way
Shot,
how
important shot from Madja in the end. Jota getting fired up, bringing some energy.
Yeah.
Teams with battered buys for round number 24.
Yeah, I certainly fancy the chances of
it wouldn't, but it still wouldn't make it.
Is a valuable asset. He can win the round on his own.
You know? I'm just like thinking about the final result. Does it have
Yeah,
like
big map for both Zentaras.
doesn't matter how you call it.
Zentaras,
This is from
23
my
for Nico.
It's just a clash of titans, isn't it?
as long as it doesn't hurt like
Just two Goliaths swinging at each other.
Now a bit
Where
of
is
a difference
Equity?
in the AWP
here.
department. Dexter
Oh,
has
good,
one, but
Tesla.
Woxic doesn't. Already seen
We
him
all
get some
Gucci.
scout tag sure. Can see this conservative from Jota just with the smoke on the jiggle looking for any info. And there's a massive shot. They're going in.
He's opened it up. He's cracked open the sight. Dexter poised to collect. He waits for the smokes and Tares makes us.
Oh.
There's more where that came from. There's actually going to be a smoke to limit the swing.
And Nico.
Yeah, okay, he's relaying that information. He's just got the Desert Eagle, but he's playing on
Should go in connector
to win this and close this in
Dexter got another
regulation.
kill in the
Another
meantime.
impact frag. Wicardia plucked
They have the
from
bomb.
the pack. Nico
Only two
slips
left.
into Z behind enemy lines, and Tara is now noted on oil.
2v5,
They don't want
no way.
OT.
Is this how train ends? Falcons on EF's pick on the quarter-final stage. Nico's Deagle seals the deal. Zantara's left alone, but the clock against him.
There you go. Falcons. Okay.
Falcons, they took the match of Eternal Fire.
A golden opportunity in front of
But I'm
them
more
now to
surprised
fuse their
with
pick. A chance at the semis.
Of how he got actually that kill, because he had 100 HP and it looked like he can only kill him with a leg shot in there.
She can't love me, but I love you.
Well, no more ultis at least. That's something.
For now. for But today we had 1 OT and we had 3 maps that went 13-11.
Play your role. 1xBet.
And that is still there's still the phase game. So if we're talking about OTs, still have phase. So no worries. Can I check my phone and give it charge? No, my foot fell asleep again. Ah. FaZe will clean up Saw. Well, yes, they should. They should. But with FaZe, sometimes you're like, why are you so slow?
Eternal Fire's flame still burning bright after an incredibly strong start to the year.
Now another is for delivered, Wicardia.
They continue to level up and show up since adding Jota, and here they want to prove to the world that a Turkish team can do more than just reach the grand final.
Simple. Simple is not competing. He was bored out to Falcons for a while, and then he shield.
Woxic audible
basically.
drop. Maka's considering his options, and it's Woxic that secures it. Eternal Fire, perpetual playoffs.
We do have FaZe Saw in the next game as well.
Welcome back. This
Whatever
tournament
this one
is
finish.
rapidly becoming the road to redemption for multiple teams. The latest being Falcons, able to triumph on Eternal Fire's map pick. Crazy stuff. And honestly now, with Dust 2 around the corner, Falcons looking like they've got 1 foot in the semi-final. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. But what did you make of that game and kind of how they're able to overcome an opponent that they've lost to repeatedly?
This seems like a weird pick from Eternal Fire from the start, I'll say. I mean, it's one of those wild card maps where not anyone has a lot of reps on train, if we're being perfectly honest. And so I think going into it, you're kind of blind as to what Falcons is going to be capable of or not. You're sure you're beating that kind of Eats on this map in a one-sided fashion, but that's a pretty small sample size. And when you look at this game, I really just feel like it was the Nico show. I mean, the guy was everywhere on the CT side in the first half. You know, he's normally an outer player, but he had a lot of rounds where he would stack inner, upper side and just, you know, catch people off guard. Just had so much impact. And when you switch sides, he was also just the driving force of all their entries to get those key T rounds to close the game.
I feel like the flaw in Eternal Fire's game plan here on the T side mostly revolved around the fact that they were trying to play perfect trained T sides, perfect offenses, but you see what
it will be
Falcons
better
did
and
on their
better
offense, and
with
they're just
time
like, Nico,
comes.
go
That's
kill. Just
you know how it
the
goes.
necessary smokes to take outside yard space. Then they're just flooding everybody behind him off of his entry point, and that's really all it really took to bust open these bomb sites. We saw repeated calls from Falcons Falcons, where they just wanted to do the same thing, and then the execution in the late round is just
I
a smidgen
personally
better.
can't really say so.
Yeah, and we definitely saw a good, solid individual performance. But honestly, for me, the surprise here in Cluj has been there have been multiple bright spots within Falcons. It hasn't been that way up until this point, but other players are now starting to add some support to what Nico was kind of doing, which was carrying in all of those maps, very often putting up big numbers and still losing. And now he's getting some help from his colleagues.
And that comes from people like Dexter, people who, I mean, I think a lot of the jury was definitely out on Dexter for quite some time in CS2, whether or not he was actually going to pick up the form that he showed in CSGO, that star potential, but that's exactly what they got here. Yeah, we got the Nico show, but we definitely saw Dexter holding some really important lines, holding flanks at times. And the thing is that he's throwing a lot of the utility to set up his teammates, so to still have this sort of impact on top of the fact that I'm sure he had a dozen flash assists nearly as well. That kind of stuff just is so important for a team that's trying to put this kind of structure together.
What's absolutely crazy just as well about his performances, I can think off the top of my head of 3 really bad whiffs he had as well. It was like, yeah, he was able to post up this just monster performance.
Yeah, I mean, just look at some of these frags he's getting towards that ramp into the inner bomb side. I mean, that's massive, and this is ability to rotate on the defensive side with the op. And I mean, look, I think people forget that Dexter had a long period of time off from this game. I mean, he basically didn't play Counter-Strike for a year, and then even when he tried to come back, there was obvious visa issues through a lot of heroics, first half of 2024, and so he really didn't get to settle in until probably the last like 4 to 6 months of 2024 with that team, and he eventually got himself up to a really high level, and he's now transitioning that over.
I never interfere too much in the Valorant space, so I just gotta trust your word, Petros.
He's able just to kind of get some support, take a line.
Even though, yeah, if I have my stint of playing and sometimes on stream, but that's about it,
Early round situation with support, or just let him play post play or something like that. He can be very
I think just as well to your point, I think he's at his best
100%.
when he's in flow states. Like when he's not, overloaded with things coming at him from different directions. There was multiple moments there where he got several kills in a row, and it was like, look, there's one optimal option here. You have to play it, and you have to hit the shot. When he's doing that, he looks really good.
He's got fast firing speed. He's a very flashy opper. I mean, yeah, you're not going to put him in the same conversation as some of the best oppers in the world, but I think if he can continue to have performances like this on this Falcon squad, he is eventually going to put himself in the conversation as far as just raw offense.
Yeah, sure.
He's
no, this was BBC, UK.
I'm not really saying that this one performance is going to vault him into the top 5 or anything like that, but
I
it's
went to the gym
obviously
yesterday,
a boon to Falcons that they can rely on their op presence. In the past, I mean, Sun Pius wasn't really even that bad for them, but I would say today, between both of those players, it's just a hair where Dexter's ahead.
Yeah, that's fair. Meanwhile, over on Eternal Fire, a couple of players didn't really get going in this one, and definitely in a match this close, it's very similar to some of the other games we've seen today, where one player just being able to find, even like one extra kill in one extra round, it could have been a reverse scoreline.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think that a lot of the reason why this game was even close is because Eternal Fire won both pistols and had good starts to both halves. I mean, they got 3 of their 4 T rounds in the first half just in those first, 5 rounds played.
But
so it really did come down to just having hot starts to stay competitive. And, there were a couple of bright spots you can look at and be happy about. Joda, I thought, did a pretty good job anchoring the Interbomb site, a lot of the time. They were able to put together, a pretty decent defense in those situations, but at the end of the day, Falcons just, again, played simpler Counter-Strike, forced their way into Outer, let Nico lead the way, and then he had great follow-up kills from Magus and other players on the team. And speaking of Magus, people forgot about this guy. I feel like because Falcons had such a horrible last year, people forgot that Magus is still a pretty capable player. Definitely, I thought when the whole, move came in and he came in for Shush, I thought that was actually a pretty damn good move. And I think a lot of people kind of slept on that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think with Magus, obviously he's got that tenure and that experience. It's just been, Falcons has just been a weird project, man, like from start to finish. It's like very hard to gauge where all the individual players are at, because when you start looking at like performances, it's like, oh, okay, but those stats are from this lineup, and there was a weird period where he was secondary calling, and that was when they took Sun Pius out, and this is with a new core, and all of a sudden there's like just a million caveats. The team just hasn't had consistency, and that has obviously led to it impacting on multiple players in this lineup.
It's been a clashing of philosophies in the past. When it was Snappy and Zonic, sure, they're both from Denmark, but that has nothing to do with actually the fact that Snappy wanted to do faster, poppier plays, whereas, the success that Zonix experienced in his career was playing perfect Counter-Strike. So this is a lineup that I wouldn't say is trying to play perfect Counter-Strike, but I feel like the Zonic conversation too, along with Magisk, is just that they're acclimating. They're recognizing that we can't just play perfect CS. We don't have the most synergistic, highest chemistry team on the planet anymore. We need to actually abuse the fact we have explosive players that don't want too many decisions to be in front of them all of the time, and that's why that simplistic T side worked out so much better than Major, who was trying to call this perfectly constructed round. But then look at what happens on a map like Train. When you actually try to call a perfect round, you get pushed in Pop Dog, they swing you on Ivy, they take away your extremities, and really the bulk of the attack from Falcons that entire T side half was just come out T-Con, come out T-Con, come out T-Con, and that's all it really needs to be in this game sometimes.
Well, and it certainly helps if you've got someone that can just do what Nico does, which, I mean, look, I think obviously he hit the ground running.
Much lower is always better.
I mean, they have a guy that can do what Nico does, Rich. They have Xantares, but the game plan was just too, it actually kind of hindered the players instead of behooving them.
No, that's fair. That is a good point. And obviously, look, without you being reductive, I think there is an element of truth to Nico go kill. You know, you could see how Falcons were playing around what Nico was able to do, reacting to it, taking up the space that Nico was able to get. And obviously, that's kind of what G2 have been trying to do before it, with maybe arguably better players, but now you can't even necessarily guarantee that.
This is
it's just his intuition as a player, right? I mean, you saw on the CT side the amount of different looks he was taking, different locations he was playing from. He just seemed to have such a good read of the lay of the land. And then, yeah, I mean, the thing is, when we see teams be successful on T-side Train, it's about keeping things simple.
Even if they're not
on that top side of Outer, if you can get to that top side of Red Train, you know, with Ivy smoked off and Icon smoked off, then you just, you know, get that initial space and you just start pressing the site together. I mean, that's eventually what got them the rounds that they needed to finish off the game. Nico was leading it, and then again, you got good trades from Pop. And I actually think one of the downfalls of Eternal Fire that I don't like about this T side is the fact that they don't put Xantares in winning positions. You know, a lot of time he's doubling up inner halls on T side with Joda, and that's just not really an effective place for him to be, in my opinion. He should be like Nico and more in team main and just leading outer hits and letting him cut loose in entry.
Look at the heat map there as well. Like, Nico just went where he wanted.
Exactly.
You know, we've talked about it on Nuke. We say he goes where he wants, he does what he wants. He's doing that on Train there as well. It was just kills all over the map, and each one, there he is. We're talking about you, brother. He knows, right? But he just, when he has that game and he's just getting kills all over the map, it just makes it so much easier to execute whatever game plan you need to do. We turn our attention now to Dust 2.
Sure.
We were having a little bit of an argument in the green room, a friendly one, about which team is the best on Dust 2. You, Dust, you think Falcons have got this all day on this map. Explain to me why.
Well, I mean, for one, they just, to me, have done well on it enough as far as the resume goes. They have a 4-1 record. They've beaten some good teams to do it. I think they had an easier transition than Eternal Fire did on this map because essentially Nico and May just plugged in 1-for-1 for the former members of this team, Nerds and Shush, as far as positions and roles that they play on the team. So they didn't really have to go through a lot as far as just getting the basics down and fundamentals. I mean, no one's reinventing the wheel on Dust 2, but I think it does help whenever you're bringing in new players that you're able to just kind of plug them into, you know, old spots and not have to worry about moving too many personnel around. Meanwhile, you look defensively on this CT side for Eternal Fire, they've already gone through a lot of changes. You know, they initially started off Joda as an A anchor. Now all of a sudden he's a B anchor because their Dust 2 results haven't really been that promising, and so they're trying to make adjustments to figure out exactly how to get the most out of this lineup. And so far, the resume hasn't been that great. I'll give them credit. Most of their losses are to elite teams, but they just haven't gotten any big wins that get me, you know, really kind of confident in them.
I'm just going to say the pressure's on Eternal Fire in a way that they haven't necessarily experienced before. At the Blast Bounty, they went to the grand finals. They took down a lot of the top teams in the world, but now people are catching up. That's what's scary if you're in Eternal Fire's shoes at this point.
Well,
you're seeing the rest of the competition who have better players than you start to catch up to you tactically. In fact, they're outplaying you, they're out game planning you, and that's why this lineup, they might have had their best result at the start of the year. They need to show us here on Dust 2 that they have a little bit more left in the tank, because at this point, this is where you decide if you're Eternal Fire in the season. Are you getting lapped by the teams that have better players than you in the server because your tactics were only going to give you that little boost at the beginning, or are you going to be able to speak back tactically? Because Xantares was in the server on map number 1. Some of the other players were able to chime in individually, but now you're getting beaten comprehensively. That little boost you had, it is slipping away through your fingers.
I think the win condition for Eternal Fire to push to a third map is twofold. For one, you have to be able to contain the split pressure that Nico and Tessus can create on this map. You know, Tessus being a B tunnels guy who's not just some lurker, he's going to be poking and prodding you and pressuring you. How do you handle that? How do you contain Nico, who's just, you know, just like we saw in Train, he's going to have free reign to attack middle, attack cat, whatever he wants and feels like. And then meanwhile, on the flip side, once Eternal Fire goes in attack, use what you're strong at. They have great long A-tail protocols. They have really good utility for just straight up B pops. Like, play to your strengths, play those set pieces, play off your spawns, and just try to get out there. Don't make things too complicated. Don't get bogged down in the mid round. You know, go for what their strengths are, and I think that's what's going to help them out here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think this one's over. I mean, for me personally, where the argument aspect came into, I think Eternal Fire understood. I think it's a terrifying prospect for anyone to play. In fact, if you were to say to me, Rich, like, you know, you want to watch a Dust 2 game right now, pick 2 teams, I'd say Spirit and Eternal Fire would be the 2 teams I'd like to see go out. I think that matchup on this map would be absolutely straight fire. And I think, look, yes, we've got Nico in a flow state. We've got Dexter popping off. There's definitely firepower over at Falcons right now. But I do think Eternal Fire can play this map as well as anyone in World Cup.
I'm really scared for them, Richard. Falcons have been leveling up on this map. They look like they're already in this series. They have familiarity with Eternal Fire. They've already righted the script from losing 4 maps in a row to Eternal Fire across the bounty, across Katowice. They've now tasted blood against EF, and I feel like they're going to be able to close it out here on a map that they have outlined and showed us that they can beat some of the best teams in the world.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think individually we just need to see the stars for Eternal Fire step up, and we praised them before this series started, how consistent Xantares has been as an entry fragger, how Joda has hit the ground running on this team, how Acadia has found new promise on this, but we didn't see them actually bring it to the table on a map where elimination is on the line. You've beaten this team a couple times before, you know what you're capable of, but now this is where all the pressure comes to a head.
Elimination is on the line.
It's going to be tough. I just do think that, look, you have to put that, the Train Hail Mary aside, you have to put that down, forget about that. Just 2's a much more comfortable environment. It could just be something as simple as a veto snafu.
The one thing that I would say for people to pay attention to in this game is just that the way Madger likes to game plan in general is he targets one specific part of the map as he outlines it to be just the weakest player on the opposing team. That could be Kicksan, that could be Magist, depending on form during the day. And I want to just see, can he change that? Because sometimes they dig themselves in a hole trying the same play over and over and over again. Because Dust, I agree with you. They have their B-pops, they have their long protocols, but usually they just center on one for the first 3-4 gun rounds repeatedly until they just realize, is this working? Is it not working? Is Xantares killing people with double entries? And if he's not, then it's just that they're so deep in the hole at this point that I feel like they don't always make the mid-half adjustment they need to.
I mean, that's a fair point to make. I mean, it's one of those things where, yes, you could have the best playbook in the world, but it's about making sure you make the right calls at the right time and handling up those mid-round situations. And I think that, again, it's going to be a lot about when, you know, the Falcons start off on T-Side on this map, are you able to contain the pressure that they bring to the table? Are you able to contain Dexter going for his opening picks with the op? Are you going to be able to contain Nico, who can just bring so much pressure and he just plays with intuition and can kind of sneak up on you at any given point in time? His timings are just so impeccable. It's hard to really kind of prepare against that because you don't really know where he's going to be and when. You just always know that he's going to be a threat on the map somewhere. And yeah, I mean, I think it is about diversity. You know, it's one of those things where use your full playbook. You know, don't get bogged down in the mid-round. Go ahead and go for those spawn-based plays that you feel confident in. And I think the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking at in this game is this new B defense that they're trying out. You know, Joda having to make the transition to a B anchor. That's a tough spot, so we have to see if he's going to be able to handle it.
We're going to see if they are able to handle it. We're ready to get into the game. This is Falcons looking to soar into the semi-finals. Take it away, guys.
Yes, we'll see if they can claw their way into a 2-0.
Are you drunk already, Marcus?
Unthinkable. Eternal Fire always had the edge against Falcons. Maybe
you're stuck in office.
No, I guess he's not.
Look where we're headed.
Prediction down now.
Game plan clear from Kicksan. Lines it up. Jota, the only one that's going to be hearing this smoke land. He is just going to stay tucked. Madger to draw them in. Will they overlook this position? The nade looks good. And in combination, he fires off a warning shot. Now the penny drops, but so do the flashes. Jota removing Tessus, but Dexter, he's comfortable.
Still trading, though.
Equalizer running over. Xantares taps head of Nico. It's Dexter again. Is he really going to keep up the form from Train?
Safe plan.
Mantle's up.
Hello.
Excuse me.
Hello, Dexter.
Gets it across the line. Can Kicksan come up clutch?
Oh, sometimes it's low.
Need some clean clicks. They're gonna double swing. Oh my God!
Oh, he gets the right kill.
The pistol.
Or even someone that said something, or is waiting for someone to say something.
Safe one behind the single box, but
touch, guys.
no issues if your in-game leaders clutching up like that, and that'll be their first pistol in the series so far. So important stuff from Kixon.
Talking about his form on train, just want to reiterate, Dexter plus 14, Nico plus 9. It's definitely an overperformance by his typical standard. If he can keep this up, this is a golden opportunity for Falcons.
Take a look, double scouts are out.
Okay.
It's a nice little tag early. Nico's going to go test the waters of Long.
He's coming into Madja, and it's just Madja here. He has to concede it. MP9, knife out, retreats, concedes, Long. Zentaras, he is probing middle.
Yeah, it was in no man's land for a moment, trying to catch them between either taking top cat or tunnels. And Tessus is giving up all of this space.
Martin comes over and starts
Jota's actually smoked behind him.
For not stretching.
So it's going to make it seem like they aren't playing in upper tunnels.
Oh. Step bro kind of
Do have the full long controls, the rotation, starting to head over.
What on earth?
Yeah, and like I said, the smoke behind you, you're probably not expecting the push.
Oh, they blocked the smoke.
Now they're going to head on in.
Yeah, really interesting smoke. They're going to throw one on site as well as the cross smoke. And now just spamming away. Zentaras' FAMAS is good for one. It's Nico. It's always Nico. Maybe even another one as he spams.
It's always been Nico.
Tessus, did he just catch him? He saw Jota.
They just had another little joust, this time top mid.
Okay.
Cat and mouse game between the two of them, but round should be done.
I just want to see if Jota, does eventually go down. Tessus, he owned that one.
Got the better of him in the end. Now just has to find Madja and, doesn't have to go too far for this kill.
Window of opportunity.
Well, Madja is going to get to stay alive with the MP9. That's 2-0 out the gates for Falcons, looking for a hot start. They've played this map 7 times this year, going into the 8. They lost it once. That was to Mouse.
They lost it once?
Yeah, and that was the other day where Kixon was getting exploited over towards Long. Only got 4 kills within that map. Oh, but there he is again. So good stuff from Kixon. He's already managed to hit that goal. 4-0. And they're starting on the T side. That's a
hello, chat.
Chosen to start on the defense. Dust highlighting the fact that we have seen their positions change. This isn't a map that has been working too well for EF. Also pointed out it's against elite level teams. They're losing it. But I feel you need to be able to mix in levels of aggression on this CT side. You can't just allow teams to go through their default procedures. And if you read the scenarios wrong and you're getting hammered by mid to Bs, you're going to be in a lot of strife.
Oh, he's ready for everything.
Defensive multi-lands, mid doors, and 8 as well. And for Falcons in a round like this, keep as many players alive as you can. That just liberated by the assistance of Dexter and Kixon. Kixon with the dual Beretta. He's going to play first. Players across. Madja tracks for the first. The second tag too.
Oh my God. Madja starts it. Okay. Join him. Incredible poise on the dig, and you can see Nico resides himself to a very uncomfortable round ahead.
They misunderstood the situation. I think Madja must have calmed that nobody crossed, but that wasn't the case.
Okay, well, a misjudgment could very well lead to a Tunnel Fire eco win.
Okay.
Hey,
what's your play here?
You definitely don't want to go through the long doors. Think about all the corridors you're going to have to worry about clearing. A blue bin boost, the hard left, pit, corner. You need to get in towards the side, then be able to take some long-range duels. Now, fortunately for these two, they have a lot of time to work with.
It's also their 2 best players, Tessus and Nico, on the rifles, partner up to try and rectify a nasty unforced error. Madja with some great shots, make no mistake.
Well, if Nico knew, he definitely would have stuck alongside of Tessus to take these fights. 30 seconds. Need to start taking some duels, yeah. Unless they're just saving, but they should give it a look at least. See if you can find anything.
Golden opportunity.
No. Oh, he gets pushed.
What a round this is from Eternal Fire.
Sam, okay, we're about to lose absolutely everything. Oh, yeah, just Tessus looking to hold on to this AK. He announced his presence. Jota's waltzing over to try and remove this. And this is a huge boon for EF.
He doesn't want to.
A couple of AKs, and there you have it. All 5 staying alive, and Madja the man of the screen.
But the thing is, he has an AK though.
Like, was it like a 2-second pause where he's like tracking?
Yeah, well, that was damn risky, wasn't it? And he's trying to bring some energy. This is one of the issues. You take a look at this team. They played in Katowice on the stage. They took on the Mongols, and I think Mongols were fortunate. They were both fortunate that was the matchup we saw.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 teams who are extremely inexperienced. We saw earlier today, Mongols dropping to that of Astralis, and coming in was potentially the choke for EF. But because they lost, I think they probably learned a lot from that 4A. But they need to find this energy, this conversation, oh, we're homesick. Well, you haven't been to the top of Counter-Strike for long. You're in an event that is extremely winnable. You come in as one of the top 3 alongside of FaZe and Mongols. Mongols eliminated. And you want to put your best foot forward. This is what you've always wanted to do. This is what you've been playing Counter-Strike your entire careers for, to be playing in arenas in front of fans to try and win the lion's share of 1.25 million. You definitely need to make sure that you're not worried about the distractions.
Something we heard from Madra in an interview was just saying he has to remind himself that his opponent is feeling the same way. You know, this is his way of kind of digesting it.
I think in this scenario, right, I understand for Falcons, this is their first time as this 5 on the stage.
Yeah.
But this 5 have all played a lot of stage matches. You can imagine a 4-time major winner, right? Like Nico's been in a whole bunch of majors finals. He's been doing this for the better part of 10 years. Dexter seems to do some of his better work when the spotlight is on him within those big matches.
Meanwhile, you've got Jota, who's just hungry for more.
Well, exactly, and we saw that in some of their games. Think about that nuke match against 3D Max.
It
was him and Wakadia, the 2 who didn't look dejected. Every time the camera was on the likes of Zentares, he was looking fed up. Madja wasn't looking as inspired as he traditionally does. It was those 2 who clawed them through to this point.
And
28 seconds.
Those two, Chad, are the ones defending this bomb site right now. Timing is awful for Jota. Wakadia 1 and done. Dexter puts him in the dirt. Jota, can you deliver? Oh, yes, he can. Double kill, but Nico, he keeps us interested, keeps the conversation alive. It's Magisk and Nico. You want to talk about pedigree? You want to talk about experience? When it's those 2 partnered up for a 2v3 in the post plant.
Very winnable, both with AK-47s. Defuse kits for this, no smokes, no mollies, just flashes. Wox is going to set them up, the AWPer, to send in Madra and Zentares.
Oh, no timing, no timing.
Spot them, double, oh, can't get anything done. It's only Nico that can save the Falcons for this one. Zentares pre-aim, nice shooting, and into the AWP. Woxic shuts it down, locks it down with time to spare.
Stressful moment, but 2 on a row now for EF.
Oh, dejected Nico.
Well, they understand this is their map choice. Don't need to get too far ahead of themselves, do they?
Like,
as the bomb goes down, they can invest into a couple of digs.
They
were very stubborn with their buy approach on Train. We saw in the early stages of that CT side, they were buying and buying and buying. I think this time they may as well let it go. But great work from Wakadia and Jota. The 2 of them combined doing more than they're worth. In that situation, if your B defenders can have a 1-man advantage, exactly like we saw, it sets you up for the retake. They've gone for a hero AK, so still something to keep this interesting. Absolute worst case, Nico just dies.
2 AWPs peeking mid, that is a little unusual, right?
Yeah, well, this is one of the flexibilities of having Wakadia over towards the B side with Jota, right, changing things up. You get Madja to play what is unfortunately becoming the in-game leader spot of Long. Oh, here you go, boss, just go and sit, and this is equivalent of B on Mirage.
Yeah, well, he did win a crazy round with it already. Justified his position.
But it's important to be able to have heavier hitters over towards B to deal with mid to Bs. And if you can have a secondary AWPer as well, then right, you can play spawn-based with the likes of Woxic. How much of a dent can they make? Late Long looking to target Madja.
Yeah, Woxic's going to arrive just in time to take that powerful angle with the AWP. Can Nico give us a Magic's peek? Ooh, the bait and switch. It's Tessus that strafes out, takes the bullet for Nico.
You need to take short control of something. You can't just sit in limbo on site, and they're aware of that. 50 seconds.
This is where the AWP should be good, but again, good diligent flashes from Magisk. They are closing the gap, an opportunity perhaps to get across with this smoke. Is there something to be done? Yes, there is. It's Zentares, but only 1. Dexter with the drive-by Glock kill. Hang on, hang on. Nico in now, the bomb on his back.
Double AWP retake, no thank you.
It's not the one. Oh, Jota, he's in the perfect time. Jumping as well, damage onto the plant, and Nico's got a lot to do, but somehow he's hitting shots through the smoke. It's only Wakadia. Surely the hard work is done now. He has got an opportunity.
They get the chance to do it again though after they lost the last time against Nico.
Oh, sound. Give it away.
They need to just not align.
Go, go, go.
Oh!
For a moment.
It's Nico to win it out.
There you go.
Half it feels like it's not happening, right?
I really love the way they put that round together.
Like, just don't align, just don't align.
Gave it a real good go.
He almost did enough, didn't he? That double kill. Like enough to keep them in contention for it. See this again, so Dexter just pathing across, takes down Zentares, extremely aggressive. Now Nico's AK into the play, Madja removed.
This kill though.
This one.
The wrong kill.
Pulling into the M4, but not
it's the Voxic who stands further back.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, well, EF, they bite back in. Still have 1 AWP, 2 M4s, and a heavy look towards B from Dexter. He can just be Smoked off, Wakadia and Jota. Oh, both had one, but they're going to walk in now.
They're not ready. They're not going to anticipate both of them. Wakadia stands and bangs, does remove Tessus, and Dexter's next victim, or not. Somehow the AWP prevails.
Important from Dexter. Now they can
Why is he still like so aggressive there? Dexter could have died.
They can reset.
Ooh, but the line is drawn in the
That's
sand
another
here.
AWP though. Woxic is still here.
It doesn't have to be dry. Smoke's available to get them up.
Nico knows all too well what he's up against. You can see he's going to throw out the block smoke.
There you go. At least Woxic will be able to silently rotate over. So if it is going to be a finish through short, the AWP can play from car. You do have Madja still anchoring down towards long. Woxic's actually going to take a little bit more of a forward line. So at least returning some information. Risky move, but didn't hear too many sound cues as he transitioned. Madja needs at least a kill. 2 would be great. 2 makes this winnable.
We got 2 with the Desert Eagle. Now with the M4.
Oh.
His timing was pretty damn good.
Missed the
Quixen just
timing.
quick to the draw. Is that the round? Woxic's AWP is going to be here.
Woxic's still here though.
He is playing for the round.
Yeah.
And, ooh, now it gets awkward. They are closing that gap rapidly. Woxic peeking around the flames. The incendiary just set him up for escape for the AWP. And now a second opportunity. Madja's mantles up.
Oh.
It's Woxic's AWP that collects.
I gotta say.
Massive 2v4.
I love the geeky incendiary. Just throws it. Maybe it was just to try and block ramp, but either way, it gave Woxic just a little bit more cover to stick around in that fight.
Was it
Hey, well,
Team Mollies? Or was it a City Molly?
Madja, you think that's going to be all theirs for the taking, but that's a bit of a fumble. Yeah, we're going to tie things back up 3-3. Important stuff. These are the 2 veterans of the squad, Woxic and Xantares, and both of them being able to contribute to keep their team in it. So back and forth we go with these rounds. No one really being able to run away at this point. So they save an AWP. And AK back in the hands of Nico. Going to be some upgrades for the rest. Neither team with the fullest of buys.
Heavy start B once more, and a 3-man long take for EF.
Nobody poking or prodding out short aggressively, so they will be able to get away with their default. Problem is, no Molotovs to work with on the T side. Can't flush them back from short, so just going to search out mid to B.
Do we get a head-to-head here? Yeah, we do. It's Xantares versus Nico, who's aiming his shot. Double out of Tessus. Sorry, double onto Tessus and Nico. It's Xantares, of course, with his 9th. And that should be enough. Dexter, sure, you've got your AWP. It's got nice that Quixen's managed to recover one of those fallen rifles, but already the odds stacked against them. They are tested Xantares, and you can see they're trying to bait Madja into a nice catch. He's ahead of that smoke long doors. May catch a timing if they start trying to walk out mid to B.
You need to try and set your AWP up right now. If you get out mid to B, he can oversee. He can just post up on window, and then you can scale up.
Just like that. Ooh, but being spotted, if they dare do it again, they wouldn't. They certainly shouldn't. Jota actually, ooh, good, great damage inflicted, but they are in trouble. Never mind, Jota once again anchors down his sight valiantly, and the cherry on top from Woxic.
Decent attempt there from Falcons, considering they lost 2 to Xantares to start. Now a smile on the face of Wakadia. Broken the bank will have to be the eco out of Falcons now. Eternal Fire get an opportunity to extend this lead. Steady work from Xantares.
Oh, lovely second onto Tessus. I have to say, I feel like all of Jota's frags have come in pairs right now. Like every time he's got the opportunity, it tends to be 2, and you can see this is that very visible frustration on the face of Nico, despite being a map up. Early doors on Dust 2, but I mean, he knows what this means. He knows that this is going to be, what, 5-3?
I mean, I know that Falcons likes to play Dust 2, but
right there, just looking for that kill.
I don't really...
You'd hope he's just frustrated at himself.
I'm not really super duper impressed by their Dust 2, though.
Very well placed nade, isn't it?
I'm doing a standing
keep
desk
as many
now.
alive as you can.
You're standing up?
Yeah.
For once?
Well done from Wakadia, taking a swing into the open. Dexter down, just a few more to find.
Change the angle of the camera, changed everything.
So important to establish a bit of a bank on this CT side.
I like how active they're being on, you know, not playing too scared against these, I was going to say pistols, these Glocks.
Wow.
That Desert Eagle.
Technically,
They are a pistol.
They are a pistol.
Yeah, all right.
The P shooter. Woxy can let them in. You can see Zentara's biggest issue for him is if he gets a little bit overzealous, if he feels that he wants to peek into a deep line. Oh, there he goes.
Oh.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Here comes Wakadia. Just needs to try and get his way up to Goose very quickly to get this. Never mind. Woxy will sort him out. Drop that back. Zentaras will get the AK-47. As we'll see. Wakadia just going to get out the A1S. Now, tactical timeout taken from Falcons. Onyx to get on the microphone. And important to take a look at the spawns for the T side. That's going to educate what type of options are available. Nico and Tesses could go out long. Any ideas?
I did have an idea, but I don't want to say it out loud.
All right, well.
It might just be a cool guy.
Yeah. Sometimes ignorant is bliss.
Yep.
Okay, well, the timeout has concluded. Are they going to use these spawns? Are we going to get ahead on collision out long, or is it just going to be going through the paces from Falcons? All right, it's going to have to be a scout in lieu of the AWP. This is really tough for Dexter, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but Woxy unable to track such a fast-moving target.
Quite interesting that the Zentaras tries to go there mid and still
heavy barrage,
block the smoke.
That's information perhaps for the exchange of Magisk and Madja. Had to speak that one slowly. Look at Zentaras.
There could be a flash available here as well.
Oh, and Woxic's low. Finished off by Nico. The crosshair placement sublime. Trade
Oh,
necessary.
good trades though.
It's Kickson onto Zentaras, not for the first time.
But that's an AWP and the A rotating rifler, so you'd want to put pressure on A immediately.
And look at them, they are. Exactly that. Flashes go through, Tessus and Kickson go swinging, and Madja now sleeping.
Well, that came to them. That obviously wasn't the call for Falcons, but the fact that the fights came their way and they hit those shots, this one's done. Wakadia and Joda are just going to have to save.
I mean,
very neat tag from Dexter there, and then Nico getting the kill.
Shot to open up the account.
Get the round for free there.
Talk about Total Fire needing to throw some aggressions into their CT mix to be able to unravel the default spread, and that's what they tried to do. Just couldn't stick the landing on it.
Brian, if you want me
Madja,
to
he knows
yell,
he's
I
under the
can
pump
yell.
in that situation, has to hit some bangers of shots
Whenever
with the M4 at range against the
happens, I'm like,
AKs.
oh my
Not easy to do.
Not easy at all.
She is a yapper, so I'm very surprised how quiet she's been today.
Away from the scout.
I am. Me on TV, please no. More.
Wait, so you're saying if I'm gonna start yelling something inappropriate, your neighbors might hear it?
1400 loss. Woxy can get glass cannon. Joda can drop. Actually, an AWP was saved, so don't worry about that glass cannon. It's going to be strapped, actually. More than enough for them to
brain damage.
Contest against the Falcons. So buys come together.
HE to get across, that's a sign of respect.
And it's a sign that they're expecting something B or mid to be heavy. Zentaras are starting on that side of the map.
He's already out here. Nico on the warpath. Oh, and he's got the timing. Takes down the long anchor, already a threat. Woxy attending to this. Wakadia, panic, flash. Does stop Nico in his tracks. I think there's a gap. Yeah, you're right.
Poorly thrown.
Okay, they replenish. Flash, anti, good work. The bodies are reacting to this very heavily. They continue to be stubborn about this. Nico, good awareness. He's not going to be
Nico dodged the flashes, but still loses the duel.
Zentaras towards the elevator, peeking into the spam.
Oh, and they also killed the lurker.
Now they're going to get boxed in. He's heading long. Woxy has the cross. It's a hard shot to hit. Very hard shot. Away. Tagged up. Dexter, bit of an overextension onto Zentaras. He will be punished for things like that. And Jota. Oh, he's ready for Magisk. Sure, you got the bomb down, Kickson, but a clutch. Not happening today. Crosshair in the right place.
Cooking too much there. Too much cooking.
They didn't need to play that fast because Nico got that kill for free. There he is, the fan favorite.
There's Yaxi. It is.
Falcons overplayed their hand because Nico got that opener.
Right. Because Yelling doesn't read the kill. I mean, he had the horn.
I still feel like, even though it's so disconnected from the
had
rest,
the
it was that,
horn
like,
with
just
him.
removing Tessus, knowing he's no longer a threat, no longer worming his way into B. And
well, that lurk, you expected to find something, don't you? That's why it's a huge find from Jota. Dex is going to search towards B quite quickly.
Okay, well, another test for the young guns, Ricardia and Jota. They've passed every test so far.
Even that round where they got picked with the AWP, they ended up converting that somehow.
Some way.
Well, that was the Wox against Zantara's round, so need to make this look like the default indeed. And last round, Eternal Fire, they gambled incorrectly, but they still were able to pull it off, right? They started 3B with Zantara's helping out.
Intriguing approach here. You've done a deep, long smoke. You had Woxic supporting you, and now you kind of send him on his way. You've got a secondary smoke you can throw through, given to you by your AWPer.
Taking this short control. Deep molly lands, forces a potential AWP off the line. HE is going to be a little bit deep there from Zantara's. Nico ahead of this, he might just swing.
Yeah, I think he might. That head-to-head with Zantara's. Now, he doesn't want to go too wide. Woxic was posted.
He was way too aggressive last
That's one
time.
of the problems. Falcons are going to be a little
Sure,
more
he got the entry
individualistic,
last
and
round, but
if you overstep the mark, you're really setting your team up for failure. Still a couple of smokes to work with. Will be the A execute. Lining up pieces of utility right now is Nico.
It's a beast, right?
So applying short pressure.
CT smoke. Ricardia activates, and now Dexter, is he ready for this fight? Oh, he's missed his shot. Ricardia quite the opposite, puts Dexter low. Kixon can't do anything, and it's all good in the Eternal Fire hood. Lockdown, Nico drops down through the waterfall. Smoke, a second chance, but Madja's too good.
Time.
18 seconds, yeah, and Magisk has got the bomb. It's lost.
That's the
Tessus
bomb.
can't get down the B ramp and back to site in time. This one's all EF. Just playing for the round as Woxic runs away, ensures that this round cannot go awry, picks up the bomb, but there's just no time. And Tessus at least gets away with his AK-47.
He survives after time.
A solid CT haul.
Yeah. Look at that.
There's always next year, though.
Don't read that.
But does this indicate a likely 8-4 half?
There needs to be something special to come
You
out
first
of one
need
of the
to say,
Falcons
hey,
individuals
Heku,
right
don't
now.
read
Tessus
the
is
next
the only one
message,
who's likely to have a
and
rifle
then
in his hands.
write the message.
Dexter does get a Galil, sure, but that's only with Kevlar.
You can't write the message and then
taking a look,
2
they could
minutes
go out
later
long with
be
the
like,
spawns. There's a
oh
corner
yeah,
smoke in the
Heku,
air.
by
They
the
were
way,
able
that
to get it before. They're
message.
going all in.
And there's going to be Madja and Woxic here to receive. Woxic's AWP has to do a lot of work here. Madja's dead. Forced to retreat.
Well, now they need to make sure they don't overplay their hand like they did last time. Take the pause, but there's so much advantage for EF in terms of utility. Ricardia immediately springs into action to take the space. Jota clears out all of upper tunnels, so they have all the information. They can lock the door and throw away the key.
Oh, unless Tessus just kicks open the door once more. Okay, Woxic puts Dexter on the floor.
A second piece to this.
Wait, are they? I'm just going to assume it's clear. Ouch! How has he done that?
But that was the bomb spotted. They're trying to beat them back on rotation.
And they might actually be there, but now Kixon's throwing util, so was it fake? Was he deceiving us with the cross of the bomb? Woxic and Zantara's alone. 2 1v4s, essentially.
B-door smoke's about to land. Woxic's about to
Watch somebody with a primer.
Window in time. The AWP will be posted. Multi-kill available. Can he peek into Tessus? Bomb spotted. Headshot delivered.
Not yet planted, but now it
Can't believe Falcons have made this one look comfortable.
I mean, from all
Truly
the players on
comfortable,
the
but
Eternal
hang
Fire
on, you've got to
side,
get past
Zantara's-
Zantara's, and Kixon will. Once
Look,
more, the
potentially
kryptonite to
there's one more.
Zantara's. A
I
7-5
don't think she plays
half,
CS.
rectified in the last stages.
Yeah, pretty spotty overall. Pistol with the conversion in there, but some good fight out of Eternal Fire. Don't be too frustrated with how that one unfolded. You got a minute until we get the second half underway. Focus on what comes next. You want to take this to the third. Falcons already a map to the good. They snatched away Train. A close one. And this one looks like it'll be the same. Now it's Falcons' turn to see how they are on the defense.
Can we meet again in a random face-it fight?
The futures to you two.
As the A rifler rotating between the mid to Bs, patrolling the short, helping out the long control. Dexter has the AWPer.
Your own little
Kixon to be anchoring down long, and the likes of Magis and Tessus over towards the B bomb site.
I'm not sad. I'm not mad.
Hey, but still showing some good spirit. It's going to be important for the coach to keep them leveled.
Faber promising Zantara's top 20, and well, he was good on his promise.
Huge opener, just blind straight through the smoke there. This was an important kill, but the find from Magis.
I'm not sure about that pitch should have to
Nico. Frustrated with that one.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, it's probably not a 50-50, maybe a 60-40 to Jota, so Magisk has done very well.
Yeah, nobody's starting long for Falcons, very mid-centric. 2 players up short, 2 in middle, Magis to block B, and they're out.
So what's the protocol when long is taken?
Well, they have a flash on Kixon to try and initiate a fight back, but he's the only one rotating towards the site for now. Tessus is pushing up to make sure they can't.
Oh, is that the counter smoke? Okay, if you block him?
Nico. Yeah, Nico is on his way.
Oh, no.
Jota puts Nico to bed.
Mayor has a
handled match, almost just pre-firing on that fight. And Kixon, next victim of Wicardia.
Completely outmaneuvered now for the other two.
We're gonna go the distance, I feel like.
Just happened so quickly, didn't it? The pace of that. You can see that Falcons weren't ready for it with that rotation back over. So splitting the pistols. They can hold on to the Kevlar. It's about what this can enable. We're sure Dexter's probably going to get into a scout. We've seen Nico scout before as well. Magis could get out of Famis. He already has a smoke to work with, so that's quite nice.
It's crazy that Eternal Fire posted 7-5 while conceding the pistol in that first half. Now winning this one, I guess actually that's the Magic effect.
Well, they looked better overall in the gun rounds, and they also won that 2v4 situation with Zentaras and Woxic. So there was a few scenarios that
I
feel like Falcons fumbled.
Chris has a PhD in snacks.
And of course that force is coming through.
Do I?
Magis doesn't want to go for firepower.
I'd
He's gone for the
say,
MP9. We'll see how much they want to take this fight. You could use your spawns, push in towards the lower tunnels, really try and take away some of the space. There are long spawns available for 2 of the EF players, but they're not going to take it.
I just enjoy life.
Okay. Ooh, Dexter. Worse for wear after that one. Smoke imminent.
It's also about how many did you see cross. So if you saw 2 cross and had 1 player go for the pick, that's info on 3, but they are into lower.
Yeah, Zentaras.
Oh,
what's that?
Mouse
Scroll wheel.
maybe?
Yeah, it's actually perfect. It's given Tessus the premonition.
Ooh, that's an AK though.
And so Zentaras is AK empty-handed. Is there grounds for an eco dig? It certainly looks good. Can't hit it.
He's to back off, really.
The lead round to Madra in combination now with that recovered AK-47, but the MP9 of Dixon shy of the mark. It's Tessus.
Oh,
it's all
okay.
Tessus. Triple kill in the round. High impact from the Dane.
Oh, got a hold B here at the time.
Son.
Oh, Woxic. Back over to join up with Wicardia. There is a bit of a timing in their favor.
Not sure if I like that.
Falcons have had no info on what's out long.
That
just in time.
Oh,
what
a
receives
that's
him.
the side open.
Yes, and the bomb on the back of Woxic. They're not to know.
Oh, now Nico's really
get
made
better,
sure there's
buddy.
only one way forward. Tough shot.
Hard shot. Do you really stick around against the scout? Nico does get tagged.
But look how boxed they are. The only way in is B.
And they're not even acknowledging it now, Magisk is.
Oh, my slow though.
28. If Woxic was to hit a scout shot, they'll smoke the doors. He's ahead of it and starts to spray. Oh, lovely. So comfortable on the AK. And Woxic, quite the opposite with the Mac-10. Look at his HP. Nico is loud about this, and you'll get the first of a 1v3. They are low. Maybe there's something to be said about this one, but 8 seconds. Oh, he's dead. Forced to commit, hoping they overextend double push, and yeah, it looks like just by existing, Magisk will clutch up. And Woxic, oh, he even takes him down as well. A nice AK for his troubles. 4 kills in a loss.
Gets a lot of kills for Mac-10 though.
AK-47 because now the CZs have to completely rebuy with the round winning bonus. I think they only had 1 player just over that 4K mark. So that's going to be a little bit troublesome for the CTs. So they're keeping them teetering right now. That's actually huge from Woxic to get all of those kills. That's the best of a bad situation. A great round from Tessa's short. But right now, if you compare the buys, both of these teams looking pretty weak going into this round.
More Woxic scout action. And
tag again, okay.
Magisk operating at 50 points of health. Smoke lands on long doors, control gain. Kixon tasked with holding on to that.
Well, they know that there's not going to be an AWP in the mix on Dexter, right? At most, he has a scout, just like their boy Woxic has as well. So they want to go for a mid to B, maybe crisscross smoke,
trying
through
to
them,
get you
get the short control
nuke.
and go for an A execute.
How does Nico play this? Incendiary to drop. Oh, just swapped out.
Oh no! Still gets the kill though.
Prevail versus Zentaras, but bringing him down in a one and done. pretty damn good, especially when the scout is responsible for so much. Dexter's in trouble. He needs help at bursts of the MP9. Significant damage inflicted, but now Falcon's on the back foot. Just a little late piece as well. Tessus focuses way, the smoke will fade. Good nade, the damage is there, but Magic's flank is perfect. Removes Tessus, pulls Magisk in pursuit of trying to find him. Falcons falter. Nice from Jota.
Hey, just saw the deficiencies in the buy. How many rounds do you ever see?
So unfortunate, man. Nico actually
but really, it was just
dropped down wrongly there.
Scout for Dex to MP9 for the others. It's tough to really function around like that. They could have gone aggressive again, like we saw them do on the force buy.
Would you rather smash your table or the wall table?
Winning that initial exchange and then just teaming out a
Maybe
bridge.
if I got a damp on the fucking wall, that's not good.
Unable to connect.
I mean, look at the amount of damage Eternal Fire managed to sustain. They've all got scraped knees, black eyes.
You actually have proper wall.
Oh, and they take it away from Kingston as well.
Okay, well.
Did he die after that? No, Pudgy,
I thought Dust 2 was supposed to be a safe haven for the Falcons, but Eternal Fire proving that this series, this quarterfinal, it's not going to be a freebie despite their shortcomings on train.
Interesting that it is actually going to be the T side
all
taking the
times that I've
timeout.
seen people
That's Eternal Fire to have the conversation. Are they expecting the
holes
force
in
buy
their
again?
walls.
Well, they know the loss bonus situation for Falcons, so most likely.
Drywall, however you call it. And like the
So this is another one of those scenarios that's essentially worth 2.
And I don't think you have those. I think you have actual walls.
You win it, they have to.
No, I know,
so I don't
but
think you'll leave a net.
Somebody will can still give a mark.
Falcons to pull yourself back into this one. Nuke is the third and deciding map.
I think there's a higher chance of you
I think of a team like EF
crippling your hand than leaving a mark because that wall is.
Together for
you actually have walls.
Should be the difference maker.
I did like to smash very hefty wall back in days when I was younger, so yeah.
Full on control. Door smoke lines up. Couple of HEs in. 2 counted. Information.
Door smoke, short molly.
It's all about the go signal. And where are the Falcons players when the call is made? Are they able to thrive around the smokes? Is it an execute? Is it a bit more using their weapon advantage? Or do the CTs push on in and take the fight? Well, cinched toes for Kixon.
Yeah, that's good information.
This flash could be massive.
You're right. Dexter and Kixon are going to swing off of this.
Have to play ahead.
Swinging through. Madge needs help. And a headshot's a foul.
Wait, what?
From the 5-7. Jota next
huh?
to Dexter. Does he get greedy? Is he punished? Yes, he
Get the
is.
scout, the wrong gun though.
On the retrieval of the scout, Dexter stuck around a moment
Nico
too
here's
long.
no short now.
Speaking of long, Nico still resides on that side of the map. Ricardia
Maybe it's better to go actually mid to get better guns.
Nico departs.
Might want to try and pick up something a little bit heftier to go for this retake. Ricardia yet to plant the bomb, so giving them a chance to triangulate his position. He's in the site sector clear. How does he want to use this smoke? He's being very diligent. He's making sure that nobody's up close and personal when he starts to plant, but this is giving so many seconds over the Falcons to start moving in. Now bomb goes down. Defensive smoke, or does he block?
Oh, he's going to block short as well. He's setting himself up for success. Never mind that, he isolates the duel. It's up to Magisk in a clutch.
He
doesn't hear him, doesn't have any info. Magisk in the open, looking to catch Ricardia as he next shows up on that ramp side.
Max has done
Magisk good patience here, but he's going to have to take the fight. Ricardia can come up clutch. A flash to delay. Time sensitive for Magisk. He doesn't have the kit. A 10-second defuse on Ricardia. He's playing it to perfection. Magisk goes down. Ricardia.
Nice run by Ricardia. Then he also got the wrong gun though. He gets the scout after the amazing 5-7 rounds.
Important clutch from the young guy.
Yeah, he can do that.
Huge stuff from him to be able to convert around like that. The snapping 5-7s just coming through short and middle, causing that chaos. Ricardia getting to isolate all of those fights. But he gets to take the first one on Dexter. He has to backpedal. He's in such a miserable position short. But then the timing on that smoke, Nico plays ahead. Magisk isn't there ready to swing. Can't convert the 1v1. Now it's the Eco. 11 rounds feeling destined now for EF.
Wow, and after such a fantastic flurry from those pistols out mid, what an important round that is for Eternal Fire.
Right, they're coming through CT, they're not smoked off. They're coming through long, they're not smoked off. The fact that it's short drops the smoke, knowing that they're likely going to pick up some weapons, try and level the field. Well, this would have to be crazy with the starter pistols.
I'm not even going to entertain it.
Silently getting across. Antares could have a farm fest.
Okay. Or he could get a bullet between the eyes. 2 USP frags. It's all good though. That's not a fight that the USP
That felt like a little bit too much cooking after they got those 2 kills.
Comms just got absolutely hectic within that moment. None of these rifles are picked back up, so Magic and Dexter can give this one a look, of course. It's just an eco, so they will try their best. Jota is low.
Yeah, and Bogdan's Law.
Oh, there's grounds for something wild. Why not?
Oh, it's actually a nice little... Oh my god, they partner up, they give it the shots. They made that one threatening, and Magic, you can see it in his eyes.
They're arguing.
I said they're stacked A with USPs.
They're just going to make sure that...
Didn't seem too happy.
They're only 2 rounds away now. They'll wipe away the shortcomings on map number 1. That's what Magic wished he could just do. But into the guns are Falcons. Dexter has his prized possession of the AWP, but this will be quite the comeback. 5 consecutive to tie things up, 6 on the trot. They could get to 12 first. It's still possible.
Ooh, yeah, okay, Zentaris has been spotted out by Nico on his default.
Nice
nade. Oh, that's a big nade.
You could just see the vigor at which Zentaris was taking that. Nico noted it too and took a bit of backspin on it. Wow, very well handled from Zentaris. Whether he meant to drop off or not, baits out the nade.
This is a B explosion.
They're about to pop.
Nico's not even close. He's walking towards our
Tessus has
bane.
just arrived in time. Who has vision? Oof, definitely not Tessus. And definitely not Mantis. Great layering. And Jota again, a pair.
Save. You're going to give him 12. You have to. You can't go for this.
What an incredible map Jota has had here.
The timing, they were just so far ahead. Yeah, 20 and 9 for Jota. But just discussing the added firepower to this team. First, it was the merging of Watkins and Tares. Then it was that find of Wakadia, who for a while there was looking just like a one-trick on Vertigo. Then get Jota coming into 2025, and they have just gone from strength to strength. That's the future generation of Turkish Counter-Strike, both delivering. We had the Wakadia crash, and Jota just as a force to be reckoned with. Means Zentaris doesn't need to be top fragging whatsoever. Wakadia just making sure. Absolutely no chance they'll be getting in that defuse.
Taking no chances.
I probably didn't want to carry that piece of rubbish through anyway.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Making light work of Falcons Dust 2, aren't they?
Yeah, truly. So this will be their second Falcons Dust 2 loss.
Yeah, so this is the 8th played. And it'll be 2 on the trot, as far as L's are concerned.
Okay.
Flashes were really, really good, but still at the same time, it's like...
It's still early on within the season as well, right? So refining how you want to respond to a lot of things. By the time the major rolls around in June, that's when you hope everybody has it ironed out. Right now, the first deadline, April 7. But every event in between, especially for one like Eternal Fire, getting reps in on the stage, hugely important. Just finding comfort in an area that they've never found themselves before. Major labeling it as a bit of a choke over there in Katowice. Well, if you're going to do this weekend in, weekend out, you're going to get a lot of reps in quite quickly. Saved guns, Famus is in, util there, but 6 consecutive needed just to take us to overtime.
Starting with an aggressive short maneuver. Yeah, boosting the orb. Okay, will Zentaris be ready for this? He has been known to jiggle it. Or swing. Swing wide.
It's not allowed to miss that shot.
He gets mid control so quick. He's looking extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
Sure, he had the oversight of the Woxic AWP over in Suicide, but he couldn't help that short fight whatsoever.
He can help this one, though. Is Nico going to be putting up a fight? Now, nade premature. Zentaris will progress. Flash facilitates.
That's just a lot of pressure already applied, so Nico now has to...
Still going towards B again.
Use his instincts. Will it be a mid to B? Will it be a short play? Who needs the support?
Mid already now, Zentaris. It's clearing a lot of things.
It's a good smoke from Zentaris.
Oh no.
Flash to set up Tessus to try and take that fight, but it's all
they
just a little bit...
They didn't do anything. I thought they were going to explode either way with the smokes.
The buff Famus. So they need to work some miracles between the two of them.
Wow, just by cutting noise and pausing, they've kind of cycled through what little remained.
And Nico's not in city spawn anymore. It's just the two of them.
Oh, Tessus is incendiary. They are going to push through this, through the flames. An important shot from Wicardia, but there's Tessus. Hitting a headshot, bomb confirms, and Taras has their rotate cut off. The support coming, but miles away. Madja secures the site, secures the plant. Nico versus Taras. He's been waiting for that one. You can hear Nico's boots stampeding towards CT. 3v2, Kitson maybe has a chance here. Oh, good awareness. Confirms the occupation of upper. Taras can finish this right now.
He has
knows
all
where
back
Kitson
that.
was.
That's
His teammate can handle that. And he'll find Dexter as well.
Yeah. Rondo,
okay, light work on Dust 2.
Chris, congratulations.
And it's
I'm getting you.
We will see 3 maps. Despite train not going their way, they conduct business on Dust 2.
After all this time, you find a kitchen. Well, it's the first series that goes to 3 maps, actually.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
Falcons, Eternal Fire. And now it's gonna be.
What's up with the windows somehow?
But this time it actually kind of fit the music.
For once.
So I was like,
For once.
So, Nuke. Falcons are at 33% in 6 maps. Eternal Fire are at 75 in 8 maps. Who did they play against? So Falcons won against Astralis. They lost to Pain. So if we're looking at this specific thing. What about Eternal Fire? Eternal Fire, who did you play Nuke against? Yeah. 3D Max.
The Falcons finally take flight.
Okay, they won the Nuke
and come
against
together
Imperial
with some
Valkyrie.
victories they can be proud of.
Flash and go. Good flash. Frag is there. Magis locks it in. Falcons take down Astralis in a 3-map affair.
But they were built to succeed, and just making playoffs is not even close to what is expected of them.
Nico finds exertion. Roller can't transfer. It's a Nico double kill. Time. He picks it again.
When you have a player like Nico on the team, then the trophy is the only thing that matters.
Nico being set up for glory. And that is filthy. Gets both of them. Triple kill in pursuit of playoffs. The grouped up for this elbow fight. Is Nico gonna ace out? He could. It could. He will. Nico ace.
It's a beautiful ace.
Playoffs in the Falcons.
Astralis stage buff? Maybe.
Yes, welcome back. For the first time today, we've got a quarterfinal all tied up with 1 map each, and we're going to talk about what we've just seen on Dust 2 on the desk. Now, guys, I'll just get the I told you so out the way. Obviously, we have to do that. Hosts don't get many W's. You're the one spouting opinions. But I didn't think it was ever as safe as you guys thought it was, because Eternal Fire, when you've got people like Jota on this new look roster, they can just frag out, and Dust 2's a perfect map to do it. It doesn't have to be big or clever, and that's kind of what we saw. That was the tail of the tape from my primitive brain, at least.
I think the big difference for me in how the result broke down was how well Eternal Fire defended the mid-B split. This is one of the hardest things to defend in Counter-Strike, on top of like B retakes maybe on this map. And the fact that they were able to so often be able to, either have Jota just lock down the B bomb sites and Anger, which is again a new position for him, by the way. So that is massive for him to be able to do that so early on, taking on that role. But then it was either Xantares or Voxic but the Op or whomever was defending the mid portion of that attack very well also. And so what you get is after that first half, Falcons win the first 2 rounds because of pistol, and then they only get 3 more rounds the entire half. I mean, it was a brilliant defense for Eternal Fire.
I would say that this is kind of how the succession or the progression of meta is really defined on CS2, because in reality, at IEM Rio, there was some interview with an in-game leader where he said something along the lines of the mid to B is dead. The mid to B is dead. Like, and I think some teams actually took that way to heart. Like, for example, after that IGL said that, Liquid just stopped running mid to Bs. They thought, oh, that's a shortcut. But now like, teams are going back to the mid to B, like, and we see kind of why it was dead. Like people were saying that strategy is no longer effective because of the smoke breaks. And Eternal Fire just had the protocols. They were able to break it when they needed to, shooting over the top to give yourself some sort of sightline vision. Those strategies from Falcons probably would have worked incredibly well in CSGO, but we're not playing that game.
Yeah, there's the different types of smokes you can throw in CT spawn. One of them actually bounces on top of the box and blocks any type of op peek over the top, but the one that they were throwing does not allow that to happen. So when Voxic's playing Game Helper over on the other side, he can still peek over that and help defend mid B. And again, I just have to give massive praise to Joda for being able to take on a new role on such a quick turnaround time and be able to deliver that many just shut down rounds
throw them all away.
Bomb site. I mean, look at the multi-frags he was getting when we get to those gun rounds. You know, 2 rounds in a row, we hit a double, takes a round off, gets a double, another round, and really just clamp down on that B-bomb site so effectively.
Yeah, a couple of nice, you know, eco rounds and stuff like that in there as well from Eternal Fire. And just ultimately, I think, you know, they showed why they are a strong prospect on this map. Now, obviously, look, it could have just been an off day for Falcons. You saw over on the other side of the scoreboard, there were some people that just didn't turn up on this map. But I just think Eternal Fire are just so stifling. They just get on top of you. They make their kills count. Individual players get 2-3 kills, and rounds are really over before you can execute on any game plan you might have had like this.
It's a map where you're forced to make things uncomplicated for yourself. And the criticism we had for their train T side, it was that they were trying to do so much. And so to simplify the approach a little bit, for Dust 2 to be such a tried and tested map for them, I like the curveball pick. I like that Eternal Fire tried to flex their veto into this one. But to see them on something that is clearly more comfortable, this is the Eternal Fire. This is the team that has been elite so far in 2025 with the deep run at the Bounty, the deep run at Katowice, and looking to punch their ticket into the semifinals here.
What did you notice was going on for Falcons, Dust, on this one?
Yeah, I mean, when you, again,
you can join the call on
just
Discord.
on the first half, we're not able to make use of mid to B, which is supposed to be one of the better attacks you can go for, because what it does is it allows you to not only temper people from being able to overstack catwalk, they have to respect mid a little bit more, but then once you start getting successful mid B hits, then you can force a lot of attention at middle, and that opens up your catwalk crosses to be a little bit more effective. You're going to have a little bit less resistance. They weren't able to do that, so they just made everything harder on themselves that whole first half. And when you flip sides, again, I think it's just kind of what we were talking about before the game started. Eternal Fire are capable of just throwing these really good set pieces, whether that's to take long A control early and then go into an A exec, or a couple of B pops, which is basically how they finished the game. They had like 2 basically B executes at the end of the half.
You've got a round actually to show us like that, so keep going. You can talk us through.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm alluding to, is just not being able to defend against this. I mean, before these kills came in, the flashes are just so good. They're streaming in. They just never even had a chance in this round to do anything. I mean, these guys were blind right off the rip. The guy's having the dodge flashes in the back, so he's just a free kill. And then Mages just barrels, just getting blind repeatedly. So it's just these little set pieces that Eternal Fire are so efficient at using is what allowed them to close down the game.
Yeah, did you notice anything that was a bit different for Falcons this time? Because obviously you were confident this was going to be a 2-0.
Well, we didn't really get the Dexter effect. That's one thing that obviously is starkly different than what we got on Train there. In terms of, I'd say also Tessis. Like, Tessis for me, at the beginning of the year for Falcons, was actually their best player. There were times when this dude would just take over maps completely. He was just getting unbelievable entries on Dust 2. It's one of the reasons they have been picking this map, is because in that kind of BT side spot, he'll just dry peek into B and just nail operas in the face. Like, it was pretty disgusting to watch. But this time around, we didn't really get as much of Tessis. He was okay, but honestly, I think that when it comes to this team right now, they still are growing in a lot of ways. Whereas Eternal Fire has a more fleshed out playbook, one that they can kind of dive into different aspects, different decision trees once they actually find themselves in situations. Sometimes Falcons just have this more, I would say shorter playbook. It's just all in all, it's just more condensed. It's just basically relying on individuals. And today, Tessus was just not that guy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Joda handled Tessus over on the B side of the map. And then anytime they tried to get Tessus involved, you know, either in middle or something, and tried to peel him off to be, you know, kind of in an entry duel with Nico or something like that, they just weren't as effective as they normally are on Dust 2. I mean, that's only their second loss on Dust 2 this year, the other one being the Mouse Sports earlier this tournament. And again, Eternal Fire had kind of a shaky record to kick off the year on Dust 2, to be honest. But that's a really big win again against a quality Dust 2 team and really kind of boost the morale going into this
I know there's 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
something
5,
to think
6
about as well,
people,
obviously.
and 5 of them are
Falcons,
guys
you know,
and 1 girl.
We've talked a lot about the
But
VRS points and kind of what it all
girl,
means. I do think moving forward, probably this win will end up being more important for Falcons if they are able to achieve that victory, just based on how the rankings are going to play out and getting those further invites. We've talked about it a lot today, but being in that top 10 and being able to earn more prize money, and therefore by extension in this new system, being able to be invited to more and more events and hopefully sustain that success. It's radically important for a team like Falcons, because you do not want to be playing in these regional qualifiers and potentially missing out on majors.
I want to zoom out even further than the VRS forecast here, because we obviously can see that, yes, they're going to be the 8th ranked team, but there's still a lot of the season to be played. The thing that you should be looking at if you're Falcons here at this tournament or Eternal Fire is that in some ways, you know, like this is yours for the taking. Like this is I don't really want to say that this is like a tier 1.5 tournament or whatever, but we're missing elite teams. So you need to be looking at yourself amongst this kind of field and saying to yourselves, can we be the best of this bunch? Like, maybe FaZe might be too tall of an order come the semifinals, but this is a kind of game where you're in an arena, a chance that Falcons has never had before, never in an arena, and also Eternal Fire. You haven't won in a game in an arena either. So this is about gaining confidence in this kind of situation, not just the rankings and everything like that, because there's going to be more tournaments to play. There's going to be more points to get in the future. It's about making a statement to yourselves, making sure you can prove to yourselves that you aren't just online Taurus, that there is a LAN Taurus that's sitting in that seat right there, and showing Falcons that, yes, like Zonic is, let's get Zonic off Fraud Watch. That's what they should all be telling themselves in the locker room right now.
I mean, to add context to that really quickly, I mean, you think about where these two teams were at whenever we moved into this transition, right? Eternal Fire was a team that, you know, had some potential. They had that top 8 finish at Copenhagen, losing to Na'Vi, the eventual champions of that event. They got a couple second place finishes at EPL and one of the Bet Boom events or what have you. But then they fell off drastically. That's what prompted this roster change to kind of get them back on track. Meanwhile, you look at the opposing side, Heroic had a great position already, right? They were one of the guys that had, you know, had that top 4 finish at Rio. They had a cool run at the major in Shanghai. And so it's kind of like 2 ships passing in the night at this point. It's like, who is actually going to carry that momentum into this year and actually kind of start challenging for a top 5 position?
Well, Nuke is going to be the decider, and we're going to find out if we're going to get a Falcons victory, whether or not they are going to deliver on that promise. I have to say, while I understand again that Eternal Fire are favorites for this, the Nico factor on this map is crazy. I watch him play this map. He just does things that no other player can do. He has a freedom that no other player seems to find out here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the battle of Nico and Xantares at Yard, and it's going to be on both sides of the map. Nico obviously defending it in the first half, will be attacking it in the second half, and vice versa for Xantares. And so that is really going to be the key battle on the map. But to kind of allude to what you were talking about, I do think that historically, you know, this Falcon squad, this core, they weren't the best team on Nuke. You know, they were okay, but it wasn't like a big part of the map. Well, meanwall, for Nico individually on G2, they were a great Nuke team last year, and a lot of that was because, yes, Nico being effective in the Yard, but also his ability to roam the entire map, his ability to help them retake lower bomb site, his ability to break off of the normal pattern to just play off of intuition and create big plays. I mean, that is something that should help kind of boost this team a little bit on this map.
And one of the plays of the whole tournament was that Nico clutch on Nuke as well. I believe it was a 1v3 or a 1v4 pistol. Absolutely crazy.
Wait, I did inform.
Talk me through Nico on this map.
I mean, he's obviously making such prescient decisions in terms of where he wants to go next. Not only is he obviously taking that fight outside, but he's often becomes just one of the A-help defenders. Sometimes he's going to start in secret, but this game's going to come down to more than just Nico versus Antares. That's in some ways, it's the star-powered way to frame this matchup, but I think that it's about the supporting cast too. One guy who has been, again, so impressive for Falcons has been Tessus, but we have seen repeatedly that in big stage environments, that's where Tessus crumbles. That's where he falls off. He's been in some of those heroic lineups that were storied, that were seemingly favorites to win tournaments, but then in the big moments, that's when they crumbled. And that's why people like Yanko Napoca have a hard time crowning Testis as the best Danish player. Even though Pimp wants to give it him right now, we want to see in an arena a Testis spray down that is actually worthy of calling him the Spray Lord.
Yeah, I mean, to speak about Testis, think about the responsibility this guy has on this map. He's their ramp anchor. That's such an important position to know. When do I hold? When do I just go ahead and rotate and give it up? Communicate that to my teammates, make sure that we're managing that situation properly. Not only that, but he's also going to be trying to help them take ramp room on the T side. And Joda, as we just saw him anchor that B-bomb sound dust too, he's a fantastic ramp anchor so far this year as this Eternal Fire team has propelled themselves to a 5-0 record on Nuke. And a lot of that has been down to just how good they are defensively all across the map. So I think Testis is actually a good shout as someone who is potentially going to have a lot of impact to help drive this team across the finish line, or is going to be someone who might harm them and allow Eternal Fire to progress through.
For me, the sleeper key on Nuke is always Woxic. I always do feel he's so important. He has a tendency to push red and play very aggressive, which is great when he gets a kill and has the discipline to drop back. Historically, he hasn't always done that. Sometimes he gives away free orbs, never good. And so I want to see which version of him shows up.
That's why Woxic, I mean, his progression, the way he's upgraded his playstyle, he's become more disciplined. This guy looks more studious. He looks like he's in the lab a little bit more often. And you have the land buff because this guy's been a landable and obviously Energy Cloud9 experience, the online version, not what we want to see today.
Well, here it is. The Lanimal will be unleashed on Nuke. It's the decider in the quarterfinals. Take it away, Spongy Machine.
Okay, we got Lanimal, Spray Monster. What are we calling these guys? I tell you what, I'm calling this a third map quarterfinal PGL Cluj-Napoca. CT start for Falcons. Chad EF on the attack.
Looks directed towards lobby. Nobody outside yard searching.
This guy's buying ice cream. He went to get
also for Madger, a smoke as well.
Maybe ice cream. There's a high chance
they want to test Tessis.
And test them. He shall. Clean click. Gets away on 1 HP. The Goose just far enough away to evade the instant death.
No crazy rotation. Nobody coming over towards Hell to try and assist. He's just going to drop back in towards the site. Timing will allow him to get to clock.
Ooh, this actually kind of sets him up to, regardless of his HP, get one more.
They're just continuing the crawl. They're here quite quickly.
He's hoping
silently.
to be overlooked. Looking for answers. Next peak is all spotted. Okay, Testis, you're in trouble now. Santares knows exactly where you are, and that results in a clean click. One back from Nico. Can he get Namadja as well?
Nicola!
Oh, another sequence out of Nico. Nikola Kovac.
4 kills.
With a 4-man dispatch.
Nuclear on Nuke to kick things off. A big pistol round. And looking casual about it.
He actually saw. He'll be like really happy for Nico.
Cluj likes that one. They like this guy. Testis, he gets one cleanly, and then Nico just does a whole lot more of that. After making like, what, 4 or 5 bullets? He had 2 left as well for the finish. Reloads, comes in.
Did I miss a Nico highlight?
This was Falcon's pick against the back at Bounty. It was a month ago.
Testis got the first one.
And that one was a barn burner, 19-17 in favor of the Turkish side.
But Nico got 4.
Oh, hello. McCarthy's been spotted. Yeah, Nico will put him down.
A moment of panic, I'm sure.
Yep, for a second, I think the comms got a bit scary.
Well, that was the eco. Now we're into the guns.
And we are in Nuke right now, Chaos.
Respect to EF.
Guess
they
why?
made that
Because
nice, efficient eco.
Oh, okay, I see. For us, the viewers.
Yeah, for us. Entirely selfishly.
That's true.
I'm giving them respect.
Okay, thank you very much for making it quick. Well, they want to get the guns out. Damn smart.
Word. Christopher Allison.
AK-47s, 2 Galils. MP9s are plenty on the other side.
Are you gone again, or did you mute me?
Magic tasked with throwing the smoke wall outside. This is all going to be smoke and mirrors. They're going to be turning their attention to top pop.
Because I wanted just to ask what did he get?
Lining up U2 ready to go. Ramp push.
Kixon's SMG does remove Zentaras from the equation, but Ricardia is still alive and kicking. 2 down on the crunch.
We like that, we like that.
Ricardia, this elevated position, Nico will test it. Ricardia, what a sequence! His first 3 contributions, and he may not be done. There could be more. A round defined by Ricardia's prowess on the AK-47. Now put to bed and rest by Kixon, drops out away and evades the 3-man walkout squeak. Now, his dismount would have been heard, but a little flash isn't a bad idea. Swings off of it, and there is a low player in Woxic, but the setup looks potent. Do they even consider
Is
this?
he not shown here if they really look at it?
Obliged to join his leader.
Oh, Kingston's committed, isn't he? And that'll be that. Dexter should just try and retain this A1S.
Dude, he's got everything as well. Smoke, incendiary, kit.
You're going to back off and hold on to it. But if it turns out that these two young gems, Wakadia and Jota, are the ones who pull them through in big pressure games, that's the new element. Right? For both of these teams, obviously for Falcons, they're looking to take steps to vindication. This is an organization that has been under scrutiny.
That's a pretty clean pistol from Nico.
Picked up the Ents call
Except the
and
last
fell
one.
flat on its face. You've got a legendary coach as Zonic, you had Dupree, you had Magis, and you had no results whatsoever. You're able to get Nico as your franchise player. That's who they wanted to get previously and were unable to grab him. And now they are looking to take steps in the right direction. It's going to be a long way to the first major of 2025, but
they have a promotion right now in
against
my
a team that is not experienced in this environment whatsoever.
Because they're less than €1.
They are a great unit, but under the bright lights, in front of all the fans, this is where they need to start doing the same work we saw
last week. They had another
can.
can. I don't remember which one it was, but Kit Kat was last week.
So some saves come through. That was the bonuses.
Tiger.
The clean second round. Falcons have enough residual for the full buy. Dexter Orb, and a find an opener.
He's going to try and manufacture one with a break of the smoke, but nothing to report. And Zantares is given the green light to go solo on across the wall of smoke.
A block from Nico. We're going to have this head-to-head continuing. And throughout the first two maps, they were tied up 9 apiece.
Is that right? 9 for 9.
Yeah, Dexter yiggling a little bit.
Does seem like it's an imminent clash between the two of them. And simultaneously, Magisk is going to be tasked with blocking Squeak. Do they accelerate off that? They will. It's Jota again. Big game player, it seems.
Oh, no.
Strikes into the head of Magisk.
Oh,
it's
no.
another one. Oh, Nico responds in kind. Flies up the vent to try and kick up a fuss, but it's Wakadia. First Jota, now Wakadia.
Tessa's still having a look.
Yeah, up the vents. It's supposed to be like off limits, but he'll make it work. And the bomb's still available. That smoke has facilitated this position that could be overlooked. Magic seems aware of the possibility. Dexter has his cross out. Oh, now he's spotted him. Does that pull him straight into Dexter?
Oh, no!
His eye on the scope. Tessa assumes it's covered. Dexter. Down to match up. There was a bit of a miscommunication there. His eye to the scope. Gets walked upon, but I can't stress enough that we've seen Jota and Wakadia now with round defining. The 2 rounds next to Eternal Fire's name.
It's a 3D Max series for me. It was great to
Like
see these two on this very
that side
map
is
have
protected.
hugely impactful moments down the stretch while the vets were having a tough time. And they were really, look, they lost their map choice to train. They come into Dust 2, they blow them out, and those two names again are having massively impactful moments. The early stages of this can't be discounted once more. They forced Falcons onto the eco. It was great observing there, just highlighting the fact that Magic started to activate. Dexter wasn't looking towards the squeaky position. Magic gets away with bloody murder.
And this is what he was waiting for this whole time. Nice one from Woxic.
He missed the timing. Could have potentially worked.
Just going through the motions, Eternal Fire, and well, Kixon puts up some light resistance. The trade is there. Tara's was still all the room in the world. Nothing's come his way, and now, finally, might get a bit of resistance. There's Nico's D.
That Desert Eagle blaze. Iconic in its own right.
Seems like he's become a fan of the view model as well.
Yeah,
more and more of that.
It's spreading.
It's a virus.
I don't know what.
I could have something to do with Bob.
Bob? Yeah, that pesky Bob. At it again.
Still looking for damage.
Oh. The Nico peak. Top hot.
It's the spot. It's the spot.
And Woxic puts him down.
All right, well, they will retain the AK on Dexter.
What, Roshan, how you doing, buddy?
Nico off to a
Happy
fly,
Friday.
isn't he? Damn, 9 and 3.
Now, when you get 4 on the pistol.
Yeah, good point. Well
and
made.
Then you get the full eco bash.
Okay, all right. So perhaps they might be slightly inflated.
And it's probably important that Dexter holds on to this because I think Nico wants it in exchange for the... okay. So Nico has enough money to drop an AWP to Dexter. That's likely where the exchange of, hey, you give me the AK, I'll give you the AWP. He's still going to do it anyway.
Would have
He's just
liked
into
the AK.
Exactly. So he's just going to have to function with the A1S. Only a smoke to his name. He's going to be later on in the util department, but check out Falcon's left-hand side of the screen. Not looking strapped as far as that's concerned, so blocking's going to be a bit harder. Do they want to go aggressive for a yard control? No, doesn't look like it. Nico's been given a bit of extra nades to help block the outside crawl. Smokes are in the sky, but again, lobby-centric from EF.
Okay, Dexter, this is an aggressive AWP's dream. You've got that silently.
It is some powers you're
You
making.
are potentially about to be Zentara's peaked, and you can see a little wide on that. Oh, again, just zooms in. Doing it on land, Zentares gets away from the AWP again.
That informs them to push ramp. They know that the player can't help from elbow.
Just Tessus and no support available, so one and drop is the dream. Held by Wicardia, and nailed by Wicardia.
Great understanding of the situation. If the AWP's over towards Heart, it means that the support network for ramp, or at least the traditional one, is not there. So now they have the number advantage. They need to try and claw this back, Falcons.
Yeah, Magisk is making good moves forward.
So much utility for the finish still. A couple of smokes and mollies, flashes. Magic could just call them into a winning round. Dex is going to need to combat or back aside if they team out that squeaky door.
Yeah, but asking a lot of this AWP. Safe from the flashes, kicks in support from the heaven. Okay, Dexter, this is really all hinging on that engagement. Puts Jota down in the dirt, a chance as well on the seconds. Zentara's jumping into the scope of Dexter, hang on. With 20 seconds, this gets uncomfortable. Magic has the bomb.
Okay.
He doesn't, removed by Dexter's.
Okay. Okay.
Well, they avoided him to get the entry kill towards ramp, but he didn't reposition whatsoever. It was the rifles, Nico and Magisk heading down towards the lower side. Dexter just stayed tucked, ready, and he definitely delivered massive work from the sniper. This is perfect.
This third one is so awkward, though. We should have died there.
That's exactly what he had to do.
Chef's kiss.
Well, tied things up 3-3. Opportunity going missing there for EF after that opening kill. They had a good response, sure.
A break, but blind. Orbs now noted, and actually it seems to have sent them towards an investigation of ramp. Zentares is going to try and slip on the fade of the smoke. They got blocks. On that ramp side, Zentares is stretching his legs.
So secret control established. AWP posted up towards main, now rotated ramp. Tessus down towards B, having to deal with the potential leak.
Dexter's in the right place once more. Oh, and how does he not tip Nico in the back of the head there? Good composure.
Under pressure. Close the last one, open this one.
That's asking a lot of him now. Drops, falls back, Nico, summoned. Oh, can't transfer, it's Magic, wounded. Nico got him to just 2 points of health, and I think Dexter could very well be holding this angle successfully.
There's so many bodies low. Such a big rotation down. Magisk is so fortunate to get back up that vent. Remember, we saw Tessus go early. We saw Dexter force down. They're taking lobby control, 30 seconds.
Okay,
so still peaks, though.
It's a big one back from Woxic. Plies his trade with the AK-47, but are you ready for two? Yeah, Magisk. Gets away with murder.
20 seconds.
Uncomfortable, but
up hammer now.
Look at the awareness on Magisk. Knows Zentares was stretching his legs on yard, and now Wicardia trying to get that bomb across, and he's down. 10 seconds pressure applied.
Oh, Magnus!
That was high IQ
nice.
Counter-Strike for both squads. Their time, the biggest villain for Eternal Fire.
He actually got it to work.
A very good understanding of the CT setup because Zentares was slow to go up ladder. They knew that Magisk was in squeaky. The only piece they didn't know about was Tessus. They knew that Dexter was forced down towards B. And that's what really hurt. Wicardia had to play earlier than he wanted to out hard. He was hoping to get the heaven support that he didn't have. And Magisk was able to reposition to the front side of Tetris.
Magisk just heard Nico's steps. He was so locked in. Turned around, still pivots into the frag though. Hang on, Tessus, early question asked of him, and yeah, that AK is going to be playing hot potato into an unarmored Wicardia. Magic, the only one with Kev, but he's already thwarted their initial adventure.
Yeah, good work from Falcons. This should be the 5th. Won't take any casualties, really. As Woxy could get across, but it's the worst weapon for the job. Nico has him dead to rights.
There's Madja with the AK. It has found its way into his hands and kicks him very calm as he collects.
5 alive is huge. Got a little bit of a bang.
Really good for the economy.
2-round gap as scoreline is 5-3.
I really like what they're doing right now. With
the full purchase coming out from EF, but
what they're doing right now. But I don't know.
So we've seen them.
I don't know if I like the nuke though, especially T side. It's like Yaxi.
I need the law.
I think it's old, mate.
Yeah, but what is he working at a tech store or something? What's going on there?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's old, mate.
Yeah, what have I done?
Jaxie.
I've been spending too much time with you.
Well, now what this is about is Faber probably going, hey, Xantares has been able to get across the secret in a couple of these rounds. If we would like to, we could try and send more. But knowing that, as Falcons, do you want to go for a yard control? Do you want to completely remove that option? It'd be all in. You got to tell with this opening stance. Oh, Magis is heading there. So this is looking yard controlling.
Standard util.
Oh, they didn't thrust themselves forward.
Nade does chip away. Xantares, Jota, a bit more susceptible to the M4 of Nico. Does he? No, he does. He's considering peeking off of it. Timing favors him. Xantares down. Jota trade. Jota gets it done. 3 HP. He actually dinged him.
Still gets away with it though.
For Jota to claw one back. Nico almost got away. Back turn, running away. You don't see that every day of the week.
You wanted a nuke. Are you enjoying it, Chris?
Xantares at 8th death as well.
Okay. Are you enjoying it because it's nuke or because you actually got yourself ice cream?
It's not been sunshine and rainbows for Xantares on nuke.
But ice cream is done already.
Throw it all, get from one position.
I do have more though.
Setting up his boys and tasked with holding lobby as they progress.
Kickson's the only one with the HE, and he can't really help to break this. Tesses pops up the incendiary to slow the cross. Jota needs to be very, very careful.
Oh, Shinran will spam there.
But obviously Falcons are aware this is a possibility.
Do they have one lower or no?
I
don't see it on the radar.
Smashed. Imagine just trying to keep things interesting on A for now. The rotation to B most
no
likely
one
will be
lower,
on
right?
Dexter.
Yeah.
With the AWP, he can stay up at ramp. The pathing right now of EF will be very telling. They're going to go double door side.
He's not staying. He continues with his eye pressed to the scope, and they're not ready for it all up close. Jota, the sacrificial lamb, but Tessus caught on rotation. Madja's lobby linger.
I don't know about really like walking down like that to ramp and lower. I think it's better if you have an off to be staying on top. Yes, you can be mollied, you can be smoked off or anything, but you still can potentially get a kill and then you survive on that one.
The AWP takes it ramp side. It's Woxic up and over, has a huge advantage. Just his legs poking out, kicks him down. Very well structured round.
And they did return to outside, right? Whether or not that was going to be the call based off of Nico going down with the exchange outside. Either way, the late smoke wall, the cross down secret, and success. So find out if we see more of that. It was just a bit of a slower tempo to things. Noisy about this is Madja. He is going to find Magis. Gives away his life. Now, there's plenty of money for the buy. Dexter can get an AWP. That won't be a problem. Everybody else can have rifles in their hands, and Falcons can try and bounce back into winning ways immediately. This one's looking like it could be a competitive finish to map number 3.
Yeah, it's certainly got that feeling about it, that aura.
We do have FaZe taking on Saw. It's coming up next, the final quarterfinal of the day. Australia's upsetting Mongols. Mouse to get a victory. A semi-final number 1 for tomorrow. Ramp rush?
It seems that way.
This is crazy.
Tessus primed and ready. Wow, actually
gets one though. Gets 2.
Madja drops to his demise.
Tessus doing
everything within his power to slow them down.
Gets a firm. Oh, okay. Oh, if that was CSGO, that was 100% kill from Nico.
2 points of health.
Oh, that was so good.
Kickson's got his exit. Should be an easy close. Actually, shoulder spotted.
Okay, playing for info quite well. Now Dexter.
Nice run by Tessus. He's been struggling a little bit this series overall.
Very ready.
Puts it in. Okay.
Or he has struggled quite a lot in this series, if I'm not
Money seems to
mistaken.
be the tougher task for Eternal Fire to having the residuals. Might just be a partial for the final round of play.
Love this. I can't believe he goes for the Mac 10er.
Yeah, but every stage you
Both
see
him and Magus has been struggling.
back, forces them into one choke point. If you want to keep coming, I'll be ready. And it's the nade that ends up taking him out. Nico a little bit unfortunate not to get the job done there and then.
Oh, there's an idea afoot.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to keep every round somewhat competitive, and especially when you have a player like Xantares. So
sure.
An AK given over, but let's see if he can find some work with this. As you mentioned, struggling. 2-9 for Xantares right now. Nico, on the other hand, 12-6.
Chilling.
Well, he's going to go for the smoke wall again, so in case you missed it the first time round.
Nico's already going to be able to call this fake.
Yeah, so full info. Support network on the way to help out Tassis.
He needs help. He's going to need it because Xantares is coming. Xantares short-handed. He's doing it again. Your ramp player, even actually hitting him through the wall.
Tag through a wall, but not that much more though.
Damage dealt.
It's going to be a problem, right, if it does need to be Jota and Wakadia to claw them through. Xantares has gone missing so far.
Tough shot for Dexter to hit. He's kind of let them in and does chip away at Wakadia. Going for the no-scope. Okay, Dexter, now he's got support. Nice. He's still alive and kicking.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Mayor, though.
Finishes one off.
Magi says, I have the side. Everybody's already dead. And, Magisk, I don't think he spotted him. It's not going to matter.
All right.
All five staying alive. 7-4. 1 round left in this first half. 4 or 5. It's workable for EF.
The kill spread is just so tidy. 14 for Nico, and then everyone else on 8 or 7. And that's what it's all about. And a huge chunk of hundreds of thousands of monies.
Yeah, I think on this second half, right, Xantares is going to need to step up because he's going to be tasked with being outside again. So he's going to have the head-to-head with Nico. Nico's going to play through these smoke walls into warehouse. It's going to be the one to watch, but Woxic as well. They need to get that orb activated on him ASAP. In big games, Woxic can step up when needed, when called upon, and they need him now.
I will go main, I heard.
So a crazy call. I can't quite believe a gun round ramp rush, but that's for the desk to decipher later.
That's the kind of thing you were calling.
You don't want to, look, when you're fully naded up, it's so risky to go for a play like that. You're not even allowing your Yuto to play out the round. You're throwing away all your advantages, and essentially they threw away their economy for the tail stages of this half.
Well, you mentioned Woxic. He is going to go try and find Nico around.
Dead.
Well, Nico's found Woxic. Hang on, Xantares getting tested. This time he gets his revenge and now can chase down the Orpa. Or get wallbanged by the Orpa for 90 damage. Madness.
And Nico's low, Xantares as well. It's the others that are going to have to do that hard work. It's Jota. It's possible now towards heaven, but does get away.
Imagine needs a smoke, delivery on its way.
Door blocked, but not open, so at Util.
We're cool with calling this position Nico, right?
If you want.
I'm gonna. Feel like he likes to live here.
Nade clear, nothing, no sound cues either. I don't know if Wakadia is going to clear this position.
Especially if like Kixon is the one herd in main, might overlook it despite his low HP. After removing Woxic, this is what he does. He's just going to jiggle out.
Oh, the timing.
Prevails. Kixon forced into the fight, still good for one. Blind.
Almost.
10 HP after that wallbang from Dexter. Hang on a second. Dexter finishes off Xantares. It's only Madja. And Madja could have another impactful clutch up his sleeve. Makes it a 1v1. Up against Magisk. And he's
I think Mayor has won this one.
Plants for himself and slips out main. Magisk
I actually thought
it
he was going to go
really
ahead.
Make it awkward for Madja. 12 bullets in the mag. Drops in.
The only thing is it has a go.
Does Magic just, it's just holding it. Yeah, perfect. Madja clutches up. A necessary fifth to work with.
Oof, that's a risky maneuver for Magisk to go for in this type of environment as well. just starts defusing. But still a strong half, 7-5. Both teams coming into this second half with it still a possibility.
Madja has double anyone else on his team bar Wigardia. A 10 frag haul on the T side from the captain of Eternal Fire.
As far as the pistols are concerned, Eternal Fire picked up both on map number 1. That was trained. We headed over into Dust 2, the choice that was eventually a blowout, 13-6, in favor of the Turkish side. Split the pistols there. As we take a look at Nuke, well,
I won this.
Falcons picked up the CT pistol. That was an eco massive 4K to get the party started.
No, I know.
This is the one we missed, that headshot onto Woxic. A little too predictable, perhaps. He's there often.
Still found impact even after the first, and Nico just having to sit like a statue until called upon for the late activation. But Madja clutches it out regardless. Just a 2-round game as we get the second half underway. 2 pairs of dual Berettas, Wigardia and Jota gifted those. A flash for Madja, he'll plan to pivot position to try and set players up. For the attack, Falcons have a HE to blow open door. Bang, there it goes. A lurk smoke for Squeaky. Nico searching as that P250 in hand.
Look at me, the 7TV enjoyer.
I don't fancy the chances of anyone that challenges this P250 on yard. Woxic might fancy it though. Low, spots him out. Couple of missed shots. Tessus an audible dismount. Kicks some more swing to try and remove Zentares. There it is, an opening kill for the Falcons pistol campaign, and Madja, a couple of shots going awry. He's being hunted by Tessus.
Oh, okay.
To the punch. Double kill, now dual Berettas. Wigardia gets a double of his own design, but already Jota, he has got a nasty 1 versus 3 handed his way. And overlook Dexter.
All right, Dexter though. Okay.
High impact from Dexter throughout this series. It cannot be ignored.
Yeah, massive work for him with that 4K AWP on the top side, wasn't it? And now on the pistol round, he started with the Glock, went into the USP, and closed it out with the dual Berettas. So 2 for 2 on the third map for the pistols for Falcons.
Bullet.
Some beautiful shooting. Here he is to close things down with the scavenge back Julies. Oh, force buy out of EF.
Oh my.
SMGs, but what, they have like
5
one
SMGs
smoke.
walk into ramp.
We've seen this from them once upon a time before. This was going back when Calix was still on the roster. And they would always be very good with these second rounds. Obviously, the conversation has completely changed about them, but it was moves like this. Madja and Zentares, they can pack a punch.
Yeah, there's so many bodies down here already.
Woxic's on the way as well.
This is a great call, quite a great read. But knowing or reading is only half the game. Still have to hit the shots.
This is...
First contact, Nico swings through, deleted by the SMG.
Oh, okay, what the fine. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
At this point, you definitely don't expect him, but... Oh,
yeah, there it is. That's how it is.
Needed to be that, needed. 2 out of him, maybe even more available. Magisk, does he
probably died from vent, or?
He's just trying to get the bomb away. Wigardia's got it. No,
he ran away.
Oh, he saw him, right?
You certainly should have him.
Okay. Here's the bomb.
Pivots up the
He actually timed that so good.
The potency of that round is just disintegrated.
Back in the driver's seat, Woxic picked up an AK. Rotating to meet up with Jota.
Woxic got to pick
so
up
he's going to head through lobby. Woxic up the ladder. Another volley lands, but they'll still... They're just in time.
only with 1 smoke.
Oh, and Jota into the crosshairs. Good control of the spray from Magisk.
Maybe just save this now.
Surely. With a 10-second defuse ahead of you, bomb planted, he checks where it is. And he drops in, so a full commitment of Woxic. He hasn't got the time for this. He has to be on it now and holding it. It's all over. Red Rover, 9th for Falcons. Locked in and secure. Magisk plays a huge part in that. The first he goes right under the...
So weird to see.
Exchange.
Yeah, you wonder what's going on there. Maybe
like a round like this becoming so random, and I feel like it works out in his favor and everything.
It's all the timing of that vent kill.
Yeah.
See, Zentares gets the first, then Madja goes to swing. I feel like Zentares needs to stay committed. They lined up, which made it difficult. And that one right there, Wigardia with some wobbles.
A theory is that they just had that, the bomb's gone. They said, we have bomb, do we have bomb? They check it, it's gone, and overreads how far he could have gotten off to.
Now they will have to take the Eco. Voxic will have the AWP out early. That needs to be a difference maker in this second half, but Falcons 10 feels like a certainty at this point.
Some of the more convincing Counter-Strike we've seen out of the Falcons roster here in Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this is the best roster that Falcons have been able to put together.
For sure.
It's the core of Heroic from last year, plus Nico, and then Magis just slotting right in under the watchful eye of Zonic.
Oh, there was a gap. You can see how concerned they are.
I think they're going to do A-map smoke, so we're going to see the smoke off main, potentially a locker smoke as well. They've just crossed that line of sight, so not necessary.
Could be quite annoying when he's on the CT there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, gets it done with Zantara's help.
Wait, some
It is good. Once it down, but Maggia is at spawn. Literally.
Is it dead by Nico now, though? Yeah.
Nico. Oh, slip. Oh, no! Oh,
Okay.
And why is Mayor in CT, by the way? What's happening with the...
Centaurus? Yes.
Dead to Centaurus with Nico's AK. Are they
Next
really
turn,
pulling this
Master.
one off? A triple kill for Centaurus.
Oh. Mine should be done.
Cardio chips in.
Or?
Just like a robot.
10
but
seconds.
From behind.
Time. Oh,
Oh my
Close.
Holy
Really something
damn! Okay.
Feels like they should have had the round prior with the MP9s, but that one's even better. And just because of the damage sustained in those rounds, Falcons, they're the ones in trouble with the purchase. Magis tries his best. He's trying to just stabilize there for the final few. So a chance now for EF to slide back into things. You can see with the money on your screen for Falcons, they're not going to be working with an awful lot. Full buy was quite the light investment for Eternal Fire. They can get this AWP out. So as they talk through the options, where have they landed? Piecing together the Galils, 3 of which currently, this is huge. Eco's going to be kicking himself after that one. Especially now if Eternal Fire win this next round, then it'll have to be Falcons on an Eco. And it'll just be a 1-round game at that point.
Oh shit, I guess it's feeling it though.
Right? If
10
actually...
seconds left. He got the info on him and nearly
He was
did
close to
something
getting the final
incredible.
one. Close.
Okay, a different smoke wall. Throw it. Oh, it's the Falcons. It's not the Maggia approach. Brain fart for a minute.
Just going to be the diagonal. Like the top main smoke, but I think Zentaris is going to play over the top of it late. Just been given a HE to be able to clear
Does
this
it
at his
see
own
when he
will.
jumps? Oh, it
Jump
does.
spotting, so any way that he can get some information. Nico, Dexter, Tesses. Be clear. Here comes the second one if they want it.
Oh, they pulled Jota away from heaven. The moment Nico gets across, he does more than cross. And look at the acceleration. They were quick on that. Wicardia is 2 though. He hasn't got anything to block.
2 down, so...
Drawn 2 players as far as the rotation is concerned, so the AWP's essentially out of play. And you'd love to have it over towards Heaven or Hell right now to control this, because they are activating quickly. This is
I guess plus...
That's what Jota's checking. Okay, confirmation of their
Running, because they're coming main.
Drops, Wicardia accelerates into Dexter. From behind, he'll strike. Nico ready for it and will compose himself to make it a 3v4. Oh, Jota's actually edged the smoke. What awareness that is. Nico, very low HP. Kixon holding heaven.
He's on in main, no?
Smoked for now is Woxic. If he walks through, he's a dead man. But barrel, damage. Nico prevails. Falcons prevail. Triple out of
Nico with a Galil, by the way. Nico with Galil.
19 total.
Considering they were scrambling there, I love the fact that Wicardia immediately after Jota's information plays into this. But take a look at the man sitting next to Maggia right now. Dejected, gives away the opening kill. It's going to be hard for his teammates to piece that together when he was the first man to go down. They rotated heavily. Sure, it was the smoke wall, but still getting caught. The hero of the last, the first to fall in the next.
I imagine like Yurik with the conspiracy
Now
wall.
fully strapped to Falcons.
Putting all of the lines.
Again, in a very strong position to close this.
Yeah, we're not here for them.
Plays over them. Oh, tried to anyway.
Oh! Okay, upper then. Up then.
Nice
Aware.
Needs to stay active as well.
And
He's
it's
well aware of that. Ram's
major.
given up.
They have
P250 in a dream.
Not at Centaurus, but a major.
Damage.
He gets the kill.
Just insufficient for the
Unfortunately,
conversion. Look at the health on Magic's
They're
contestants.
already out.
Okay, so are we rushing things? No, things look to be slowing down for a minute. Wicardia an opportunity, but that sound cue gives him away. Going for the plan regardless, counting on his teammates to cover him. Just that P250 from Wicardia, it's not too much of a threat. Just side by side with him.
This would have to be huge for Maja.
Yeah, this would have to be godlike.
Nico has closed down the rotation though.
I'm thinking better of it now. Wicardia's about to get blindsided by Tessa's 3 round. See you later. Round done. 11 for Falcons. Just looking to hold on to this M4, but the door is closed.
You could hear the crowd like, who?
Fucking crowd, don't do that.
Is he allowed to? Is he allowed to say? He is. He earns it.
Oh, the risk to go for the...
Oh, no!
Well, that would have been nice into the next, but it wasn't compulsory.
Yeah, Xantares would have loved that, and I think that's why Maja was surging forward for it. It does limit the utility.
Be nervous, y'all.
Right
Be
now, reality
nervous.
sinking in for Eternal Fire. It's a great response on Dust too. Their opponent's map choice after the train pick does fall against them, and agonizing for Maja.
Last pause, Faber on the mic. Coach of Eternal Fire trying to rally the troops.
That's now or never. A cliche, sure, but that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, Voxer
Katowice,
himself an AWP.
they were not online and present against the Mongols, coming in against Falcons, a team who are on the road to showing they should be a force to be reckoned with Counter-Strike. That's what you expect when you have an org with so much money behind it, but it just hasn't been.
Yeah, I mean, a win in the quarterfinals of a big event.
You have to play good on the group
that
stage, though,
necessary
Brian.
first step to vindication.
And Katowice,
for
I think it
Falcons.
was too early.
And now just 2 rounds away. Last time out, will it EF be able to kind of make a bit of a second wind into this defensive half? Tessa's taking the bomb on Silo. Yeah, thinks twice about that.
Like, maybe not.
Maybe
and then
next
sending
time.
the whole team trying to take it back. Oh.
Maybe
An
next time.
impromptu smoke wall. Stage 1, they're behind red.
He starts
Oh, they're
secret, so
doing
he won't have
the-
that head-on collision he so desperately seeks. Moxic unloads his magazine. Nico even
They have
trying
no
to catch
nades
someone
too.
swinging out Zywoo.
Why aren't they monitoring secret?
This is exactly the fight he's waiting for. Is there a trade? Is there a multi? Is there nothing?
No head cam.
Zentares,
That's the only
surely
reason he lost that
frustrations
duel.
will reach fever pitch as the 12th
Oh.
round lies in front of Falcons. A man advantage. Magis maintains full lobby
Does
control.
Magus also use that V1? What's going on? Why is everyone using that one? No, he had no head cam, that's why. So he got pushed and then there's aim.
Whoa,
turn
nice
around
finish.
living.
Actually wall bangs him. That's an equalizer. A nice clawback from Jota.
So for the finish, Falcons are just hitting the break. 35 seconds on the clock. They need to group up for this. Looks like in through main. Wicardia behind the vent.
No Molly seat event though, that's fun.
You can see him
25
there on
seconds.
Wicardia's POV. And controls his spray. For 1.5, Testis is low, but Magis has slipped out. Wicardia's the unknown entity. Good for 1, and it's Jota. And Wicardia, triple out of Jota. High impact fragging to rectify the loss of Zentares.
Another opening death to Zentares. Not
You can
having the easiest of time over towards yard whatsoever.
Ooh, yeah, he's been a part of, what, 8 now?
Yeah, he's 2 and 6 in the opening duel category, and that's not what you need from what is meant to be a superstar on a map where he has so much responsibility. You play a star position, you need a star delivery. And really, since we started talking about Wicardia and Jota coming up with impact for them in these pressure games, they haven't been present. Still time to turn that around short. 30-second breather given over this time by Zonic, saying, hey, boys, let's get the job done. Let's not allow them to sneak back into this and find a surge of power. For them,
Opening doors.
1900 loss bonus
Nico.
going into the next. Does that change the purchases they've already made? Well, Still yet to see the buys coming through from Falcons, so a conversation hasn't come to its conclusion just yet. Okay, they will shove. They're going all in behind this. Tech 9, Mac 10, couple of rifles, an AK in the hands of Dexter, as well as Magis. Nico just working with the Galil. Early smoke wall yard, but it's not going to be yard at all. So they want to do a top pop on a second timing. Or is it ramp? Jota.
Ooh, yeah, they're going to ask questions of him. You see Kixon lining up
About
some
to clear.
nade. Throws out a HE of his own, designs, significant damage, and now they throw out theirs. Oh, good work!
Oh!
Should the first two were so aligned.
Army right now.
And then the third one.
Tested on ramp, thrives.
It's a lovely round.
Wins the round with a spray. I say that with bated breath. Magisk is still healthy. But a mammoth task. And you can see the diligence. Look at Centaurus' positioning, which actually, that smoke will lead to a lot of eyes. That will keep him busy.
Yeah, plenty of things to consider right now, but Wakardi has already been down on B. He's been here for some time. He's actually playing passive, so he's not committed to a duel. Just playing for information, allowing Falcons to play first. Have to make a sound cue. Either starting to plant that bomb, smashing a window, opening a door, and then the support will be on the way.
He's on HP though. He has an AK. He's on HP. Oh.
So where's the safest plan considered for Magis? Window open, now the
Sure,
incendiary to help
planted
flush
already.
out.
That's just going to buy you enough time to plant the bomb.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Nico.
I didn't know
No
there was
hope
such
here.
eyes there from ramp though.
4 members of Eternal Fire encroaching. He's exposed in the open. They
They need
buy
to make
time for the
mistakes for
arrival of
them.
the last piece. And an 8th round secured convincingly. Jota adjusting in his chair. I mean, he was
I thought
tested
that
there.
smoke
Yeah, and then this is
removal
the
on
thing,
the
we've had
molly
some
wasn't
crazy
that
highlight
good, but
moments from
apparently it
Jota in
was
this
a 10 out of 10.
ramp. It's beautiful work from him, just shutting him down.
Because I've already did it.
The two young guns at the end, both sharing a smile between the two of them, getting the round over the line. The only way they could have had that better was denying the plant.
Yeah, it was cool actually. Majid talked a little bit about Jota in an interview, just saying that having these young players, seeing them, you know, grinding, learning, seeing their hunger, it's inspiring for someone of a, you know, somewhat of a older dog.
Well, he's been around for a very long time. Magid dates back to 1.6 in the French scene, flying the flag of Turkey.
I was just talking about
well, Turkey, definitely. I mean,
Domino was like
for a
saying that
long
like
time, it
Nico
was
took
just
away the POV from Imma.
Centaurus, the talisman
And
of
that's Magisk
Turkey.
also, but like this, I think the first time like this. Like,
Now they've got a whole roster to get behind.
From Zaibu.
The AK sounds off Magis there, so maybe Total Fire doubting the economy. Magis, huge kill on Magis, man advantage.
What a gift that is with the
Can
only
Jota
rifle.
do it again?
Yeah, okay, they're asking questions of him twice. Jota calling for the cavalry. Jota does it again, double kill. Rifle falls into enemy hands and Woxic, he's not going to try and give this away. It's a 3v3, so Centaurus is the one tasked with the descent of the vent.
A lot of pressure on Wakardi again. There's so many options he has to worry about. Hart, Squeaky, main as well. He's going to give himself a better position backside to tuck in. Woxic is investigating yard. On a safe angle over towards the CT boxes. And Centaurus, if they do come his way, he will need to deliver a multi-kill.
Kind of interesting that he stands on the heaven and peak.
Silent reroute yard.
Both main and on
Woxic
the...
unlikely to detect this based off of his position, so they should be able to creep down secret. For the finish, we're talking to smoke and a couple of flashes. So Centaurus, who hasn't been having the best of games, needs to focus in. So many worries. They literally have no idea where Falcons have gotten off to.
It's going to be a matter of timing and another potential collision. Centaurus and Nico with 14 seconds. Oh no, Nico's missed the D, gets it done, body shots. Centaurus down after, wait. Time. Wicardia can't stop him. Bombs down, covers there, Nico. Woxic though, look at Sean. He knows the bomb plant has not gone far.
He has the defuse kit.
But does he have any of both for there
He can
though?
get double swung. He'd have to hit a crazy transfer or isolate the jaw, takes the steps wide.
He's not sure.
Woxic the clutch, and Magis.
Oh my goodness. Alright.
Little bit of a relief, a little bit of a smile for Nico.
Scary though, scary.
1 away from a semi-final.
Don't know what the comms was there, but that's likely the biggest thing that plays into that. Or Zentaris just gone, oh, the timing, they're likely not coming down secret. There's no way in the world. Just the fact that he was so diligent, they had no idea. And then, look at this, in the last moments, he's just stayed focused towards the windows. They knew ramp was open the whole time, but a sound cue still had to be made. They still had to breach into the site. Offers up his back.
What a relief on Magisk.
Now this looks like it's it.
Woxic, however, maybe the Southpaw sniper can save them in their time of need. Maybe not, because Zentara's another opening death.
Yes.
Another one.
That's 7 he's conceded in this map alone.
Absent map 3. Nico quite the opposite. Walking now towards Secret. Will take that space.
Nico with a 22 kills.
That horrible foreboding feeling.
And what are your options? Push in, right? You have to play for info somewhere, but if they do, we can see what's waiting on the other side. You sit back, allow Woxic's AWP to play, but that means that they can't just execute in front of him. If they get in towards the top side, it's going to be tough to battle in. Just a couple of flashes of smoke on Maggia. That's all they have to defend their honor. 55 seconds left on the clock at EF. That sinking feeling.
Oh, they're gonna do what they were doing, right? Shooting everything at the same time.
Eternal Fire left. Woxic investigates the ramp side. Powerful angle for the AWP. Wakadi just a FAMAS to his name as Nico breaks the glass, and they mask it with nades. Woxic didn't have the time to react. Now the AWP is gone.
Guardian to the left.
And so is the hope for Eternal Fire. PGL Cluj-Napoca. Quarterfinals is where the story ends for Eternal Fire.
Nico.
Falcons, their first victory in the head-to-head.
Alright. Falcons.
Falcons in the semi-finals, baby.
From strength to strength and from quarterfinals to semi-finals, a massive accomplishment for
the thing is that their next opponent is most likely
Nico.
Yeah.
Trying to justify why he is donning this jersey.
Who knows? Maybe it's gonna be so, and so actually gonna also win against the and go to the grand finals and win the whole thing. At this point,
but
I don't know.
13-8, the scoreline reads.
I don't know.
Victory on Train. They lost us too, sure. But a comprehensive nuke. And that right there books them that semi-final ticket. They'll be taking on the winner of FaZe versus Saw, our final quarterfinal.
Now you're yapping,
heck. A great series, the first of the day to go.
Yeah, now she woke up from the grave.
For EF, more experience on the stage. Getting worn down, third event on the trot. Third playoffs on the trot, but they're going home.
What did that?
Falcons have done it, and they beat Eternal Fire here on the stage.
Look at him smile.
Well, I'm sure this puts a big smile on your face, but how much of a smile does this win put on your face, considering how much you already struggled against Eternal Fire this year?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank for the support you guys have shown us today. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. And we will see you tomorrow for more action as well. But
he's like, what's the question?
First win versus Eternal Fire. We have struggled
versus
them. They are a very good team right now. They're playing very, very well, and it took us also for us to play really well in order to beat them. And I'm happy. I had confidence going into against them this time around, and I think the whole team felt the same. So happy that we could pull over this time and close it out on Nuke as well.
I have to ask you, when it comes to the veto, how it went down. Were you expecting the Train pick to come in from him?
I'm not really involved in the veto, but I think we thought it could be a third map, the Train. So because obviously they beat us last time and they maybe wanted to switch around a bit of veto, but I also understand why they went for Train. It's pretty hard to keep beating the same team on the same map all the time, and I think they also struggled a little bit on Inferno throughout this event. So it was understandable for them to switch the strategy a little bit, but I'm happy they picked Train in the end because it's been our good map, and but we just decided that we are not gonna, we don't really want to pick it anymore because it's just cursed. So we are happy to play Train and happy how the veto turned out.
It does seem like when you pick Train for any team, you can be cursed on it. But then on your Dust 2, which has been a tried and tested one, it went quite wrong when we get into the latter parts of the game. What was missing for you guys here? Because this has been so strong for you.
Yeah, I mean, our Dust, this event has been
either really good or really shit. So there's something that we need to figure out. But I think the biggest reason was probably that we wanted to close it too fast, some of the rounds. We wanted to, you know, we get an entry and then we want to just go. And that cost us a couple of rounds, I would say. So I think we are still confident into our Dust 2. And we just need to look at what works for us the best and just make sure that we stay composed even though, you know, we are winning or whatever, because Dust is a very... It can ask you to react really fast, you know, you can feel the urge to react, but it can be very hard to do it sometimes. So, yeah, just need to look at it and fix some things.
And overall, you've started to play better as a team here. Things seem to be clicking right now. How good does it feel? How confident do you feel for the rest of the event?
Yeah, we definitely are starting to feel better as a team, but yeah, we beat some good teams this event, but obviously we know that the top dogs are missing, right? So we just we can't do much about it. We can beat the teams that are in front of us, and I'm happy that we are doing it. So hoping to get FaZe tomorrow, and yeah, I mean, we have been putting a lot of work. I have a huge confidence in this team. I think we are clicking most of the time good as a team. We can have like little hiccups where, you know, we can look a little shaken, I would say. But overall, happy with how we are playing, and I really believe that we can do some good damage with this team.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in doing so. Guys, give it up one more time.
You wear glasses? No, I used it for when I start full-time streaming a lot. Start losing my eyesight in 2020.
Does it give you anything?
And there you go, lots of support.
Removes the headache mostly, and it's close sight.
The move online, this crowd vibing with Falcons, and it's got to be said. Look, I think an interesting point he brought up was he was talking about, you know, the timing and clicking and how things are coming together at the right time. That the team has been a bit feast or famine, right? That they're either really, really good or really, really bad, as he put it. I can sympathize, but I've definitely seen the evolution of Falcons across 2025.
Totally.
They are getting better. The question now is, well, two questions. Can you sustain it, and what is the ceiling?
Oh, can you sustain it? I would say the individuals are starting to match what we have seen them do on other teams. That's exactly what we want from Falcons. Some growing pains in the beginning. You know, certain coaches in the past, like Blade and Taco, are peaking for the major. Well, maybe Falcons are peaking for PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, Richard.
Could be very well. Could be very possible. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people, when they saw this roster on paper, they felt like it had potential to be a great team. It's just we weren't seeing the results as quickly as we were hoping for. But now is certainly the case that throughout the course of this event, they have definitely looked sharper. Their protocols look more polished. They look a little bit better with their spacing and timings in general. You're getting good individual performances out. The players who want to be performing for the most part. And really, when you look at this game, while the first half was pretty close, they dominated the second half. They absolutely bullied Eternal Fire when they got on the T side.
But they still need to wrap this up.
The stars of Eternal Fire did not show up
and then
in this
do
game.
a pre-show for
we'll no doubt talk about it.
6:30 maybe.
We're going to continue to talk about Falcons, but let's just introduce it quickly.
I mean, at least this time,
6:25.
they don't need, this time they don't need to drag, because previously,
just completely humbled.
They could have super long interviews, super long
from this
discussions,
perspective, actually,
all of that. Now they don't really need to do
throughout
that.
this tournament, throughout the year, throughout last year, first bullet accuracy has been immaculate. I mean, it's one of the fastest time to kills of any player I see. And this time around, felt like I saw him miss a couple shots. I mean, sometimes he took a little bit longer to get those kills, and people that I put the spotlight on, like Tessus, were getting the better of him. Nico, by the end of the series, got the better of him in a lopsided affair through 2025 thus far, where Xantares was leading 19 kills to Nico's 7 in the head-to-head. This time around, it was 14-11 in Nico's favor, and so that kind of thing, I mean, Eternal Fire, they live and die by the Xan.
Yeah, it's true. Many such cases.
Especially when you play such a critical position, too. I mean, when you're talking about he's your guy who's creating openings, he's your guy defending yard, one of the biggest pieces of the map that just has so much impact once you have control of it and what you can do from it. It's definitely really tough to see him struggle. We did have a couple of bright moments from Joda and a couple of ramp holds and a couple of other moments here and there. It was just never anything they could really put together consistently. Meanwhile, I mean, look at Nico. The dude barely had a round. He didn't get a kill, and then he made up for it with like these, 3K, 4K multi-kill rounds. And again,
but it's what we highlighted. Crazy too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's literally what we highlighted before the game. He goes where... This is one of the maps. It's a Nico map.
Yep.
He goes where he wants. He kills who he wants. He does what he wants. And if you allow him to do that, then he's going to win.
He's like Simple with a rifle, okay?
Yeah.
When Simple was at the apex of his powers for Na'Vi, he was just going everywhere, calling his number whenever he wanted to. This time, the spread in terms of the kills looks like it's a lot more towards outside. But there's other games with Nico where he's just moving everywhere and he's always in the right spot. He's just in a constant CT flow state when it comes to Nuke.
I mean, no disrespect to any of the other Falcons players as well, but when you look at a series like that across the totality of the 3 maps, this essentially is Nico. This is what he used to do for G2. I will put the team on my back. I will get us through. I just need a couple of moments, a couple of performances here and there, and that's going to be enough. You definitely can put that pressure on me. It's another reason, by the way, I always thought the whole Choco, I don't know if that's a terrible nickname, and it just doesn't work. And you should have workshop that one, Reddit, because it's garbage. But about now, it's not even really a reflection of reality. Like, there's more often than not, this is a player that is clutch and also capable of dragging his team through difficult series. He's done it throughout his career.
Except this time he didn't have to. I mean, his teammates showed up big time this game.
Yeah,
I mean, I wanted
for sure. Yeah.
Definitely want to tip my hat to Magus, who had a phenomenal half on the CT side, but also he's a guy who's their lobby player who just knows when to poke and prod, like knows when he can go hut. Let me take a pick at someone on the upper bomb. So maybe he's going to poke at that ramp player, and he just kind of alleviates a little bit of the pressure when he's able to find the openings that he finds. That means you don't have to rely on Yard as much. And you saw him a couple of rounds in that second half be able to just get in a hut, get an upper pick, and then boom, the round unravels from that point. So really, even Dexter had his moments with the AWP, of course, too, rotating across the map. So it really was a team performance, although obviously Nico was the MVP of the series.
I have to ask a little bit about mentality and Eternal Fire. One of the things that I always notice when I'm listening to Magic doing interviews, obviously he's a great captain and a great IGL. He also does a lot of the media work for his team, so no wonder he's been feeling, you know, a little bit tired, which he talked about, a bit of fatigue creeping in. But I do say one of the things he always talks about is like, oh, you know, we have a different mentality when we're on stage, and sometimes communication gets muddled, and we start arguing, and I have to like referee and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, at like an S-tier team, like, you can't have that, can you?
Now we've seen it 3 times.
Yeah.
At Katowice, losing to the Mongols this year, losing to Falcons. I would say that the Mongols one's kind of a 50-50. This one, they were the favorites going into this. Like, let's make no mistake about that. The Eternal Fire have been on a heater throughout this year. Consecutive playoffs, grand finals finish at the Blast Bounty. And for them to go out in this fashion, this is what I was saying. Like, when you're looking at Eternal Fire at that Blast Bounty, getting to the grand finals, I said, guys, be careful to get too excited, because this is because they have a very strong core. They had a direct upgrade in Jota, but if you look across the board, the firepower, the individuals of this team are weaker than a team like Falcons. And once Falcons and these other rosters that are retooling, like FaZe, like Vitality, have caught up tactically, they will lap them, and that is what we are seeing in motion now.
This felt like this should be their window, right? I mean, we've already seen them have positive trajectory to kick off the year with the second place finish of the Blast Bounty, the top 5 finish at Katowice. Like you said, Jota has been an upgrade in that position. But then you even look at this particulars of the series, they came into it, players on good form. Xanterra's having a phenomenal tournament. Wacadia, Jota, the 2 youngsters having a great tournament. It seemed like they were on the right path. And then, yeah, we could maybe take a look at that train to that was a plan that backfired. But when you look at a fact like Nuke, they came in as the favorite on Nuke. They definitely had the better resume. They definitely looked like the better team on it throughout the course of this year. But today, on that stage, just now, they did not look like the better team. Not even close. I mean, again, they got bullied that entire second half. Their CD saw was just
yeah, they gained quite a lot of winning that game.
So what's the answer? I mean, you know, is it a case if they need to rework their map pool? Is it like, where can they go? Because, you know, I'm hearing from Maggio when he does the interviews, we have to win tournaments in 2025. We're not going to get a better roster than this. You come into tournaments where it's like, hey, good news, there's no Vitality, there's no Spirit, there's no Na'Vi.
Exactly.
Like, it's like you said, these teams, like Astralis and Falcons, and now Eternal Fire, you've got to set yourself the W here. And that was a kind of amateurish fizzle at the end.
This is a tone-setting tournament, unfortunately, for Eternal Fire. You're trying to build off of the 2 tournaments you had leading through this season, and now at the precipice of a tournament where you consider them the favorites at this tournament. I had them in my top tier.
If you'd put a gun to my head, which you often do, yes, I would have said, no doubt in my mind, Eternal Fire would win.
Right. And so now we see them where the pressure is actually on when the lights are in their faces, and then it's just too bright for them. And I will say that if you're talking about Eternal Fire and you want to really get down down to brass tacks, get into the details, get granular. I just feel like the game planning from Madras sometimes comes across single note. You look at the gun rounds in that T side right there, and it was an okay T side in terms of results. They did like 4 A hits in the first like 5 rounds where they had significant guns. Like they didn't really test outside all too much. When they went ramp, it was kind of obvious after a while because they never took outside control. And so I just feel like they just keep going for these. Like I've seen so many T sides from Eternal Fire where they do the same thing for the first 3 gun rounds. Like mix it up. Mix up your
Maybe he picked up
defaults.
Snacks' playbook by mistake. Is that possible?
It's possible. It is possible.
These things can happen. I'll get some final thoughts from you, Dust. You can go with either to the victor of the spoils and put out some more praise for Falcons, or we can talk about where Eternal Fire are going to fix things.
Yeah,
the final word is yours.
I do think Eternal Fire is a little bit top-heavy in their map pool. Like, they're very reliant upon Anubis, which are never going to get against this team, and some other teams will ban it out as well. So it is going to be about trying to build the rest of their map pool out, I think. And it's also about, you know, in the case of Dust 2, for example, they had to figure out some positions and kind of change some things up and try to see what is the most optimal setup we can bring to the table with the lineup that we have now. And I think that's something to start to explore too. But I think for Falcons, for me, it's always just a matter of time. Like, I know what this roster is. I know what these players are capable of. I know what roles they play. It all makes sense. It's just about lining everybody up.
I believe success
for Falcons was a matter of time. It was never about this roster. It was about the giant amount of money backing them, so they could literally buy every player in the league and use every iteration. But like, if they do win tournaments with this lineup, it's going to certainly shut me up. You know?
This is the foundation now, though.
Yeah.
I think this is the foundation that you build from. I think that this is a really blessing in disguise. Yeah, they wanted Muncie. Yeah, they wanted Jimmy. We talk about all these things, and those have been great players to have. But I think it's so hard to build a team from scratch and be successful. Like almost every team we think of that has gone on to do great things had some kind of core, some kind of platform to build off of. And I think that the Falcons have found their platform. Now it's just about kind of working things through.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can do it as the tournament continues. For now, a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the last quarterfinal of the day. FaZe will be taking on Saw. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, Richard.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Start to see this commercial too much now.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Do you miss the Dallas and Melbourne ones? No.
Yeah, of course.
It's okay, Chris. Then you're gonna have 2.5 weeks of watching EPL and seeing the same ads again.
I haven't got permission for it yet, though.
For EPL? Ah. Oh, problem solved. Of the ads, I mean. I'm looking at all of the emotes that Ram added.
Did I add a handful?
Yeah, this one.
I think the first real time I played CS was probably Italy.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, I played against bots running through the tunnel when you're
Can't
still
see
in
get
T-spawn.
someone.
Yeah.
They had no chance because I killed the hostages
Can't
and then
see?
I just waited for them to come.
Aww.
Killed the hostages. Oh yes.
Yeah, that's how I was like 10 years old or something. I can't remember 11. So yeah, that's before I got my PC where I didn't have internet to play on.
Yeah. You're just enjoying the offline mode.
Yeah.
All on your own, and you
so
feel
easy.
you feel like a god, right?
Yeah, 20 bots, no chance. It was so easy.
I mean, when I was too young and going to net cafes with the people who was like same school with me.
Nice.
It was too long time ago. I think maybe I was like 13 or 14, maybe 12. Can be even 11. But it's like a random 1.6 maps. It's like sometimes Ice World, sometimes Pool Day, sometimes like Death Run, Jailbreak. Those kind of like bunch of things. It's like for kid to be like get happiness, And also going to net cafes and playing against each other, like 5v5. We were doing that too.
Yeah.
With the school friends in the like same class. We were skipping school and.
Skipping school.
Don't skip school.
Don't skip school.
Scandalous.
But yeah.
Skip school.
Sometimes, like, I've been.
Skip school, then you become a tier 1 player.
Which is like not even
Voxic
professional
2025.
level, just like for fun, full amateur.
Yeah.
It's like
That's the recommendation.
I agree.
Okay, the first time that I played, well, I think that
I had 1 year when I
really enjoyed
skipped
it.
school a
But
lot.
it was like I have a
No,
older
half a year.
brother,
Half a
so,
year.
Yeah.
He started playing and I was
One
always
semester, to become more correct.
close to him, watching him
I was
playing.
skipping school a lot.
So I was watching him and I was okay.
Because I was playing
yeah,
World of
after that,
Warcraft
I
until
want to
late,
play.
and then I couldn't just wake up in the morning.
Yeah, I think that's the first memory watching my brothers.
Just couldn't
And
wake up.
yeah,
You
I
did
was
that
like
for
to
World of
Counter-Strike
Warcraft?
1.6. No,
Huh?
I did it. No. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
do it
Really
for
gotta
World
get
of
old school.
Warcraft.
You did that for World of Warcraft?
I
Huh?
could not.
10
I
years
could
old or
not
like
wake
10,
up
11.
in the morning because I would play
Something
until
like that.
4
I
a.m.
cannot say that I remember it clearly, but
I'll play World
I
of
think
Warcraft
that
until 4 a.m.
I used to
So,
play a lot of video games
when I
I
need
was
to
really
wake
young.
up
The
at,
first time places was when I was 10 years old.
I need to wake
So
up
I
at
was really
7
young.
because
My
my
brother obviously
classes
showed
would
me the
start
game,
at
like most pros,
8:30. I
would
need
say.
to wake up at 7
But basically
because I
what
still
remember
needed.
was
I
just
needed to
that,
take the
I've
public
never enjoyed
transport.
the game that much before.
Okay.
I felt really connected to
Mhm.
the tactical side of it. It's
So,
not
yeah.
just a shooter game. It's like Call of Duty. I just run around, give some headshots, you know.
Yeah.
So I just remember that I was super intrigued by the utility, the grenades, and basically the
So
whole
I'm
maps and how cool they
serious.
were. I remember I really liked Dust 2 a lot.
In 99,
99. Wow. Okay.
yeah, I used to
Never
play
get her
these,
subscription
Age of
if
Empires,
she says she can
these
handle
strategy
it.
games,
Panic.
and
Okay, Dragon.
we
The
used to come
last
to this
time
internet cafe.
I
didn't
had
have
the
a PC at
subscription
home.
for World of Warcraft
There was back in the days
was
with
in
56K
2019.
modem, so if you wanted to play online, you
Like,
usually had
2019
to
was
go
not
to
a good
internet
year for
cafe.
me,
And
okay?
then I
It was,
remember
I
Once
was not in
addictive, always addictive.
night gigs, we called
But yeah,
it,
I
where you
took
would come in
1
at 11
year.
PM,
No,
you would sit
one
until
month.
8
1
AM
month.
in the
I took a
morning,
subscription for
certain
1
fee.
month specifically.
And then I remember
Not
one
less,
night
not
coming
more.
in and
That was
everyone
it.
was talking about this new
And
mod
I
to
did
Half-Life
not
that was called
buy the
Counter-Strike.
new
I didn't want to
expansion.
play, but
I was.
didn't wanna
I
play.
only
I
had
hated
only the
the
old
FPS games
expansion,
back
so I
then.
couldn't
I
play
didn't
top
want
tier
to be
content.
antisocial, you know.
Because I
all
wanted
your
to
friends
play,
was
but I
playing
knew like
Counter-Strike
if
and-
I would have
and then I
access
tried that once, but
to
I remember
mythics,
not using
it's
the
gonna
mouse.
be
I was
bad.
using page up to kill.
She
That was
probably
how
doesn't
bad I
know.
was.
How dare you!
And then
I was always playing
you
trolls.
know, I got hooked by it, and then we had
At
all
first,
these
I was
clans,
a
and I
troll
remember
hunter, and then I was
the
a
internet
troll
cafe had
warlock
this
in
clan
Legion.
called
But I was telling you, okay?
DSOW,
So,
stood for True Soldiers of War.
Yeah.
And you know, it was
Oh,
my
yeah.
big dream to join
And
this
after
team,
my
and
friends would
eventually I got to join
finish
it, and yeah, then I
raiding
got my first PC, and yeah.
at 11 o'clock, I would join Discord and be
I
like,
started quite early.
I know,
'cause,
wants to do some
my
mount
brothers
runs, and we
my
just
dad
go
actually
through like
introduced
old
me.
Oh, your
content.
dad as well.
Yeah.
I see, I knew your brothers. I didn't know your dad.
Also
Okay.
my dad, yeah. But I think there's a picture of
I
me
forgot I had my
somewhere
subscription
when I'm
running
like
until
6 or
last
7,
month.
trying to
Haven't played since
I think what I remember
6th
is
or
maybe
7th
the
of
old dust,
September.
old dust, and
Oh, like, so it's
and ancient as well
half a year?
in
You're
the
half a year.
CSOs, yeah.
Yeah, for me it was the
having
last time was
the duels,
2019.
that was my favorite weapon when I was a little kid. And it actually nowadays they're super viable.
now it's come into it.
Back in Source they weren't, but yeah, that's my earliest memory.
It's been a while ago. Actually, that was like, what, 25 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think it was 99 or something.
Yeah.
99.
I've been playing a little bit because we haven't had like the stable internet connection,
Of
so we had
course.
that
Wait,
modem
how
that
old
cuts
is
off
Neon
your
now?
home phone. That was totally
yeah,
different.
He's born 88.
Different times,
He's
right?
born in
So,
88?
Yeah.
Like we had
Oh, okay, so
neighbors
he's like
who
2
were like
years older
an
than me
IT
and 4
company
years
back
older.
then, and my
No,
dad was
2 years
like,
older than you and 4
having
years
some
older.
games from them, and he's given them games, so they brought CS to us at some point. That was still a beta version, like 5.2.
No,
I think,
87.
When I think M4
87,
A1
so
had a
even more.
scope back
Okay.
then, so it was a completely different game. But that's the first time I've tried it.
You always
then we went over
level
to
up
their
your
place to
character,
play
then
a
your
little bit on the
expansion, then
proper
play some
internet.
mythics.
But we
But do you
started playing
do?
more and more.
You
from
mean the
that day.
dungeons,
That
right?
was like
Do we call?
99.
No, now at Raid.
Do you remember your first impressions of it, like the feeling when playing that game?
Because for me, right away, because just want to
Actually, that
push
was
the
like
Raid.
the second or third game I've played with other people, because that wasn't a thing back then, right?
Single-player games,
yeah, so it was like I played some Unreal Tournament,
Lag.
of course, like Quake.
Hello.
It was all, you know, my dad bringing games to us, and like
Nee,
we
mythic
tried
Quaterfinals,
different
yeah.
things. he figured out.
You don't have time and nerves. That's the thing like with the raids. Like you really need to
he connected
commit
two
to them.
PCs with like a printer cable, and you could play like that with other people in Quake. So
the last time I
raided, playing with our neighbors.
Yeah.
And then, I tried CS and I totally loved it from the start because there was a bunch of different people running on the
17.
server.
17.
You know,
I was reading with the French guild.
Prove yourself. So
my French is almost non-existent.
More interactive, yeah.
But it was enough to be able to read with the French guild.
At the same time.
Eternal Fire did put up a fight, but this time around they weren't able to best Falcons. I've got Madra with me here to talk through this, and I want to just talk about the veto, because obviously you played them so many times, you guys start to know each other well. Last time around when you played Train, it was so good for you guys. This time around, what kind of differences did you notice?
To be honest, not a lot of difference, but I think the prep was okay, but individually we didn't show up really well on Train. And I think it was really a close game because like some clutches in the end of the match, like if Jota wins his 1v1 on the last on City side, maybe we wouldn't Train, but it's okay. Like I think we didn't play also very well on T side. I think it was 8-4, losing the pistol. Yeah, today maybe the map, we picked Train instead of Inferno. With my coach, we decided yesterday because we knew that there will add a lot of preparation.
Forest plays World of Warcraft time to time.
The only things I can think, we did a good fight, but the only things I can think after all is
time to time, same with Freiburg.
But it's okay, I think, because
but it's the same there, they don't have time because of parenting and so on.
Now looking at this though, right, one thing I'll say is very positive. You guys didn't break going into Dust 2. You may have lost Train, but I saw there was still high energy, there was still belief, and you looked so good on Dust 2. We come into that, you must be feeling fantastic. What was the feeling coming out of Dust 2 before Nuke started?
It was good. I think today, sometimes I say in front of crowd we are not the same, but today we were the same.
Okay, good.
Good communication, etc. I think they just play better today. Obviously, individually, we was not on the top of our form because usually we are way better individually, to be honest. But I think we lost as a team today, and I congratulate my teammates and I congratulate Falcon for the win. You can't win every day. A team need to lose. Today it's us. It sucks that it's always the first match on playoff every time. But it's like this, bro. Keep doing, accept it and keep doing.
I know you guys will always keep going. You always keep going and pushing to make yourselves better. But do you feel like you are starting to improve as a team on the stage? Are you seeing that work?
Yeah, we are improving. To be honest, I also have a lot of fix in my mind, but like example, in 4 days we go in ESL Pro League again. So yeah, and we play the play-in, not the main tournament. So it's gonna be long also. Yeah. So I have a lot of fix. We can't work a lot, but I think it's okay. We need to keep fighting. I think I'm proud of my teammate, like I told you. It was way better today. And hopefully, one day, we're going to success what our dreams is.
Are you still overall proud of what you guys shown at this event?
Give me a second
still make a playoff run?
Yeah, I'm obviously proud. Big pictures. But it was a tournament that we can win. Some people say that we can win. So, yeah, it's a little deception because there was not Spirit, Vitality, G2, Navi, big names, big four. So, yeah, a little deception, but Falcon is also a good team. They have a lot of good individuality. So it's not a shame to lose against them, I think. We did our best, but today it was not a good day at office, and we need to accept and learn for that.
Lastly, anything you want to say to all the Turkish fans out there and also your lovely family at home?
Yes. So first of all in English, Defne, Ceren, Aslan size çok seviyorum. I love you so much, my family. And boys in Turkey, thank you very much for your support and every role in the world. Beyler, savaşıyoruz, her gün bir savaş. Devam etmek lazım artık. Yani gelecek turnuva 4-5 gün sonra. Yani elimizden geleni yapıyoruz gerçekten ekip olarak. Yorgunuz ama o yorgunu karşı çıkmaya çalışıyoruz. Bazen olmuyor. Bugün biraz olmadı. Ama rüyalar devam ediyor. Size seviyorum. Destekleriniz için çok seviyorum.
He's thanking for the support, and they will try to do their best.
This team has been grinding hard. They've been playing
You're sure about that?
I wish them the best of
You're
luck
sure
going
about that?
forward. Let's see how they go on a future
No.
tournaments.
Zero. I am not sure at all. Yeah, Teleko, what was the last, what was the last raid you raided in Battle for Atroth? Was it Jaina? Was it Ashara? Was it something else? And yeah, Mythic Plus is, especially if you have a group of 5, it's perfect. You sit down in the evening, run a few of them, then you're good to go. Hold your living eyes. Not bad. Oh yeah. Whatever free time I have, I must spend it productively. I try to at least productively. To me right now, it feels like I can't for myself to do World of Warcraft because that thing, your time is gone. It's gone. You're lost.
Vi kommer jävla the way that Dexter was his Robin.
This will not make it now. Oh yeah, for the future. And I'll close the 7G thing because Ram will figure everything out. That's better.
Ja, det kör de. Blue Jays.
No more button roll.
No, I know it's not the best, but I know that. But I've heard the name before. So that's why I was like, There's a lot of German orcs.
Big gamer legion, Laos. The first ones that come to my mind are the German orcs. It's like from a high tier. Oh yeah, G2, right? They're also German because they have the headquarters in Germany. They count as a German orc though?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
They started in Spain though. But I think everyone will agree that though. Yeah. Germany 2 makes sense. Oh no. Oh no. No 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 no. No 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 no.
Ay, ay. So 1 minute and a half. 10 p.m. You're waiting for the next one? Oh, it was so good today. It was so good today. I don't understand.
Wait. Alright, prediction for those people who cares about that. Channel points can be thrown out of the window.
Well, do you have any points to lose?
I mean, I don't think there's not a big chance a lot of people is gonna put on so. I think the fairy tale is pretty much done.
I thought it should be. I mean, the fact that they even got so far is surprising. They won against 3D Max. I was backed up. Someone's got a map on home phase also.
Yeah, but
They're gonna be playing against now. Oh wait, I need to change the title of the stream. Because I am what? A professional streamer.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. The last quarter final of the day is about to get underway. It's between FaZe versus Saw. So I asked the panel, do you want to play a game?
Good one, Rich. Workshopped it. I don't even know if half the audience here has watched that one, unfortunately.
Saw?
They're pretty young nowadays. You know?
I guess it's a pretty popular horror film, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
it is
look-
Counter-Strike fans too, so they're a little older.
Listen, and it's a whole franchise, but anyway, if we're talking about horror shows, we can talk about what happened to Saw just before this tournament. That was what I was setting up, Maui. You're off the desk next time. That was terrible.
yeah,
Right?
I'm getting my medicine
what
today.
has happened to them
I
is the
forgot
worst thing
about
that
it.
can happen before you go to a big tournament, one that you're hoping to
Or-
maybe get a few upsets in.
Yeah,
You just
they're
get told,
delivering
"This
it
roster's
because it
set,
has
by
to
the way,
be
guys,
cold.
but sorry, we booked the tickets. Just go do it, and that's what's ended up happening.
I got a
By the way,
notification 9 in the morning and I've been forgetting about it,
one of
so
the players, I think it was Rowan,
because it's so
said,
late.
Oh, no,
so.
we found out about it like pretty much just before
they
we went.
still-
Like,
they're
as
still
we were
planning to
traveling,
deliver today?
essentially. So
They're delivering it in less than an hour.
The
at least, they said.
reality, guys,
So I know
is
that
they
it's
shouldn't
getting
be in
today,
the playoffs.
and I need
I
it
mean,
today,
Saw has
so
been a
it's
perpetual
perfect.
free
It's
fall
good
for a while now. I mean, you look ever since.
I was scared it was gonna be Wednesday, but yeah, I got a notification on Wednesday about on Friday to do it, and I was like,
And then
okay.
New Jerks eventually leaves the team as well. They go pair up and they go play on an IP. And this team
It's
has
like
never been
they
able to
need,
really
like,
find
such a
the talent they
late
needed to
delivery.
replace what they lost. Like Story,
Yeah, most
solid
of them
opera,
does in
but they
Sweden.
really lost
When I get
two
my
huge
snooze, for
big
example, I get it
lifeline
at like
pieces,
11 or 10
and they
minutes.
just haven't really been able to fully recover. But at this tournament, they have somehow
10
defied the
PM.
odds. They beat 3D Max. to
No,
I never
got-
advance
never
to
get it
on
earned.
the stage
Never
in the
get it
quarterfinals,
earned.
and that has to be commended.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Most of our
And I'll
deliveries
certainly
are
say
until like
this,
6
it is
PM.
an odds-defying story
I had
to beat
situations
3D
where
Max. That did not look on the cards at all. They were given
they call it
complexity as
8
well,
something
so
AM.
it
They're
all-
like,
it all evens
hi.
out.
They're playing
Can we bring
incredibly
it
well
over?
to
I'm like-
punish, Richard. Anytime a new team is coming into them and they don't have their protocols outlined, they miss a smoke, they miss a flash. I will say,
But then
people
they
like
call
Story,
them-
people
they
like
call-
SHR, they've played to punish fantastically well. In fact, the way that they dismantled complexity was just if there's a single gap in that smoke, Story is not the flashiest opera, he's not the craziest, but he'll find those kinds of gaps. And that's really all it takes sometimes is that you're just making less mistakes than than your opponents. And I can say that Saw winning the last 3 series in the fashion that they did, that's really what jumped out at me. It just felt like they were playing a more airtight style, whereas the guys on some of those other teams, 3D max complexity, they let the pressure get to them, and they missed a couple nades.
Yeah. And you know, look, the dead team buff is a very real thing. You know, when the pressure's off, like, what are you really playing for? Like, your next contract, I guess. I
mean, it certainly helped SHR out, and he's been playing the best Counter-Strike I've seen him play since he joined this team in this tournament. I mean, he was supposed to EU Jerk's replacement. He was supposed to be that aggressive rifling star, and he really struggled to fill those shoes. But these last couple of series against 3D Max and Complexity, he has played very, very well, and Story has hit heights he never really reached last year. I mean, again, he was kind of like their 3rd star as an opper, but now he's really, you know, done some heavy lifting at this tournament.
And the VRS forecasts tell a potentially sad story, because as you can see, Saw, if they do lose this one against FaZe, which, let's be real, that is likely, they're going to go down to 20th. There's already been some chatter online that if they don't do well here in Cluj, that there could be a chance maybe Saw decide to temporarily shutter, maybe don't have a team. We're going to wait and see. It would be a loss, because I think, you know, I've always had a lot of respect and time for the Portuguese scene, obviously coming from a Source background. Historically, they had some good rosters back in the day. So, and I used to love the, you know, the XL LAN parties and stuff they had out there. So I'm hoping that we can see
I don't think shut down though. I think that Maui was trying to say.
Exceeded expectations just by making these playoffs in my books, and they don't lose any ranking. Even if they lose this game, they remain in the same spot. That's pretty good considering your team is technically dead and you're having to build a whole new roster at this event anyway.
Well, but a tall order, Maui.
Of course, and we're going to see what they're able to accomplish here, because, I mean, actually, Muterus talked about it, that the next iteration of this lineup is just going to be international. Like, they can't keep digging into the Portuguese scene, which I find to be a bit of a surprise, completely honest, because SHR, one of the guys that's likely to be leaving this roster, like, he's been really good. So I'm not sure if there's a little bit of buyers or sellers remorse, that is, for their upcoming team and what they're going to be working with next. I guess we just have to see the pieces. Like, it's hard to make the claim that this is better or worse without seeing or knowing.
Sweden is not allowed to use channel points, so I've never used
their opponents and overall favorites for the tournament. It's been a bit of a mixed bag since Elite joined. The majority of it good. There have been 1 or 2 weaknesses that we've seen, particularly Nuke, which we're going to see if that comes out in the veto a little bit later. What's the Maui grading so far for the new look phase with Elite?
Well, it's actually not been that great. This is the one tournament where they're finally showing up at the Blast Bounty. They didn't actually even make it out of the online portion of that event. They lost to Pain in an online elimination match. And of course, at Katowice, they were unable to actually make the playoffs as well. So finally, we're seeing FaZe Clan in an arena. This is what everybody came to see. That's why we have the fans in the building right now. They came for FaZe Clan, and they're finally making it work. Elige is working so well with the team this time around. First couple tournaments, there were growing pains between people like Rain, Kerrigan, a lot of spot switching, and now it feels like finally Kerrigan's starting to put the pieces together.
I mean, and even with those growing pains, they still beat G2 and took a map off of Vitality, and they had a pretty tight series against Eternal Fire on that Nuke game that went into multiple overtimes that knocked them out of Katowice. So even at their weakest, which is why I would argue they were at the time, they were still pretty competitive.
Playing for such a long time,
more time to gel, you know, move things around, and let's be honest, they beat some pretty good teams to get here. I mean, Saw, I guess, was like an easy first opponent, which is going to be a rematch we're going to see here on the stage, but they had to play Eternal Fire and Mouse Sports to get to this quarterfinals, and they played really well in those series. So tip your hat to them. They've been on a positive trajectory for sure.
For me, the real story in FaZe, though, is how Frozen has found form again. Look, there's going to be a lot of attention on Elige. It's a big signing. When Robs was announced to be leaving, I'm sure FaZe fans were really despondent, and getting Elige, that alleviates some of that. But what you've gained since Robs has left is ultimately the return of Frozen, who was, by the way, really, really good at the start of last year. People seem to forget it wasn't all bad, but he got a lot of flack for what happened in Shanghai. A lot of people were blaming him, and that hasn't been fair. It's been a bit of a crucible for him to overcome, but now he's back and looking as good as ever.
I actually think Frozen's in a great position right now on this team with the makeup they have on their roster, because look, he didn't really have to change too much about the positions he played. I think the only map they changed the spots were Nuke, where he took over lobby and ramp on the TNT side, but every other map he gets to play basically where he played before. I think the other thing that really helps him is like now not only do you have Kerrigan and Rain as aggressive riflers that you can kind of trade frag behind. Well, now you got Elige too. You know, he'll buddy up with Elige sometimes and just trade frag behind him. And so you've taken Frozen, and he used to kind of be their more active extremity player, with Frost being the more passive one. And now it's kind of shifted because now they have Rain playing a lot of extremities, who is a natural-born entry fragger. So I think it's just given Frozen even more room, in my opinion, to be able to tuck into that mid to late round position and not have to be relied upon to create any openings.
It's
then
early
Nico
days
did.
here, but Elige and
Nico
Frozen
stuff.
are really showing right now that
I
they
mean, overall,
might
like,
be
the
one
whole
of the
team
best
played
rifle duos in the scene, okay?
But,
Elige, like Dust said, is
played
going to be
exceptionally
taking
good.
that space, but Frozen's spacing on trading, the consistency he has with trading, the fact that he's incredibly clutch on top of that, I would argue he's actually more clutch than Rops. I would argue he's more clutch than many of the riflers that we have at this tournament. He probably is. In fact, if I just had to kind of make a general statement, he is the most clutch rifler here.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he is the most clutch rifler here. So when he has a guy, or he has 3 guys, as a matter of fact, that are willing to take space, take openings, now if you see a late round with him and Brokey, it's lights out. It's been lights out for everybody against them at this one.
Yeah, and look, talking about Brokey as well, I mean, that's where the question marks go to now on FaZe. People are excited about Elige and what that might look like when they finally get the map pool hashed out. Frozen's back. You've got Carrigan, the GOAT IGL. Everyone loves him. Rain is Mr. FaZe. So naturally, when results don't go your way, someone's got to carry the can. A lot of the time, it does seem to be Brokey. How do we feel about that narrative?
I think that's a fair point to make. He
How
certainly
would we-
had his
how do we
moments
feel
last year
about
where he
Brokey?
really did seem to suffer. But let's not forget, Rops kind of took
That's
the spotlight
interesting.
because of how incredibly he played in Shanghai to help FaZe make their way to the grand finals.
about to
But
say,
I
be
think
careful
people
what
do
you're gonna
sometimes
say.
forget that Brokey also played fantastic throughout
Well,
you
because
know, a
it's
lot of
Latvia.
those last couple of series they
Maybe.
played in the playoffs and actually gave them a chance to
I hope he
really
doesn't
push
choke
that grand
today.
final even further against Spirit.
Whoa.
And I think so far coming into this year, at least at this event, and even some of the times at Cato, he actually has looked pretty solid. You know, again, I think a little bit of pressure gets taken off of him when he has an extra
He's a weird
aggressor on
guy.
a team
You're
like
saying that
Elige.
Carlton...
I mean, Brokey's the most hot and cold
Oh, I
player
know.
ever.
Yeah.
I mean, you get you know, lights
Lights
out
out Brokey, let's
Brokey
go.
doing things that only Prime Simple was able to do, and then you have the other version of Brokey, and I've seen this guy take more shots on Nuke's vent ladder
Thanks,
than
Maxi.
any other player in Tier 1 CS. It's like, come on, relax, dude. Like, you need to sometimes set yourselves up for a good fight, because sometimes the mechanics get him into trouble. He's seen himself make the most unbelievable plays that any opper could possibly make, and then he constantly has that sort of blind faith in himself. And I think Carrigan loves that, but also probably at times wishes he could reel it in a little bit more. So at this tournament, it really has been pretty smooth sailing in my eyes. I don't think he's really had to hit that just unbelievable level that we sometimes see out of him. But if push comes to shove, he's going to be the better opper in the server today.
And of course, the big narrative talking point is like FaZe really do need to win this one. I think maybe in the future, just hearing stuff behind the scenes without bringing it to the broadcast, you know, there's probably a chance FaZe might sit out 1 or 2 events in future as well. They're going to want to get this one in the bag, and then we'll see what the future might bring. They're the clear favorites left. I think it's a really savage indictment of where they would be if they weren't able to beat the remaining field in the tournament, frankly.
If they didn't win this, Richard, it'd be a disaster.
Yeah.
Half the people here wouldn't even show up tomorrow. Come on, what are we talking about? We get an Assault game versus, what, Falcons? This is going to, like, people would just be lost.
Hey,
Because I'm a good
Falcons are
city
like home team
I don't even know how we're going to guide the action tomorrow if we get that one, okay? No, people can't. People bought their tickets for FaZe Clan because EMA didn't show up, and they want Kerrigan to get to the grand finals
many
here.
more ways.
I mean, this would be a Herculean
You want to
effort
play that game?
for Saw to even take a map off
That is
of
a game
them. We'll
that I
see what the
play many more
veto
ways.
unfolds and how it shows
Yeah,
us
do you
like,
wanna
what's
play it right
possible
now,
here.
or what?
But this
No,
is
no, no.
anything but like 1 to 10
I played
odds, I
and
think,
Carlton
is
plays
an
it.
understatement for how much of the favorites
And
FaZe are.
I tend to
Yeah,
have
I mean, it's one
higher
of those
scores.
things where Saul had to be commended for what they were able to achieve. They went down 0-2 in groups.
Yeah, I
They
did
looked
pretty
like they
much
would be
that.
one of the last teams out. They
I
were
would
in
have to
such a
push over
dire
for the
position
records.
because of the roster situation that they're in right now, yet they marched their way all the way
Is that
back
one of the games
into a
you're gonna be
playoffs
streaming?
appearance. And sure, they beat a couple of weaker teams
Mini
to do
motorways?
that, but
Probably
a win over
not.
3D Max is pretty legit to me, especially
You
with
never
the
stream
situation
any
that
other
Saul are
game, the
facing.
watch
So,
parties. You
yeah,
gotta
I
stream
think they've already
something.
done more than enough, in my opinion. Yes,
Something.
they are anything they do
I
now
wanna
is just a
stream only
bonus, but I will
CS.
commend what they've done so far,
Yeah,
but
but-
it's now time to leave.
Yeah, I mean, look.
And then he has more.
You're going to show him out, Dustin?
Yeah.
You're going to hold the door open for him?
I could, you know.
That is absolutely fair. I agree with you. So now we're going to go over to the stage. James Banks is going to introduce the teams.
Thank you very much, Richard. We're down to our last quarter-final game. Cluj, are you with me? You've been keeping the energy nice and high all day long, but I want to see you really raise the roof for this one. So give it to me. Let's hear it! That's more like it. Now our first team, they're coming in with a new look. Rejuvenated, some might say. They added a North American talent, and they even didn't struggle in the group stage,
Carlton
which
got
they
3K
normally
in
do.
Zurich.
This is a team that only has one
that's a
thing
lot.
on their mind, one thing that they're used to, and it's winning that trophy
It's
just
because
behind
it's a
me.
German city.
Give it
and
up
you're German.
for FaZe Clan!
Chris,
Mm-hmm.
let's build a team together. I'm gonna be your IGL.
Ah, it's okay.
I was trying to keep a straight face. I was trying to
I can't take you serious when it's anything with FPS games and CS specifically.
I could not keep a straight face. Circus. Oh, true. Okay, it's the German part. It's the German part of Switzerland. I was living in Geneva.
Looking to continue their spree of upsets. Is a team that came into this event looking to make roster moves. They were a dead team walking, but they continued to power through from 0-2 to make it here to the playoffs. Can they continue this Cinderella run? Well, we're about to find out. Make some noise for Saw!
Still getting some support. That's nice. No, I put the trophy. It looks like a trophy. It looks like a flower. It's like a tulip flower.
Our teams have taken to the stage. Carrigan, Utiris, come join me up here. Rain, you can come as well if you want, man. You can do whatever the hell you want. Now, Carrigan, you went through this group stage, 3-0. It's not what normally happens for you guys. Must be a pretty good feeling.
Also a strange feeling. I'm just happy that I had a less stressful days the last few days. So yeah, we're ready to play, and obviously we haven't been fully tested, but we know what Saw can do. We saw that in Cologne, so we are not.
Let's
we're not underestimating this
go!
time.
Top 3 versus
you
that
had
team.
that problem
Let's
before,
go!
but it's a very different Saw, who you also beat in the group stage. But given what they've been able to do here, given the fact they fought back from 0-2, you have to give them that respect, right?
Going 2 to 3-2
We've been
is
streaming for
very
10
hard for
hours,
any
so
team
if
out
we
there.
get
Especially
a
when you
2-0.
think about maybe some of the players, we all know they're getting switched, so they're playing for honor.
And then we're gonna
when
get
you
a
play against a team that
tomorrow
plays so much for
for the
honor, and the
Falcons.
last right, it's always going to be a tough game. So I'm just looking forward to play.
I'm looking forward to see it go down as well.
No,
Now,
we're
for
getting
Utiris, when we
Falcons
spoke at
versus
the
Saw
beginning of the
tomorrow.
event, you said you didn't really know what was going on
But
or what
now-
you were supposed to do. The pressure is off now, and it seems to be
Honestly,
working out. So
we're getting that.
what was the feeling when you all
If they
stepped
win
onto
the
this
whole thing,
stage
it's
today?
gonna. It's
Well, I mean, the
would be
feeling
funny.
it's a bit the same. I think we did something unexpected.
It would be really funny.
But yeah, coming to the playoffs, I think we just need to enjoy. We are playing against a great team, so that's what we're gonna do, and I hope that we can do a good fight against them.
I want to see a good fight from you guys. You have shown it in a lot of these games, but in terms of your leading and how you're leading the team now, are you leading in a different way? Do you feel more relaxed, more comfortable doing it because it's been this kind of a crazy run?
I mean, when we are in this crazy, I mean, the team, it's not the way I want, I would say. So yeah, it's kind of crazy calling like that, but like I said, we just want to enjoy and do our best. So yeah, let's see.
Lovely. Let's see how it goes between the games. The fist bumps are in. You can take your seats and get ready for the match. And Saw have certainly earned everyone's respect with what we've been doing here. Have we got some Saw fans in the house?
Well, that's okay.
And then maybe looking at FaZe. And I think just everything right now, all of your energy for Counter-Strike. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Not used to seeing these respectful exchanges in interviews. It's like Maui on a first date. Gentlemen all round.
True.
So anyway, what did you make of that?
I mean, I love what Kerrigan says there, though, about playing for honor, okay? I love to honor my dates, too, when possible. Thankfully, I only have one now.
All of them.
One queen. I have one queen now. Okay, we're going to move on from that, though, Richard. Enough about my dating life. Enough about what makes this one romantic, okay? Because when we look at this Saw team, we see a swan song of what they were in the past.
I was like,
Roman
Richard,
on the
don't get
team
me in trouble.
for over 5 years. This guy is 32 years old. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Richard. This might be his last stage game ever, okay? So I want to just hear it out for Roman in terms of just what he's going to be able to accomplish, what he has done with this roster in general. And I really do think that even if this is the last stage game we play or with Roman or get to see with Roman, I think he's given a lot to Portuguese Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And by the way, I mean, you know, Luter said it in that interview. He's like, look,
Marwy not flaming. It's kind of interesting.
We feel the same way as if it was a group
Why
stage
is not he
game.
flaming?
And here you are playing FaZe on the stage. Let's get into the veto.
The bans were exactly what we thought they were going to be. What'll be interesting is the picks. I think Nuke would be a target for Saul. It's been one of their best maps. And been one of the maps that FaZe have kind of been struggling to adapt to their map pool. So I wouldn't mind that. FaZe picking Ancient. That's definitely been one of their strengths. They're 4-0 with this roster on Ancient. So I'm not surprised to see that come out as their pick.
And then Saw pick going back to the tried and tested Nuke. This is the exact same sort of start that we got from both of these teams in the last one.
Saul can win on you. That was the point I was trying to make.
There is a possibility, Richard, and Decider on Dust 2 right there. I mean, all in all, what we saw in the first matchup between these teams on Ancient, on Nuke, showed that FaZe was the better team. Saw is going to have to play better today. They're going to have to control Elige in the middle of the map there. And I like that Saw has shown that they are actually something to worry about when it comes to Nuke. You can't take them too lightly on that one.
Yeah, but you're going to have your hands full with this first map coming up on Ancient. FaZe have looked so ferocious with this lineup on this map. They have been able to adapt their lineup to it very quickly. And again, they're 4-0 on the year. They've been able to essentially take their T side and just load up their players. Just have, you know, Frozen and Elige taking mid together. Have Rain and Elige taking B together. Whatever the case may be, they're playing very aggressive and in your face Counter-Strike. Kerrigan, he's just rolling and being the glue that the team needs to be. He needs him the whole day. He'll go whole day for you while you do your things like mid and B. You need him to help lead a hit, he'll do that too. Just showing the incredible amount of flexibility all across this map. And then you get that same Frozen and Elige combo offensively at middle. And that is such a powerful front to try to get past. They are so effective on dictating the pace of that area of the map, and that's going to lead into a lot of success, I think.
The only thing I'm curious about is, okay, again, I'm peeking at their monitors right there, and we got FaZe picking Ancient, but it looks like they're starting CT side. Is that what we're getting? Is that what we just saw there? I mean, either way, I mean, you did set it up though, Dust. I mean, the fact that Frozen and Elige are in middle, I think that's on both sides of the map actually. And so at this point, like that's the problem. That was the problem for Saw last time. Elige was literally one-tapping people through middle smokes and just getting kills that Saw couldn't deal with. And if they can't control that part of the map, they will have to do something on the extremities.
It's going to be very difficult to do that too, though, because you look, Frozen's going to be able to anchor that A side off mid. If
I still remember when Saw last year in Cologne beat FaZe Clan in quarters.
Bomb side is very good at playing that ramp position and just playing very effectively.
They went to the semis.
I think they're going to have their hands full. What Saw has done to allow them to be effective and make these playoffs is by playing simple Counter-Strike. Keeping a group up together, letting SHR lead, and then letting Agile kind of trade in behind. And then Story, just let him play into it with the Zop. He's been playing really well, making great decisions. That's their win.
And in my brain, I was like,
SHR, a player that's going to be dropped after this tournament, though, also. He's really struck me. He's been a guy that I honestly didn't really have too much familiarity with, but the more I watch him, the more I actually like it. The more I actually see him, the more I actually feel like Saw are making a mistake. That's also what I think SHR needs to prove in the server today.
I remember also
if the game plan doesn't go well, that he can be an asset to this team. He makes very few mistakes in terms of deaths, makes a lot of great choices on his rotations in terms of his defensive sides. Watch his demos. Aim is crisp, man. So honestly, keep an eye out for him and just see if he can make a statement.
All right, then. Well, if the deck is stacked against Saw, it's time to draw a pair of Canadian Kings. Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
But thank you very much,
gentlemen. Another excellent pre-game, another stage set.
Yeah.
Ready to take you guys through this one. Mohan, how are you feeling? Because we've already talked about how FaZe become this beast once the playoff starts. And we've already seen this exact same map between these exact same teams. A 13-2 loss for Saw last time around. Could it get worse?
It potentially could, but at least they're starting on a different side. This is saw having FaZe start on CT and trying their hand at the offense first.
I guess this is their way
But
of
right
trying
away,
to
they get
take
blocked out of their idea.
control of the
This was going to be a
base
straight
of the game,
tactic.
maybe?
Hit on the A site. And now Elige, who was a nightmare for them on T side last time, will be here aggressing from the top of Cave.
I think you can anticipate this pretty frequently. Elige kind of taking a chunk out of Saw last time around, as the desk alluded to, the reminder of the one taps that were had. Elige's mechanical level, just something you can never really question, and something that he has definitely brought to the table since donning this FaZe jersey. But we get real slow here.
It's a lock-off, and you know, Brokey's probably a little uncomfortable because he can't really see anything except for this one angle. But as long as he's here in a 5v5, he's doing his job. Patience is key. Saw looking to attack from another position first.
Ooh.
And Frozen gets his.
Yeah, that's the tap they're looking for. Brokey connecting onto Story. That's the red room cut off, and nothing but CT kills till that happens.
Okay.
So jumping SHR, a push now into Temple.
Oh, they have to
but it's
cancel
a
the plan.
fast
they
move
did
out
plan.
from Elige. Man advantage
They
taken for
did
just
plan.
a moment there for Saw. Bomb gets dropped on the corner of the bomb site, and we're currently sitting at now 15 seconds. It's always going to be difficult to put this bomb down when there's no smoke or cover on Donut. Could come down to kills.
Almost.
And at the end of the day, there's not a lot of health left there for FaZe, but
Face up.
it's a CT pistol. win
Face
nonetheless.
up.
You can see that Saw were actually correct about every position they paused in, that the site hit could still come out, but Brokey was so incredibly patient in his quartered position, and he's the one who you would expect might get a little nervous, but I think since Frozen got his first kill, that's when the power went back to FaZe, and Frozen will be, I think, the story of the match here for the event. You know, Elige might have been a star last time on Ancient, but Frozen has been playing his best CS with him on this roster. We're seeing incredibly impactful moments in many different ways from Frozen, from positioning to utility to
It's kind of weird to see that they started T, actually.
Expect to get a show today. Oh, wow.
Okay.
What the hell did
maybe
we
it's
just
going to
miss?
be the Deke show, actually. SHR with a zinger.
Takes a gush back, but it's through the cement, so we'll give him a little bit more of a chance.
Frozen go.
MP9 commits. No way, Frozen's
still
got
alive.
no way.
Oh, I almost got. Wait.
Almost a third kill there,
Brokey?
but it just prompts
Brokey?
Brokey nicely. He flexes out for the MP9, gets caught on the jump up. Elige gonna make sure that this one gets converted. And I think
Very interesting commitment from Frozen there, though.
If need be.
That was funny. He like saw one, dipped back, came back in when he saw he was full blind, even though two other guys were still shooting at him. Obviously, they were just using pistols, but yeah. In this match, again, they're trying a rematch on the same two maps, but at least they're trying a different side. Last time, the T side was so brutal from FaZe, Saw didn't even get to try T rounds. So, in theory, FaZe know nothing about this T half.
See if it's a switch up that creates a boon early. Brokey, gonna hear that rush. Not even trying to mask this approach. Ooh, through the smoke though, down goes Story. And Story has kind of been that saving grace at times for Saw. We'll see how his game gets going, but right now it's Elige with a follow-up frag. Bomb to be planted by Roman. At the very least, you got that. A little bit of extra money and a chance with this late walkout. Mutiris able to catch one to bring this down to just a one-man advantage. Up close, insight is SHR looking for more. He's got himself a double kill. Elige out from Temple brings one off. And
Yeah, that's speed,
Kerrigan
though.
into an early clutch attempt. First gun round here for Saw, they just go barreling into the ace.
All right.
And Mutiris
All right.
critical kills to get Saw on this board early.
I mean, Brokey came back with a plan to clear him out, and he was so ready for that. Perfect spray from him, maintaining middle control, and what more can you ask for here from Saw? That's a vicious A attack, and it's ultimately a 3v5, right? The kills through the smoke is the best part of the round out of FaZe.
The second one from SHR. Swift headshots for his dub.
Oh, that's a
It's like
wall
that.
tap. Huh.
He said we're gonna try to have fun.
Saw, just
This
wanna
one, keep
have
it light.
fun.
Kerrigan off to the races with a 5-7. Looks like fun. Trying to gun around with the sidearms. Mutiris out from middle, climbs up. And if he's worried about Kerrigan at the bottom of the ramp, well, guess what? There's a Cave player right here to help. Kerrigan's in
Kerrigan, my captain! My captain!
Where's he? Where's he?
If not for him
Run away.
running the
Rain,
other direction.
Rain, don't do it.
Come on back, Kerrigan.
Nah, a real leader.
All the way back. Come on back, Kerrigan.
He eats well, and then he's gonna let his teammates pick up the pieces. Just a little meat for the plebs. Kerrigan gets his and dips. A 5.7 into an AK-47, and that rifle shines. You know, I think it was pretty evident from the pregame with the crowds lean towards FaZe. Everybody here tonight, including FaZe, is kind of just here to celebrate FaZe and watch Saw get bullied somewhat. Everybody could have fun if this is lopsided again, except for Saw.
Yeah, this is a game, well, I mean, again, going 2-3 in groups, that's something that other teams that were expecting to be better than Saw couldn't do. It's pretty miraculous to see what they managed to accomplish.
From behind.
They did lose to FaZe and Astralis for that 0-2.
Well, then Kerrigan.
Two of the teams that made it here to playoffs.
The thing with that Saw run, though, is that they beat two of the teams who just love losing in Complexity and in FlyQuest. And then 3D Max, a team who hasn't quite figured out how to win all the time either.
Kerrigan heard that some people have said that they're pretty good, and he was like, I'm gonna show you guys how to be pretty good.
This is going to be their first series that they win.
Telling them like to sit down and be humble.
Second series on land, whatever it is. And then when they 3D Max, it was like, oh, it's 3D Max. They got the luckiest draw here. You know, they're going to make it into playoffs.
And
but no.
choke.
And as Richard kept pointing out, like, their nuke is actually real.
Sure.
You know, regardless of everything else, their nuke works.
Well, then maybe we'll give him a bit more of a thought once we come to the second half of the series. Right now, Kerrigan, he's kind of invited this rush forward, put a bit of pressure on Rain, that's fine, turns it around, Glock wallbang. Ooh, and a Tech-9 holds the flank. Frozen getting a little rambunctious.
Yeah, they all are. I mean, they're coming at it with this pace.
Of course.
And they, I think, well, for the most part, it's working out pretty well. But it does mean that some of these rounds are getting traded down.
Well, it's an AK picked up due to that flank frag. Then you've got Elige just waiting, knowing that they're up inside that cave, and he's not wrong about it. Minute here as they sit on top of the bomb that was dropped with the second frag from Rain.
Oh my goodness. Excuse me?
Dude, it's been silent for 30 seconds. Oh,
he's
Story's
alone.
gonna get taken out.
No, that's
SHR
crazy.
wallbang back, but that kill.
What angle was that?
Let's celebrate
exactly.
that one.
How did he see him? Did he see him when I jump?
Illegal SHR, very nicely done. Yeah.
I love
now
Dragon's
said
emote, like with
his
the
goal
Kevlar.
here is to prove that this is a mistake, you know, to let him go after this match. And we have seen amazing moments from him.
The first one?
Bro, every bullet. Yeah. No problem. All good.
First tack pause coming out from Saw. As the gun rounds will be put back in.
Guys, maybe we should have started CT side.
I do like the change-up. I mean, again, you've
yeah.
just
My
been
delivery
13-2 in the very same event. Like, why not shift it up a bit?
Yeah,
On the way?
definitely. Definitely. I
Why
wonder,
not?
like, FaZe have
Yay.
gotten a little time off in between playoffs, and things
Maybe
have been
it did
changing
stuff,
so
I don't know.
rapidly for them with like all the adjustments that they make. But it
I mean, you
feels like the way
did
they
expect
ended off
them
in
to be
groups,
there.
You wouldn't
know,
see
but
any more changes.
maybe
You know,
not
they've got thoughts that
specifically
I
right
think
there, but kind of.
they like now. At least they're starting to work. I think there's still some maps like Anubis, which we won't see today, that we'll see tested more by other teams. Maybe they'll make some changes there. But for the moment, it's still Kerrigan playing Cave now. Rain switching with him and playing as the Perma B anchor. And Frozen in his happy place out here in middle.
Delivering you, Mike. You hope so, Brian. You hope.
I wonder if they heard that. Yeah.
Not enough gifted,
Here
Brian.
inside of middle. Frozen's going to have a lot of pressure, but there's also a Cave player or Donut player to help him out.
Elige going for the spray down on the boost up. Spots the Opper as well. Lost the teammate. Pressure's on. Brokey also kind of pinned in Donut. Rain's dead. Everybody's actually fighting at Elige, and Roman's not ready for it. In the anticipation of another mid walkout, you get Elige kind of looking back over here, but it's not the case. Everybody that's left for Saw which is, of course, playing to advantage. But now Leash is going to have to come back and clear up all three while smoked off. That's just not going to happen. So a bunch of damage done on the approach, but we are getting a good showing out of the gate from SHR.
The A splits are looking solid, man. And yeah, SHR is getting his, that's for sure. Leash will at least maybe be able to survive with this AK, but it's an overall great A split out of SAW. They put so much pressure. They overstressed mid, and they didn't do it in one way. They had Muterus last time. This time they had 2 players coming in, and that was enough to overwhelm Brokey and force Leash to peel back at a donut, watch his back, and you can see for a moment he was really confused. Where was the fight going to come from next? They were so scared about even maybe a 3rd player coming in from mid.
It's a something.
So officially tying the amount of rounds that they were able to get versus FaZe on Ancient last time.
And the last A split that came in, you know, it was 3v5 because FaZe got 2 skills through smoke, which you are going to do that sometimes, but still you aren't seeing this, like this fight right here. If you're coming out of Donut, you're not seeing them FaZe trying to participate in that duel. Instead, they're playing back and they are trying to go for smoke spams on the cross and sort of crossing their toes that'll happen.
Materis already out middle. We've got Brokey and Elise trying to attack this from Donut. Player is locked in, but they've gone ahead and dealt with the cubby guy. Elise out in the open. It's a fisticuffs. And he gets 2 kills before being dropped out of this one. There's pistols other than Brokey. So if not for Brokey's rifle,
Kerrigan's
5 seconds on the field. But look at Kerrigan going off. Adventure.
In my opinion, this is a better looking map for FaZe right now with the flank coming in, even though they only have these pistols. Because you've got a SAW who needs to stay vigilant and watch everything. And you can see there's too many positions to watch for. Agile, let's see if he turns around.
He just checked it. He just checked it. Kerrigan comes around, cautious, but still expected.
That's a great display of timing and awareness here from Agile.
Agile smelled bullshit.
And now we've got Roman moving towards one of the pistols, who will get spotted, taken out, and Brokey, who was last known in Donut.
But he can still stop bomb. That's the weird thing. They're actually walking up. If he kills the opper, big if that op misses,
that's good.
Then
they covered every position
good
that
chance,
they could
right?
be in.
Anticipate FaZe's moves, and in doing so, we have a 1-round difference. FaZe lead 4-3.
When we were walking over here, I was like, what does it feel like, man, to play with a dead roster, you know, like, and to win, you know, and to beat teams that are probably crying at night after you beat them, you know, to like qualify to playoffs when you're potentially not practicing enough, or you don't even believe in your teammates, and yet the IGLs they're calling, you're winning some of these games. Like, I mean, there probably is some level of regret about what's happening, whether or not it's in your control.
Sure. I mean, what if it's, you know, bad blood as well? What if the guys who know that they're out next week are
I hate this guy, but he frags.
Right?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
But you still got to get out of bed, roll into the practice room, and prepare for a game versus FaZe, who have looked fantastic, and for the first time ever, cleared a group stage 3-0.
And boo-hoo, you keep winning.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, when SAW qualified for the playoffs, there was no, like, overjoy. If anything, it's like, oh, man, we got to play again next week?
Yeah.
I wanted to go home.
Oh, no.
I wanted to call this quits. But now I think suddenly sitting 4-4 on this T side of Ancient, have a little fun with it. Soak up the moment. Soak up the frags while trying to minimize death. SHR, the only one to fall here. We are all tied up 8 rounds into this half.
Legit. I mean, good calls so far. And one of the rounds, again, it was a 3v5 that they put FaZe into that they ended up winning. So that will go to be
I hope it's not going to be Shock Clan, though.
It could be an even worse half for FaZe. And they have been running it down almost every round. They even have an eco win inside of this 4. So I don't even know if SAW have shown their full hand, really. We haven't had that full
It's gonna be like so
rush.
confusing, you know, like if they win and then they do the changes. Like, what?
Speak of the devil. Here it is. Asking you shall receive. Oh, God. Nade goes flying into the sky. Kerrigan peeks out with it. He's got a 1 and done. Roman's got the trade frag. Rain keeps the pressure up. Nade sailed past him. And his support suddenly pushed back around the corner, but it's nice to see Rain maintain this little pocket.
It'd be good if they planted, though. These smokes are going to run out.
Rain's able to find him. Roman barely alive, able to get that plant off. But there is another frag grenade soon enough coming in from Frozen. That could finish off Roman.
And the T's can't replenish these smokes.
They're going to put that off a little bit beyond it. Sure enough, off. Can't get the trade immediately. Sees the players on the approach. Frozen just lines this up.
I don't think they've seen anything
No,
yet.
they haven't. And Agile steps to the boost up from Brokey. So FaZe happy
Such an
with
awkward
that one.
round,
Sure.
man.
They lose the bomb site, but it's a delayed bomb plant. And with that delayed bomb plant,
All the
a
remaining
very
CTs
uncomfortable
actually
saw.
got
I mean,
damaged.
they show us that the most underrated
one of them
resource
died.
in Counter-Strike today is ammo, right? Even being able to shoot through CS2 smokes has this exceptional advantage of being able to like spam while someone else looks or shoot back at bullets that come through you. And the B site is very small. It's quite crowded. There's not that many places to stand. And you can see how long they delayed the bomb plant from going down just by spamming the entire time. This is a huge part of the game, and some of this might look like RNG to the, you know, the spectator who doesn't understand, but these timings and spams, they're all very well thought through, and they've been run through like a million times. So when you see these kills come down, don't be too surprised.
Insta boost for Roman. There's nobody on that long line to duel him. Oh, Mutira is catching a Liege. That's like a classic Liege kill to get the guy in red room from bottom mid. But what goes around comes around, and what goes Saw's way is this B site. To be tied again looks likely, if not for Brokey, who catches the kill pushing up through middle. Kerrigan gonna try to compromise the back of this site before bomb goes down, but it will this time quite quickly. And we've got a long con to be played out by Frozen. Now, as it stands, Story's going to be preoccupied. He actually jumps over to the
But
ramp.
this just baits him into looking away from Frozen, who's coming up.
Kerrigan. Oh my God. As he approaches, clears the corner, gets the duel picked up.
Oh!
Come on,
My
Finn.
captain.
Give him a chance.
My captain.
Story's going to clip him from the sky. Rotation confirmed from that deep line and the flank. Just when they need it, FaZe
Look how
to
equal the
6.
kills are. Kerrigan has 8, Liege has 8, Frozen has 8, Brokey
Wow.
has 8.
It does come down to the wire.
Vayne
If
has
Kerrigan does not
7.
get that wall bang, how are they going to make
Everybody's
this happen?
getting kills.
I mean, again, more moments like this. They're not even seeing players. They just understand that there's one solo pillar in the middle of the site. There's only so many spots you can be in. Especially if you have rotators coming in through CT, through long and short. That already eliminates open spots on the site. So don't be surprised when these kills come through. Opening kill went the way of Saw last round. It's just a shot through window. I think probably Liege was asking for it, probably shooting back.
Going Liege.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. You talk about all the shooting through smoke and how ammo is the last resource, but also just opening portholes through smokes. Excuse me.
Everyone on FaZe, 8 kills, Rain 7. That is an extremely tight kill distribution.
Stats here paint a tale of FaZe dominance on Ancient. One of those 10 wins they currently have in the last 3 months. Of course, again, a 13-2 over Saw.
Oh, Alien, I didn't have that.
Back when we were
But this is
playing
the
it out
final
in
series
Bucharest,
of
but
the
And I
day.
think their CT side on this map is right now the weaker
FaZe
one
against
without
Saw.
Rops, but
The winner
well,
of this is
you
gonna
can see
play
it's
against
still not
Falcons
too much of a
tomorrow.
problem, it seems like.
Still nice to see Saw keeping it competitive. Seizing the day is
So it's
really all
Mouse
you can
and
ask of
Solace?
him.
And then Falcons
Oh, the A
and
push
the winner.
is so smart here from FaZe. They take the risk, and we have Saw who have not done one thing too much, but they're starting to lean B more than they are A. And oh, Muter's with another one.
With a Galil catching that cave aggression. Thing is, we've actually allocated a Liege in it as well, which is definitely a shake-up in the positioning. Also, a big gap in mid.
This is wild. I mean, Frozen hasn't made it all the way through. FaZe are not getting too scared. And they smoke behind Frozen to bait a push in, but it's actually a player walking away. This might work out pretty damn well for Saw if it ends B, because for the moment, Frozen's really hoping they come in his direction.
We get this slow move from Brokey as he approaches Red Room, but the thing is, it's obviously been FaZe playing totally unknown to middle the whole entire round.
And right now, it's just because they haven't even thrown a flash towards Frozen at this point in the round, it gets more and more unlikely that it's going to be the A site.
Thank you.
Mutira is still working up that mid wall.
I don't know if Liege
Didn't
saw
get
that.
spotted. I don't think so. Taking over cave control Saw, but I mean,
All
honestly,
right.
dude,
Now,
this push.
This is the timing that Saw opened up for themselves, though. They have to be aware of this.
Yeah, but did they pay the price? Because we see that third member joining Cave just too late for
couldn't
Frozen to actually
understand if
take
he
his
saw
head
or
off.
not anything.
Frag Grenade goes into the cave. We've got the bomb pushing up from ramp. They'll be watching over here. Brokey has kind of beat his chest, so attention drawn in his direction.
Frozen's slowly
Support right
crawling.
here with him. Rain's gonna try to fight this. Missed shots now out of the Opper. We get that pressure out from Red Room. 3v3 and bomb goes down. Frozen strikes. And as he does so, suddenly Story feels that heat, that pinch. The pressure falls to Mutiris. Very difficult for him to get through these two players and then stop the diffuser. So it really comes down to that flank out of Frozen, which even though he didn't get the kill towards Cave, at least he just gets to take his sweet time for the retake.
I think it's a frustrating moment for
Chris,
Saw
I'm starting
because
to
they're
feel my
sort of
muscles
wandering
from
a little bit in the
yesterday's
middle of the
workout.
rounds. They pulled back from A. They didn't bite on any of the baits over at the A site, but they also didn't get Frozen to leave. And once you go into 50 seconds, 45 seconds, you know that if a team's coming into A, they got to walk in, they have to clear all the way main, and then they exec. Or at the very best, they go through Donut, and then your A player is still fine by himself having A main to his name. So I just think that Saw didn't realize the options that FaZe were participating in, even without mid control.
Sure.
Done a good
The
job
first
keeping
time,
the
not the
economy
last.
online.
Maybe he still has a headset, so just in
But
case.
not ready for
Oh,
that rain
probably the
push.
delivery.
So he'll peel back.
Probably he went to pick up
Drop
the
the
delivery.
smoke in front of it, and that's unfortunately Roman walking wounded. Kerrigan's been a real nuisance up inside Cave, and Mutiris has been good at getting the mid frags. He will kill Kerrigan, sure enough. And Rain gets the follow-up. So all of a sudden, we've got Cave held on to. Rain just kind of swatted him off. Like a bunch of flies, 4 frags for Rain. Smushed on the walls of the Cave entrance. Brokey clips the wings of the last 8-4 CT side. It's an improvement from Saw, but we know that their defense last time left a lot to be desired.
It would take a superstar performance out of Elige on the second half, which you never know when it's going to strike. But that's pretty much the reason that Saw lost last time. This one man alone. But what we saw from Saw, that half was 4 good rounds. I mean, there were some solid calls. They did a good job game plan-wise, exploiting the problems of the A site. They beat the odds in a couple of situations, and they even survived getting ecoed. So not a lot of rounds numerically, but at least some quality ones to think about. Now let's see. Surely they knew Ancient was coming. That's why they probably swapped sides for the pick. So they probably improved this half of the map too, or at least had conversations about what went wrong versus FaZe last time.
The little baggies.
Wait, did FaZe win that
Multi-frag out of Rain. Enjoy this one before he takes to the T side.
Rain, look at this. Look at this. This is what happened.
Easy.
Always nice to see Rain back in Cave. You know, I know the positions have been changing around for FaZe Clan, but
I still don't know why they switched that. I think just like put him back.
This means you need to get more popcorn.
It's a natural position for an IGL to go to play Cave. I get that.
I would go for some sweet popcorn right now.
Rain and Cave? That's iconic.
It's a thing of beauty. Here we go. Saw to the defense. Now, like you mentioned, FaZe never really had to see what Saw had to offer on the T side because it was so lopsided in their last outing.
What was that, a fruit roll-up on his Glock? What was that, rainbow strip?
It was rainbow flags.
Man, that's so cool. You can do so much cool stuff with these stickers.
Wow, man, cool, man, rainbow. Rain and Cave again. This time on the attack, and it's 3 defenders in position with utilities sailing down. Story in the corner hopes to go unnoticed. Little flash from the obelisk. That's
Story.
perfect. That is an excellent piece of utility for Story to try his damnedest to capitalize.
There's a knife?
And how? On the edge of the smoke, whips out the karambit and makes a little cash.
Hey,
but we've got
1.5K.
Brokey and Frozen in a 2 versus 3. Long player's gonna get spotted first. Frozen.
Oh, they're coming for you.
That's both of the rotators dead. You know Roman's back on Cave. How the hell does he fight his way out of this one? With a headshot. That's how. Good trade. Brokey's got that one in the bag. And FaZe Clan with 1
I gotta be. Please show us replays. How did he get a knife?
Such a FaZe moment, man. That's such a FaZe late round moment. So bad goes to
What?
worse here for Saw. That's a great round 1.
How is that
Let's
even
see
pistol,
if the
bro?
knife money can get you anything nice. What can you buy with that, Roman?
Oh.
I see.
Would be 10 out of 10 if the show Rain smiling or something.
Definitely takes the pressure off the post plant.
Maui highlighted the late rounds.
Yeah.
Obviously, the GOAT trio was Twist, Brokey, and Rops. But Frozen comes in just perfectly to supplant what Rops pulled off with this team in those late round T-side situations.
Hero M4.
And it kind of looks like we know what Brokey we're going to get this tournament, and that's a good one.
There is no rain.
It would be nice to see if Brokey can find some more consistency with Liege on the team. The same way Frozen's been kind of taking a step forward in form. Ouch.
Ooh.
You know, one of the talking points about FaZe Clan in the offseason with the inclusion of Liege was like, this is going to look like a completely different team. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, it was even Rops who said, like, I don't know what that team could look like without me and with Liege instead. And there was a lot of reinvention. We've seen many moving pieces. And the last question will be, well, who can thrive in this new system? And we've seen glimpses of everybody having recent success, but this man right here has shown us some of the nastiest mechanical moments.
Here he comes, Johnny Neutron.
Brian.
Molotov into Donut. Pistol players start to reveal themselves. And Liege doesn't like the feel of that, so he's going to peel away. Just puts that looming threat on Red Room. It'll draw the attention of SHR. Smoke in front of Roman, who does have that one M4, right? The reward for his knife in the round prior.
Pushing this is crazy.
He's going to kill Liege. He's going to stop the plant. Or it goes down, but it's still the planter.
That was worth.
What the hell? Slips an M4 into the buy,
Oh,
and then
was it really
slips
worth?
it up against the head of two. If only the pistols could have done something to couple with that. There's a response late from Agile, but he's going to fade away. 7 health, Deagle to his name, wants to save the Kevlar, and that concedes double digits to FaZe Clan.
It's more like,
Still going to hit shots. That's nice to see from
if you had a
Saw,
gun
but
for
yeah,
next
it's 10
time, could
rounds.
potentially be much
Half
different.
is quickly
But
getting
I don't
away
know.
from Saw already. Unfortunately, losing the pistol does not help. Maybe if Saw win this game, you should shave your head too.
No thanks. I'm good.
I believe in them as well.
What a temptation this event could become for FaZe now that we've seen Eternal Fire and the Mongols both get eliminated. Rosters that, you know, the Counter-Strike world has started to cheer for and expect to not only make playoffs, but go beyond. Trying to get over that hurdle regularly now seems like their problems, but FaZe, kind of the last favorite, so to say, that could still take this to a grand finals. And my God, imagine a Liege hoisting a trophy in CS2.
Yeah, we had a lot of false prophets get exposed on stage already here in Cluj, excuse me. And I think that, yeah, what can you say? If it was supposed to be FaZe, Eternal Fire, Mongol, some combination of those teams to make it to finals, that's now wide open.
Because I remember very clearly at the end of last season, Liege saying, next year I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. And we didn't know what that meant exactly, whether it meant he was going to demand new teammates in complexity or if he was going to leave. Nothing illegal. Well, you know, gray areas, okay. Some rules are made to be broken.
Liege would never break the law.
No, of course not. You know, but obviously he's playing this game for many years, has had the taste of victory,
Maybe right
and then
now
a
when
long
Bulky's
drought
thinking he
of
can
defeat.
get him potentially.
Oh.
Nope, nope, nope.
Unfortunately, I guess it could have been a knife.
Follow through onto Roman. All's good here for Brokey. He'll double back through A main. That's a safe way to save.
I wonder if he shot them
this is
just
FaZe Clan
because
going up 11-4
he saw
all
his
too
teammate
easy.
in cubby there. He didn't want to bait him.
So
or
not
anything.
as bad as the last time they played.
Correct.
And still time to make it even better.
Yes.
That's the upside here for Saw.
Silver linings. Again, dead roster walking.
That lining is like 3 inches thick.
It's a dead roster walking that defeats 3 teams who could really use wins right about now. To reiterate, Complexity, FlyQuest, and 3D Max was the journey that this team went
Falcons.
We've seen upsets all day. This would be the biggest one, obviously.
Before OT.
The ranking disparity is
We did have one
massive.
today, but only one.
It was the same. It was also massive for Astralis, Mongols, and the VRS implications were huge for that one. There's so much more on the line for the favorite in all these games.
All right. These favorites don't show a moment of slowing down. It is rapid into the B-bomb site. Smoke wall up, so you can plant on that side of it if you're feeling safe. The threat is right here. That grenade softens up the planter, following it up with some spam on that smoke. Look
this is
how
wild.
little health they have on the fallback.
This execute is wild. They have not taken a fight that they can see. Wall smoke comes out. Now, you need some mollies. They've got them, actually. But there's one smoke from Uterus. This canceled out everything.
There goes the first molly onto it.
Oh, wait, his smoke missed.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Oh, that's the only smoke, guys.
We get a Liege with a wallbang frag, and you're going to get
one more molly.
More util over the top, but Agile is on this. It's going to have to be coupled with spam. He gets off, and now that's the time gone. So from
That's how they lost the round. That's how they lost the round. Oh my lord.
And then they just play with their food.
That was not on purpose.
That smoke wouldn't be totally advisable just because of the amount of variance with like how you can get spammed crossing in. But we saw the best case scenario where everyone got hurt, but no one actually died. And FaZe peeled back with 2 mollies in hand to specifically set up this play. Also with cave control, you can set up the spam. Obviously, that works too. But that was clearly very confusing for Saw. I think they saw that and they thought, wait, they're not really trying this, are they?
To pull that out at 11-4.
You know, a good variation to that too would be to throw that smoke down, go for the plant, and then blow it open. And just have everyone
exposed.
Yeah, sure. As the CTs are spamming back.
Catch them with their pants down. Yo, make a little noise if you've been here for all 4 best of 3s today.
Some of you are lying for sure.
Yeah, me included. You guys have been awesome.
Yes.
Big day of Counter-Strike semifinals tomorrow. And someone's lifting that trophy on Sunday. Hell of a crowd for a Friday morning.
Yeah.
We ride this one out, but obviously FaZe doing what I think everybody would anticipate and making quick work of Saw. So far, it's a good enough buy to try to continue play on Ancient. And I do think this series will always boil down to what's going to happen on Nuke. So nobody leave just yet.
Yeah.
Because Nuke is where...
Nuke went 24 rounds last time they played against
Same
FaZe.
teams a week ago. And FaZe gave you that classic entertainment that you've come for.
Classic entertainment.
And you come to know them for.
Saw got to playoffs off of Nuke.
Damn right. Now that smoke fades. You've got 2 CTs on the other end of it. Ooh, bad timing, Kerrigan. Better get that gun back out. Rain almost making the same mistake. Throws a flash to help himself. He dies in that push. And it's a good move from Saw to try to at least pounce on some portion of the map. What does it do? Opens the door. A site can be taken over, but we get this quick flood from Saw, not only into Donut, but with also that mid flank inbound. Good trade frag from Story, spamming that smoke off, but then they start to line up, and you've got Legion ready.
Now he's
to
gonna
make
go.
this happen.
He's out of
Over
there.
the B site, he's gone.
Houdini, man. Brokey's running for it. SHR knows right away
Runs away.
that he's trying something tricky.
should molly
Brokey, I
now,
wonder
man.
how much time he thinks he has, but with the molly down, he knows he's guaranteed this next few seconds. SHR coming through it quick.
It's a huge health advantage for SHR. He's got a smoke, he's got the kit. So you could definitely see a world where he creates a bit of panic here for Brokey.
This is interesting because you can spam it, but you got to do it through the doorway. It's not as much of a lineup. Let's see if he can find it.
Oh, for the map.
He got it.
All too easy.
Audience. He knew.
They already did this. Didn't stop Story and Co. from making this head-to-head competitive on Nuke. So don't go too far, don't change that channel. We'll be back soon enough, and when we are, it is Nuke, the very map that got Saw to the playoffs.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
All right. I want to take something from the kitchen. Oh no, I didn't want to take anything from the kitchen. I wanted to put the meatballs to cook.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. next bet.
Det så det var Asia safe and fire so that is alright. Oh, you mean like one of those? Yeah.
We saw them come.
It's hard to get permission in different countries and stuff like that.
Vexite charging in, Agio waiting. Just that first pyramid, it's going to work out here from the Tyrants and Romans stepping up together, and they're not going to allow FlyQuest through.
The Portuguese side entered Cluj-Napoca as a dead team walking, but with that pressure taken off their shoulders, they heroically went from 0-2 to make their first elite playoffs since 2024. Largely thanks to SHR, who is looking to deliver in his last event for the team.
Can it lock it down? Agil's been huge in overtime, and he's gonna deliver again. No way, 2 kills out, and it all falls on Maka. Saw with a dead roster, FlyQuest, Complexity, and 3D Max.
It's a public community comment system? What do you mean? There is still some places, but it's not like how it was back in the days. But sadly.
Yes, welcome back. Pretty brutal watch there as FaZe dismantles Saw on their map pick of Ancient. We're going to break it down on the desk now. It's going to be kind of tough to find the positives for Saw in that one. I guess the positive is this, Maui. We didn't really expect them to do well on Ancient at all.
Hey, they did better than last time.
Okay. I know they kind of
picking,
but not
picking
really.
T-side was a bold choice, and
but I
they did net
didn't
actually
touch
a slightly
much
better
commit
outcome
service
than
in
the
a
last
long
time
time,
than letting FaZe, who had a
I
flawless
thought ask
T-side,
people more
run
for
over
it than
you
anything
once
else.
again. And so, yeah, all in all, I mean, FaZe are taking care of business on this map. Elige, Frozen, Brokey, the trio that you wanted. Some highlights from some of the other individuals on the team, and Saw, yeah, we unfortunately we just don't really expect them to hold a candle to FaZe. So we just got a FaZe highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, they're exactly what we thought they were, right? I mean, it was not going to be an easy day at the office playing FaZe on Ancient, and we figured that it would be a quick game, and it was. And I think if you're a FaZe fan, you're just happy that they did take care of business. You know, you don't want these games to get squirrely. It's supposed to be an easy playoff game that kind of just gets you on to the next stage. And so to be able to handle it with ease is exactly what you want to be seeing out of this team. And FaZe has been doing
I was worried briefly. I'll tell you when. It went 4-1, and then something seemed to upset someone on
when it comes like,
FaZe.
to the glass boost, I recall seeing and hearing many pro players being against it because they do want to have the interaction with their crowd.
Rich, I know you hate watching Elige.
No,
I know you
the players actually wanted that.
Yeah.
It was the TOs who didn't want it.
In the StarCraft days, my friend. So,
yeah, you watched all those games. Of the public game queues.
Big fan.
Yeah.
They do often have it for Dota.
So no, obviously,
they do have it really open for
I
Dota.
followed him a long time. I got nothing but love in my
But
heart for him.
But
I think
the thing is,
in the moment,
it's really different in CS and in Dota because whenever there's a huge fight, afterwards, the team that won, they continue. It's like they're opening to continue doing the things. When it comes to CS, oh, you win the clutch, the enemies are all dead, you have, I don't know, 10 seconds until the next round, you have this time like to stand up, to communicate, to hang out like with the crowd. In Dota, that thing does not exist. Like that moment.
But on the Saw side, I'm mostly just curious in how Roman and SHR are going to play, because obviously the chances are going to be taken away from them. I'm not expecting that they're going to
have the same settings the whole fucking day, bro.
Because
That was the first person to complain.
Going to be just trying to like, change their team.
Can I be the second one?
Real Portuguese at the moment.
Why are you complaining?
I don't think they're going to switch to a full Portuguese.
I don't know. I feel like
Portugal. That's going to be the new acronym.
I couldn't resist.
All right, well,
okay,
that's definitely quiet.
The thing is, if you lower down the stream audio, it doesn't change anything for me.
I mean, he only had like, what,
not,
4 rounds. He didn't
literally
get
nothing
game,
at all.
So yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. 20 enemies flash. That's the life of somebody that's throwing flashes from spawn on mid.
Nothing at all changes on me.
I mean, Brokey did a great job in this one. Also, the ending clutch here for him, 3K is biggest round.
I think Brokey is one of those oppers that has...
This is what you want to see from Brokey, okay? Brokey,
oppers always have high flash
versus teams like this,
enemies, but I think I recall hearing that Brokey has like one of the highest ones.
One of the hottest substances on the planet right there, up there
I'm
with,
gonna go and check the meatballs.
like heated tungsten or something. I don't know, Richard. Save me from this metaphor.
I'll take it from you here, right? Speaking of scolding, that strat that they had, they just threw Molotovs over the wall. I thought we were watching different games there for a second. I'm like, wait a second, I've seen this somewhere before where you just keep throwing fire on.
You can say the game's name. We won't be mad.
No, let's not do it at this event. But look, picking up on your point, here's a broader question then. If you're worried about where Roman and SHR are going to end up, do you think the VRS system kind of helps or hinders them potentially finding another team? Because I just feel now that there's so much importance placed on winning tournaments like this and accruing prize money. I think risk-taking on rosters, I think we'll see less of that moving forward. I don't know if you agree.
You need 3 people from SAW to make any kind of big move here, so it would be rather unlikely. You're not really going to gain anything. There's no wild card points to gain or invites to get. So all in all, no. However, I actually will say the hottest take about SAW possibly right now, SHR is their best player. Even though he's going to get kicked from the team, I think he's their best player now. After watching story demos, SHR demos, I know what Roman is. I know what Mutaris is. I know what Agile is. I've seen Agile demos in the past too. Like, SHR just makes the best decisions, 1 for 1, and he has the best aim of anybody on the team. So I would say that if, in all honesty, he's the free agent that people could probably look out for here. I don't know why he's getting removed from this roster, because everything at this tournament has shown me and confirmed that he is the best player, because he doesn't have the op and he's still putting up better numbers than Story.
Has he impressed you, Dust?
I mean, the problem is that he wasn't doing that when he first joined the team earlier this year. The first few tournaments that they played when the team was struggling, he wasn't putting up that same type of performance. It's only now at this tournament against Complexity 30 Max and, you know, I guess this game to a degree is where he's been putting those numbers. So that's the problem, is it just didn't happen soon enough and fast enough. And as Richard was saying, in a VRS system like this where you risk losing one of your spots to get invited to tournaments, if you slide down too far in the rankings, you can't afford to take too many L's before you have to decide that, hey, maybe this is not the right team to bring us forward to keep us where we need to be. So that's kind of my issue with it. But you're right, like if he continues to, you know, kind of put on a nice eye test and kind of show that he's capable of some great things, and if he can build upon this down the road, then yeah, maybe he could be a prospect in the future. But unfortunately, it came a little too late this time on Sol.
Now, Maui, we are going to break down a little bit of that map before we start setting up new.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about Gamba.
I mean, we got one rollback one. I mean, okay, we got Rain here on one of the last rounds on CT side where hits Kerrigan, him working together. Kerrigan and him kind of been swapping a little bit on who's actually playing cave rounds around. But this was just vintage Rain, okay? That's why I wanted to show this one, is that Rain, not the loudest group stage performance, but look at this. That was just disgusting, okay? The way he nails the guy, tracking him in the air. Like, Rain's aim in any situation is just the coolest, the calmest. It's like, if I could have any player's aim, I'd want Rain on any given day in an arena, because it just looks so slick.
He's been such a great servant to FaZe as well, like down the years. You know, a lot of people, they seem to get their head turned when there's like big contracts flying around or whatever, you know, maybe make moves, you know, but he's just been sat there the whole time. Kerrigan said he's his favorite teammate. You know, they played together for so long. They have this almost like telepathic understanding.
He's a blue-collar fragger, Rich.
Yeah,
okay, he just puts in the hours every single time. You get a 1.06 rating and you're happy about it. Doesn't matter what stage it is, online, group stage, grand finals, he's always going to put up something nice.
Yep. It's also nice to see him doing it where he's had to make the most changes of anyone on this team to facilitate this elite transfer. So the fact that he's been able to maintain a great performance, keep the same attitude, and just be a warrior for this team is exactly all you could ask for as an IGL as Kerrigan.
The real Giga Chad. That's what I always say about him.
True.
We look to nuke. Now, okay, I'll start by tossing this one out there. We have a grenade. Yeah, here it is.
I don't know what he's spending it on, though.
But, right, we know FaZe are really, really, really good. One of the best teams in the world on that map. Was always going to be a tall order for SAW. Saw's best map
Nuke.
is Nuke, and I think FaZe are having problems on Nuke right now for reasons it will probably take a professional Counter-Strike analyst to explain, Maui.
Well, I will say that one reason that this matchup gets a little bit dicey for FaZe is that Saw became good around July, August of last year. In fact, in the Cologne playoffs, it is the map 3 where Saw was able to take down FaZe. So they're going back to it not only because it's a comfort in the short term, but the long term. That being said, that was when they added Barry to the coaching staff. That was probably one of the most slept on coaching moves of last year. It boosted Saw in the rankings, got them that playoff berth in Cologne, got them that playoff win over there. And I would say they're just holding on to the vestiges of it. Their mid-round decision making is incredibly decisive. They're very fast. They have a wealth of outside yard splits that they can use in order to just put Elige in a blender. And honestly, I think that this is going to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, I want to keep my eye on Frozen on this game. This is the map that is the only one that he's had to make changes. You know, he is now playing that ramp area. You know, on the CT side, he's going to get tested a little bit. There's been definitely some times where I've seen Saw be successful because they're able to take SHR and Agile, just kind of pair them up and just do these ramp room takes and just very quickly take lower. That's the one big thing about Saw, I think, that makes them so effective, is that they're so decisive. They don't really second guess themselves. Once they start to get a little bit of an opportunity and get some space, they just take it and go. They don't loll around. They don't wait until the clock gets low. They just, you know, go ahead and take the advantage that they got and try to make something happen. They play simple textbook Counter-Strike, and they're very comfortable on this map and doing it. And Rich, to your point, you're right. This is one of the maps of the pool that FaZe has had a little bit harder of a time kind of adjusting with the Legionary because there is so much overlap between those two players. And they've tried to do the best they can by putting like a Liege by A door so he can kind of still play towards outside like he's used to, but that still is Rain's turf,
I
right?
mean, Elige even said it in an interview. He said, look, I have been struggling a little bit in this map. There's no hiding it. The numbers don't
Finals?
lie.
No, it's still quarters.
Lie. What have you observed about
I don't
how
think
he's been
Saul would be in the finals.
I guess the thing with Elige is that I'm not always sure if he gets the comms as clear as he wants to in terms of should he rotate down the vent? Are they going to go for a lobby crunch to retake space that they lost outside? Like, the protocols on Nuke are what always are tested in these high-level matchups. And for me, with Elige, I just think that his protocols with complexity are probably different than the ones that he on FaZe. So when he's reacting to information on one side of the map, he's thinking that they're going to make this kind of play, and that'll make him 1-2 seconds a little bit slower than he would have been on complexity, which on that team too, they weren't super sharp either. So I think that this is obviously a map he's going to grow on. I will say, Rich, I think they're going to do better than last time. I think they're going to win by a little bit more, maybe like a 13-8 here.
Well, let's be fair. Like, even though they struggled on this map, their losses are to like Eternal Fire and Overtimes and Vitality, like two of the best teams in the world, right? So they're still taking care of business whenever they play against quote-unquote lesser opposition, which is who they're facing in Saw, and they've already beaten this team on this map earlier this tournament. So I do think they still come in, obviously, as a heavy favorite to 2-0 this series. But again, if Saw is going to still keep the Swan song singing, it would be on a map like this one. This would be their best bet to try to get something done. And maybe they can try to target Elige at A-Door or try to target the yard, try to see if they can split those guys up and make something happen. But again, I think the other thing is maybe try testing Frozen at Ram. That's a new position for him. See if you can try to brattle him a little bit.
It was Dignitas
so
back
far,
in the days.
Good, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to that position. So yeah, it's a long shot, but we'll see.
If it was any other team with any other IGL, I might not float this, but is there a chance that maybe we
it was back in the days, though, but I have no idea anymore.
Something like that. I mean,
for FaZe, you mean?
Yeah, I feel like with Carrigan, anything is possible, and like I genuinely believe they have problems on this map. I think Saw are going to win this. So anyway, we are about to find out. You ain't got time to answer the question. The game is live. It's going to be Scrawny and Launders calling this one.
Classic strategy there, Richard. Make a boiling hot point and hand it away. Nuke up next between FaZe and Saw. I'll tell you this, our desk wanted to know whether Frozen can get tusted over by Ramp, but of these 6 successful first kills that Saw had on their T side, 4 of those 6 outside. There's been a lot of outer play to the favor of them from Story, from Gutierrez, and I think that is what they're going to try to tap back into yet again. If there's any improvement on the defense from FaZe, I think it's all about outer.
Yeah, I like that.
It was Danny, UK before, back in the days, before he got sold to Americans.
Range on that thing, not quite, Brokey.
Yeah, having fun with it though. He struck fear into their hearts.
Ooh, okay.
Here for Story with the push continuing forward. Of course, he never gets
Brokey
enough.
has a Zeus, by the way.
Zeus
Just
attempt
saying.
the USP
Yeah, he used it already though.
Oh, tries to keep that pressure up. SHR is going to find him in the process. Now the bomb is awkwardly dropped where? Somewhere here outside of main?
Yeah, Agile's coming up to wrap through Mini. He heard the vent drop, but they still see the bomb.
Thing is, SHR was chasing Brokey, and all that does is queue up Frozen. who was biding his time, playing patiently over on the ramp, drawn forward into the action. And so a 50 HP clutch demanded
It was a novel idea, though, to drop in, and then try to wrap back through secret. I don't know if there's a chance that he can get away, but 40 seconds.
Does have armor though.
Weird.
It's not a bad plan in terms of getting bomb possession.
Born
That's
to win
the
is
first
pretty
thing on this
potent.
checklist. Pick next up.
He needs to start working.
Get a laser headshot on the door guy, but it's actually Frozen who keeps
Four
a quick
Kings is
face
such a
plan,
nice
gonna go
name,
ahead
though.
and collect yet
4K.
another pistol for the series.
Yeah, it was funny because like the bomb is so
4K.
close to you by the vent, but you open yourself up to so many more angles. Whereas like actually dropping down the vent really quickly and then running out to secret is only like 5 or 6 seconds. So thing is, the round kind of ends when the first 2 kills take place and Brokey hits that shot. Brokey hits that shot. What are you supposed
Watch
to
this
do?
one.
Yeah. Super clean.
I like the poop.
Yeah, they do be clean indeed.
Yeah. It is funny though, like Alige clearly hates this map right now.
Yeah.
His best performance so far on nukes, 27 kills and 38 deaths.
Not good enough.
They ended up losing that game versus Eternal Fire. That was a
Oh,
bang.
yeah.
Casted that one. But he's still figuring it out.
Another.
Some of us have it figured out.
Oh my god. Yeah. That new bomb is looking good. And the new MP9 looking the same.
What has Brokey been eating today? That's what I want to know.
Lee's gonna make some cash here. SMG in hand. Player up above you. Desert Eagle's gonna try to drop someone. It will.
Nice.
Brokey pays the price, but then you get a fast one from Kerrigan up onto the rooftops. SHR walking around with a Zeus trying to get some revenge, I suppose.
Let's see if we can find a good angle. This will be tough. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, they're all jumping around,
lot of
so
sound
he's gonna have
happening
the
around.
advantage of
He's
the
probably so confused.
surprise. But at this range, Glock versus MP9, I put my money on Kerrigan, so he'll find those last 2 converted with ease. And just one more thing for Alige before we see the gun
As
rounds
many
come
things as
out.
you want, Connor.
Okay, I think that this is actually one of the maps where I've seen Alige make some of the worst decisions when it comes to trying to bite off more than he can chew, right? If there's been any kind of criticism for Alige so far in a FaZe jersey, I think it's been like just,
No sound
you know,
from
one
Solid?
kill.
You're talking about that
Hello?
Eternal Fire game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a lot of.
Why didn't they do any
overcommitments.
sound there
And
on
it
the
was
replay?
like one of their first games together.
Yeah, sure.
And
Growing
yeah,
pains.
he was, because like, I think when he walked through smoke, he's like,
You have meatballs in your
Frozen
mouth?
would walk through the smoke,
Right.
You know, but then he was totally out
One.
of position. So,
Yeah.
but again, I like seeing
So
him
one ball
start out
in your
aggressive.
mouth?
So I'm expecting it to balance out in the end. But yeah, the phase chemistry on Nuke, that's been codified over
very critical.
many years.
Yes, sir.
And that's even, remember, people always forget, but Frozen has already
Okay.
played with Kerrigan. So he had an
Is
edge.
Luis now the outside
right?
player?
He played with Kerrigan on Mouse
Because I've seen him like a lot.
He's
I know
learned the
he
ways.
was like in secret.
Alige doing what one
Maybe
of the
because
few
rain
North
is low.
Americans do in joining a European
Broadcast and
team.
all, so.
To go on to win is now the next goal. Twists, Malbs, Alige.
They went out the door now, though.
I'm keeping an eye on you, Elise.
Quiet. But Story's able to get out
I
from
mean,
Squeaky.
yeah,
So the
yeah.
thing is, they've pushed already into the hut. So with that, Kerrigan's got a
Kerrigan-
piece of map control with him. But as he backs up, oh my God, he catches them off.
He's still alive.
No way!
What?
Come on.
Double MP9
That's two.
headshots.
No. What's happening?
Roman's getting weird on the ladder with Alige jumping around him.
What the?
There's another one on the smoke.
What's
is happening
going
here? It
on?
absolutely falls apart inside the A site.
What
Again,
is going on?
Kerrigan was destined to die.
That's not
He was gonna die.
okay.
He's going to die without a kill,
Kills.
100%.
That's what.
And then he got 2.
He backs up into that bomb site, gives himself a jump scare, but also scares the hell out of that guy. And to get a second kill.
Nah.
Unreal.
Wait till they nerf the MP9, man. I'm telling you.
But why don't they call that he
All
can
right, so
only
let's
be
see how
hot
that one
when
plays
they're already out?
Now we've got the one Galil half armor buy here with Tech 9s to support.
Try to keep that pressure
I
up.
feel like,
Squeaky, Rain blind as a
Rain
bat.
right now is in the main.
And then smoked out of the moment, but
Or at least
he's
with
content
outside.
to try to challenge. We've got the bomb now down vent. Interesting situation.
Yeah, no rotations just yet.
Saw
here's
have
the
been
thing
able
going.
to gather this at the very least, a bit of presence down on B and a bomb plant with it. Not going to stop that from going down. It all boils down to the retake. We've got 3 kits out there on the field, so it shouldn't be a problem. You've got already multiple bodies inside of the ramp, so you'd think the trade train could work well as Frozen takes to the tip of the spear.
Muteris, P250 gets the kill.
Weird, man. Oh, Roman looks away. Agile down beneath, gets sprayed out. And that's going to be SHR now on his own. It is a huge 1v4 demanded of him. 3 kills left, and he only ends up getting that first one on Frozen. But with Kevlar and Tech-9s and a fast rush down B, you basically get what you'd hope for.
Yeah, one more kill, maybe he could delay for time, but no.
It feels like they kind of not really
Vent drop was a clear timing. Like, they heard him go down there.
communicate
They knew
that
it was
much.
happening, but they also knew there were still players upstairs to watch for.
They are spacey as playing.
So, marginally
So
scary
we're done
situation
with the
here
game.
for FaZe, but I think in general, they
Let
kind of
us
feel
free.
like downstairs getting taken over, and they're like,
Let
yeah,
us
it's just
go.
pistols. If we play this one slowly, it's better than just overcorrecting. Very shrewd on the rotations.
Ooh, again, fast one, Roman.
And right now it's
Gonna catch
Broky
a
and
player
Elise is
transitioning.
outside.
Kerrigan never saw that coming. And so he'll go down with hands busy. Fast response out of Elysian Rain, dropping grenades inside A site. Bomb is in. Oh, what a find, it's on the hut. Bomb is on the hut, and it's kind of stuck there.
Oh, Muteris.
Muteris able to find Frozen. That's a good trade back. It's going to even us up. Stories also dive down the vents, wrapping up around Secret. I mean, Alicia's going to be compromised, and he doesn't expect that at all. Way too easy for him. But every time Broky is put into a clutch, we hold our breath a bit.
Okay.
Because you've stepped into him.
If the bomb is still upstairs, Broky's trying to go a little one layer deep and assume that they're trying to avoid him. But him with the op up in heaven, I don't think that's the biggest threat as long as they get out of hut in general. So Broky, again, trying to go one step, looks like a bit too deep. Now the molly would have ruined his position anyway, but he can turn this into a hut wrap. It's an unlikely clutch here for Broky, but that's actually what he's really good at.
Yeah.
Beretta's in hand, kit on his belt. Picks up a little bit more utility.
Impact grenades for these low HP players.
Ooh.
What is Broky gonna conjure up?
Can't you guys feel it in the air?
Yeah.
Broky on the slow approach, both players back sight. Broky, first one is right there for the taking.
Oh, but it's not a real dink. Look at the HP.
Realizes, yeah, Op's probably better for the job, and he's worried about getting flanked, but that's not the case, so he has misread this, saw 2 members in the bomb site. He will take that as a ticket to leave, and shout out Saw, because it's straight up aggression out of the gate, keeping pressure on that A site, and doing so, finding Kerrigan unprepared. Not always easy to find Kerrigan unprepared.
Yes.
And the bomb explosion on Nuke is insane. I mean, there he should die, but
hard to find that.
it's still insane. Even if he were like going around, he needs to be around there.
I'm gonna tell him.
Can you sign my
I'm gonna tell him to find
mousepad?
you.
Only one player survives, so everything reinvested here for Saw. It's
Okay,
nice.
Elise,
It's one
where
round
are
early.
you going? Oh.
It's nice.
More of that.
Yeah, hopefully for Saw's sake. Kerrigan comes at the door from a different direction. Elige gonna lock this one down. I tried to highlight the
I guess
success
Elige
in
now is
opening
their
kills from
outside
Saw
player.
on outer. But Elige has other ideas today. Already 5 versus 3. And remember, 1 player survived, so a critical one. And is that another moment where maybe Elige could just chill?
just looking for a way to die, I feel like.
Right?
But
You've got 2 frags to your name. You
I
could
do
have just
wonder- I
relaxed.
now
Instead,
wanna
of course,
see how
an
they're
op is
gonna
gonna
be on
be on the
T-side
prowl
if
trying
he's
to
also
find
playing.
you.
He's insatiable, man. He's insatiable.
Agile having an advantage on Secret means this
Competing outside.
3v5 has been evened out.
Yeah, all right. Now they can try to make it a
Didn't
little bit
have
more
the smoke
strange.
up, otherwise that would be
That's the
worth
bomb
it.
that gets spotted over on Secret steps, but because it is Secret, it's purgatory. You can go up, you can go down. CTs have to respect and try to make a read. Commitment upstairs is Frozen drops down onto the floor.
Well, that's not ideal.
Roman said
but
all clear.
I think. Frozen doesn't like the sound of that.
They do a fake flash here. I
Ooh,
mean, there's no one
chef's
inside a
kiss.
lobby. They could still wrap, and that's the value of taking outside control in the beginning. So it looks like a good move here from Saw. I mean, even Vent will be a slow rotation. And once you drop onto the floor of upper, it takes forever to get back downstairs. So
Broky's slowly coming down, though.
yeah, it'll come down to Broky, in fact.
He was worried about Hell for a second.
They
Now
don't
he's
have smokes, though.
looking to come down, and so you
they?
think that, no,
No.
they don't. They've got a flash.
Yeah, then you
Easy
just gotta
pickup on
die.
Roman. And that bomb's been able to at least get into sight. The only plant really offered is on Astralis.
Broky has a molly as well, but he's a little bit late to this.
Yeesh. Now Story misses the op shot on the vent play, who now is going to contend with that single door. Broky's going to land a no-scope of all things. Story getting flushed into the vent, fragged, flashed, and played with. Frozen takes an extra second before going in for the peek, and Story knows his chance is slim, so a bomb plant means nothing. It is a walk away to save the op. Back-to-back rounds where only one member survives for FaZe answer instantly.
They're trying to make it worse than last time, which isn't cool. Because last time, they did the job. But yeah, they do have something to prove for themselves on Nuke in terms of their record and in terms of integrating Elige to make sure he feels comfortable and understands how FaZe move on the map. I mean, this is the litmus test of Tier 1 teams. That Nuke has always been the toughest map to beat the best teams in the world on. It's always a testament to teams like SAW that are coming up and having such an impressive record. Well, I mean, it's not an impressive record, but close win losses. I mean, trying to draw up a nice narrative for SAW, but I mean, for the expectations for this team, they're getting a lot of rounds.
Of course, yeah. The expectations of a dead roster should be no wins, let alone 3 playoffs, and any rounds that can be shown versus FaZe. That's, well, that's a bit rude.
Classic Broky
playing crazy today. Crazy on Ancient, crazier on Nuke.
Honestly, I would say a very welcome sight as we move on through playoffs. Elige doesn't waste a moment locking into top secret.
Have fun, Martin. Have fun.
Interesting one, though. Mutiris, he's going to have a path behind these smokes.
Maybe see you then tomorrow. I'll see you around
Elige
nose.
not looking to go too deep on the swing out to clear, so now that's 4 players from SAW making this walkout happen. They're using that smoke as a path to get into Garage. Or is it all about coming to Elige? Because he's actually able to clip the wings of the offer. Good trade, Frank. But through smoke, there's Mutiris, right? Using that wall to catch them off guard. Kerrigan turns back, Wild Door remains smoked, and so there can't be a join-up between the 2 remaining members here of SAW.
No molly opposite vent. Roman walks through the smoke completely. Kerrigan, timing on the swing, gets his. Another for Kerrigan.
And SHR has to double back because, well, that bomb stuck out on the dirt. Frozen was able to drop that bomb by catching the player.
Rain has left yard now.
And then Rain's on
Interesting.
cleanup duty with 3 members standing tall for FaZe. That's
Rain is not on yard anymore.
They were just trying to use the diagonal smoke.
It's a little bit sad.
We see sometimes people make
It's
this
a little bit
mistake
sad.
of going too far away from the smokes, and if someone's standing on top of the railing on Heaven, they could just see ahead, or someone tries to jump.
I don't remember if it was the desk or the commentator said that
they didn't move fast enough, and they didn't molly secret beforehand.
So maybe
Elige was just had such a valid position.
They gave him like a position that he would enjoy more, maybe? I don't know.
Matching.
Getting a few of those out of the FaZe clan.
I know, I can understand it because it was rough against EF for him.
Yeah, that's the thing about FaZe. Don't let FaZe into playoffs.
Nuke should be fine, in my opinion,
usually
for
we
him.
can say don't let them into playoffs because they find themselves in the
needs to
middle
realize
of the
that
group stage,
like if he's signing up
to their full
for
potential.
to play like
This is
Yards
different.
aside,
Yeah.
he also
They've started this event with a nice clean
signed up
3-0. Kerrigan said it on
have
stage.
1v1s
Was
against
kind of
Stomp
weird.
whenever
It
they
was
play
an
in
odd
Spirit.
experiment, right? But also enjoyed the few days off in between, not having to compete. You know, that's one of those things with FaZe. You actually get a chance to, God forbid,
on this
practice.
When they came into Copenhagen, they barely made it to playoffs and then lost in the quarterfinals. And they cited getting exhausted after playing a whole event, especially the maximum amount of rounds in a stage.
Not
because
anymore,
it took too long to get to
Not
playoffs.
anymore.
They're a team of old men.
It's
They
been
need to
raining
do these
for
things
years
fast.
outside in the yard, but not anymore.
Got to make do with the early bird special. Making mincemeat of SAW. But still, I mean, this constant threat from SAW to get into Secret's been going well. Again, we're kind of grasping for silver linings, but that's definitely one of them. We'll see if this off angle from Elige, something different from him and his positioning, will at least get some damage. There's the second player to swing, and Elige is going to deal with both, basically.
Yeah.
Peels away into the side. Mutiris able to try to chase him, gives over some real estate.
He could have fought this if he wanted to. That guy's low. Kerrigan takes again. Another pseudo dink through the wall. He's still high on HP, but Story.
Love it.
Oh, chance to multi.
Story's been happy to just walk out with the element
Oh,
of surprise. No.
okay.
Snap down from Heaven into the backside.
Wow.
He's still alive.
Okay.
He's got the pen.
Let's cue that to the highlight reel, shall we?
That's ridiculous.
Replay, please.
That's pretty much the perfect way to defend against him, too.
Watch that 3K.
Yeah, it must have been very interesting 3K.
In the rounds.
Yeah, everybody sit up straight, because we're going to have to watch that one back.
Must be like super instant a guy Heaven.
Second vent, Heaven, and then a snap down into sight.
There was a good start from
three
FaZe.
entries. And by doing it
With
again,
at
with just
least
this
getting
quiet
a
walkout
kill,
through the squeaky smoke.
getting damage in the second one, backing away.
We saw Kerrigan get the better of him 1 round ago. This time Story just
And then
tiptoes his
Story
way
on the
out,
other
and it
side.
comes with Saw's second round win.
With the 3 kills. He got Rain. Rain was in main.
They are getting a
He was
touch
turned
sloppy
around,
with
but the
that
rest.
timing.
So let's watch this together, shall we?
Heaven and Floor.
Mm.
He spotted Kerrigan after he kills here. He sees his arm there.
It's Heaven first.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the fly swatter.
Okay.
One more.
Now full speed.
Yeah.
Now we see how quick the 2K.
See ya.
Sorry, Kerrigan. No extra
My man,
seconds.
Toms. My man.
You know, Story was the glimmer of hope for Saw.
Yeah. He's
And then
nice, man.
He was playing as the highest rated player throughout the struggles of the team. And one of the critical reasons that they have managed to get onto this stage to begin with. So never too late for him to tap into that potential. And again, they're just gonna try to burst out onto the A site. It's been what's working. The dig comes out twice. Two players tagged up as they try to just find positioning. Instant push out from Heaven, out of Kerrigan. Maybe rushing the fact you've got 3 players, 1 bullet from death.
Everybody's
and still
1 HP.
It's a post plant.
And they're
saving.
They're out.
They're
I mean, they don't know that they're low.
Wow,
so.
just because of that, they lost 1 player, and because Rain didn't finish off either of his targets, they don't even know about the damage, really. This is the only commitment. Well, nice one, Saw. 5 alive round win.
Dare I say it, the game begins.
Yeah, yeah. They can easily make a real T-half out of this now.
You just need to really run away because of the damage on Nuke.
They'll all get to run the
The 3
max
of them.
distance as well and get out of dodge. Not bad.
Very respectful. Good. This is the sign of what we all signed up for, which is going to be that classic 24-round FaZe heartbreaks.
You think this one goes 24?
Well, the problem with FaZe winning as quick as they have so far at this event, with them coming 3-0 through the groups, is that we're not getting that classic FaZe. The entertainment factor has been a little more one-sided as of late.
That's true, the rough and tumble phase.
You know, that's why we love them.
Yeah,
They can't
it's like
get-
the team that's the favorite and the underdog at the exact same time.
They can't get too good. So here we go. Chance for Saw to make this T-side competitive. It was a 6-6 half last time. And this
Needed
is
to get that
Broky's
second
chance to
one.
go above and
Wait.
beyond. We see that op already moving up into lobby. Misses the chance at striking down a second. That brings Roman back out from Squeaky.
Oh, why is he watching this?
Oh my God, he predicts it.
My goodness, it
Roman
actually
walks
works.
back in, covered over by the op. Now, Story's been great on the entries. What about a 1v3? We've got Brokey on the line. Brokey misses a chance, but Frozen's right there. It's that clean double push out of the ramp.
Very surprised he ran back
Lobby
there,
control
though.
for
I
FaZe,
don't know.
and a 4-round lead with it.
Another
kinda
one,
weird.
clean and easy.
Aw,
Thank you, I love you too.
Hmm.
Love you so much. Connor didn't say it back.
I commitment issues.
Cluj is a great city. We didn't know what to expect coming here. We've been to Bucharest a couple of times, but it is a quaint town. People seem happy here.
It's because Counter-Strike's back.
Because Counter-Strike's back. Yeah, it's been like 10 years.
Only 5 people at this event were at the original Cluj Major, and one of them is Pimp. Who could have seen that coming?
That's how you know it was bad.
Frozen down on site, quick evacuation of the ramp room, doesn't want anything to
He's
do
playing pro.
with those fast-moving Saw members, because I'll say
Only
that they've been
games.
fast.
That's about
And
it.
Story now swinging with the
Practicing, no.
op has managed to find an aggressive
Probably
hot
the
play
much-
out of
no.
Brokey.
playing the game,
It feels to me like he just wants to get
stages,
this series
winning.
over with. Like a
Missions,
semifinals
fight
lock-in
games,
needs
all
to be
those
done
things are
ASAP.
10 out of 10.
But his 10-3 will be sat to the sideline in round 11. And I like this redirection from Saw. Just as easily could have gone down into the B site where we do have 2 of the FaZe players waiting. Elige is coming back at Hell, worried about Outer, but right now I think he's going to find a nice bit of timing.
Oh, Elige, yeah. Well, SHR. Oh.
Lower player dies. Elige finds a back turn. Rain has killed one of the guys who got up into heaven, but there's a second. Agile able to turn that down ladder. It draws Mutiris out from the squeaky door, and poor Frozen, who made that contact early on ramp, is going to have to come out with a 1v3 if he wants this round win. Well, and, I wouldn't say this one's possible.
There was a little bit of confusion on this round for sure. It went a little bit both ways, but honestly, Saw found the gap for the most part. They had FaZe rotate down, they took over Hell control, and Elige got 1 kill, but they already had 2 up in heaven. That was pretty perfect if you ask me. So Frozen, I think he'll be happy to just keep this gun. But yeah, it is another round. We got 5 alive on the last one for Saw, 3 now. A potential chance to get 5 rounds on T side. That's enough. That's enough.
How many rounds did we got last time though?
Scale of 1 to 10, how crazy is that prediction? Saw win this.
I mean,
they got 5 rounds last time as well.
As giving FaZe a 0% chance to win the event.
That's true. He did also say that.
Oh, FaZe for the first time out.
I'd say it's a good 7.5.
Getting senile in his old age. 7-4 and 1 to go. And
you think he'd be riding with the old guys, you know?
Yeah, that's you'd think.
Rain and Kerrigan.
MP9s.
Richard, the 3 Rs.
Wait, what? Rain, Kerrigan, and Richard, 3 Rs? What are you talking about?
I'm getting old too.
Right.
That was the joke.
8 to be had.
Shabra.
It's looking like a great chance for Saw 5-round half.
Grandma is always gonna deliver, right?
Just a couple measly deagles. A duo of MP9s. And a few nice change-ups from Saw throughout this T-side that got him on the board. So this time Mutiris again Outer, man, trying to find those openings, but he jumps down into the circling sharks of Rain outside main. Story,
again.
Nice double. And right makes that peek out of Rain. Mutiris' pathing has been found out. He's got to be careful because there is a defender out there, and he's a little preoccupied with the guy that spawned. Sure enough, Elige, as those smokes fade,
what's going on in this game?
And it's a 3v3 retake, final round of the half, so Frozen's got to try to get out from vent. Not ideal, and it's an easy clamp down. But Roman takes a bit of damage in that engagement.
Oh, Stroganoff, I think, is a pretty Swedish dish.
From the second vent, and it's broken.
It's spelled like this.
5 rounds on a T-side's not half bad when 4 of the 5 in the last 5 rounds. Saw are making a go of this.
Yeah, man. I mean, they made FaZe look like they almost weren't
this is
trying,
also
but it's
a
really because they didn't know how to hold the upper
dish.
site. They just went from a tough upper exec with slow rounds to a faster tempo, doing the exact same thing.
I know it is a
Used some great kills that came out
that,
of Story as well on the rifle.
Is beef,
that
right?
was awesome to watch.
Corv is sausage.
And now I think I'll have to wonder. We're switching over to CT side.
Okay.
Can we make Richard's dreams come true?
Because I know what is a beef stroganoff. Like it's like sliced meat and stuff with sauce.
Nice to see Elige at the top of the board for FaZe Clan, I think, despite the
it's pretty
return
good,
of
actually.
rounds that Saw are able
barely
to post.
eat it though.
Yeah, and he takes a lot of risks, and so far this is his best score line, I think, to start a half on Duke. 101 ADR for Elige.
12 and 7.
We switch over to T side, and I think that some of those risks are actually.
I don't even remember the last time I ate it though. I think I ate it like once a year max.
And swing, and I think throughout the map pool of FaZe Clan,
Elige
is improving T sides faster than he's improving the
you
CT
cut
sides because there's only so much that you can do to replace that anchor roll.
It basically looks like beef stroganoff, but instead of slices of beef with.
So let's see it. Elige starting off very well here on the defense, looking to put his best performance up so far.
See that graphic right before it starts, the 4 multi-kill rounds of Story.
So we use
his
this
11
one.
frags so far this map.
Oh,
Again, dead roster walking, but he has been their brightest star. In a time of turmoil, can one man be
Problem
enough?
with Swedish restaurants is it can be problematic to find like Swedish
That first with players
food.
looking to press into him. Gutierrez, it's a bit of a warning to the T's who know now they're surrounded, trying to fight out of this. Looking good.
And there were no
3 versus 5
and
for
you didn't
FaZe to
get
have to
meatballs?
deal with. They respond quickly, and now just like that, double man advantage has been taken
had,
out
like,
of Saw's hands.
Yeah, that's good damage
But it was
control here
funny
from
that,
Elige as they take back
in
to
the
get
search
into
of
heaven. And
meatballs,
the CTs are a little bit
the place
worried
ended
about
up
this, so they
not
fall
having
out.
any meatballs.
I don't think this will help their case, but actually,
But I also
playing
got to see
from
your dish, which
lobby
was
control's not too bad of a position.
Plan,
Agile just
steer.
hiding behind this box.
Yeah, the
His teammates
little potato
moving
lake
around in the lobby to head over to ramp.
with
He's going to
a
be alone
boat
on
made
A
out
for
of
quite
meat.
some time.
Oh,
If
that was-
FaZe commit.
That was actually a good
In the
spot,
middle.
man, because, you know, Heaven's going to come out, clear all the positions on the site, including the opposite vent,
Okay,
and
so
that would give him
we
a
have 30
timing peak,
seconds
but
and we have a
Agile's
3
sort
on
of
3.
dropping his guard a little bit.
Saw it first.
Yeah, he did.
But I mean, what? Oh, perfect!
Now Heaven is clear. Now they can go up Heaven.
That is such a critical headshot from Agile.
Did it run on them?
Like
Thought
that.
no.
Yeah.
That's the bomb.
Bomb's been thrown to the dirt, frozen.
He gush him. He misses the guy he's aiming at, but gush the other guy.
And a second pistol, the first pistol round,
Good
however,
distance is
of this
so-
series that saw her actually able to win.
I mean, I've
Yeah, no
seen
kidding. They make it look
They
nice
never
as
put
well.
like the
the
packaging,
meat
Shots
how
on
it
side to
glows
start this
and
off,
stuff.
and it was FaZe
No,
playing
no,
from
no.
the back foot every single frag.
I've
down to the
never heard
last.
about
This lead
meatballs
has
with
damn near
ice cream.
evaporated.
Meatballs with ice cream?
Good on them to close out that 5 versus 3, because once Elige gets a double, things look a little sketchy. Scout on Kerrigan. Okay.
Okay, again, I want to look at Elige because if they gave him the outside on the CT, I wonder if they did the same like on T.
See what he's got up
Or
his
maybe
sleeve.
like on T, they
Glocks all around
it's
him.
harder to see that.
The only person he's really going to find is going to be Story at long range. First tag's good. Ooh, tapped out twice.
Okay. I mean, that is more than a small find here this early into the round. While they're wrapping outside as well, the CTs are starting to get nervous.
Interesting turn of events here.
My favorite
The positions
streamer is
having
live.
to
I shouldn't be
change. They've
streaming
gotta
anymore.
morph their setup now.
Fortune.
Watch their backs.
I am live.
They're
Fortune.
careful about Heaven on the approach.
I've been
boosting
live
from
for
this side.
Fortune.
11
Very
hours
interesting. What if they boost in the
and
middle of the
30
door
minutes.
and go for the peak?
Eagle.
What about this? Agile must have seen something. Oh, God.
He jumps because he's so scared.
Able to reposition. Roman kills Rain. That's a good save offered up from SHR. Comes out from down beneath them. Looking to deal with a little bit more. That's Kerrigan trying to chase him around these windows. And it's all good, seemingly. SHR going to get glocked out of the round by Frozen. Kerrigan now incredibly low. Sketchy round, all things considered.
Yeah, how much
Brought to
crazier?
you by Kerrigan.
How much crazier can you make it, really?
By getting down
There
to
must
B.
be something weird for the kids or something.
No.
Never heard about it before. But then again, I'm like a
SMG
weird
waiting
kid,
for
so-
them. They do have a smoke at the very least, but 15 seconds. They've just got to dive the plant. Muterus, peek whenever you want.
It's only got 30 health. It's only 30 health.
Ice cream.
Bomb planter's got the smoke covered. Little extra money. That's been found. Nothing thereafter.
Very good for
Okay.
Saw
Kerrigan.
gonna make the most and
Kanske
couldn't
bara-
stop.
7-7.
We are tied up at 7.
Even
Bara
fakes his death at the end,
scouts.
jumps in the water, like Matt Damon.
Told you guys this was gonna happen. It's a FaZe game after all.
What if there really was a 0% chance that FaZe could win this tournament?
With Ancient in their back pocket as they had it.
Uh-huh.
Denner
Let's see
kebab
them with
ice
the guns.
cream.
Sure
Yes.
thing. Let's see about these guns.
Yes, 10 out of
Are
10.
FaZe gonna win this game?
Ram, are you still here? Where did you spend your points?
Are Saw gonna win
Did
this
you use it on
game?
FaZe or in Saw?
Are you
Come
guys
on,
tired?
FaZe.
People cheering for the chaos. Let's go.
And yet y'all still here. No one more committed than a Counter-Strike fan. So let's see if FaZe
I'm
make the
afraid
most of
that
it
this is
evening.
gonna go to a third map now.
I mean, I already ate my meatballs, so I'm kind of good.
Diagonal smokes.
I do need to do my
Rain finds a
Duolingo.
path behind it. They're going to pop it open. Ooh, but it didn't open up any kind of an angle for Rain to be caught. Second one.
Open.
It's going to expose him a little more, but really, who gets exposed? Rain goes hunting.
Rain outside.
Then he's clipped on the crossover. Things got delayed a little bit. A ton of damage versus Elige as well. But he makes the most of that moment, kills Mutiris. And we've got Agile walking up along the sight wall. He's a sitting duck. Elige has got one backside. Spray gets away because it's a double down from Story. And SHR hangs on to that ramp.
Oh, and he's staying here.
From FaZe dealt with.
Now in the lead.
Played that
I'm a
like
bit
a violin.
tired.
Beautifully done. Off the box, not dropping down to lower as well after getting that kill. Just confidently taking the swing.
The chances of us getting that two are
That's
increasing.
for Elige where, I mean, it would have been hard to try to disengage
From
that
all
spot,
of
but
the
if he
games
did,
we had today, I was like, okay, this one is not going to go 3 maps. This one is not going to go 3 maps. But you know what?
Down outer. The players crossing over, caught out once those smokes disappeared, and then obviously this double kill's the turning point.
One chance.
That's
one
such nice rifle work,
I
man.
mean, I'm more surprised that they
They are
didn't
losing
go
control
together
of
there,
this
though.
second map. Dead roster
I don't know.
walking.
Honestly, I have no idea
Who, FaZe?
how much she at this point, I think. I might be approaching like 4 liters of tea today. Stella, Ruby's asking if I'm tired. Like, I am feeling a bit tired.
Walking it over towards the ramp with the Tech 9s in hand. Who's our bomb carrier? That's Brokey. A part of this pack, but they get smoked off. So a bit of a waiting game here in round 16. Unless they just want to redirect. And it's curious because Rain's found a bit of a path down secret. SHR now out of utility.
Scary position to be in, playing the ramp.
Why does this have the makings of something weird? Why is Kerrigan out on the A floor? Frozen's gonna cross up in front of the Opera. Story looking to alleviate the pressure in ramp, but Brokey still finds that kill. That's the bomb, of course, right now, kind of caught out. Kerrigan able to get past the guy inside of the vent, and we already had Rain down secret. This is a possibility on B with Tech 9s. That classic FaZe shenanigan.
Wait a second, is there anybody here? No, no one's dropping down just yet as well, because Kerrigan was in the vent. Agile gets out.
Rain not able to stop it inside of the vent. It's a retake that's on.
He gets to play for time now.
Again, Story doing a good job of at least getting those first 2 inside
Door's
of the ramp
still
room.
open.
Double up control side, doors open.
All it takes is a Tech 9 and a FaZe chant.
Where's that bomb plant?
And suddenly we could be tied.
Where's the
Planted right here beneath Story. Flash off the railing. Agile goes for the clear. Brokey hits him with the tech. And it's classic FaZe. We tie this game at 8. Tech 9s into the ramp room.
Literally, the teams that are playing against FaZe, they need to be like, okay, what they can buy.
That is.
Do they have enough for AKs? No.
For
No, they have
the
Tech
way
9s.
that they lose this round. There's so many moments actually.
Literally,
that
that's
they
how
bring
it
this
feels
back.
like.
But then we have Kerrigan who slips the net, gets that
How
vent
did
kill, and this
Kerrigan get
one.
down there?
The way that Rain scaled was so confusing for Mutiris. He thought that he was wrapping all the way around. Why did he come and touch the box but not actually swing?
Dude, that's a 3v5 as well after Story's 2 up frags. 3v5 with Tech 9s.
Okay.
And the economy here for Saw is busted up.
Okay.
Well, things are getting a little jumpy.
All right.
You know? Uh-oh. Elige exposed, but for the most part, it's just SMGs and pistols around him. Feels to me like we're getting this pattern. Rain finding more and more comfort with getting down secret. It was a key component of that last round, and they've gone ahead and established it again. That one M4 out on the field in the hands of SHR. Can he solo hold lower? Closest rotation would be Story over from ramp. Utility comes at him. SHR is going to give over just a little more real estate at a minute.
Yeah, they earned the way to push him back. There's not really any way for him to respond to this safely. Story's got this deagle, but they need to find a way to regress somehow.
They just keep pushing him one corner after another. SHR from the stairs. Oh, he at least
Still gets one though.
And a simultaneous Frozen entry onto ramp. That closest rotate and Story's already down. So Elige can go back to vent. He hears this movement. He gets caught though by the SMG. That's a big upgrade. In a case to be had, sure, they'll take over control room. But right now, FaZe soon to be attacked from both sides. They'll take some pressure off, but coverage to the bomb just enough.
Survived.
To make sure that goes down, and now Mutiris comes swinging out. 5-7 for the
Saw
first
him.
one, AK in hand. You know this guy's stuck back there.
You wish you had an HE.
And it's all about figuring out where Kerrigan's going to help from. He's thinking window, but he's off the mark. Now dropping down, audio offered. FaZe just going to play with their food, waiting for the timing to split, to pinch both at the same time. Muterus backside gets the first. And now it's all about just trying to run. It's a safe call.
Wait, what?
I'm saving the, he's like saving the AK.
Man, it's another moment. Alish puts himself in a good spot, taking over the control side.
What?
But it actually gets scary,
He,
right?
he didn't believe in his 1v1 against Kerrigan.
Not in
like,
Kerrigan goated, you know?
If he had just stayed control, Kerrigan wouldn't have had to retake control of it. But in the end, it all works out, of course, for FaZe clan. Lots of deaths here for FaZe, so they keep the money honest, but it's also around with this one AK for Saw and potentially a lot of bank to be built up for the T's.
This one's got a little tempo on it, huh?
Oh boy,
Muterus blinded. The two side players. Oh.
All right. Bum, 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 bum.
That's when it just goes.
Fastest round so far.
That's a taste of the full FaZe.
No baked beans. I'm not a big fan.
All 5 kills, easy for FaZe clan, taking over
Ba, ba,
the
ba, ba,
site,
ba, 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 ba.
taking over control of upper and map 2.
Are we gonna have that fake bacon then, Brian?
Fake bacon?
You know, Maui Snake
Yeah, the Brits does have like different kind of bacon. Tastes like shit.
Roman, as alluded to, 32 years old.
Looks like fucking a platter or something. I don't know.
Cut from this roster,
Is
maybe
it like
his last
super
stage game,
thick
but
or something?
yeah, wealth of experience. When push comes to shove, what's it worth right here, right now?
Hey,
So bad though.
for him on FaZe.
That's true.
You do crispy bacon? Do you do like the Americans and all of everyone else? They're the best, man. Not those UK ones.
There it is.
Oh!
In the
Rain is trying to sign up for Fights versus Rain.
Challenging Rain outside,
raining
man.
bullets.
That is...
You want this guy to see you?
No.
And then he gets into the perfect
Is he a
corner.
woman?
Oh, I saw
Roman
him.
sees him though, so
Okay.
trying to hide. He forgot that he's, 6'5".
Rain is tall.
So lower taken
He's
back by
upper
Saw.
take, though.
Like,
Saw what
not
FaZe
6'5",
can do
but
on this
he's
A site when they run in with some aggression. Agile right now working on his own. He's got a ramp rotate and still that player downstairs. That's a good clean first kill. Alish dead, but his rotate up the vent gets cut off. Agile, 2 kills is
Okay, 1v1.
down into the clutch. Frozen comes back at this, and he's been able to scoop up that bomb. Planting front sight, are you mad?
Wow, the ball's on this guy.
And then he's able to reposition.
This is going to be weird.
Would be cool if he actually walked behind them.
Frozen's going to push this. He's only got 8 bullets left in the magazine. He's going to see that the bomb has been left, but does this mean back sight? Probably not.
No, right? That tell you Hut. Honestly, he's not wrong. Problem is,
He has to go
SHR
clear it just
doesn't
in
have a
case.
kit at the moment, so the full 10-second defuse would be wild. He's gonna tap it. We'll see what Frozen
ready?
does. Trying to clear corners.
Oh!
He's got it.
Does he have it?
I think he actually does.
Frozen repositioned
Yeah,
to Hut
yeah,
fully
yes.
red in this round. Yeah,
Damn.
all's good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Are you putting American
could have walked
above
around to
just
Squeaky
running
and
bacon?
then
Heck,
played
but do
it
you need
slowly that way, and there'd be
mods?
no way for SHR to counterplay
You're
unless
like,
he went out
Avalanche, there's
wide,
a tribute.
or didn't play so far back. Not sure if he...
Like, what is this?
Yeah. Well, what are those worth?
The fuck is this,
3v5.
man?
Shout out Agile being able to hold this
So
back.
10-9, huh?
Ooh.
And SHR getting active on ramp, winning a 1v1 right now while he's not having one of the better maps of his event. But slowly recovering the scoreline. And chipping away at the money of FaZe, chipping away at the lead. 10-9.
It's like American ones. Crispy, real nice. Ah, shoot, Brookie, shoot!
I don't get it.
Aww.
The leash from top silo.
Yay.
Quick tap
Oh.
to SHR. Story ready to go for a peek, but do you really want to? Remember what Rain can do. Now you know Elige is up top as well, hunting heads, outer. This has been a good avenue of attack for FaZe, so no surprise they're going to try it again. Elige catching the legs of the garage ball back.
Kind
Lucky to be alive. Mutiris making moves, and he's able to drop bomb. A turnaround from Mutiris. He will be caught still.
Oh, but I know he's 1 HP in garage. He's cooked. Still a dink though. Where is the Frozen?
I think
Radio?
it's pretty great in this spot, in this 2v3, but Hadriel has already rotated down lower, which means they're split. 1-1 on the defense. No bad site to go to as long as they go together. FaZe Clan, what are you thinking? 25 seconds. Looks like it's going to be an upper hit.
Yeah, 2 through main, 1 late out from lobby. Roman tucked in. Oh, he drops bomb.
As there was a bomb.
Broky said bait me.
Insta trade. And so that bomb goes down, sure enough. Same plant position.
No one's running just yet. Agile, bit far from the action.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Down in the crypts.
Could potentially
up through vent. Now, luckily for him, it's not
kit
being
there
watched.
though.
We've got a diffuse kit out there on the field. Not that it's in his possession. The thing is, we've got already the squeaky lock-in, so Rain in anticipation of that.
Rain!
That's an 11th one. Offered up by Elige first, finding contact outer.
Yeah.
Damaging the garage guy so that there was a very easy rock back from Secret into that upper site.
And last round was so expensive. And
yes.
This is match point on the line, folks. Series point right here. Ooh.
Clean as need be. Rain has been a monster outside throughout this T side.
As per, an iconic position for Rain.
Let's go
Zeus
for the Zeus.
Agile. Up close, Rain again.
They're playing for the overtime.
He just asks you to open these smokes, but they don't have the utility to do it. In reality, Saw have nothing to work with here in round 21.
I appreciate this because, you know,
Ryan.
if they were really a dead team, they'd force right now. They're just pretending to be dead. They're faking their own death.
Ah.
Saw more like Tupac. I want to see a hologram of Saw at Coachella.
Well, sorry, Roman, but not looking too easy. CT's trying to get frisky in 2 different points of the map, but as you'd expect with the buys out of this one, it's coming up FaZe. Maybe you catch him off guard with this boosted position. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. And Broky just watched his teammate die. Doesn't want to step out into that. He'll let them come to him. You got nowhere to run if you're Story, so he gets pinned into the corner.
What up,
and
Melo?
Mutiris, with that Zeus in hand, could do something funny.
Zeus.
Just give Elige a little zap. Tilt Elige, go ahead.
Zap?
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
I know you wanted. You wanted.
Come on.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh! Do the noise. Do the noise.
I'm happy.
He's waiting for a...
He's
Oh,
gonna
no, he's
reload
dead
it,
though.
and then, no.
No chance.
Dead. Assassinated. That's 12. So we're waiting for this.
It's our old tournament organizer that returned to CS. They did a major in Copenhagen last year.
In Cluj. A team who brings in a new player, one who wants wins more than anything else.
I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired,
It's
but
a
that's about
reinvented
it.
FaZe.
For example, the Krakow
A lot of
major was
moving
a PGL one.
Welcome to Nuke.
The Stockholm one was a PGL one.
And a gun round here for Saw to try to push it. Again, we
They
needed
did,
all 24
okay.
rounds.
Antwerp.
Pressure of majors. Antwerp
Saw have
2,
fought
to another one,
valiantly
another PGL
throughout
one.
this event, beating 3 teams they had no business
Technically,
defeating. And yet
Oh.
FaZe Clan
Doing
using them
tricks.
as a springboard. A little classic FaZe sprinkled in.
Aw.
Again,
Like 50-50.
as Elige peeled one player off that A site, he gets stopped. 3v5 recovery starting to happen. Saw looking at their deathbed here in Cluj, but they're not ready to be tucked in. Rain continues to tap players out of this server. An SHR from the heavens to stop 2, but both look in anticipation.
There you go.
to stop them. And this is
FaZe Clan took care of business.
It's a road and a journey they can see to
We're
a
having
trophy, a road they have walked
Astralis.
many times before, but one that has eluded
well,
them
but that
as
means
of late. It's a perfect quarterfinal to put the pieces in position.
Give it up for Soft, folks. I mean, last time we see this roster, they made it to playoffs. Everyone wrote them off every step of the way. Started 0-2, made it through the group. One last swing. Last dance for this lineup, and they impressed all the way to the very end. Competitive here on Nuke versus FaZe. Not an easy draw, but obviously a position you find yourself in as a low seed. Everyone got a smile on their face. They came to have fun, and I think they did that.
Difficult head-to-head when, again, you know that you've already matched up in this event, and you know FaZe will be just boiling over with confidence as they step onto the stage as per usual, let alone in a rematch, they win so lopsided. I think it's a really good sign that Rain's playing the way he is, that Elige has had his moments and avoided deaths, barring the Zeus on ladder. Ultimately, this is, again, the first step for a FaZe clan. Everyone in every room, in every country of Counter-Strike wants to see win. We hand this down to Elige and Banks on the stage.
There's big cheers going up for FaZe Clan, and they had a big
That lady was next to like a Latvian flag.
First arena in quite a
Can
while.
it be like something relative?
In the FaZe jersey. Nice to be back.
Maybe. It's nice. Like I was saying to you, it's been a long time since I've been in arena. It feels like so long. So it really is nice. It's a really nice vibe, and the Counter-Strike is a lot more fun.
Oh yes, it's a lot more fun in the arena with the crowd and all the action going down. You face Saw once again for this one, right? First map starts off dominant like before. Still, we're seeing this little bit of a back and forth in order for you to get the win on Nuke. Still trying to get comfortable with it all?
Yeah, we're still trying some things on Nuke. As you can see, we're trying to, you know, find different solutions since we've been struggling on it on the last couple matches. I think that we played a lot better in this one. Definitely an improvement, so yeah, looks good.
Is there something, though, that you can worry about when you face other teams if they try to pick it against you at this point?
Nah, not really. I mean, they could try, you know? Like, they're all going to try. We're going to try our stuff. I mean, if they think it's weak, they can try it for sure.
I like it. Call them out. Let's see if they can challenge you with it. Overall, this journey you're going on in the FaZe jersey, all this learning, all this changes you're having to go through, how good does it feel right now to be in this position and be going into the semifinals?
It definitely feels nice being the favorites as well. I think a lot of people are expecting us to have a good performance. For us, we're obviously just taking it game by game, but I think that we're feeling really, really strong going into the semifinals. Going to be playing against Falcons, and they were looking very good too, so it's going to be a good game.
And you just said it yourself. A lot of people are expecting you guys as the favorites for the whole tournament right now. Is that what you're saying to yourselves? Is that the goal still for FaZe, no matter what? Even with you newly coming in, the trophy should be what you're aiming for?
I mean, the trophy is the goal. We're not really specifically saying something like that. You know, we didn't have a goal of getting 3-0 groups, and we ended up getting 3-0 groups. So I think not acknowledging the goal might be better, but we're just taking it game by game. It's still, you know, a marathon for us. We just had like a really big change with all the roles and stuff like that, so it's going to take some time, but so far we're playing really well.
And we can see that happening on the server as well. This crowd's been giving a lot of energy for you guys as well. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Yeah, thank you so much, crowd. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much, everyone that's come out here today. We're going to make a good game for you guys.
I need the story.
Ooh,
Latvian flag.
I like the sound of that. Cluj, one last time. Give it up for Elige and FaZe Clan.
Может быть, thanks. If you're talking about the
yeah, he should be enjoying
Banks,
it. It's been
yes,
a long time, Elige, for him in a stadium, surrounded by fans chanting his name. He was in that kind of, you know, the NA vortex that just sucks you in. And as one of the greatest players that he produced, if not the greatest, you have to want for him to get onto a roster like FaZe, have that trophy-winning potential again. And by the way, credit to Complexity for allowing him essentially to leave. They didn't put him in contract jail. They went out, they negotiated with FaZe, they got him onto a roster, and you know, I think the whole thing was handled with class and decorum. And it's great to see Elige smiling again and on a team where I genuinely believe, yes, he may not win a lot of trophies this year, but he's going to win some.
I mean, you know what I was thinking was crazy is, when is the last time Elige could have been in a space where he did think that he was the favorite to actually win a tournament?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been so long. Like, this is a crazy, I'm sure this is an interesting moment for him.
It's probably been since what, like the Berlin Major, maybe?
Something like that.
Is that fair?
I mean,
it's been quite some time
with the Team Liquid. You know,
I think that's pretty fair.
Exactly.
I have to remark on one statement though. You know, Elige says that they didn't really talk about winning or that being an objective to get a trophy. Elige, that is the contract you signed, though, when you put on that FaZe Clan jersey.
Correct.
When you enter the FaZe Clan, you are supposed to be lifting trophies. That's the goal from the outset. So for them to take care of business here, I'm super happy for them. He looked a little bit more comfortable, without a doubt.
Listen, I'm a party poop that right immediately, bro. Like, this was not a comfortable performance on Nuke. Don't let this
For him, it was.
Yeah.
For him, it was way better.
It was an improved performance on Nuke. I got my doubts. So we're a dead team. This is their best map. All the caveats you want. I don't know, guys. I'm like, I'm all in on Karrigan learning trade and FaZe becoming a train team. I have not liked their Nuke at all. So
and then I saw that Kinder is streaming.
I saw some signs of some new tactics on the T side that made me kind of, perk my ears up a little bit. Definitely saw a couple of little moments here and there, but I think you could be onto something. I think maybe long-term train could be an option for them, but maybe it's just difficult to add that to your bat pool when you're also already trying to embed a new player, trying to change up people's roles. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna turn off.
Perfect time to learn a new map. You may as well. Everyone's learning together, right? So
catch you later. Bye-bye.
Not a bad idea for the future, but I feel like we got to.
All right, beautiful people. We semi-watched it a little bit, but no, it's fine. It's fine.
Look, I want to say,
we know the playoff games for tomorrow. We do have Mouse Astralis, 4 p.m. And we also have another semis, which is FaZe Falcons. So we are getting into a little bit tougher playoffs bracket. Starts later though, 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Little bit, I guess they're gonna do like the faster schedule to some degree. And then on Sunday it starts at 2, and then grand final starts at 5. And it's been a fucking long day. It's been a really, really long day. So I'm just gonna basically bounce. I'm too tired. I just wanna go to bed basically. Okay, guys, much love, buddy, for the primer.
Kirby's just subscribed with Prime.
Much love for the 3 months in total and 2 month streak. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it, buddy. But I'll be back tomorrow. Titles are done and fixed. I'll probably go live earlier, get some game going. Maybe if people are here earlier, we can maybe play some indie games. Otherwise, then I'm just playing 2 Face It games or something like that. I don't know. We'll see about that. I heard there's some sort of this exploit right now going on, so we'll see really about that specific. We'll see. Anyway, peace out there, everyone. Hopefully have a beautiful Friday. If not, have a beautiful Saturday that's coming tomorrow. And hopefully I'll catch you guys tomorrow. If not, have a beautiful one, okay?